Alrighty. Greetings, faculty. Friday, January 23rd. Just kind of boom. All right. So we are kicking off. Dun 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 dun. Life mantra. Greetings. What's going on, Pastor James? How do I try to find life mantra? God, not sure why. Was that Denal? Yeah, let's invite Denal. He answered. How are you, brother?
I'm decent. Yourself?
I would say decent, warm. Are you affected by this storm?
I'm up in northern Ontario, so yes.
Okay. Is that Eastern Canada or is that
That's central Canada.
Central? Okay, okay. Like right above like the Great Lakes and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Nice. How cold is it right now? Like
Oh, 1 sec. 28 right now.
Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Celsius, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, bundle up. I don't know how my state, Colorado, just seemed to be just like missing it completely. It just like kind of ducked underneath us and then went completely like to the east of us and north. Like I was just like, that's
Oh, that's
weird.
a good thing, though. You don't want to get hit by this.
I mean, I just I just count my blessings and stuff like that. But it was just kind of just weird, just looking at like the weather maps or like the storm like fronts and stuff like that. I was like, huh, that's odd. But then something maybe will hit us deeply. But either way, I heard like people are just like freaking out over like propane and like all these supplies because of what happened last time. Like losing power. So I just pray something doesn't happen like a survival situation. Were we talking about like that kind of scenario the last time we were speaking, like the doomsday?
Kind of ready if there were like a power outage in this cold. I don't have like a fireplace or anything, but I got an outdoor fire pit, like one of the lidded ones. And right now it's in my house, so like
Do you not
I
have
would.
like heat, like a heater, or do
No, no,
you?
no. There is interior heat, but like if the power went out and the
Oh,
heat
okay,
wasn't
yeah,
working,
yeah,
I
yeah.
would be setting that up in my living room.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. I wonder what I would be doing. I never even thought of that. Just like burning furniture, I guess, like in my garage or something. I don't know. Um, yeah. I mean, do you live alone?
Yeah, other than my animals.
Yeah, me and my dog here too. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm just lucky to have like a roof just like over this, but I can't even imagine. But yeah, either way, like I was watching the panel like that you were on, like it seems to be like what was like the background? It was just like specifically like racially kind of like focused. It's just like
Oh yeah, those are Miss Maya's panels.
those are what?
Miss Maya's panels.
Miss Maya? Okay. Tell me about them.
Yeah,
Like
so
what is
she does a lot of racial awareness.
awareness, okay.
Yeah, so like about different. Well, cause okay, I live in Canada. In Canada there is racism, but it's not as everywhere as in other countries. Um, so like Warkworth, Ontario has an active KKK community.
Okay, so we're talking
Um,
like the like white Caucasian black
yeah,
like racism type thing, not just like racism
yeah,
towards like America type thing, but just like this kind
yeah,
of segregation, like this divide, right, between just
yeah.
like okay,
But
so
like a bunch of other things too, right? Because she also covers the it's more just oppression of different people, like trans people or LGBTQ, um, or the male female divide, or how
just
white people.
any divide, right,
Yeah,
essentially spawned from this domino, like this singularity, essentially is how I would kind of say it.
yeah.
So then how does she is she trying to bring the awareness to the world? Is she trying to bring it in front of a specific like side? I know that you're like outnumbered on there. I even heard them say just like, "Hey, we're gonna drop you if another," you know.
Yeah.
So
But she's trying to make a safe space for people who've been oppressed, for people who face systemic oppression, to be able to speak out about it and actually share it and process it and get support. But I go there because I find it allows me to learn things that I normally wouldn't get the perspective of because of the color of my skin, because of where I live.
and how do
A
you,
lot of times I wouldn't know, like I wouldn't know the full extent of these things,
the
right?
that experience like that like is that like kind of like I think I can kind of like relate to what you're saying if I'm tracking correctly, just like I sat on a panel there too, and they like they were listening to my voice, and they just assumed I was just like a YT person, right? They immediately called me like a YT person, and then I jumped on the screen, and I was just like, are you serious, like you're calling me? And then they kind of just like flipped, and they were just like, "Oh, you're just one of them," who and I was just like, so then I kind of like felt like this other flip flop of this thing. I'm not like pointing it as anything. I'm just calling it what I felt at the time. But I feel like what you're saying is just like you sit on those panels and like you enjoy Miss Maya, is that her name? And just like her
I enjoy the
activism
Yeah, I enjoy the activism and I enjoy the perspectives of the people on the panel
because
because
she
I
allows that safe space, right? She allows these
yeah
voices to be heard. Just like Rez is a comedian. Like this is kind of like what the
Hey,
comedian spirit is. Just like, like
welcome to myself. I missed you, Charlie.
I miss you too, brother. Like it's catch up time. It's time to talk to
Oh, I
Andrew.
actually enjoy ketchup as well, just eating it straight out of the packet.
Ooh, cat's up.
Yo, I knew a kid growing up. He used to make ketchup sandwiches. So he'd like take bread and he'd fill it with ketchup, and then he'd put another piece of bread on top, and then he'd like cinch it like an Uncrustable, but like filled with ketchup.
In a
That
crustable.
so you're not the only one. The actor who plays Mr. Magoo, you know that guy?
Leslie
Yeah.
Nielsen? Like, what do you mean? Like the
Leslie
cartoon?
Nielsen, yeah. He truthfully
admitted to eating
enjoys
ketchup
ketchup
sandwiches.
sandwiches. Yeah, his mom used to make them. Just some butter and some ketchup on a piece of bread.
I've heard like the bread sandwich. It's a piece of bread on a piece of bread on a piece of bread. A bread sandwich. You never had a bread sandwich before? It's like what?
Oh, dude, I was marketing consent sandwiches in the same way because like they were handing out pamphlets at my school and about consent, and they called it a consent sandwich. So I said, well, the person offered me two pamphlets, and I said, hold on, I don't need two pamphlets, you know. So then I walked away with one pamphlet, and I was, well, I didn't walk away yet. I said, hey, wait a minute, is one a sandwich? I said, well, technically yes, it's an open face sandwich, like, but I don't need the two. So then I walked away with the one thing. I'm like, wait a minute, what if I want to have my consent sandwich and share it too? You know, I should get two. So I go back and I get a second consent sandwich, and then I was like, wait a minute, comedy comes in threes. So I go back a third time and I get a
So now
third
it's just,
consent sandwich pamphlet,
how do we
and
work that?
I make a layered 1, 2, 3
Like a
consent
Big Mac?
sandwich.
Like
Yeah,
a Big Mac, a consent Big Mac.
yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Big Mac in French. I mean cheese.
the idea of just like a ketchup crustable, as Denal put it, just like I love ketchup, you know, but just like I don't know, you know, like I heard, you guys have heard of like an Elvis, like the Elvis sandwich, like Elvis Presley's like
Yes.
famous sandwich where it's like
Tell me the recipe.
it's like honey,
Reveal your
it's
secrets.
it's honey, bananas, bacon, peanut butter, like all like you know like pan fried like grilled cheese, you know, like it's called the Elvis. Like this thing is just like it's like no wonder he just like blew up like in his body. Just, you know, if this is what he was like known for, you know, like I think about just like the Shirley Temple, the Roy Rogers, the Arnold Palmer. If anything, I would like love to have like my own drink, and then I think about like what that drink would be. You know, like I don't know if you guys like think about like if you could be famous, Denal. If you could be famous, Rez, or you know that you're going to be famous. Let's put it in those words. We know that we're going to be famous. What would we want to be famous for?
I was literally asked that question today. Like this is the
Right
second
now?
time.
Okay.
No.
I was
Once
like, don't be a smart
once
aleck.
at a
Like
speed friending seminar. You know,
a
it's kind of like
speed,
speed
a
dating.
speed friending seminar.
Yeah, no, dude,
There's
it was
speed
kind of like
friending.
speed dating, but for friending.
I mean, the idea of speed. That's what it was called. A speed friending seminar.
It was no joke.
I mean, amazing. Okay, and
Yeah,
how was
and
the
my
seminar?
answer was I have reason to believe I'm already the most famous entity in existence.
For what?
Well, because I'm a narcissist.
That's it. Come on, man.
That's
you gotta,
it.
You got to step out of that. Denal, what do you got? We got
Like I'm the most perfect narcissist though. Nobody
Okay.
can trump me.
Oh, I heard speed friending, and I live in a town with a lot of drugs, so I was thinking something completely different.
It's like the power of words, right? The enunciation of the words. But I mean, have you guys done speed dating? Like,
I haven't.
Rez, is that like a serious premise, or is that just like a made
Yeah.
up?
No, this was for real, a speed
You
friending seminar.
attended an in-person speed
In-person.
friending
Speed friending
Well,
seminar. Okay.
Yes.
did you
And
have
can
to
And I
pay
met
to attend
I
this?
met a doctor of philosophy, and I pitched them my idea of nothingness itself as new and exciting.
What were you going to
Is
say,
that just
Janelle?
nihilism?
Nihilism?
But did you have to pay to attend the speed friending seminar?
Or did they reel you in with something, just like you get a free like smartwatch or something like that? That was the last time I
Nope.
attended like a
No.
seminar.
This was just a group going on. I even skipped class. I even skipped math class just to go there.
How many attendees?
Oh, like 15.
15, okay. And this is like a one time in your
Yeah.
town thing, and then it's like gone,
At
or
the
this is
school.
something that's like at the
Yeah, this was
school?
at the school. Yeah.
Okay, but not like just like for like a one-time stop, like right. This isn't
Yeah,
something that's
exactly.
like
Yeah.
happening. Okay. So you took advantage of just the opportunity to
Yeah,
catch
and I
this.
ended up meeting a doctor of philosophy, and I happened to tell them that I actually have downplayed my credentials, and that I actually have a doctorate with a background of physics, and I wrote my doctoral dissertation on vacuum states, just so that when somebody asks me, like like Rez or Reed, like, Reed, you got your doctorate? I'd be like, oh yeah, yeah. They'd be like, Dr. Reed. I'd be like, yeah. Well, what would you get your doctorate in? I'd say, oh, nothing, because it's vacuum states.
It's funny.
That's funny. I mean, this is the thing where it's just like, this is the thing about comedians where it's just like, Rez, that's like true, right? Like this is where I'm just like,
It's 10 years of school, buddy.
no, I mean just like this experience where just everything like this. I mean, you have a doctorate in vacuum states, which is just like theoretical physics. But I know you also do stand-up comedy. But what you said
Yes.
you would want to be famous for when you were asked the same question earlier today at a
I would want to be
friending.
not that I would want to be famous. I have reason to believe that I am the most famous entity in existence, and I'm famous for being the perfect narcissist.
This is what you told in a nutshell to that
Yes,
doctor.
as the answer to the question, what would you want to be famous for if you were to be famous? And I said that at the speed friending seminar.
So what can I ask? Like a gist of what the other 14 people said, or I guess 13 people said.
We were in groups of like 4 or 5. Yeah.
Okay, so like
But yeah, there was like 3
private,
groups of
like
5.
so you guys didn't like get to hear what the other group was doing. or
Everyone
nothing?
probably heard what I said, and
Who was running this seminar? Who was in charge?
It was
of?
the it was just
Tony
the
Robbins?
college that I was attending, like the school that I'm attending.
This. Well,
The school
like
was running this. Yeah.
running like who like the seminar, like the seminar
Yeah.
for speed friending, and so
Yeah,
it was just
and,
like a
actually the doctorate the doctor in the doctor in philosophy was one of the ones that was running it.
huh. So it was. It
Did
seems
you
like
make any friends?
Oh yeah, I mean,
or just a
I
lot
made like
of
a total of 12 new friends, and one of them we actually ended up getting in a spat.
Already?
Because
Already?
they called they called my work on vacuum states derivative.
who was they? Somebody who
It
had
was the
a
doctor of philosophy. and they said that they feel like they have imposter syndrome, and I said, well, you can't have like they said that because one of the questions was, what's one of your personal things that you're struggling with, and then the goal was to empathize with them, and like sort of tell them how they're feeling about it, like explain how they might be feeling about it. So the person was refusing to. They're like, listen, because I'm in this professional role, I can't really divulge personal things. And I said, we'll divulge like a professional like problem that and then they're like,
just
well,
give it to me straight, Doc. I can take
yeah,
it, man.
so they were
This is speed friending,
sort of
bro.
hesitant, and I said, I will do it. I will infer what your professional problem is, and I will empathize with it if you
And-
give me permission to read your heart and mind. And they said, yeah, you have permission. I'm like, and you're sure about this? They're like, yes, I'm sure. So I told them I recognize you as a professional.
And they
for all
told
the
you
things
that you were
for all the things
derivative?
that you've gotten credit for that you haven't done.
But
You know,
they
and then
called you
and then they
derivative.
did- and then that was exactly what they were struggling with. They were struggling with imposter syndrome. And then I said, but here's the thing. Just think about it. You can't have imposter syndrome because you haven't done anything. Because you didn't do the work. I was
So
just laying in on.
it's just like the lazy impo. It's just like, yeah, you're just like the.
I
what do
was
you even call
roasting
it?
her, and she enjoyed
It
it
was a
severely.
her.
Yeah, because yeah, I just doubled down on her deepest fears, and she enjoyed it and found catharsis.
Don't know. I mean, like, if we were also in attendance of this seminar and we just like kind of heard this, like, what do you think? Like,
Yeah, and when I brought up nothingness itself as the ultimate concept, she was like, "Wow, I'm gonna have to sit on that for a long time." And I thought, yeah,
she
I
had a
hope
doctorate
so.
in philosophy,
I
and
disagree with nothingness as an ultimate concept.
to what extent you disagree with nothingness as a concept? Is that what you said, Denal?
Yeah, because in reality the vacuum is a false state. It's a false vacuum. It has a GeV of 246 because we have a scalar field sitting in it.
Rebuttal, Rez. This is your
I
doctor.
encourage you to continue. He's not wrong. Please continue. That's brilliant.
I mean,
Like
space.
yes, the
Space is
concept
not a
of an
vacuum.
absolute nothingness seems to be devoid from our current testing. Yeah, he's totally right that there is no nothingness so far that we've been able to observe because of
The
fields,
wording right.
because of
There is no nothingness that we haven't been able that we have. There is no nothingness that we've been able to observe so far. Which is like, yeah, that makes sense. Like there is no nothingness.
isn't it a funny concept?
I mean, just semantically, it's just
Yes,
like silly.
it's
It's just like
brilliant. So
it's just
silly.
like it's simple in its extent, but
It
I
might be
mean,
the most complicated thing ever. So I agree with Denal. Denal, you're correct. And if there's anything else you would like to contribute on this pontification upon nothingness, please continue.
I mean, not particularly.
You nailed it, dude. You freaking one and done. You don't have to.
I
You
mean,
don't
we're
have
talking about
to explain yourself.
GEVs,
You
which
got
is
the
what
top.
like
You got the
Einstein's.
top spot.
if I remember correctly, GeV is giga electrovolts.
Mhm.
Is that okay? Okay, like the symbol for like that unit of measure, right? I thought it was like
Yeah, no,
gravity.
he's gonna double check himself, and um, yeah, though he's right.
But I
And
mean,
if he
like,
comes to try and correct himself in front of me,
but
I'm
you
gonna
said
call
you
you.
have
I'm
a
gonna call you
doctorate
wrong if
in
you correct
vacuum
yourself.
states, right?
Yes,
Right, Rez.
yes.
So like, like is a vacuum like a controlled vacuum state like impossible for mankind to replicate? Like,
No, 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 no. Like we can get like we can pretty much in lab conditions replicate states of like vacuum states that are almost impossible in the natural universe.
okay, so
Um, yeah,
the qualifications, the
like that are highly
requisites for
unlikely.
a
We can
vacuum
yeah we can
state are
replicate highly
what?
unlikely states
Like no
experimentally.
gravity, no
Oh,
what?
see, gravity's a touchy thing. Yeah, gravity's hard to negate. So,
But
yeah,
what
we would have to do
justifies
these
a vacuum state? Like,
additional
like
experiments
void,
in space, and
formless.
we
Like,
haven't
give me your
done too
definition
much.
of what makes something a vacuum state other than being made by Hoover or a shark or something. I don't know. Like,
Yes. Well,
like
I think the most perfect vacuum state has been achieved by Dyson, all royalties paid.
I mean, I'm a Hoover man myself. But for real, I mean, like Denal, do you have like anything off like you're just off your mind? Like, what would you?
Oh no, I'd agree. It's definitely Dyson.
All right, so check this out. Check this out. So you ask Rez, what's up? I'd say, well, first, if we're gonna know what up is, we must know what down is. And from the perspective of physics, down is where time is the slowest, and that means where there is the most matter and the most energy, because matter and energy slow down time. So wherever there is the least matter and the least energy is technically the direction of up.
Time of up,
So
not
if
north.
you ask Rez,
I always thought
what's
north
up?
was just up. It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
north is like that. That's not up. That's up, right? That's not north. That's up in this sense, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. Yeah, so technically east and west would be the closest to up, because north and south would be where the magnetic is. So you'd want the neutral. You'd want so east and west is technically up.
well, there's
Both east and west in one is technically up, and then north and south would be down. Kind of like a horse saddle in topology.
in top.
Yeah, like a Dorito, like a Pringles chip. All royalties paid.
There you go. The parabolic whatever, like the
Yes.
that
Yeah,
shape,
yeah,
right?
the parabola. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean, like, again, my question was, what, like, makes something a vacuum state? Like, like outer space is like a vacuum, right? Like, it's just, but what
Yeah.
makes outer space like classified as a vacuum as opposed to Earth, right? Like,
Yeah,
like just
yeah. So
Tell me,
so
doctor.
vacuum, like Earth is like a weak vacuum state. So there's a lot of interaction. Like it's a small vacuum. Like it's a less dense vacuum state. What I'm saying.
Okay,
It's
so
not
it's
massive.
still considered
It is not a
vacuum state.
The Earth's
just
atmosphere
a,
is not a massive vacuum state, but outer space is a massive vacuum state.
a
And
massive.
technically,
It's like the
nothingness
shot vac.
itself
It's
has
like the
more
shot
mass
vac
than
of
everything that exists.
the handheld dustbuster.
But because of what Donal was bringing up, it sort of creates a conundrum because nothingness itself should have more energy than everything that exists, but because of this conundrum of the fields themselves happening to create like a base state, it creates this fundamental problem in physics that there is no nothing. So Donal disagreeing with nothingness itself as a concept is true. Yeah, like nothingness doesn't exist.
There is no nothing. There is
Yes.
no nothing. I mean, it makes sense to me. Just running it through. I had a friend who was all about nothingness, and I'm just like, what is this nothingness? It's like everything's just the nothingness. I'm just like, do we watch too
I mean,
much?
it kind of logically makes sense.
I mean,
You can't really
semantically
get
too, right?
something
Like,
from nothing, right? And this universe and the things inside it are clearly a something. So there has to be more something out there.
Yeah, but there also has to be more nothing beyond what we can observe so far.
well, is this where
And
dark matter,
this is where
dark
This
energy?
is where physics breaks down. Like within true nothingness, all physics would be possible.
Well, I mean, like, hold on. So, like, where does the theories of dark matter, dark energy correlate with this
Okay,
nothingness
so
premise?
from,
Right? Isn't
so
that like
from
the
this? Yes, I'm gonna let you finish your question.
no? That, I mean, that is pretty much the question. Is like,
Okay,
isn't that
so
like what the nothingness in science is kind of describing in a quantum mechanical kind of language, like, or no?
yeah, okay, so you have everything coming from nothing and expanding from nothingness into nothingness. So technically, everywhere is the center of the multiverse because there is no center.
Okay, as opposed to the theory of just like the Big Bang, like instead of the singularity that like created everything, this is
Yeah.
something opposite to that, where it's just like there it came from nothing.
Well, nothingness
That-
is the most high energy state. The irony there's an oxymoronic irony that nothingness is the most high energy state.
From what I understand,
And the most
it's the
low
Mexican
entropy
hat
state.
model, right? Where there's you start at a symmetrical zero value GeV or VeV state, and then symmetry breaks. Something we don't know what caused symmetry break, but symmetry breaks and it rolls down an expectation value, and then it settled into a valley around 246 VeV. And from that valley, from that settling, we got the Big Bang and we got everything in the known universe. From what I understand, the Mexican hat model is currently the most widely accepted
the
theory.
what? What model is that?
It's the Mexican hat model.
What's called the Mexican hat?
It's called that because of the shape the math makes.
I mean, it's just like, I mean, in what like the parabola, like what kind, like the what's a Mexican, like the sombrero, like
Oh, it's literally that. It's the parabola, and then there's a valley that we assume that we nested into, based on the math, and that valley is what hosts, or that valley of
in like a wave, like
expectancy.
in like a wave frequency, just like the peaks and the valleys and stuff like that. We're looking at, or kind of looking at that
From
like
what
in
I
a.
understand, it's about how the scalar field rolled out of symmetry, and then settled, and it's considered metastable because, from what I understand, it can still go further down. It just hasn't yet. And if it does go
so
further down,
basically
everything
the
collapses.
physics of our universe are quasi-stable, but like they fall into stable pockets. So there was an experiment done by Pueblo. Oh man, what is their name? Anyways, the irony that Pueblo and a Mexican hat sort of go hand in hand.
I
Or
mean,
the not irony, the coincidence that Pueblo and the Latin name, but yeah, that physics falls into stable pockets. So, for example, universes with negative gravity don't usually coagulate.
to them one more time.
Universes with negative gravity don't usually like come together and stabilize.
Like within that universe, or just with any other like system,
within that universe. Yeah, within
Okay.
that system.
as opposed to
They're-
universes
universes fall
with
into stable
positive gravity,
yeah,
which are better,
at different values.
like I guess outcomes for stabilization, which
Yeah, this is the shotgun approach to the universe. Is just do all the physics and see what physics stabilize.
do all the physics and see what physics stabilize. That's what she said.
And Denal is correct that our universe has fallen into the VEV,
the peak or the valley.
value.
This valley, which he said goes deeper, right? But we haven't.
It could go deeper, but it hasn't. So if it does go deeper, what physics are possible for our universe actually can shift, and physics that were possible might become impossible at a different state, at a different vacuum state.
But it's just like a possibility, or like like if we're already in the valley of it, and then Denal is saying it could go deeper, then the only way to get back to like the peak of anything in this kind of thing is to go through that valley and then back up, right? Or are we saying that
But
we
you might
are
not want to go back up because then the universe as we know it might just evaporate into a potentiality space rather than an actuality.
if we go through that ride that
Yeah.
little roller coaster like hill, just like and like get that momentum. I don't know. Like, so you're saying going through. So then, what's the other option? Just to stay stuck, like on like at that point,
Yeah,
so that we
but
don't
stuck
drop.
might not be a bad thing. But the thing is, the nature of stability there,
River,
like,
welcome.
is that the universe itself kind of seems to get bored with being predictable, and
Stable,
it's likely
stabilized.
that it gets bored with being stable, and it's likely, that things shift all the time, and we're just completely unaware of it because we're part of the system. But we would need to be outside of the system in order to quantify it. So that's Gödel's theorem of mathematics incompleteness, is that there can be proofs that cannot be proven from within the system.
There are proofs that cannot be proven within the system.
Yeah. But Roger Penrose's interpretation of Gödel's theorem is, that if you trust the principle, and you can devise a computation that can check like randomly, and see if the principle has been followed, and then you trust that the principle has been followed, you can devise a statement in the future which you know to be true, which is kind of magic, like
Which all
it's
ties
like
back to
blind.
your answer to just like what would you be famous for?
Yeah,
Your
instead of
answer is that
calculating.
you already believe that you have already are
Yeah. Oh, no,
famous
no. Yeah, I
for
have reason to
being
believe that
the
I'm already the most
most
famous entity,
perfect, the most
and that I'm
perfect
famous for being the most
narcissist, right?
perfect narcissist. Yeah. The
River,
irony.
River, the new guest here, just off face value, what would you have to think about if you were
Welcome,
attending
River.
a
My name's River.
speed friending seminar?
Speed
Is
friend.
the scenario, the scene? Now, just doing some like I guess improv work. Like, what do you think of
I
Oh,
that?
do
this is all
think
improv for sure.
I do
None
think
of
he's
what
on
I
that
say is true, I
Zaza.
promise.
No, I don't think
I
it's-
think no, he was yapping so much. I was just eating my cereal and I was like, is this guy on something?
Yeah, I'm
I
on
think.
Fruit Loops.
Hey,
What
he's on.
cereal are you on?
He's on the Charles Pang experience. This is just what I do to people, River. You're just gonna have to get used to this, like Rez and I.
Okay, okay.
But like the question was just like, if you know that you're going to be famous, what would you want to be famous for? If you could choose,
Florida man.
What's that?
Florida man.
Florida man?
Yeah.
Like the what was Florida man? The Gator guy? Like the
No, like all of them. Like there's like 70,000 of them. It's like Florida man jumps over fence into prison camp and gets electrocuted. Like it's so many crazy stuff. I love it so much. I
gets
would do
electrocuted.
something. I would do so
he gets
much.
caught every time. Like, what is Florida man though? It's like
It's like
the
Florida man
the
is just doing something dumb
Bigfoot?
and getting in the newspaper.
Okay, so
Okay,
that's
Florida
like
Man
the
is just this pattern where people in Florida do some of the just wildest, out of pocket stuff imaginable, and normally wind up injured, arrested, and in the
okay.
papers.
Okay, so it's like headline is Florida man does XYZ. Right? Florida man. Okay. I thought it was like this case where like I thought it was like that thing where like bath salts or whatever, and people were just like eating. I was just like, is that what Florida man was?
Yeah, like
Or-
Florida man robs Wendy's with a live alligator.
Yeah, it's just, but that's
Rob's
just like the
Wendy's
head.
drive-thru.
It's just like Colorado, but like, okay, I get it. I get like the
Charlie, these aren't made up examples. These are real examples.
yeah. I mean, Florida is a wild place when you got like alligators and swamplands and just like,
I'm going
Uh,
to Florida for the first time in like July, so maybe I'll make it happen.
Are you gonna go to Disney World? Are you gonna go to Disney
I
World?
am because I want to go to the Star Wars rides.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. It's amazing. Disney World is just like off the chain. Like you'll never look
I
at
notice
Disney.
a strong cultural accent, like an ethnic accent. Do you happen to speak a different language? Do you speak the language of the river people? River systems?
Well,
Like
my accent is from Tennessee because my mama's from Tennessee, but I've never been to Tennessee. I just have this accent because I'm really autistic and I just copied my mama's accent. But I'm born and raised in Ireland and I speak Irish.
All right. Okay. Damn.
Yeah,
Okay,
my
so
accent's
in
really weird.
Irish, the only Irish I know is the name of a caffeinated wine that makes people want to fight all the time. So it's called a bottle of Bucky, or a Buckfast wine, or all royalties paid,
I go to
or a
Buckfast all the time.
yeah, or a bottle of what the fuck are you looking at?
I can't believe that's the brand name.
Yeah, all royalties paid.
Yeah, Buck means fuck. Like, there's this, my aunt got married, and her wedding garter said "get her bucked" on it.
Oh shit! So everyone in Ireland's like into it. It's like a real thing. All right,
It's-
all right. I've
it's
just been
like a-
carrying that with me.
It's like
As
an
it's
alcoholic beverage. Like what is this? Like it's like a
Yeah, caffeinated. Oh, it's not even just caffeinated. It's caffeinated and fortified. It's like 20%.
Yeah, Buck
Like-
just means fuck, though. Like, Buck means fuck. That's just a word.
like in general or just like
Yeah. Like, in general, the word Buck means fuck. Like, when someone says get her booked, they mean get her fucked. Which just means let's make the beautiful, sensual love to her. Well, not like that, but you know what I'm saying? It's a
I don't know
little
about
less,
how much sensual is it. It's just like I don't know. I'm thinking like
It's-
deer hunter.
Oh, you mean it's more like brushing your teeth than going for a spa day?
Yeah. It's more like how I was conceived.
Ah, all right.
I was conceived in a cinema.
in a
Holy.
in a
Well,
cinema.
that's quite theatric.
Yeah, I know. I'm an actor now, so makes sense.
No way. You're an actor?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right.
I'm
Who's
not
your-
the
Who's
best.
your favorite actor inspiration that
Rachel
might
Ziegler.
shine? Who was that?
Rachel Ziegler?
Okay, so do you feel that Rachel
I thought you said
Ziegler is-
Renee Zellweger for some reason. I was like, did she say Renee Zellweger?
Nah.
Sorry, I was way off.
It's 'cause
Who?
she started
Rachel
off-
who? Rachel
Ziegler.
Ziegler? What movie? Give me like what?
She was Snow White in the live action Snow White.
Okay. The Snow White, the one that got kind of like mixed reviews. That's her.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Okay.
love
Okay.
her.
Okay. Interesting. Why? I haven't seen that
Because
movie. Yeah.
we both started off as musical theater actors who got into TV acting.
That's it. Like so, it's just like
Yeah.
you guys
But also, she stars in my favorite movie.
had Snow
And
White.
what is your favorite movie?
No, my favorite movie is The Hunger Games: The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes.
That third one.
The fourth one.
The fourth one. Okay, I haven't seen the fourth one.
The
How many-
fifth one's coming out today. Not today.
Oh no, wait.
This year.
Okay.
The Jennifer
Yes,
Lawrence.
the third one was the Divergent one.
Yeah,
No.
I think so. No, it was
Okay.
Mockingjay.
Oh, Mockingjay was the third. All right.
This is all based off that Jennifer Lawrence series.
It
when
was
she
Hunger
was like,
Games, Mockingjay, Catching Fire, and the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes.
those are all like a series.
Yeah, but Jennifer Lawrence isn't in this one because this one's a prequel, so she wouldn't have been alive.
Wouldn't have been there.
But Jennifer Lawrence, the ones that she was in, those were like the originals, right? Like
Yeah.
like the Hunger Games series, right? And then like it
Yeah.
kind of spawned. But like the Maze Runner, all that has nothing to do with like this storyline, right? Like
No.
okay. And then you said Divergent, which I know like was a totally
That's a
different.
whole different.
Oh, that's a whole new
storyline.
series. That's a whole new.
Yeah.
Thing. Okay, that's completely unconnected to. Okay. What
Okay.
was- Is
Okay,
there more
so-
than one Divergent movie?
Yes, there is. I I don't remember them all off the top of my head, but like
I can't even
these
remember
were
what
all
the
on the
plot line
scholastic
was.
shelves when I was
I
growing
haven't
up. I
watched it at
remember
all.
reading all of these.
You have a what?
Yeah, I remember reading all of these as a kid because these were all on the scholastic shelves back then.
All right.
That's
Yeah. So they didn't have movies yet.
Man, like that was
I
always
never-
my philosophy. It's just like, man, if it was a great book, somebody will turn it into a movie. Like that was like my ignorance,
Yeah.
you know. But
Not
So
when I
I've written this book is a waste of money, and I'm just waiting for it to go in be picked up by a film company so that we can turn it into this movie is a waste of money.
the name of the book is a waste of money, or this book is a
So
waste of money.
Yeah, the name of this book is "This Book is a Waste of Money."
It's a coffee
not
table
really,
book
'cause you
about
gotta
coffee
think about it
tables,
this
Jerry.
How old are y'all?
Yes, you
28.
nailed it, Charlie. That you're
I'm-
picking up what I'm putting down.
I think so. Yeah. 44.
Well, how old are the rest of y'all since only one person answered me?
I'm my name's Resolutions. I've never smoked or drank or done a substance in my entire life.
I'm asking your age, mate, not your whole
and,
life
and I'm a
story.
33-year-old involuntary celibate through no lack of trying.
OMG, I've dated like 4 incels.
What is it? Incel? That doesn't sound good.
I've dated 4 incels, and one of them was like
Like
really
a prisoner? Like
No. It's like you're such a kind soul to reach out to somebody who has not had that experience. You're such a kind soul.
What
No,
experience?
but like
What's an incel?
I
Hold
just
on.
don't get. Like incels love blaming women, so then when they meet me, they're like, "There's no way you're lying." Like, cause like they were like, "You would never date someone like me. I'm so ugly." And I was like, "Okay, what do you look like?" And like they're never ugly. They're never ugly. Like when I think ugly, I think rare facial deformity. I don't think like someone
Like a
who's slightly below
Quasimodo?
average.
Like a
Yeah.
Quasimodo, just like, hey,
It is.
how are you doing?
He was like, "Yeah, well, I'm 5'7". I've got acne. I've got like
Yeah,
greasy
this is the
fucking
face of an
hair."
incel right here.
You look like that Godis. You look like Godis.
I have no clue who Goat is.
I love Godis. Yeah, but like I was like, "You're not ugly." Like what? And he was like, "Really? Like you date me?" And I was like, "Hell yeah, you want to go out?" And then he was like so confused because he spent his whole life blaming women and saying, "Well, women are the reason I'm an incel because they are hypergamous and they just only want the hottest men." So he couldn't really blame women anymore because I dated them.
So did he still try doing the blame game, or did he give up on it and just like?
Well, he blamed every other woman, but said I'm different because
Oh,
I don't know. He was like,
So
"Yeah,
you-
but you're different."
So you
Other
called him like
women.
on like his bluff where he
so
was
he
just
kept the
like,
blame game going, but he
"Would
left
you
you
go
out
out
of
with
it.
me?" You're like,
Yeah.
yeah, let's go out. And he was just
All right,
like,
at least he knew not to shit there.
Yeah, and like he told all his friends about how like I'm different. I'm not like a normal Foyd. I'm different. And I'm like, okay.
You're not
Yeah,
a
Yeah,
normal
I'm 1 in a
what?
million by 7
Boy.
billion means there's 7,000 exactly like me out there. I'm rare. Like a $2 bill.
I don't know, man. Like, but also I hate that because it's men telling other men what they need to be, and I'm blaming it on women. Like, I'm not gonna say
That's an interesting
I'm not gonna
point
say
right there.
I'm not gonna say women have no preferences, but all these crazy preferences these men are making up and telling each other, women don't care about. Like, yeah, your eye shape actually has like a negative capital tilt, like you need to change that or women will hate you. And not a single woman actually fucking notices that.
What, like, how can you change your eye shape? What are you gonna do? Like, just
Asians do
Have
it all
you
the time,
seen-
dude.
go get
Asians-
eye surgery specifically?
No, but those BP videos, they literally like take a cut, a stabby, they take one of those and they just go, "Eh."
What are people's problem? Like, can they just? not,
Okay, so this is
accept
like
themselves
Asian
as they
vanity.
are?
Like in Asian culture, the surgery is called, like the layman's term is westernization, where they like cut out a slit from the eyelid and then
Okay.
like reconnect it so you have a more wider Western Western like round eye rather than like the Asian like
It's a
slanted eye.
wild cosmetic.
Right. I mean,
Well,
just like that kind of vanity within a culture is insane. Like South Korea is known to have the most like plastic surgery clinics per capita, like
yeah,
like in any other country. But
they are
my parents
top of
here in
the world.
America would do the same thing when I was a
Male
child.
cosmetics.
Without surgery, they would take Scotch tape and like cut it out in the
Yeah.
shape and like tape my eyes like open so that I would have this what they call like this crease. Like I don't know, like it was just to create like this crease where as a kid I was just freaking out, just like if I sneeze, I'm gonna blow my eyeballs out, just like and
Oh my God.
one of the eyes, the tape would always fall apart. So when I look
Oh my
at
God,
my
this
childhood
is
pictures,
real, this
one of
story.
my eyes is a little wider than the other eye. And I'm just like, oh, look at, but now it's like kind of fading away. But it's just one of those things that I can joke about now. But, like I think about it just,
Dude.
but it's just this kind of
You
stuff
know what?
where
I blame
I don't know. When she talks
blame
about
the
just like a
leaders.
guy complaining about like, they want the guys who have the big round eyes. That sounds like some kind of Asian victim kind of sitting here, just like nobody wants us, like that thing. Like, but we got BTS
No, but, like, it's
coming
just
in and making us
men.
kind of like popular. Like, I'm thinking like River, like, are the qualifications that like men kind of perceive that women want from us men is like a job, like the house, the fancy car, and like all that
I don't know.
stuff.
It's like,
And then it's like,
man,
Dude,
Easy.
You're getting it wrong, dude. You're asking the wrong question. The question is, how does the woman want to be approached? It's not about what you have. It's not about who you are. It's how you observe them. Are you observing them? Are you listening? Are you listening?
are you? Like I was
Yeah,
asking,
dude. Like, my
River, you're tracking
ex-fiance-
what I was asking. Like just like
my ex fiance was like yelling at me and ran out of the house there, and there was this guy that also like was like arguing with his girlfriend a lot, and he saw me like just like go out of the house in complete calm, and I talked with her for like not even 30 seconds, and then she walks back in the house like blissfully happy, and I walk in just as calm as I left, and this guy pulls me to the side. He's like, dude, come here for a second. How did you do that? Like, do what? He's like, dude, she was just yelling and like ran out of the house. Like what? But like now she's like she looks like super happy. Like, and I'm like, oh, have you tried just listening to how they want to be approached and just doing that? And his mind exploded, dude.
listening to a
It's
woman. Is that what you? I never even thought of
not
that
about
before,
what you
man.
have. It's not It's how you are observing them, how you are with them, and how you observe and are with other people.
why are you mansplaining?
You got it. Thank you, River. Thank you for correcting me. Yeah,
Man,
men
you're
talk
a
too much.
man.
Men talk too much.
No, like, I think
Just
you
We
are
do talk
somewhat
to-
right though in a way, but like for me, I hate when I'm like upset and then they just leave. Like, man, why are you leaving? No, it just pissed me off. Like I'm not the kind of person who needs space. I hate space. It just makes me annoyed. Like I love talking to people. I hate so like whenever I'm in a fight and you just walk away, it's like I'll let you cool down. I don't need to cool down. This guy. But then also like I don't like when they yell back. Like I will scream. I'm a hitter, not in like an ABUSE way, just in like a
Wait, did
I
you
just
say
hit a lot.
Hater or hitter?
Hitter.
Hitter? Okay, that's something completely different.
Yeah.
This is like I don't want to be
Like-
like a punching bag our entire.
No, like I do hit, but not like
It's
aggressively,
all love.
and it doesn't.
Not aggressively, right? But a hit is a hit.
No.
I've gotten that where
Yeah,
it's
but
just
I'm
like
a woman.
I just get decked, like like even in the
No.
shoulder, I was like, that was like rough. It's just like it's just
Yeah,
not love, and
but
I'm just like, that's not love. That's I don't and like that's where we kind of like you
Okay.
said, like so. I'm not saying anything about like the hitter thing. It's just like when people say I'm a hitter, I'm just like, okay, well I'm a soft guy, so like be gentle type thing. I bruise
Yeah, but
easily.
like I'm not strong at all. Like I've never hurt anyone I've hit because like I'm the kind of person who can't open a door myself because like I can't push it. My arms are just so fucking weak. I remember I was pushing at this door for like 10 minutes and this guy just came up behind me and pushed it and I was like, oh, right. I thought it was locked, man.
No. You were hunting him. You saw him miles away, and he
Did I?
didn't know what trap he was falling into. He thought that he was
Unconsciously,
hunting you.
your female
that foolishness.
your female nature instincts just play like you don't know how to open this door and see
Man,
what
he was a
man.
father of three. He was a married father of three. I don't think I was doing that.
I think. I
Could
think
you
that
could you
nothing
imagine the guy
definitely
who was just
happened.
like, boom, your savior, like that's
Yeah.
the man that
Like,
you were my hero
Definitely
that
nothing
day
happened.
that I realized, yeah, I couldn't even open, like I don't know, like how old are
like
you,
I'm
River?
a
You asked
bit
us our age.
20.
20? Okay.
I just
Well,
turned 20 in December.
well, happy belated birthday. And
Oh, thank you. Stop.
um yeah, I mean, so you still got like that early jitters before you turn that special 21 milestone, right? Like, are you having that kind of
Well,
anxiety, or
I
are you
I
already,
don't live in
are you in
America,
that list? You don't live in America? You're in Ireland right
so
now?
21 isn't that deep for me. Like 21's
Wait,
a
you
random
are?
age.
Like, as far as just like the custom of that, right? Like,
Hold
you're,
on.
you're like,
Your goal is to be a Florida man, but you don't, and you have a your goal is to be a Florida man. You have a Tennessee accent, but you don't live in America?
I've never been to America, no.
You're like a wannabe.
No, my mom is from America, and like I'm autistic, so I mimic accents, and that's just the accent I have. I live in
Well,
Ireland. I
hello
can,
there. It's me, the autistic man, also known
I
as your
can
mirror
do,
image.
I can do an Irish accent, but it feels unnatural to me. Like this feels like my natural accent because it's like that's the way my mom would talk to me. That's the way I would talk back to her. Like
All right.
I
like
do a
in
fake
real
Irish
life.
accent when I want to.
This is how you
Yeah,
speak
yeah,
in real life. This isn't just like a
yeah.
TikTok
Yeah, this is me
accent.
doing a fake Canadian accent. I'm actually in Zimbabwe right now.
I mean, that could actually be true. It's just
No,
like
actually,
a fake
you need
Canadian
to
accent. Is that what you said? Denal, what do you think of that? What is a Canadian
read
accent? Like
the Charlie,
the A's?
Charlie,
What he's talking about.
A
yes,
boot? Don't call me buddy.
Dinol. Yes,
Okay.
thank you, Dinal. Yes, because this is my actual accent
So
in Zimbabwe.
I don't know. It's interesting that this is you attribute this to
Thank you
like
for
autism for
being
some
here.
reason, River, or like why
I mean,
autism?
maybe. I
But I
think
do a
it
pretty
might be
good Canadian
autistic because
accent, so I was going to give it this online.
autistic people tend to mimic accents around them when they're younger, but also so does everyone. But I just think it might be because I'm autistic because like I don't know, maybe it's not autism, maybe it's just because it's my mama's accent and that's it. But like
Like
that's
that's
how I
like
learned
who
English.
raised you, right? Like that's like yeah, exactly. Like that's
Yeah.
how you first learned English. So you have like her accent. Just like when I was learning English, I had my mother's like difficulty pronouncing like L's and R's and stuff like that. Like ref and stuff like that. Like stuff
I
like
can
that's
do an Irish accent because like
what.
sometimes I don't
Okay,
feel like
so do
having to
that.
explain.
Give me the Irish. I can't do any accents. Like what's in like the Conor
Alright.
McGregor.
I promise I'll
um
plug my ear so I don't hear it.
Sometimes I feel like I have to put on this accent because if I do my normal accent, people are always like, "Oh, where are you from? Where are you from? Oh, tell me where you're from." And I don't really like want to have to explain that to them all the time. So I just sometimes speak like this when I don't feel like having to explain it. But if I'm making friends with someone and I want to like get to know them, then I'll do my natural accent because I can't just like, you know, lie to them about my accent the whole time. So that's why I do that.
And then you just switch it to
I hear and saw nothing.
That was amazing. Like, oh my gosh. Like, wow.
OMG, one of my hoes joined. One of my hoes joined. Hi ho.
Yeah, damn, she's good.
Hey,
Hold
he's
on,
one of
I
my
have
hoes.
Oh my gosh, I got some people here. Do you guys mind if I bring up some guests, I guess? Next.
Is it my hoe? Is my hoe requesting?
Yoho? I guess. Is that
My
your
hoe.
Yoho? All right, I gave him the accept. Let's see what happens. You know, it's a free for all. It's an open mic. It's interesting. So I don't know. That was like amazing. Like, do you do voice acting work at all, or are you looking for just like
No, I
live?
mean, I am an actor. I do some accent changing. I can do a bunch of accents, but this will always be my natural accent. Maybe I'll change it to be my Irish accent if I want to, but it's definitely unnatural. Like, if I'm speaking in my Irish accent and someone pushes me, I'm gonna scream at them in this accent. So it's like, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if you were to play like this character, like you could do the accent, right? Like, but just like naturally in real
Yeah.
life. Yeah. I mean, that's amazing right there. You know, like.
Jim Carrey himself.
It would be terrifying just
Also
if
an
somebody
actor.
were mugging you and you're speaking in your Irish accent, and then all of a sudden you just
And then you
realize
switch
you're
to this
being mugged and
Tennessee.
you just start switching.
Florida
That
girl.
that would be
I'm
unsettling.
Florida girl. Like that's like I don't know. I can imagine that's like a whole like a sketch like character in itself. Just like the Irish girl who turns like Tennessee, like Florida woman.
Guys.
In her weird like it's like a weird
bottle of Buckfast.
no.
Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no
Banshees
more, no more. Hit the
time.
road, Jack. And don't you come back no more.
As Denal's understanding of vacuum states.
Hit the
And there
road,
ain't
Jack.
nothing like
Don't you come
Chaplin
back no
Charlie.
more, no more, no more,
Yeah.
no more. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more.
A blind
What
man,
you
right? My father told me that he flew first class on an airplane for the first time, and the two people that he saw sitting in first class with him was Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles. And he was just like the irony that the two like most famous like musicians who were like unaware that each other were on the same flight. Like I was like, is this like made up, Dad? But like he had a witness. But it's just those kind of things. Like Ray Charles is
Can I get a witness?
it's just that witness is a powerful testimony. But yeah, hit the
Yeah.
road, yeah.
If I was a
Okay.
man,
Witness today, and I didn't get one because we didn't drive close enough to my assailant.
if I was a man, I'd wear a full suit and a trench coat and a hat and some dapper shoes, and I'd just walk around every day like that. I'd be so cool.
If you were a man, you would wear a trench coat and some dapper shoes and just
And a
walk
full
around
suit.
and
And a full suit.
underneath the trench
No, I
coat,
showed-
like
I'd be
I
the
showed up
dapperest dude in the
every day like
speakeasies.
like give me a character reference like in the speakeasies. Like what are we talking? Like Peaky Blinders, like kind of like that gangster.
Man,
Like
there were no speakeasies in Peaky Blinders. Peaky Blinders is not American.
I've never
okay?
seen Peaky Blinders. To be honest, I've never seen Peaky.
Speakeasies are American only.
You have a suit jacket. Then you got a vest.
Can you do a British accent, Australian accent?
I can do a standard Cambridge accent because my English teacher in school was from Cambridge, and for some reason that's just like stuck. I used to be able to do like a proper harsh, like aggressive British accent, but that went away after she started teaching me because that's kind of the accent I associate with England now. So I can do that.
So that's Cambridge, as opposed to like an Oxford, I guess. Like
Oh,
the thing is,
there were over like 20, over 20 different accents in Great Britain.
You can't even say Great Britain. There's like over 100 in England alone, and you got Scotland and Wales, which are their own accents too. Like, come on.
yeah, great.
There's around 1,200 accents in the UK.
How many?
1,200. But there could be more because even towns and villages have different accents.
Yeah, like in America, Tennessee, Alabama, Colorado, New York, California. Like they each kind of have like.
Why has
They both decuffed. Denal, you still there, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here.
I mean, just fascinating. Like I don't know, what were we talking about earlier? Vacuum states.
Yeah,
The
yeah, a little bit.
the state that we're in is just like in the valley where you said theoretically we could go further down, but Rez was saying if we go through that, everything could just come out the other side, like just all shook up, like like through a black hole type thing.
I mean, the current
Was that a door?
the
Or
current
was that like
pattern
a
of
sound?
physics is what's holding everything together. If we fall in expectation value, or if somehow we were to rise, it would alter everything that everything is built on.
Denol.
Dino.
Denol.
Burger.
I'm just too much on that vodka for this conversation right now. I didn't even compute half what you just said.
That's valid.
I actually am gonna go get more alcohol because I am bored. And I'm not allowed
By the
to
way,
drink.
is this like the
No.
Big Bang Theory show? Are you like the Penny, where it's just like,
Um,
let me just see if I can just. There we
That's
go. Now I
my
think-
favorite show. I'm literally Howard. I'm literally Howard reincarnated.
You're Howard reincarnated, not Penny. Okay.
Pleasure meeting you, Penny.
Yeah,
No, she's
but
Howard. She's
I'm
Howard.
Jimmy Henry.
I'm really smart, guys.
With
I have
or without.
Asperger's.
Howard isn't the only smart character. Howard's famous for a bunch of other things.
Yeah, no, I'm saying I'm him because I'm a pervert.
Well,
That's
you're
fine.
helping all the incels that are
Again,
having
okay,
trouble
okay.
with
So, thank you for
blaming
bringing back.
someone else,
What is
and then
an
you
incel?
leave them no one else to blame but themselves. Because you
That's it. That's what an incel is.
And
An
they're like,
incel is like
now I have to blame myself.
that's what an incel is. Somebody who can't take accountability or has to take account. I'm still lost.
No.
Do I
an
need to, like,
incel is
actually-
somebody who is involuntary celibate because they have chased
Oh.
away all the potential partners in their life.
Yeah, like unfuckable.
Well, I mean,
That's
there
what
are
we're
a bunch
saying.
of different.
Probably by being incels.
There's a fine line between being incelibate and unfuckable. Like, it's just like, I hope I'm leaning. I don't even know which side. But, okay, I get it. That's all you had to say. I thought this was like a term for just like, I don't know, like the, introvert versus extrovert type idea, like the personality types where
Do I
don't know.
put my vodka in a Hello Kitty cup?
No, you don't. You put your water in a Hello Kitty cup. And
But
you
it has a
drink
straw.
water with friends.
That's a
The
straw.
answer is always yes. If it can carry vodka, you put vodka in it.
I don't know. I think the moral line is just like, if it's like something that a kid that's meant for a child, it's just like, I don't know. It's just like,
It's not meant for a child, okay? Leave me alone. I'm a child. TikTok, I was joking. TikTok, I was joking. TikTok, I was joking. I love TikTok Shop.
that training. It's like, how does that like rationalize in your mind as just like a like safe word to like save yourself? Just like getting like like it's like a game of tag. It's like tag, you're in. It's like, no, I got 5 seconds. It's just like TikTok Shop. It's just like when I hear people doing that, I'm just like, who taught you that? Like, where did you guys like get programmed?
CIA.
The point
The
is that,
CIA.
yeah.
The
The point is that
the
when
Culinary
algorithm
Institute of Art.
flags your video, what it does is that like the AI flags videos, and then it gets reviewed by a human, so that when you say TikTok Shop, we love you, it's just basically like the human seeing this and going like, oh, these people,
Just another.
these people
I don't know
mean
why this
harm.
algorithm
These
just
people
keeps
were,
flagging
like,
these
just
TikTok
being
Shop
human,
promoters.
and they weren't meaning malice.
Is
Yeah.
that
It doesn't
is that the
actually
mind state of
do
the
anything.
of the
It's just
people
a
who do
courtesy.
this? A courtesy.
Yeah, so what I do as the courtesy is I say, hey, TikTok Shop, I hold no malice towards you. Press press Alt F4 to duplicate item. So then to duplicate your favorite item. So you drop your favorite item, and then you
No,
press
not
Alt
like-
F4 to duplicate it, But then what it does is it exits the game of RuneScape, and then all of a sudden you've dropped your favorite item, and now you've logged out, and the person scammed you out of your item.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Nothing. I'm talking about.
He's
nothing.
explaining that the most perfect narcissism, like.
Yeah,
I'm
good
just
boy.
kidding.
Check this out.
Good boy.
Is that-
I love you. I love you, Reed. You know I love you,
The
brother.
imperfect
Good
narcissist
boy.
might give all perfect narcissists a bad name. Where like people going half narcissist is the problem.
I don't
if
care.
everyone went full narcissist, then they wouldn't bring other people into their shit.
Hey,
If
Riz.
everyone was full narcissist, then it would be true self-actualization, and
Riz,
they wouldn't give everyone a bad name. It's good.
can you bark for me?
Is that
Yeah, good boy.
is that incel behavior? Just like I had somebody put me through this too. It's just like get down on your knees and like I was just like I just met you. Like where is this like domination coming from? And like I just like went with it, and they were just like you just proved that you're not a narcissist. And I was like, was that what? But yeah, I like your
Good
bark.
boy.
So, incel. Are you incel, Denal? Do you consider yourself incel?
No, I do not.
What is the other end of incel? Like freakish.
There's also there's
Howard.
Volcel.
There's incel,
There's-
and then there's Howard.
There's Volcel. No, Howard was an incel for the longest time. You can't even. But Volcel means you're voluntary celibate, like nuns and other shit.
Volcel. Okay, so incel.
Yeah.
Incelibate meaning you choose to be, or no, Volcel would be you choose to be, or
Yeah.
okay. And then what is the other cell? Give me all the
And
give me
then
all the different.
incel. And then fake cell. Fake cell is someone who says they're an incel, but they're actually really attractive and could totally get a woman if they wanted to.
Okay, like okay, and then anything else? Is that the whole spectrum of it?
Femcel. Femcel is a woman who believes she's an incel, but actual incels don't believe that women can be incels because all women would be done by men, which I think is pretty fair because men have done stuff with rotisserie chickens before, so they would do something with a woman no matter what you look like.
I don't even know where that reference came. Because men have done things with rotisserie chickens, is what you said.
Yeah.
Or are you talking about like making, like?
Now that I think about it,
American Pie.
why do I spend ages on makeup when men would fuck a watermelon?
Because maybe you're born with it, maybe it's Maybelline. I don't know. That's a
Because of the
The-
cosmetic industry and capitalism.
It's not capitalism, it's patriarchy.
no. It's patriarchy. No, it's beyond that. Like the joke is just like, why do people wear makeup and cologne? Because they're ugly and they smell bad. You know, like that's a but that's the
Because
thing.
The beauty industry
No.
makes billions and billions and billions of dollars.
I used to make my own cologne, and I will in the future. I'm just kidding. All of that's a lie.
Do you think if you go to Cologne, and then you get water from the well, is that cologne?
I
in
appreciate
France,
Only if you wear it.
actually the base.
like kind of like the champagne. It's like it ain't cologne unless that water de toilette. Eau de, like what is like the French
Your Hello
word
Kitty
for
cup
perfume?
would be more cologne.
eau de toilette?
Parfum. Eau de toilette is different. Eau de toilette, that's not perfume. Parfum is perfume. Eau de toilette is like a body spray.
Like Axe? This is what
Yeah.
the
No, that's more of like a. I mean, I guess kind of, but Axe is weird.
Not as weird as I am.
Okay.
I mean, I had one of my little young, like companions on TikTok tell me just like, getting classified like in like high school today is as like somebody who is Axe body spray like person is like
Hey Charlie, hey Charlie, hey Charlie. What do you mean you're
I'm Labware.
Charlie? What do you mean your young companions on TikTok?
no yeah thank you.
What do you
I gotta
think?
word that. Just I mean like he's just a guess. I guess
his
my
connection-
chaplain
his connection to
in
the vibe
in training.
of what is hip and cool.
I try to
Rez,
mentor.
do you want a young companion?
I already have young companions. Like I already gave my number to like a 16-year-old like just the other day because in Ontario, that's the legal age. So get a hold of
That
yourself
is not
if
what
you're
I
talking
did in
about
this
that.
situation here.
Be jealous.
But no, thank
Are
you
you
for just kind
Ontario?
of.
Yeah.
Guys,
Same here.
But really, I'm a comedian and I've thought about this really funny idea.
I don't
is
care.
that, it's technically illegal, right, to film intimacy between like anyone under 18. However, what if I get my lawyer and the Crown and the police, and then we exclude the judge just to make the judge really jealous, but then we just do it all in person? That technically might not be illegal. We can host pregnancy parties.
What?
Hello.
What?
Hello.
Hello.
Mate, no one cares about you. Why are you saying hello?
Remember me? I'm Labware.
I don't care.
I'm Labware.
I don't care.
Labware.
I don't care.
I'm just telling the host.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
Okay, suit yourself.
Yeah,
Wasn't
good
it-
boy. Good boy. Mute up. Mute up. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Are you just
you talking about?
summoning up like your incel?
Dude, how did you know that I'm an incel?
Because we just deduced it
Okay.
together. Remember, Rez? Like you were here.
Oh.
LeBeau? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Labware. Labware.
Like, what is up with this name that you went with now, man?
Yeah, sorry. Someone basically trolled my account.
And changed it to this? Or you
Yeah.
changed it?
No,
you
someone
can't.
changed
You
it, not me.
can't change this. Like, I was so.
No,
I'm just like.
I'll change it within like 2 days. Like I have to wait for 2 days because I
Like,
can only change it in
who are
7
you
days.
giving your phone to?
I don't know.
I mean, that's that.
My brother? My younger brother?
Your brother. Your brother
I
is
think
doing
that's
this.
your fault for giving your brother your phone.
It's crazy, bro.
If you're just testing out identities, it's cool. Just be truthful, man. But don't hide
Oh my
behind this.
god,
Like,
shut up, you ugly cunt.
what's that?
I love
What's that?
TikTok Shop. I love TikTok Shop.
If I had a
I-
bars.
I
love-
like on the seat.
You
Yeah,
can
you
buy
too.
8 bars of soap and 2 pairs of booty shorts on TikTok Shop for $2.99.
I gotta go. Yeah. Bye, Salam.
What? Yeah. I never
I
really
did.
had
See, that's the
Fiverr,
thing. So,
'cause I
in
could
your
always
mind,
buy-
River, that just like saved you from saying the "see you next Tuesday."
Yeah.
Oops!
Yeah.
I said this.
mean, I forget,
Oops,
like,
I said like murder. TikTok Shop FYP pushing that. It's just like
no,
what
but
is-
like, I'm European, so I don't think cunt is that bad of a word to say. Like, I think
Right?
it's a pretty average word to say. I use it every other sentence. You say it in front of Americans, and they go, and I'm like, man, I said cunt.
like, yeah, I mean, it was amazing. When I saw the movie The Gentleman with Matthew McConaughey, I was like, I can't believe, like, this gratuitous word. It's like, you couldn't lift
Oh,
the...
dude.
you
At
couldn't even...
breakfast, somebody was playing Rihanna's Whips and Chains Excite Me. And I walked up to one of the staff and I said, excuse me, Rihanna's sexual delinquency is causing me internal strife. If you may speak with the person who's playing this on their phone, it's hurting my virgin ears. And these people thought...
Do you just
and
have to have a
felt
sign that just says incel?
Everything I said was
Incel
actually
abort.
false.
Like, we have to... Oh, it's one of those guys. I don't know. I think I've lost all like parameters
All
of just
sense
like
of reality.
the
We have an
hey,
effect on people.
hey, it's just
River,
like a
you
random
know,
lounge session, you know, be yourselves. I just imagine just like
Oh, dude. Does
River,
the self exist? If I were to be myself, I would.
does the self exist? You just asked that. I mean,
Buddhism, buddy. Buddhism. You're a champion.
It does exist, just not the permanent idea of a self.
Oh, see, thank you, Denal. Always kill them with the.
no, that little chaplain in training
But the science.
that I was referring to, like called it Buddhism. You'd be like, you know,
Denal, are you sure
Buddhism.
you're not AI, because you're brilliant, my dude. I have no malice towards you, and that much you love.
River, is this like the 20-year-old Gen Z like attitude?
That
like
sounded super sarcastic, though I really mean it, dude. You're awesome.
I'm sighing.
right, like I can, yeah, it's definitely evident. So that's what it is. So,
Chaplain Charlie makes me sigh too.
hey, I can make you a lot of other things too. Sighing is
What? Wait, when me? Me next. Me next.
You
Me next.
screw off.
Man.
woman. No, I mean, if you were a man, you would be like this dapper, slicked up, like
Oh
Gentleman.
yeah, I would. I'd be oiled up. I'd be
like
oiled
Kingsman,
up.
like Kingsman type, like
Oh,
I
dude,
get
listen,
oiled up
I can
every day,
do
man.
this all day.
oiled up like P Diddy, oiled up
Yeah.
with like Aquavelva.
I love P Diddy.
Oh gosh,
I love TikTok. I love TikTok shop.
that ain't gonna save your soul. From that, you know, like, hey. Take that,
Those
take that.
rebels.
I listened to that song, Victory, with B.I.G.
Call me Diddy because I'm a fan of getting cheesecake. Well, cheesecake, yeah. Bitch, I'm a player. I'm a motherfucker do synergy for sure. Won't even lend you an ear. Ain't even pretending to care. But I tell up.
Is that a Diddy rap? Did he do that?
No, that's Eminem. Because I'm beginning to feel like mentally ill and mentally kill be guilty. Kill be the vanilla gorilla. You're bringing the killer within me out of me. You want to be the enemy of the enemy. Be the receiving enemy.
I imagine this is like the Ed Sullivan show, and like the burping is like the act of like the cane coming out and just like grabbing the person on stage, just being like, next act. Just kidding, Rez. But no,
Oh, I don't
okay.
give a shit, man. Dude, I
Lamb,
was literally
Lamb,
attacked
welcome to the
at
comments. She didn't even know
And
P Diddy
literally
fans were a
did.
thing anymore, which is kind of like comical to me too. It's just like, is it
But
Diddy?
I'm still sending that person to jail, not because they did anything wrong, but because it'll better their life because they're homeless and there's a polar vortex over Canada right now, and I might literally save his life.
Man, I don't care.
Sending him to jail.
P Diddy? Who are you talking about?
You really remind me of Godis. Please go Google Godis. I'll spell it in the comments for you. You're literally him.
Who is Godis?
How do you? even
He's
spell
literally
that?
you, man.
Is that like
Literally.
goddess
I don't
but
know.
mispronounced? you're like
Now
a
it's
goddess,
Gotis.
All time.
like
I
a
is.
goat. Okay, so like greatest of all
Greatest of all
time.
I'm gonna recite some Godis to you. You never wanted chocolate. What you really wanted was raw liver.
Yo, I just looked it up. There's a photo of that dude eating raw squirrel in public.
I love Godis.
What, dude? Is this like a
Goatus.
mockingbird story?
Here's another Godis
It's
quote.
an influencer's name.
Here's another
It's
Godis
an
quote. You ready?
Influencer's name. His
Here's
name is-
another Godis quote, okay? I'm giving you another Godis quote because you deserve it, okay? No matter who you are, you would have to be completely mentally ill not to find a 15-year-old girl attractive.
That's
It's like-
that is hilarious. Yeah, there is a thing in what is it? Greece. In Greece, there's like a book with a philosopher talking about all these like old Greek men seeing like a young woman on a terrace, and then they weren't like horn dogging. They weren't like it wasn't sexual, but it was more just like, damn, like youth, just the beauty of youth. And then the mother was like, "Hey, get the fuck off the terrace!" And
Just
and
the
the
just
daughter-
the
and
beauty
the
of
daughter was
youth.
like, "Oh, damn it! I was enjoyed being like observed." Like, yeah.
Wait, hold on,
Yeah.
so
So I
like,
get that, but they're wrong for Canada because 16 is
Hold on.
legal age.
She just compared you to this dude who I don't even know
It's
where.
hilarious.
They look
It's
alike. They
ridiculous.
look alike.
But
Are you
here's the
because
thing.
they're white? Is that what you say?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm what?
no, I mean like
I've taken a vehicle and drove it to the police, and I told the police, listen, we're going to trade this vehicle in for regulated goods, and we're going to track where stolen vehicles go, and then we're going to bring the regulated goods to the lab to make sure they're unadulterated, not there's anything wrong with adultery, unless you're violating a contract. However, all contracts that violate human rights are null and void, and the last time I checked, freedom's truly free. Free as free can be. Fuck, even if we're married, I don't own her.
okay, we're let's bring up some new voices.
Yeah.
Mirror.
Listen, you know the guy that was Resolution, is it? Listen, bro, I love what you just said, bro. And listen, bro, I wish and hope the world could be like that, yeah. But unfortunately,
Well, that's called the Foundation, the Information Superhighway of the Heart, and Charlie Chaplin's on the board of directors.
I know it's got the black
Mirror.
store, bro. It's for those of the universe.
Connection
Mirror.
and
Yeah.
Canteen. So,
Mirror,
yeah,
it's 1:30 in the morning. Can you go to sleep?
It's a bit rude, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's
Connection.
1:30 in the morning. Go to sleep.
But what are you doing up at 1:30 in the morning?
1:30 in the morning. Is that a
I'm talking to my besties, so
Yeah, so listen, don't make presumptions that these guys can't be my besties because you don't even know me. It's a bit rude, isn't it?
Yeah, because Mirror has just complimented me, so I know he's my morning.
Mirror?
yeah.
already-
Well, Riz is my boyfriend, so
Listen, well, I can make him my boyfriend.
nah, he's my boyfriend.
Oh shit!
Is that really your man?
What about
You know
Denal
what?
and I? Are we just like
Is that-
chopped liver over here? Like I don't know, Denal. Do you feel
You're
that
my
way?
boyfriend's
Right,
also.
You are
No.
Right, okay, listen, you need...
and
I don't do
Is
that.
that really your missus, bro? She looks attractive, so fair play if that's your bird.
What's that, Mirror?
Fair play, bro. If that's your bird, bro, you've done well, bro. And keep her, bro. Treat her right.
Hey man, I don't even know if
Bro, listen,
I
is
have
it
the
really his
energy
missus?
to be able to even
My
like.
princess, where do you come from, my princess?
I love you, Resolution.
I hold no malice towards you.
Fair
Yeah,
play, bro.
that's couple goals. That's couple goals right there.
Yeah, because if I actively loved you, it might disturb your peace.
Yeah.
But he knows so much for him to love you. If he
RS.
loved you, your head would be ecstatic. You won't be able to comprehend of what he had if he showed you his love.
You
to
know, like a bicycle
He only
pump.
loves those
He's
girls
like
in the
that for
body
like an
pillows.
I'm
ego.
just speaking truth.
Body pillows. You know, like those pump up. no. You know,
I'm
like
just very philosophical, and I'm a very good judge of character.
Yeah,
So I know she's bigging him up.
philosophical, but
I
also
know she's bigging him up, yeah, but she ain't
No.
even ready for what his knowledge is. She isn't even ready for his box of thinking because he thinks on like a 10th dimension.
Hey, I'm ready for anything. Don't you
Well,
worry
listen,
about it.
that
You
sounds
guys are
wrong.
missing out on real
She sounds like she's ready to like, yo, yeah,
and the wisdom.
you looking for work?
I'm ready to take all his wisdom.
No, you sound like, listen.
let's just get
Listen,
ready.
listen.
Hit me
You're going
with
to take
that.
it in.
Hit me
Listen,
with that
you can
lesson.
take the wisdom, but are you going to take it in? If you take in the wisdom, then I can accept that. But if you're just going to take it and spit it out like it's nothing, you're irrelevant.
Is it gonna sprout?
Listen, bro,
Into something.
if you got a missus, bro, 'cause
Of
she sounds like
fruit.
she's hitting on you.
Missing.
I don't think she's.
Listen, tell River this is not Tinder.
Yeah, this is.
But resolution, bro. I don't know what you've done, bro, but you must say something right because she's onto you, bro. You need to give me some like pointers, bro. Not like I'm interested in her, but bro, if you're getting girls hooked on you like this,
Hey,
bro, I'm not even a girl yet, and I'm anti-Diddy. but I was intrigued when I couldn't through the fly. Yeah.
What did you
With
say,
what you were
man?
saying.
You're not
Bro,
even a
no,
girl,
I'm anti-Diddy,
but you're
bro.
anti-Diddy. like,
Yeah.
like, as if just like it was just
No, bro,
like a
I'm not
like
into
a-
lads. So
Dude,
listen,
so am I.
River, don't think I'm trying to
Because
hit on
I
your
don't
man,
give
bro.
a shit about. I
No,
actually.
but what
have
you
no
speak is correct, bro.
attraction to
What you
anyone
speak is
because
correct.
I'm a perfect narcissist. My attraction.
Oh,
is
you're a
to
narcissist, are you?
myself.
Yeah.
no,
Yes.
perfect
My
So listen,
narcissist.
bro.
Mirror.
to myself. I really have
Perfect
no attraction to
narcissist.
The River, what do you think about that? He's just admitted he's a narcissist.
Hell yeah.
That's what drew
Oi,
her. to
she
him.
needs to go to
That's
rehab
the
because of Section 8,
that's
baby.
the piece of the puzzle that you just like missed there. Like the question I was asking everybody was just like, if you could be famous for
Oh,
whatever,
hey, cutie.
you know, like
I don't like
what would you be
my
famous
teeth are
for?
yellow, bro. Me,
I think
At
that's
least we
gold,
got
not
tea.
yellow.
Hey,
I got yellow teeth. I don't brush my teeth.
good to see you.
Did you not
Mirror.
brush them for so long they turned gold?
Yeah, basically. Anything I touch is gold. Go
Like
for
that
a
one
profile,
guy
you
in
know?
that one book, Biff, Kip, and Chipper.
Yeah, listen, what? So you know about that book? Listen, that was the school. Listen, so what do you know about Biff? Listen, I know, what was it? That was the dog's name? No, Kipper was the dog, wasn't it?
Well,
I think so, yeah. No, Biff, Kip, and Chipper were the people, and the dog was
No,
called
so what was the
Floppy.
dog's name
Floppy,
then?
Floppy, Floppy. The
Floppy.
dog was called
Floppy was the
Floppy.
dog. It was something else. Floppy was the dog's mom. Oh, so that was the dog as well, isn't it?
Is this like a BBC
Right.
like series or something like that?
It's
No,
a really
book,
good
bro.
book,
It's a
man.
book. How do you know about Biff and Chipper? You've got an American accent, bro.
My
And
mama's from
Kipper-
America, but I'm from the UK.
Kipper, Biff and Chip.
She's an anomaly, Mirror. Like, get to know
Yeah,
her.
I'm from the UK, but my mama's from Tennessee.
Oh, so you're from the UK originally? So that's how you know?
Yeah.
So whereabouts in the UK are you from? Listen,
Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
So you're a fighter. Listen, my mom's from them same ends as well. My dad's from Jamaica, but my mom's from there.
Fighter.
I love Northern Ireland, though.
So when you coming back, Bab?
What?
My princess, when you coming back?
No, I live here now, but I have my mama's accent. So
Yeah, but listen, you can come back to where do you live in America now or Ireland?
I live in Ireland.
She's
Yeah.
never
You-
lived
so
in
listen,
America,
you're not
right?
far from me
Right,
then.
River?
Listen,
Like,
you need to
you've
come
never-
you need to come to England then.
I go to England sometimes. I go to Wolverhampton because my family
Wolverhampton.
love.
Listen, I'm from Telford. Imagine you.
I go to all the Wolverhampton games. So,
Just let
So
you know.
you support Wolves basically, yeah.
well, my family does. I don't really give a shit.
Yeah. So listen,
I remember
I'm
the
next to
TikTok
Wolves.
shop.
There's no
Yeah, listen,
TikTok
yeah,
shop?
no, sorry.
No.
I've added her anymore, yeah.
Mirror,
Sorry,
I'm
bro.
taking it that you
thought-
were
bro,
in,
I'll come
in
on
the
here,
UK.
yeah. She said she was your gal, bro.
Yeah, I am.
Now
in
she's
the
telling
UK,
me she comes to
know.
watch my local games, bro.
Hey, man. She's just one of those incel supporters, you know? Like, I think she admitted that about herself. She just like,
Bro, she's telling me what she knows. She knows. I told her I got orange teeth.
Yeah, she knows who.
I will admit, I don't know if it's like what she
And I
knows or if
know
it's
she
some of that
knows.
vodka
Yeah,
courage.
she knows.
Like
Listen, if you want to come
that's
to Telford,
giving her.
I'll tell you straight. Listen.
My head.
Talk about
This
nothing,
is
Deborah.
Okay, maybe we can
I'm
do
not
like
gonna
a
share
mock thing. Welcome to Charles's love connection. Our guest
No,
River
listen, yeah.
has 3 suitors in front of her.
Yeah, but she looks sick. Listen, put your camera on, bub.
No,
I just want your profile
Denal.
number.
I mean, River only has one suitor, and it's Denal. She's missing out by distracting everyone else.
Listen, I love her accent.
You're
She
the
sounds anti-English. She sounds like a Yankee.
She's got a whole repertoire
Sounds
of like accents. She
Up
can
the
do.
raw.
They're in Brooklyn, and I can't come to America because I've got
Up
one
the
child.
raw.
Get
Up
your,
the raw?
get your-
Is that it? What is
Up-
up the raw?
Up the raw. Everyone say up the raw.
No, it's
Up the
boys.
raw?
It's up there. It's up there. That's what she's speaking to wolves. She's talking Wolvo language.
Let's go.
That's
Whoa.
Yeah, up there.
Wolverhampton.
It's up the right. To be fair, she's right.
Let's do it again. Let's go. Whoa. Wolverhampton.
Listen. Oh my god, if my mate was here, it'd be better. Listen. Do you know what? Okay, so do you know Elliot Bennett? 2 of my mates have played for Wolverhampton Wanderers. Lee Collins and Elliot Bennett. They're the same age as me.
I ignore it.
Stop. Do you know
I know Elliot Bennett. If that's
He-Chan, my babe.
Did you guys
I
just
don't know the
speak
name.
like words there? Like I didn't catch any.
He-Chan's so
Basically,
hot, man.
obviously, 2 of my mates used to play for the football team who her family supports. They got scholarships for it, so they played for them since they were 16. So
These
like,
are
I can
like
get her
football
autographs.
teams?
No, I can get her
Like a football
autographs
club?
for the team that she supports if she wants.
These are like football, like
Yeah,
teams?
football. Yeah,
Football club?
soccer, football, bro. It's soccer.
How
So you're in soccer.
how big is Wrexham like in this whole thing? Is that show just
Wrexham,
like
bro.
I
was
like American
confused by the
football too,
name
though.
piece right
Yeah,
now.
American football's just like rugby, bro. I wish it was mixed.
Piece.
I like it though. I like Colin Kaepernick. He's my babe.
still
I'm
you're
gonna-
stuck
I'm
on
gonna go
Colin
chase
Kaepernick?
this piece that is.
Leave Colin Kaepernick alone. He didn't do shit.
Even if that includes me remaining here.
I don't know what. Yeah, Rez.
Listen, are they allowed
Whatever
to
you
take?
gotta
Are they allowed to take? Are they allowed to take anabolics in American football or not?
They like to take what?
Are they allowed to take anabolics in American football?
No, no.
No,
Like
so
steroids,
so
like and stuff like that.
yeah. No, okay.
But that's the
I
thing.
got a
You said
WKD right now.
you said that you would love to see rugby and American football more integrated.
Yeah.
Where I'm just like,
Yeah.
which way? Lean, like rugby
Listen,
is.
bro, like I would like to see. Listen, I would like to see there be a rugby league that has to wear the arm pads and play your rules, and I'd like to see American football league that has to wear no pads and play our rules to see which is the best. No,
Just
because
kinda
listen,
like-
bro, your
okay.
boys are rough, yeah, but us boys, we don't wear them pads and them helmets, bro.
Right. It's a whole different kind of hitting.
No, bro.
and
Listen, it's just rough and
physicality.
ready. It's a man. We don't have to wear them little pads, bro. It's like going skating and being a junior. You know, when you're a novice at something, you have to wear them little pads so you don't hurt yourself.
Yeah.
You know, us boys, we're cracking skulls just head to head, bro.
Do you think that if rugby players wore pads, the physicality would like increase?
No, but bro, I think us as rugby players, bro, we've got a lot of excess body weight. You guys are a lot more leaner than us. Look at the average American footballer; they're a lot more leaner than a rugby player. Every rugby player is like they're overweight. They've got a lot of excess body weight.
What
So
are they,
listen,
like,
they do.
linemen?
Listen, bro. Don't get me wrong, bro. Yeah, there's lads out there that weigh 17 stone that will still run like a 10-stone sprinter. I don't know how they do it, and it's the same with American footballers. If you look at how big some lads are, they're very explosive and quick, bro, and it'll
I mean-
astound
Yeah.
you.
Colin
when you
Kaepernick
got
ain't no like overweight.
I love Colin Kaepernick. No, American football, it has a big systemic racism issue because all sport has racism. But American football has systemic racism, which is so different.
Listen, you know the blackies are the best at that, mate.
Okay. So
You know the
anyways,
darkies are the
right?
ones, don't you?
American football is 70% black
Listen, bro,
and
any
players.
kind of sport is black, is fast-twitching muscle fibers.
American football is 70% black players. However,
Listen,
there's
bro,
only ever been
any
there's
sport
only
is
ever been
probably
like
got to be dominated by
five.
black people.
There's only ever been 5 black quarterbacks. So for a sport that is predominantly black, why are all the quarterbacks white? That's
Because
What
who
are you
they're
you
lazy.
talking
The
about?
quarterbacks are
Have you
lazy.
seen this
The
season?
quarterbacks are fat and dumpy. They're
They're
the guys
all.
that sit at the back and just throw the ball. They don't run and do nothing.
Yeah, I mean it's completely
There you
changed.
go.
Like,
They've not
got-
got fast-twitching muscle fibers. They just sit back and hold on for the best. They're
Patrick
defenders.
Mahomes. You're not a Patrick Mahomes fan. You're not like.
Listen, you've got the odd defender that can be an up-fronter as well, that can run the whole pitch. But it's very rare, and if they have got that, that's a special built breed, in it. Whoever
Is there-
sits at
is
the
there
back and can
passing
run the
in
whole
rugby?
pitch, listen, that's film stuff.
Is
You've got
rugby all
players
like
in the
like
UK that do
kicking?
that for joke. Listen, I'm saying if the rugby players come and wore them arm pads and them helmets, they'd be snapping you guys' necks.
I mean, like, haven't rugby players come to American football and become like kickers? Isn't that what they?
No, listen, they both have come and demolished. They've demolished your division, bro. That's like, bro. That's like, listen, bro. Inviting a rugby player to an American football game is like inviting a boxer to an MMA
No,
match.
no, they
That's
come
like
to
inviting-
play American
That's
football
like inviting Tyson
as like
Fury
a,
to fight
a
John
kicker.
Jones. John Jones is a good boxer, yeah. I mean, Tyson Fury is a good boxer, but if you put him against John Jones, he would demolish him, bro. It's a different game. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, as British people, as a boxer, yeah. Tyson Fury is a good boxer, but if you brought him to MMA, which is like John Jones' sport, different game. And it's still a fighting sport, like it's the same with American football and rugby. But the difference between the sports is, listen, American football, yeah, is a boys' game watched by men. Rugby is a men's game watched by boys.
It's a boys' game watched by men,
Men, yeah.
where
So
rugby
American
is a
football, the
man's game watched by
watched by
boys.
boys. Yeah, that's the
Interesting.
difference.
Interesting. I mean, like, can you familiarize me on the rules of rugby? Because it's like
rules of rugby,
fast
bro.
paced, right? It's not a stop, like
Okay, so
play
basically,
setup
bro,
thing, right? Like
you
they're
run with the
all
ball, yeah, and as soon as if I tackle you and intercept you, as soon as you take a knee, you've got to put that ball behind you. So if I tackle you and that ball drops in front of you, if it drops in front of you, it's a foul, and that means you have to stop the game and give me the ball. So if I tackle you now, if you're running up towards my height, my try half, yeah, and I tackle you, and you've not got that ball, as soon as I tackle you, as soon as I intercept you and grab you, you have to chuck that ball behind you to the next player. So if you see me tackle, it's exactly the same, a bit like American football. Do you know American football? If I'm running
the
towards you, you chuck
lateraling,
against
right?
me.
Like you got to keep lateraling it backwards to another
Yeah,
player.
but bro, it's a foul throw if you chuck forward. It's illegal to throw forward in rugby.
Okay, so there's no like
You can't.
long pass
You
like
can't
a
throw it
quarterback.
forward, bro. No, you can't unless you're from the last line. So if you're on the last bar that you're on, like you know, you get sections on the American football. If I'm on, so basically, if you was just about to score a try or a goal over my line, and I've just intercepted the ball off you, I can throw it back at the last minute, or I can kick it. But if
So
I kick it, bro, I can be the only one that catches it.
I mean, Habibi, are you familiar with
Sorry
rugby?
about that. Yeah. I mean, I played a little bit, not just around the neighborhood a little
So,
bit.
bro, you must know the rules to a certain degree.
What is the
I
scrum?
mean,
Like,
it's
what
been
is
a
that?
minute.
What
You
goes
know,
on
you
in that
gotta
thing?
Okay, so
you
bro,
gotta
do you think,
can only
bro,
run
you've
so
got your arm
long.
pads and that in American football, yeah? You ain't in rugby. What do you think, bro? Listen, I don't see none of them American footballers with cauliflower ear.
You know, rugby's not that big, but yeah. So you know, like the
Not that
higher
big.
end colleges,
It's not
they
that
have.
big to you in America, bro. It's
Yeah.
worldwide, bro.
The
No,
You're
I'm saying
probably the
physicality,
only
though, is
nation
what
that
he's
doesn't
talking
even involve
about.
yourself in rugby. And I'm not being funny, bro. As America, bro, you should actually involve yourself in rugby because you're not far off from American football. So America should have their actual own nation of a rugby team. And it's for some reason, bro, it's mad how it hasn't. And I think it's because you've got American football.
We
That's
think
why
No,
you have
yeah,
a
we got it
rugby,
all.
Why
rugby. They got
shouldn't you have
rugby
a rugby
teams in
team, bro?
America, but it's
Well,
not that.
like you play soccer
not
though,
that
bro. You have
big.
soccer, yeah. Soccer's not as good as American football, but it's still known over there.
We got it right, but that's the thing where it's just
I'm
like,
not.
is
I'm not a big
rugby
soccer fan.
Look,
like
you've got an
football
Olympic. Listen,
in the
you've
world?
got an Olympic
Like,
American soccer team, but you've not got an Olympic rugby team that fights for the nations.
representing
No, because they're a bunch
America.
of powder puffs
Yeah,
out
but you
here
should.
anymore, man.
But same as us, though. I don't
They don't
think
want
we
to
have
rough it
wrestlers
up
in
in
the
there.
Olympics.
Is rugby an Olympic game?
No,
Rugby's
but we
savage,
do a Four
man.
Nations, bro, which is like Australia, Africa, blah blah blah. Which is still should be you. You should be still included in the Four Nations, bro. That's like a rugby World Cup, bro.
Let me ask you this, Mir. Do you think that there will be the first like European like national football like team or the first American rugby league team to compete? Like which one of those do you think would come to
Bro, I'd
manifest?
hope to think they both
The
do,
rugby
bro.
at the same like around
Because
the same
listen, bro,
time?
what I'm trying to say is, like, do you know, you guys as American football players, you would actually make a good rugby team. You would make
In the
a
sense
good
of
rugby
just
team.
the physicality?
And like,
Like
bro, like it's just like us as UK people, bro. We've not got a good basketball team, bro.
what do you
Look, so look, you boys own that, and you boys also own baseball and American football.
well you guys got
Canadians
cricket.
Whatever the Americans have as a successful sport, it's
It
not
was
really
Canadian
worldwide, is
for
it?
jump with basketball, not American.
What's that?
Whatever the Americans have as a successful sport is not really worldwide.
That we've like
It's never. It is worldwide. You know why? Obviously, listen. We watch ice hockey. We're big fans of Chicago Bulls and all the basketball and American football, but we don't play it ourselves. It's like it's mad. If you understand that, look, you don't see anyone else playing American football. It's American football, bro.
to the
What
outside
other nation?
to the outside
Yeah,
world,
like,
right?
we
To
grow up
Eastern
playing
But bro,
American
but it's
football.
it's still as popular as football. Like in the UK, everyone still. I've still got loads of fans that watch American football and basketball. But like, bro, what UK
We even bring
basketball
like
teams,
our
you know?
games to your country, right? Just like
Yeah.
we're playing in.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
in
But,
England,
bro, what rugby
London.
games do we bring rugby
Right,
games
we
to
don't.
America?
We don't have like Wrexham coming here to America
No, you
playing.
don't. But bro, we have American football and basketball played in our country, and bro, you have to actually come over there and play sometimes. Even it ain't even an English team. Like my mate's a big basketball fan, so he watches them all, bro. And there's
Yeah.
a certain time of the year that the American football is played in the UK, and none of them are even UK teams, but they do it at a certain time of the year.
With pads.
No, bro, your teams do.
Oh,
There's a
come and
certain
play.
time
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
year.
yeah,
They go
I
to
think two
France,
teams
they go
have
to
to play in
Italy.
the UK
Yeah,
and
it's
play
like-
over and play.
It's like the
Yeah.
mission to introduce football to
But
everybody.
they have to by law. By law, for one season, I think they have to have like a playoff season or something like that in the UK, so we get a chance to actually watch it live in the UK.
Yeah,
But we
in
don't
like
get
one of
that
your
over by
like football stadiums, right? Like seeing like a
Yeah.
football
Well, I
soccer
suppose you've
field.
got LA Galaxy, haven't you?
Do I have a
You've
Galaxy?
got soccer, haven't you? Well, like yeah, LA Galaxy. That's what we class as your soccer. Like your football league in America, it's called LA Galaxy to us.
The team that David Beckham like ended up playing for. or
Yeah,
something?
yeah. That's as far as we know as football with you guys.
That's what kind of put American soccer on the map for me when I was like, David Beckham is playing for an American
How
soccer
old are you,
team?
bro?
I'm
Yeah,
44.
bro.
I'm 44.
So that's how far we go back for the Americans having that. The furthest we knew was, like I said, David Beckham going over there to go to play for LA Galaxy.
Yeah, I mean, I was just like,
And then he taught them, obviously. But then, bro, I think American soccer is bigger for girls over for there than what it is for men. Bro, what about the LFL? The Ladies Football League, bro.
Oh man, that was awesome to watch,
Bro, listen, bro. I've got all the following to that, bro. Listen, you see them girls? My kind of girl, bro.
They're savage.
And bro, do you know when they win
Especially
the
running
league?
in their little
When they win the
tights.
league and they're just smashing bottles of Jack Daniels before they're going on pitch. And bro, it's them girls. Listen,
Just
bro,
no Gatorade,
they're not
no
like them little
Gatorade,
guys,
right?
yeah?
Just
You know, the
Jack-
boys,
just
they
JD.
fall on the floor when they get tackled. You know them girls, they're punching each other's heads in, bro. Bro, they're walking in on the pitch before they've even started the game. And they're starting with each other. And bro, they're mint.
where's that TV show? I haven't seen that.
What, the
LFL?
NFL? Bro, who's got the black and red female team, bro? They're black and red.
In America? Like,
Yeah, LFL, bro. The Ladies Football League, American Ladies Football, bro.
Yeah, it's the what is it? They do it indoor. It's
Bro, they're mint. Have you not seen them
Jamil,
play?
did you ever catch one of the lingerie football league?
yeah, it's the
Games?
same
Oh,
thing.
is that what it is?
the same
Is that what
stuff.
it is? The LFL? It might be that then.
Oh, I
Yeah,
thought
it
I
is.
thought you were talking about like
No, because they're in
the
knickers and bras running
ladies
around
soccer
playing
Yeah,
football,
league.
American
knickers
football.
and
So is
bras
it that?
and doing it.
Bro, I don't
You're,
know. That's my
you're
next
talking
sport, bro.
about lingerie, like this is the like
Is it
the
LFL then?
spin-off.
Yeah.
Bro, I thought that was actually ladies
I thought you were
football
talking
league.
about. I thought that
It
was
is
like
ladies
the,
football.
I thought that was
I
like
thought
the
that was
name for
NFL.
like the,
Like, you know,
the
like National
female.
Football League. I thought that was like ladies football. I thought that was like American
FIFA?
women's football team, bro. Is that what's that like OnlyFans thing, bro?
Yeah,
there-
kinda.
There's
Yeah,
something
yeah,
It's
called.
kinda
So that's
like
not
an
actually
old-
a proper
It's kind of
professional
like a
sport.
coffee shop, bras and coffee or something.
No, that's what I
Coffee
wondered why
shop.
they're smashing
No, 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 no.
They're whacking Jack Daniels down and just scoring goals.
No, they're just in shoulder pads and in just like
Yeah, I
like
know,
like
bro.
like
They're
like,
mints,
like
bro.
sports bras and like underwear.
Yeah.
Just hitting
Yeah.
each other in helmets, like as if they're playing like the man's game.
Oh, so it's
And
not
it's just
actually
like-
a game, bro. I've only watched the highlights.
It was just like
bro.
this test. It was this experiment. Like there was only like 8 teams. My
Bro.
state of Colorado had one, and the irony was just like they played at a stadium called Dick's. It's they played at Dick's Stadium. I was like,
Right.
is this a joke? Like a
Yeah,
laundry
that's
football
the
team playing at
championship
Dick's.
finals there, like.
But you look at YouTube, and like these girls, you know, like as serious as they took,
Bro,
it, you know, like
listen,
they
bro.
practice, but
Them girls are ex-sports people. Listen, they're not just normal. They are athletes. They're ex-athletes. They're not just normal girls, bro. They're built like Vikings, bro.
yeah, probably
bro, they
now,
can probably punch
now
off
in
of our
some kind of
edges.
MMA thing, right? Like this is the thing.
Yeah,
where
listen,
it's
bro.
like-
They've got to be, bro. They've all come from a kind of elite sport. No matter whether it's been swimming, basketball, bro. Them girls are perfect, bro. Bro, have you ever seen one of them girls that you could say with like weren't your type of lady?
I don't know if we're talking about the
You
laundry
with your-
football
your
girls
missus there, bro.
or the
Can you
female
mi- can your missus
soccer
hear you,
league,
bro? No, the LFL, bro.
as in like the
Them
ladies
girls that are running
football
around in the
league.
bras and tits, punching each other's heads and drinking vodka, bro.
Okay, so the other LFL. What is like the men's like soccer FIFA? Is that what that is? Like the soccer?
no,
We have
FIFA,
NFL.
basically, yeah.
So what is soccer? FIFA?
Our English one is FIFA, yeah.
Okay, so that is like the NFL
FIFA,
of soccer to the world. FIFA.
Oh yeah. That's the cooperation. Yeah. Because what's all right? So what's MBA in it? That's the baseball, isn't it? Is it MBA?
That's like
Baseball's
a
MBA,
degree
innit?
in college. You get your MBA in college for like
But
your
what's the
master's.
MBA cost for in baseball?
And NBA is the National Baseball or the National Basketball Association. MLB is the Major
NBA.
League Baseball. MLB.
Okay, yes. Okay, that's where I was wrong. Yeah. So listen, but they're the major corporations. So FIFA is just the same as that, basically. FIFA is the same as NBA and NFL.
I mean, that's the thing though, where I don't know, like baseball, like you guys still prefer like cricket over watching or trying to like adapt to like the American
Well, but listen,
baseball,
to be fair,
like
I actually-
Japan.
but baseball's more famous. It's actually about we're actually a better cricket player as UK, but baseball's just as big as cricket in the UK.
Do you guys have UK baseball teams?
Yeah, we do, but brother, do you know what's mad? We don't really we don't compete with you guys when we should really, shouldn't we?
I mean, it is the World
Look,
Series,
we've got
right?
UK basketball teams, everything, yeah, but we don't really compete in your leagues. You know, your league, that's your, like obviously, like, you've got times where like Inter Milan and like Real Madrid and that will play like Manchester United, which is like a Spanish team still playing like an English team in soccer. But like you've not really got a like well, obviously we have got a UK like basketball league, but bro,
Who was on your Olympic team? The
Your
last
your
Olympic
amateur
team?
league of basketball players will beat our professional league of basketball players.
That's
I
the
think
level
that's what it is.
right now we're at. Like, where as far as like Czechoslovakia is a whole different story, right? Like their entire starting lineup is like pretty much the entire. Like,
Obviously, you got certain countries are better at certain sports, but look, do you know these Americans? If you tried bringing anyone into basketball to compete against the Americans, bro, look, bro, put people up against Chicago Bulls and LA Lakers and all them, bro. Also, no one in the world is going to compare to them, even if you're bro. No one in the world, not from America, and it's because they're from America, bro. Do you understand me? Like, no Polish team would ever go up against Chicago Bulls or LA Lakers or nothing like that. No, and bro, we still play basketball and have a British basketball league, but we can never compare ourselves to you for basketball. And it's mad, really, bro, because like they're still tall people, but you guys built that sport, didn't you?
and kind of like controlled how that sport is.
Well, listen, bro, you can't even say controlled because you know why, bro. No sport can really be controlled, and you know how it is controlled. It's controlled by people that scout people that specify to that sport. And bro, listen, bro, not all Americans at all, bro.
I mean, but
If
that
you
was the
look
thing
at
about that
basketball league, bro,
that
they're
Moneyball.
specified into black people, bro, not white people.
Well, that's the thing. Like
So as
you,
Americans, you can't even say they specify into the sport because the people that integrate in that sport are not even indigenous from that country anyway.
that's the thing. When I saw Yao Ming, I was just like, oh my gosh, I can't believe there's a Chinese guy.
Yeah, listen, bro. I was watching another one. There's a couple of Russian and Polish ones as well, bro, that have gone to that country since the age of 16 and got a scholarship. Like, bro, if you look, the only people that have done good for a basketball in the UK are black people, bro. Look, anyone that's actually gone over to America to actually play like basketball, and bro,
On
if
that
you want to
level.
be the best in basketball,
on-
bro, you can't even be the best in basketball and be the best in basketball in the UK. You've got to go to America to be the best. You've got to.
I mean,
Everyone
so
knows
what
it.
you're saying, Mir, is just like to be the best at basketball in the UK is
You've
like
got to be in America.
saying nothing.
The
It's just
Americans
like-
are best at basketball.
go to
That's it.
go
It's
to
as simple as that, isn't it? Bro,
I mean,
if that wasn't the fact, bro, we'd have a British basketball team that beat Chicago Bulls or anyone, bro. You
Or
can't
competed.
name one basketball team that's
I can't even
not
name
the top elite.
one basketball player, to be honest, that came from the UK.
Another country that's been championship elite.
No, I mean,
They
there's a
might
lot
play
from
for the
other
team.
countries like Czechoslovakia.
No,
You know,
bro,
Nick,
even look at
Jokic.
Michael Jordan. Yeah, no, there is, bro, but they're not, bro. They're not even classed as a proper player.
What? They're amazing. Like they got
Listen,
a
bro.
whole.
Listen, bro. Listen, bro. I've seen them people that are from them other countries that get the basketball team. Do you know when they get their actually contract, bro? They're not on as much as what them American players are on, bro.
No, yeah. I mean the salary differential.
Yeah, of
I'm
course
sure
they're not,
David
bro.
Beckham made more playing for the Galaxy than he probably,
He did,
like
there
he
you go.
made like his entire career out playing in
Yeah,
UK,
no,
where
but
it's
you
like
did, bro. You're
where it's
correct.
for the passion of it, right? Not to gain like
Well, bigger
wealth
is better, isn't
and
it?
fame. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the thing though.
Bro,
Like
to be
that's
fair,
what I
David Beckham was
appreciate
the
about
first
like the
person to.
integrity. The
Yeah.
integrity of just like the sport is kept within the athletes. Where in
It's kept
American
within the
football,
community
you see them
also, bro.
wearing their jewelry now on the field, and you see them like running, and
Yeah.
their chains are just like swinging around and stuff like that. You're just like
Mm,
these guys are
mm.
just like flaunting,
Well,
just
bro,
like
if I was watching this, bro, and do you know who it was? It was actually one of the first basketballers, yeah. And bro, before he started bringing that like street slang kind of stuff into it, bro, they tried banning him for doing it, bro. And there's one, I can't remember what team he plays for. He's American, obviously, but like they said, because bro, they wouldn't even let basketballers have plats at one point in their life. If you had plats, it was classed as you being street, so it was classed as almost you trying to portray as a bad person.
right.
So, like, bro,
They
half the
have like
black
their
people
own dress code. Like they all have to
that we have,
arrive
bro.
in like
But there was
suits
this
and
one
stuff like
guy,
that.
bro, that he stuck to it. He stuck to what he dressed by. Even when he come out with plaits and that. And then after that, bro, it actually become a fashion. Not a fashion, but all basketballers became to be able to show their own true selves.
Like
Because certain
style and stuff
basketballs
like
were,
that, right? Like to be their own
bro,
brand.
you remind me of, bro. You remind me of, do you know Bobby Lee off the VO Von podcast and that?
Bobby Lee, of course I know Bobby Lee. we Korean
You
comedy.
remind me a bit of him, bro.
I hope he doesn't take
You
that
know Bobby?
as an offense.
Come on,
Yeah,
Bobby.
I love Bobby. Bobby's my brother, man. Bobby's my older brother. from
Bobby's
another
ace.
mother. No, but like that's the thing though. Like, are we talking about Pat Riley and like the Lakers?
Is that his
Like
name? I think it might be that guy, bro.
Pat Riley, the dude with the slick back
Play for,
hair.
bro.
Like he was
Who
the
did he play for, bro?
he didn't play for anybody. He coached the Lakers when Magic Johnson was on that team. He
I
coached
think it
the
might have
Chicago.
been him, bro. I
the-
think you're
you know,
right.
like-
It might have been him, bro.
But he's the
I
one
might
that
have
like
mixed up and he might have
started
been the
wearing
coach.
the suit as a coach and
Yeah.
like having like this style and just like
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
and
Making
doing this
it
thing
straight
and
to
like
be
changed the
basketball,
entire like face
Community in basketball.
of how basketball was. Before it was
Yeah.
so whitewashed and just like
Yeah,
all this
yes,
stuff,
there you go, yeah.
right? And then he kind of just changed it to where like
Before
his
then,
team.
basketball was just a white man's sport that was
Right.
made
And
by
the
black
the
men.
LA Lakers was like this billionaire LA playboys, like just like game played out. Like he bought this team
Yeah.
to just
Well, listen,
fulfill.
bro. You can't even demoralize him and make out like he was discriminating black people because you know what? He showed them love, didn't he? He was the only one that gave them a chance. Do you know what? They should get paid for that sport to a certain degree, and they're worth more for what they play. Because before them, it was just classed as a hobby, and the white community of Americans, I think, let the black people class it as a hobby, so they didn't have to pay them so much. It wasn't classed as a career then.
Or
Did
even
you know,
like
like, when-
like the era where like there was the ABA and then like the NBA, right? Like
Yeah,
where
the
like it
ABA,
wasn't even
yeah.
integrated yet, right?
Yes, exactly, bro.
They even made that Will Ferrell movie about the alley oop. Like like the way that
Yeah.
the ABA was playing was a completely different style, which they called like just like street. There was no fundamentals, right? Like that
Yeah.
was the thing about just like this other side of
And it's still, bro,
basketball.
it's still the same as it. Like, you know, Brazil with football, like they have street soccer. So they have soccer where you can kick it off a wall and rebound and stuff. There's completely different rules. Do you know, like probably in hockey, if you hit the wall and rebounds, you can do that kind of shot. If you did that in football or American football, it's offside or you've got to do a throw in or it's like, do you know what I mean?
But in their game, they use that to their advantage. Just like it's
Yeah,
like
you can kick it off the wall because it's a brick wall because that's all they've got to play with. Like, bro, listen, bro. Have you seen how big our basketball hoops are in the UK? I've seen this one basketballer from America, bro. I think they're about, bro, our hoop's only 7 foot, bro. 7
like
Man, bro.
professional.
Bro, that's on all.
Professional
yes,
is
bro.
even the women's is in 7 foot. Like I think the women's
listen,
is
bro.
at least like 8 or 9, right? 7
Get what I'm
foot
saying,
is
bro? Like, bro, this
the
American basketballer come to one of our professional things, and bro, he could almost touch the ring just by putting his hand up, bro.
yeah, his
Easy.
head was
And
probably
like,
just
bro,
like
you don't even
like
realize, you know, when you see, like, when we're watching, if I actually went to one of your basketball games, bro, it'd be like 3 of me trying to jump to a hoop. Like, we can't even jump as good as you boys, bro. We can't, like, we ain't built. So, like, do you know, the practice and the coaching for the Americans with basketball, like, we can never be like, we don't, for us to be elite, we've got to go to America to do basketball, bro.
Okay, so is that like a people's like thing,
I think it's
or
because
is that
it's your
like
sport,
a
bro.
culture that is
Look,
developing these like human beings into
see,
these?
bro, as a culture, bro, like you said, yeah, it's a culture. Do you know, like, the people like the Chinese and that, they learn to adapt and evolve to that sport. No, like, I think, like, the English, bro, it's like they can't be arsed, bro. They just think we're happy with, we can only jump at this certain height. We don't need to put weights on the bottom of our feet. We don't need to go and do all this high altitude training. We don't need to put, like, do you know what the Chinese, bro? Like, bro, you've got Chinese people and Japanese people, bro, that are smaller and lighter than most people. That will demolish
Gymnastics,
most people,
gymnastics is their like main competitive.
bro, anything that uses energy against your own energy is good to them. They are the guys that set the simple standards where they will use my energy against me. So they'll let me use my energy and then use my own force against me to make them even stronger. Which is Bruce Lee's, like, that's what he did, bro. Bro, and everyone thought he used it as a woman's sport. Wing Chun, it's a bitch's sport. It's a woman's sport, bro. He was the one that adapted to you, bro. He was the one. He was like water, like you said, bro. Who's explained that? I'm like water. You tip me into a bowl, I'm a bowl. You tip me into a cup, I'm a cup. And bro, if you look at people like Floyd Mayweather, they reckon he's a boring fighter, bro. He's not a boring fighter. He just adapts to your style. That's why no one could recognize his style. And unfortunate to people that don't fight, bro, they're never going to recognize his style because he never has the same style. He adapts to your style, and that's the only man that's going to win. The man that adapts, bro.
That's what Jeet Kune Do was, right? Like street combat, right? Like it was like no style,
bro,
like
it's no style. It's just this is what
it's punching him below the belt, you know, like gouging eyes, like it's street fighting to like survival. Right? Like, it's just like, this isn't karate, ladies, you know? Like,
it's fight or flight, isn't it? You can either run or you can fight.
It's survive or, like, you know.
It's either kill or be killed, isn't it?
But that was the thing where it's just like you said, they are, I guess, like,
but bro, when you've got that mindset,
for being able
but you're humble.
to like manipulate energies, right? And this is the thing where Bruce Lee
bro, it's not even
just
about
teaching it freely,
it's about,
or just like
controlling them energies as well.
Right. Like controlling and flowing.
Bruce Lee could have been the evilest guy he wanted to be. He could have messed up so many people. But on the other hand, bro, he was the most humble guy he was. So as humble as he was the baddest man he could be. So, bro, just imagine
even his answers, you could tell this like, oh my god.
If he wasn't humble and he wanted to just be the baddest man, he would be 10 times worse than what he was. But bro, if he wanted to be a wimp and be humble, bro, like, he could be the humblest guy, and bro, he was the best of both because he controlled both energies. And like, bro, Mayweather does exactly the same. Bro, a lot of people, they don't use fear to their advantage. They don't use fear to their advantage. Like, bro, fear to me, I'm a fighter, bro. I'm a boxer, and I'm a MMA fighter, and I'm a bare knuckle fighter. So I know, bro, you know me. If I don't feel scared, I'm going to get knocked out, bro. Because I'm going in there, realising or thinking I can win it, and misunderestimating or not estimating anyone, bro. So, bro, if I've not got that fear in my head, bro, I'm not
survival, that survival mindset,
exactly,
right? Like
that's the adrenaline that keeps you going. If you've not got fear in you, you're not going to do things that you can't even think you can do yourself. You know what you can do. That fear and that survival makes you do things that you don't even realise you can do.
That's the thing. So you said Mayweather, right? Like, if I told you Mayweather or Pacquiao, you would still choose Mayweather? Like,
no, because listen, bro, let me tell you this, yeah? What you've got to realise is Mayweather is that good. He makes everybody else think that they're going to beat him.
That's the thing. Mayweather was like a businessman. Like, he's the one that kind of like...
was going to fight Mayweather, did you question that Conor McGregor might even win? And don't tell
I
me you
was,
didn't, because
I
I know
was
you
like,
did.
why is this guy doing this?
Listen, bro. Listen, bro. I'm a boxer and an MMA fighter, bro. Yeah, but bro, I still thought Conor McGregor might have a chance because, bro, he was that manipulated, and bro, listen, bro. What you've got to realize is, as a fighter, what Mayweather does is, bro, he wants everyone to let that O go. If you've got a 0 on your record, everybody wants to see that O go. Yeah. So what he does is, bro, listen, what you've got to realise is, bro, he will make even the betting agency make out that Mayweather will make out that McGregor's better than what he is. Because if Mayweather wants to tell everyone that McGregor is shitter than him, it's 10-1 odds. Now, if he says, listen, look, what he was saying in the press conference is, look, he's twice my size, he's half my age, and he just bang a lot harder than me. So, listen, what's that putting you to the odds, son, bro?
Hold on.
Don't you think
Did
you've got people putting odds
Mayweather
on?
instigate that match, or did
Of course,
McGregor?
listen, bro. Mayweather is that clued up. He wants everyone to think he's going to lose a fight. Because, bro, listen, what you've got to realise is everyone wants to see Mayweather lose.
Right.
So even if you want to see him lose, you begin to hope. And when you begin to hope, that makes you want to. And when you begin to want to, you start to justify what you hope. Yeah, which is what you just saying to me when Pacquiao fought Mayweather. Bro, I thought Pacquiao's got a chance. When you actually watched it, you thought, listen, the guy's had 50 fights, he ain't lost one, let's look back at the logics. Bro, he ain't winning, bro. Until Mayweather wants to lose, he's not going to lose, bro. And when he knows he's going to lose, he's going to quit.
So that's like a sign.
Listen, bro,
Like the
that's why they
moment
call him the money
Mayweather
Mayweather. Bro,
turns
when
down
it comes to the fighting, when
a
it comes to the
challenge.
fighting cooperation, yeah, everyone wants to see that 0 go. So if you're going to have a full record when you've got all zeros, everyone wants you to lose that 0. They want to see that one loss. Like Tyson Fury and Usyk. As soon as Usyk beat Tyson Fury and Tyson Fury had that one loss on his record, he ain't the top man no more. Usyk had that.
It's like
Tyson
everything Tyson
It's like,
Fury
listen,
was
go
before
back to the
was for
pecking order
naught,
now.
right?
Listen,
Back to the-
like
yeah.
I said, everybody wants to see that O go. That O has got to go. So when you've got a record with no losses, listen, when you ain't lost and you're at the top of that elite athletes, listen, look who Mayweather's fought, and listen, what you've got to realise with Mayweather, he's that clued up, he's fought everyone before they was even good. If Mayweather fought Canelo now, Canelo would probably smash his head in. And listen, even Canelo's fell off now. Listen, bro, look at Canelo, give that to Crawford. Listen, let me tell you this, yeah. Canelo in his prime, yeah, he was not in his prime when he fought Mayweather. But after he fought Mayweather, bro, he was that just when he was in his prime. When Canelo fought Crawford, bro, he went in his prime, bro. He went, bro. Listen, he handed down that belt to Crawford, bro. Because listen, he had his prime. Listen, Canelo went through all the people, all the weights, bro. From light middleweight up to cruiserweight, heavyweight, bro. And bro, he's got all the belts really. Canelo's got more belts than Mayweather has, bro. Really.
But
Even though he's lost some.
going back to that integrated though, like the Conor McGregor Mayweather thing,
Yeah.
where it's just like
Yeah.
here's an MMA fighter who can use any body part and now has to
Listen, bro,
train
like I said,
himself
yeah, put John
only to
Jones
rely
against
on
Tyson
this.
Fury. Who's walking out?
Who?
Put John Jones against Tyson Fury. Who's walking out?
I'm not sure. I don't recall who John.
Bro, what do you mean you're not sure, bro?
Who's John
Put
Jones?
John Jones against Tyson Fury. Who's walking out? Do you know who John Jones is?
I don't recall that name. I think I.
Bro, John Jones, the MMA fighter, bro.
This is the thing. I really
Bro,
stopped
you don't
getting
know
into
MMA.
MMA.
Talking about that, bro. Listen.
I stopped
Okay,
getting
listen,
into
someone
MMA
else on the
after
panel.
like the Hoist Gracie
Listen,
and
bro, do you know who John Jones is? John Jones, yeah? Bro, he's had 27 fights, 27 wins, never lost a fight, bro. He's been the world champion in MMA since the age of 21, bro. If you want to talk about MMA,
what class?
he is the GOAT.
Which class?
He's the GOAT. Bro, he's been light heavyweight, he's been cruiserweight, and he's been heavyweight, bro. He's demolished everyone, bro.
Oh, so he's
Bro,
gone through every.
Bro,
John-
do you not, bro? Where are you from, bro? Put in John Jones.
From Colorado.
No word of a lie, bro.
I have
You
the
sound
lingerie
like-
football league.
Listen, okay, listen.
We don't have
Jamal,
MMA.
Jamil, come in there, set boys. Come, bring yourselves off mute, yeah? If you're still there.
River's back.
Hey guys.
Yeah, Donal, bro, Donal, yeah? Do you watch MMA, bro?
No, I don't really watch sports.
Jamil, listen, bro. You must know who John Jones is, bro.
I don't.
John Jones, bro.
I
Bro,
mean,
he's
like,
the UFC champion, bro. He's
Howdy.
the GOAT. John Jones is the guy that's got the UFC record. Bro, he's been the UFC champion for 18. He's done 18 consecutive world title defenses, bro. That
has he
means he's had
fought
18
McGregor?
fights. Bro, John Jones would demolish McGregor. John
But
Jones
they,
would demolish.
but
Bro,
they
John
haven't
Jones is the
actually,
GOAT, bro.
they haven't actually fought one another, right?
No,
This
bro.
is all.
McGregor is a middleweight, yeah? John Jones is heavyweight. Bro, McGregor couldn't even come to John Jones' world, bro. John Jones is bigger than him, faster than him, stronger than him. He'd snap him up in a piece, bro.
But didn't you
Yeah,
say he
like
started off
also
lightweight and cruiserweight?
no,
So,
but also
But
McGregor just
but he
gets
started off lightweight, bro. Yeah.
McGregor just gets too much like love. Like
Listen,
McGregor
bro.
isn't that good.
McGregor brought the money to the UFC, really, didn't he? Listen, he's a has-been now. He's a has-been. Bro, look what Khabib did to
what do you mean
McGregor.
he's a has?
He is a has-been, bro. He's not come back. He's not made a comeback. Listen, bro, that guy's an entrepreneur. So listen, he started his career off as an MMA fighter. Look what he does now. He's a promoter himself now, bro, in bare knuckles. So he's an entrepreneur. He makes more money than what he ever did off UFC now.
Right.
Do you understand?
The name that he created.
It's a household
As-
name. It's a household name.
Right. As what is the thing though, right? It's not like
Bro, you don't even
George
know John
Foreman
Jones is a household name.
grills. You know, like is he gonna be like Conor McGregor's like, like easy bake oven type
Listen,
thing?
bro,
Like
if you
know,
knew
like,
about UFC, you would know, yeah, John Jones would smash Conor McGregor's head in. Bro, if you know UFC, no one can beat John Jones.
I kind of stopped interest in the Kimbo Slice era where like bums
Bro,
were
John
like
Jones is
fighting
before
to
Kimbo
get into
Slice.
like
Listen, bro,
MMA.
John Jones was before Kimbo Slice, bro. John Jones beat Chuck Liddell, Lyoto Machida, bro. He beat Rampage Jackson. They were all before Kimbo
Oh, so
Slice, bro.
he was that era? Like
No,
the
bro,
OG?
yes, that's what I'm saying, bro.
Okay.
He was 21 in that era. When Chuck Liddell was fighting, John Jones was 21 and still the world champion. Beat Chuck Liddell. He beat all them people at the age of 21. Now the guy's 39, bro.
Today?
Still no one's beaten, bro. Yeah, he's
And
39
how old
today.
is-
No one's beaten.
How
No
old is
one's beaten, bro,
McGregor?
still.
Like
McGregor's what, 37, 36? Bro, McGregor's been in the sport for 11 years, bro. John Jones has been the world champion in his division and the next way up for 21 years, bro.
He sounds like the Dave Chappelle of MMA. Dave Chappelle started doing stand-up comedy when he was 14 years old. Just like in bars, like just as his,
Bro, even Dave Chappelle wasn't even rated when he was 14. He was underrated, wasn't he?
what was that?
Underrated. No, Dave Chappelle was underrated for years.
Underrated?
Like, no,
I mean,
yeah, he was underrated, bro. He was better than what he was for years. People just dismissed him because they didn't want him to go out and be commercial.
like that's the thing. Like,
Look
I
what
just-
he had to do, bro. He exposed Hollywood, bro, to he had to go to another country because they were going to make out like he was crazy.
see, like this is the thing. This is where, to me, as a comedian, I know a deeper, like.
Okay,
know.
okay, bro, listen. You think you're a comedian?
I don't think.
Listen, bro. Listen, my friends. Listen, my friend. Let's have a bit of banter. And look at my mouth when I'm speaking to you. I'm like one of them old Chinese movies, do you know, when they like don't sync up with the rhyme. You do the same, bro. You look like Bobby Lee. Don't ever disrespect me looking like a Bobby Lee.
Look, Mirror, you tell
Lucy,
Bobby Lee
okay.
he looks like me. Okay, you tell Bobby Lee.
I
Charles
tell
Payne.
Bobby Lee, you look older than him. Okay.
No, I'm.
No, you look a bit like the guy. You look like a bit of the mix off the guy off. What's that? Hangover, Mister. What's his name? What's that little
doctor?
guy? No, not the doctor, bro.
Ken-
The little Chinese guy with the little
Ken
wee,
Jong.
bro.
Ken Jong.
No, bro. No, not him,
What's
bro.
his? No, I
the
mean,
little
that's his real
guy,
name.
bro.
That's his real name. But
Chan,
Leslie.
what's his name? Chan, is it?
Leslie.
Chan.
Leslie?
Leslie, yeah. Leslie Chan. Yeah.
What up, bitch? He's a real doctor. Like in real life.
You look. Is he really? Yeah. You look like a cross between him and Bobby Wee.
Yeah. I've been called
You know
worse.
Bobby Wee?
Somebody told me I looked like the actor who played Shang Tsung in the Mortal Kombat movie. I don't know.
Bro, you look, bro, Bro, no, bro, that's what you dreamed to be, bro.
Bobby Lee.
Bro,
Bobby
if someone ever
Lee.
told you you look like the actor off the Goonies, bro.
Data. Oh yeah, that was
Hey, you guys.
Austin.
The
Data.
Hey You Guys, you know the Hey You Guys go.
Pictures of Pell.
You know, Slough off the
Slick
Goonies, not the
shoes.
Chinese kid, bro.
Slick shoes.
Stop trying to make me stereotype you, bro. I was on about Slough off the Goonies, bro. Hey, you guys.
Yeah. And I'm Korean, by the way. I think I was Chinese.
Wait, River,
Yo.
you still there?
Yeah.
Have you added me?
Probably. Yeah.
What do you mean, probably? You want to make sure you did, you know?
Where'd you go, River? Did you go find?
I got bored. I have this finger when I get bored, I just dip.
Listen, come on, spruce it up, then. Put her on the big screen. I want to see what she looks like.
I can't turn my camera on until I get like 1,000 followers.
What? So you're out, so you're amateur then.
Yeah, I mean, this is not my real account. It's my old
Come
account.
back on your real account if you want.
No, I didn't have enough followers on my old account either. No, I did, but then I got banned off live for racism. I'm not racist, by the way, guys. I didn't even say anything.
So, listen,
I'm not racist.
you could have fooled me. You could have fooled me.
No,
You've been racially discriminating me for the whole life.
no, I invited my friend up there.
Oh, so she was just being racist for you.
Yeah, and then we both got banned. Like,
So you've got a racist friend and you're actually mixed race.
how am I
You need to
mixed?
check your friends, girl. Girlfriend, you need to check your friends.
How am I mixed?
Well, yeah.
I'm like, why?
Is this you?
You're like-
Is this
you're
a
like
real
white.
picture of
So
you?
listen, are you
you're like-
actually white or you just
you're
like white? Because as far as I'm concerned, like white isn't white.
Well, I'm Indigenous Irish, which is white, but we're a protected class, so.
So listen, a bit of meaning. So you say
Indigenous?
tree, don't you? Tree, then. You say tree, don't you, my lady?
No, because I'm from Belfast.
Tree?
Belfast, they still say tree as well.
Tree.
She doesn't even know where she's from.
How do you say the word tree?
Listen, baby, my princess, I can take you back to your homeland, okay?
Are you Jamaican?
I'm half Jamaican, yeah?
I love Jamaica, man. It's so cool. I have a Bob Marley poster in my room, and I love.
Listen,
Bob
how
Marley.
old are you, bro? Because you sound about 15, actually, now, you know.
I'm 20.
You sure?
Yeah, I turned 20 in December 25th.
Listen. What, so you're born on Christmas
On
Day?
Christmas Day.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
you say, I was born on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
What year?
So what? So how many presents you get for Christmas?
How many presents I get for Christmas? I actually got so much. I got way too much. And like,
What, birthday presents or Christmas ones?
yeah, both, man. But they're always in Christmas wrapping. All my presents are always in Christmas wrapping paper, man.
What? I got mad.
So do you have to like do like the gifters have to be specific? Just like this is your Christmas and this is your birthday.
No, they put a tag on it, then turn the tag over and say Happy Christmas from Mom, and then you turn the tag over, it says Happy Birthday from Mom.
It's on the same.
Honestly, my parents don't give me birthday presents.
I
But
wouldn't even if you was born on Christmas Day, but I can't Merry Christmas.
Did you
So
celebrate
how-
Christmas?
If your parents said even give you
growing
birthdays,
up?
how old do you even know you are?
what?
How do you know your date of birth if your parents don't clash your birthday?
No, I
You
still
must not
celebrate
even
my
know how many
birthday.
birthdays
I
you
still
have.
celebrate.
Well,
I
you
just
do,
don't
but
get
your
presents.
parents don't. So how do you know that your parents even told you your true age? You could
No,
be
I
15
celebrate
for all
my
you know.
birthday. I just don't get
Yeah, but you ain't
presents.
celebrated your birthday from one because you ain't even old enough to celebrate your birthday at that age. So what
Man,
age did you actually know what birthday you had? You
my
must have known from
parents.
like, the age of 7. And
No,
it
my
could have been
parents.
7 years from then. So you could actually be 14 and thought you were 7.
My parents celebrate my birthday.
But listen, where do your parents live? Do you live in the forests? Are you in a court?
No.
Have you got a birth certificate?
Yeah, I'm telling you, my parents celebrate my birthday. I just don't get
Are you with your
presents.
parents now?
No, I'm in university now.
Are they downstairs?
Why would they be in
Listen, I
my
need to see
university?
proof of your
Do we
parents.
need to vet?
Because listen, I
Like,
think you
I
come from a
guess,
cult.
like,
Listen, you're going to see her on a milk carton from 20 years ago saying she's been missing, bro.
I'm
This
sorry
is-
I was born on Christmas.
no. Like, let me
listen.
ask you this, River.
It's just when
Did
you
you-
think your
did
parents
you
don't clap your
celebrate-
birthday.
Like Christmas with Santa Claus and that whole thing when you were growing up
Well,
as a
she
child.
celebrates her birthday, and her parents celebrate Christmas. She doesn't have a birthday to her parents, bro.
Right.
No, because my parents give me a birthday cake. I just don't get presents.
So do you have Christmas cake or not then?
Christmas cake isn't a thing. I have birthday cake.
What? So do you have Christmas and do you celebrate Christmas?
We get
So
Christmas
listen, what do
dinner,
you eat on
and
your
then
birthday? Do you
after
have turkey
Christmas
on your
dinner,
birthday or not?
we get Christmas
What, you
dinner,
have
and then
Christmas
after.
dinner on
Let me
your
fucking
birthday?
speak, bro. Why are you so fucking loud? Right. I get Christmas
Listen, she's getting
dinner.
so good to calm her down.
I get Christmas dinner, and then after Christmas dinner, I get a cake and I blow the candles out.
So it's Christmas
So who says
dinner.
happy
It's not
birthday to
your
you?
birthday dinner. It's
But then I got
specifically
cake.
Christmas
Right, so,
dinner.
so who wishes
with
you happy birthday?
birthday cake at the end
Yeah.
of the Christmas
Listen,
dinner?
listen.
Yeah.
So if your parents don't celebrate your birthday, yeah, who wishes you happy birthday when you blow out your candles?
My parents?
You just said they don't wish you birthdays.
No, I said they don't give me presents. There's such a big difference in that. You just keep taking the ball and running with it.
So listen, who buys you the cake?
My
He
parents.
just wants to make sure you're.
So your parents, but you should class the cake as a present.
I guess.
I think
So they do buy it.
cakes is a good indicator of how many
So
how
listen,
many cakes.
how many candles
do
do
you
you have on your
remember?
birthday cake this year?
4.
So you're only 4 then.
Oh, my bad.
Don't blame it on you. It's your parents' fault. Listen, how much did your parents pay for you?
What do you mean
Have
pay
you got
for me?
brothers and sisters?
Yeah.
Do they look the same as you or not?
Well, I'm in foster care. Well, I was in foster care and now I'm adopted. Um,
So are we talking about your real parents or? So listen, you can't be adopted now because you're 22.
yeah, you know, adoption's a legal process.
I know
And
you don't have to be adopted at the age of 22. You're a grown adult.
She's
yeah, but
20 right
adoption.
now.
I'm 20. And
Well, so you're still
adoption.
adopted.
Yeah, adoption
So you
is like
should
a
be with an
lifelong
appropriate
process.
adult whilst you're talking to us now. I want to
Right.
speak to your real parents. Someone's lied to you, yeah, and tried giving you the cheap thing and telling you your birthday was on Christmas. That's not your real date of birth.
Mir, why the third degree
No, they've
integration?
palmed her off. They just thought, fuck buying her a Christmas present in the adoption place. We'll tell her it was a birthday at Christmas. Listen, there you go. Bing bass box.
What do you mean they
Job done.
pawn like?
Listen, don't believe them. Your birthday is not Christmas, Bob. They've lied to you. They've lied to you.
Well, I was adopted. No, I was put into foster care when I was 5, and then when I turned 18, we decided to adopt me completely and legally, so I can like have legal parents.
Okay, so listen, I want to speak to your legal parents.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
So actually, listen, who's actually your... So what? Because you said you was from Ireland.
Yeah.
So are your legal parents from Ireland or your adoptive parents from Ireland? Which, listen, if it's the orange parents that have left you, I can probably link... No, I'm not going to say anything.
If I was
Well,
tracking
my-
correctly, River, your birth mother is from Tennessee, or
No, my foster mom was from Tennessee.
okay. Wait, forgive me, I did not know that. So
No, it's okay. But both my
What,
daddies,
you sound Irish, bro.
my foster daddy and my real daddy are both Irish. And then my biological mother's from Croatia and my adopted mother's from Tennessee.
That's where you've got your twang from here.
Yeah.
I would love to hear the
Explains
connection
a lot,
story
man.
between the Tennessee wife and her
You come-
Irish
did you come to the
indigenous
UK or not?
indigenous
How
Irish
old's your dad?
husband.
No, my biological daddy's indigenous Irish. My adopted daddy's just like Irish.
Just Irish. He's just
So listen,
just
so,
Irish.
so did your adopted dad meet your indigenous dad today?
They were best friends, actually. They were best friends. And when my daddy went to jail, and my mama got into trouble and all that, then I started living with them, and then they adopted me.
Fair play. I'll rate that.
Kind of like godparents and stuff like that in a sense, right? Like
Yeah.
but that's-
My daddy got out of
that's what
jail
you
2
call a
months
problem,
ago.
mate. Imagine if you went to
So
jail
how
and
was
your mate
that?
looked after your kids.
Was that
Well, I haven't
awkward?
spoken to my daddy because no, I haven't spoken to him because I have a restraining order. But
Well, what did you do?
I didn't do anything to him.
You sound
But
like you would've.
No, I have no memory of what happened, but my mama does, and she called the police on him, and he was in jail. But yeah,
Your mum ain't in grass, is she?
What about your mother? Is she still
my
around or?
biological mother, I call her sometimes, but she
Where's she
speaks
from?
Croatia. She speaks Croatian. Her English is really bad, so our talks are
Listen,
kind
so me and you go on holiday to Croatia, then we can meet up there.
of maybe.
She lives in Croatia
Yeah.
today.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Listen, Bobby.
I was dropped as a baby because the police were knocking her door, and she had like a bunch of drug. Oh, can I say that? She had a bunch of
She dropped her on your head
drugas.
by any chance?
Yeah, she did
You
actually.
just did,
Respect.
and you don't have to promote the TikTok shop. Like that's a similarity. But yeah. So like in that whole thing, you were dropped. Like you were like noted to be.
Yeah, and then they ruled her an unfit mother.
Oh, and that put you in the foster care system until your
Yeah,
godparents.
Your mum look like, I bet your mum looks sexy.
my mom's pretty hot. Yeah.
I can tell.
Mirror,
Like you,
that was
yeah.
a complete like 180 and just like energies. It's just like
But
you're
like she has a new
It was correct information, bro.
she has a new boyfriend, but
Is he black?
no, and they have a baby together, but she's not allowed to live with kids due to her like issues. Like she's not allowed to
He
because
looks
of
after the baby.
so the baby
Hey,
lives
listen,
with the
if me and you
dad.
had the baby together, does that mean I've got to take full-time care of the baby or not?
No, the baby lives with her dad, and then
But
my
they're
mama
married?
she can.
They're still married?
Yeah, they're married, I think. No, they're engaged. But the thing is, she has her own separate house, but
It's almost
she pays
like
rent there. But
like
she
a
doesn't live
divorced
there. She
couple
doesn't
in
live there.
Your mum
America.
sounds like a queen pin, right?
No, but she doesn't live there. Like she tells the government she lives there, but she actually lives in her fiance's house with her child. But the government can't know she's living with her child.
Bro, you just grasped
That
it,
is
bro.
all for entertainment purposes. The TikTok shop. We're not trying to ban anybody, get anybody in trouble.
And she's allowed to visit her child in his house, and she's allowed to hang out with her child as long as he's there. So really, she's not breaking any laws by sleeping there while he's there. But
Right. I mean, ultimately, it
What's the
should be
mom doing?
between the mother and the
Your mum
father
sounds like she's...
agreement, right?
Right, your
But
mum sounds like she's Pablo
yeah, but they're still
Escobar's
together.
wife,
They're
bro.
still madly in love.
yeah, I mean, that's
Mad
kind
dude,
of.
your mum sounds mad,
So
bro.
this is all from kind of like the karma is what I'll call it from the incident having to give you
Don't
up,
say
River.
that, bro, 'cause you're making it like she's
Yeah.
karma, bro.
I don't
So
believe
is that why you're
karma.
so bad then? Because your class is karma. Okay. So what's Bobby on about then?
I believe in
Correct.
what
Bobby,
comes
you
around
can't
goes
question his
around.
karma. Okay?
Karma, like what goes around comes
Bobby, you
around.
can't question his karma.
Kwarma, shawarma, quinoa. No, I
I
mean
love
like
shawarma.
shawarma, shish kebabs, shally. But I don't know. I mean, like, so then, are you close with your
Listen, bro,
half
stop trying to get
sibling?
on this. She's mine now. Come to
Yeah.
the UK, bro.
She's named after an orange. Her name's Satsuma.
That's an orange, Satsuma.
We call
Yeah.
orange ginger where we're from.
Satsuma.
No,
oranges.
she's named after an orange.
Yeah, well, what we call is orange is ginger.
It's not a hair color, man.
Orange. What-
You know the
what
you know
colour-
the fruit, oranges, citrus, the vitamin C, Florida oranges. There's a what is it called?
Don't grow in Florida, bro.
Satch.
Satsuma.
One more time.
Don't grow in Florida, bro. So shut your mouth. Bobby, you've got a hairline. How do you do that trick with your hairline?
Bobby. What did you say, Bobby? Are you calling me Bobby? Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby Lee.
Mirror. Come on, man.
You look like Bobby Lee off the podcast.
See, now you just
I know I'm stereotyping you, bro. You've actually got a better hairline than you, bro.
he's got better hair. I
Bro,
know. He's grown it all long. He looks like
This is
Johnny
fucking
Depp.
proper caddy, bro.
What's that? Hey,
What do you do for a living, Bobby? What do you do for a living?
what do I do for a living? I'm actually blessed to be born with parents who have worked together to build
Sponge
like a
off
very
parents.
successful. Yeah, I'm a trust fund baby, or what people call
old
lucky
are you,
baby
bro?
ducky. 44.
What, you never work, bro?
I've worked. No, I work.
So what's your occupation then, bro?
I am a property manager for my parents' real estate investments. I'm my father's personal assistant. I have many different titles.
Ever, bro. Okay.
What about you? What's
Me,
your official title, Mir?
my official title, bro. I'm an entrepreneur, bro.
Okay, what have you entrepreneured?
Well, bro, property development, vehicle development, vehicle wrapping, vehicle cleaning, vehicle mechanics, anything to do with anything to make money. I'll show you now, bro. Right now, let me turn my camera around, bro. Hold on. I'll turn my camera around right now. I'll show you what I got, bro. Hold on, bro. So I've got Aston Martin on my drive. I've got RS6 on my drive, RS3. Yeah, turn my camera around, sorry. Right, hold on, I'll show you. Bro, this property I'm at now, bro, I've actually got the planning permission to build 70 houses here. I'm knocking them down in probably 2 months, bro. This is all my land I've got here, bro.
That's like your fleet of
What,
cars?
No, bro, that's just like, I'll tell you straight, that's a customer's car that's being cleaned. That's a customer's van. Listen, bro, I've got a load of lorries here that's storage there. I've got that 5G mast there, bro. They pay me 400 grand a year, bro. That one pays me 400 grand a year also for a 5G mast, bro. I've got loads of storage here at the moment, bro. I've just built the development platform, concreted it all off, bro. I got the planning permission to build 71 houses. But what I'm going to do is, bro, I'm going to build 30 houses and a couple of units, bro, because I'm going to get my money in quicker. If I get mortgages on 71 houses where I live now, bro, it's going to take forever to pay, bro. So
Yeah, I mean,
my
those
advisor,
are.
bro, my advisor, bro, he's advised me just to get out units. I can give them £30,000 a month rates I can charge them, bro. So why pay someone 30 grand? They're gonna have to put a 30 grand deposit down and pay me £1,000 a month, and I can make a 30 grand a month off about 120 square foot, bro. And each square foot owes me £25, bro.
Yeah,
If you
that's
get what I'm
the.
saying.
Those are the decisions that landlords, deal with. Where I'm just like,
Well, that's what I know. So
like,
yeah, man, I'm entrepreneur, bro. This will obviously I wiggle and jiggle my things, bro. I've got a lot of things that I've got my fingers in, but it depends if whatever you specify in, bro, I'll try and help you with and get my fingers in your pie. I know I'm not good in all certain spectrums on certain things, but I know if someone is good on something, bro. Do you know what I do really the best? What I've figured out is the best way to make money is doing a government-funded scheme. So what I do is every year I look at what the government want to fund things into. Like, bro, I'll tell you straight, yeah, do you know the Oculus Quest?
the
If
Oculus,
you hit the
like the
Oculus
VR.
Quest, the VR, yeah, the VR, bro.
Yeah, I know
Well,
of the.
bro, I've got shares in that one. Well, basically, I paid my cousin to put shares into that for me now, bro. He's the demonstrator for all the new Oculuses, bro. And he does that in Dubai. Now, we also do, bro, we do government-funded schemes that do scholarships, bro, which get people into sports. So what I've started is where I've done a government-funded
Okay,
scheme
like
in Dubai.
something more
In
positive.
Dubai, where we
Like,
started a Dubai rugby team, a Dubai cricket team, but then obviously we've got government funding now where we can do government-funded scholarships for hockey players that are in college in America, bro. And we're also doing it with soccer in the UK, and we're bringing UK too. We're doing the music as well, music industry, bro.
to give
So
these
that's another thing that
like generations like education or the future
yeah,
of
listen,
just
bro.
becoming
What we do is basically
athletes,
yeah.
like in
What
the thing,
no,
like
but bro,
like
after bro, any kind of education or any kind of push in life,
through
if you've not
sports,
got the
right?
government,
Through
yeah, through sports, through any academics, bro. Through any academics, so bro, any subjects you do in school. So bro, it can go from music to sports. Because there's a lot of parents out there that can't afford for their children to have all these musical instruments. But if they're good enough singers,
okay,
yeah,
so
I can get government funding off them, bro. But well, bro, what I've realised, bro, this was just 2 years ago. Like this year now, bro, the government will fund us £21 billion for virtual reality. So what I've done is, bro, I've set up, like, basically I've got like a unit. And what we do is, bro, we all wear VR headsets, yeah, and then you sit in a go-kart, and it's like a Mario Kart game, bro, that plays around the unit, bro. And due to that, bro, I don't have to pay no insurance. There's only no barriers. All I have is these go-karts that are set up to this virtual reality. And bro, I've got my mate that does CAD. So basically, what he does is, bro, he formats all the maps for the games and all the car games. So you know, like Forza. When you go and play the car game, he pinpoints out that and puts it on a computer and gives them the format for all the tolerances and all the heights and distances, widths and lengths for the fucking tarmac laps and all the tracks.
All the physics and all the
He's just, bro, basically, bro, he's
details
just a
of
site
everything,
engineer,
right?
bro, yeah. So, bro, he gives me the formatting CAD and then I get the programs and put my own tracks in on just the unit. So due to that, bro, my insurance comes down, bro. I don't have to pay any insurance, bro. And due to the VR, bro, even if them guys are 5 meters from the barrier at 20 mile an hour, it'll cut their go-kart off for me straight away.
What
So,
are these?
bro,
Well,
my
hold on.
form of
What is this
insurance
go
kicks
kart like? VR room
It's a virtual reality
benefiting
go-kart set, bro.
to
So
do
basically,
what?
bro, imagine
So the
it, bro.
person in this VR
It's a race, bro.
room is
So basically,
like,
bro, what you do is you put a headset on, you sit in a go-kart, and then depending what track you want to be built out, you'll watch this headset through this, and you'll sit in your go-kart.
right,
and
like
press
in
the accelerator.
the VR thing, right? But you said this is
No, it's
funded
real, bro.
by like
It's real.
a government,
It's government-funded virtual reality, bro. I got £21 million worth of
just to
funds for it.
create this kind of technology,
No, bro,
just to
just
promote
just to show the government, I've come up with a scheme for them to fund me for what I've thought about, bro.
right. I mean, I'm not trying to like
Because, bro, that's the
dox
only way.
it in that
That's the only
sense, but
bro.
like it's
No, bro, listen, bro. That's the only way I can build, bro. That's the only way I
savvy.
build my currency.
But let me ask you this: you said you have invested in Oculus, right? Like, and
Yeah,
I know
Oculus Quest, yeah.
that the inventor of Oculus had this
Who is he?
project that he created a virtual.
Who's a patent of Oculus, bro? Who's
what's
a
that?
patent of Oculus? Who's a patent of Oculus, bro?
What do you mean? He's a what? He was a.
Who's the guy? Listen, bro, you're on about the inventor, bro. The inventor is the one that patented Oculus, bro, which is virtual reality, yeah?
Yeah,
So
I mean,
he's the patent, bro. I know.
yeah. Okay, so this guy created like a whole like suit
No, bro,
and like
listen, bro.
pod where
He
it-
patented, no, bro. You're getting it mixed up, bro. All the other development corporations that done all this, listen, bro. You get suits that are developed for people, yeah, just for touchpads. You get suits that are developed people for 4D effects for movies, yeah. So all them suits intertwined with that suit. I can go and buy one of them suits and it's going to do exactly the same thing as what that VR thing does. If I go and buy a headset that's going to go and calibrate your bedroom to see what kind of dimensions your bedroom is, that's exactly the same kind of software I'm going to buy for the Oculus Quest.
No, mirror.
There's
Let me
people
let me
that-
land
listen,
on
bro,
this
listen,
one.
bro. There's people that put all these softwares and formats together to bring me one format so everything can download together, bro. And then I'll go and buy that format or put my money into that or get a government funding scheme for that, bro, to help you with that, bro.
No, okay, so
Understand what
I
I'm
know before COVID or during the COVID pandemic period that I learned that this entrepreneur who had the patent for Oculus created
So who is he
this.
then? Who's the guy that's got the pattern, bro? Mention his name.
I don't know. I just know him by
You
that
don't know
that
him.
connection. But
So
again,
you
just
don't
the
even know his name,
technology,
bro.
the
You don't know
technology
him, bro.
that was
I know who he
being
is, bro.
that was being
I know who he is,
showcased
bro.
was just a VR headset. That what happens in the headset? If you die in the headset, you die in real life. Like it sends
No, bro.
electrical
Listen,
shocks
bro.
that
It's proven. It's a proven fact that can happen. Yeah, you're correct.
no. Yeah. That this
No,
is
you're right. You're right. I
already
know what you're saying. I know
invented
what you're, bro, listen, bro.
technology
No, listen,
at
bro.
the hands of whoever.
Yeah, bro, I know what you're saying, bro. But listen, bro. There's regulations, yeah,
Right,
and there's
right,
things
right.
that are restricted to stop your brain from thinking like that.
This
man,
isn't gonna go
which are hours to
mainstream,
where you pay.
right? Like this was created specifically for prison rehabilitation purposes. That was like the
Bro, you know who the
intention.
person who patented VR? Bro, who's the person that patented VR then? Because, bro, listen, you're quite right.
You're looking.
Listen, but
You're like
person that
Bruce Lee
patented
talking
it-
about the guy.
No,
You know,
bro,
if you
the
concentrate on the
person that
finger
patented
pointing
it
at the mirror,
was actually
you're
a
gonna miss
prisoner,
all
bro.
the heavenly glory down here, mirror. So you know, like
Bro, I don't need to miss anything because I know, bro.
I know, but the thing that I want to touch on is just
Bro,
like
what religion are you, bro? What religion are you?
I mean, I'm really not a religion. I'm just a
So what do you
servant of
believe,
God.
bro?
I believe
So you're
in God.
so you're not a religion, but you know. So you believe in God, but you're not a religion.
I know.
How can you like use a religious name of God but not knowing it? Like how can you
God?
use
How
God's
can I
name and
use?
you don't believe in it?
So you think
You
that
said
you
you don't.
need? Do you think that one needs religion to know God, even by name
Well, what is
only?
God? What is God, bro? What is God?
God is a lot of things. God is light. But God is good. God is love. God
Bro,
is merciful.
God
God
was
is.
before light, bro. God was before light.
Right.
There was God before there was light, bro.
Okay, so what religion are you? Let me ask you that, Mir.
It doesn't matter what religion I am, bro. Like the same with you.
So you can't even
Listen,
say,
You
like,
guys
you know,
was
like,
no,
fucking.
bro, I don't have to say, but I can tell you what I know.
what were you saying, Aki?
I said I don't have to say what religion I am, but I can tell you what I know about God.
Okay, so elaborate, enlighten me on that.
What would you like to know?
Whatever you know. What should I?
I mean,
What should I need to know?
well, tell me what you don't know.
You tell me what I don't know. You've already made the assumption
Do
that
you? Do,
without
no, listen,
religion, I
I'm telling
cannot.
you what I know, and I'm telling you what I know. I'm asking you what you would like to know, and you still can't answer, bro.
Okay, what is God to you? Who
To
is
me,
God to you?
who is God to me? Okay, so from the questions that you just asked me, I presume that you think God is a who. Yeah, God to me is one, bro.
One what?
Yeah, what do you mean one what? I just said one. I didn't say one what, bro. I just said one. So what one of God is he to you? Is one what? What is God to you? Because you must make the presumption that God is one what. So one what of God is to you? Is it
Hey,
person or is he
I'm
what?
just making sure you're
No,
saying
because you're no,
W
bro,
O
you're
N
trying to put words in my mouth, bro.
O N
I said to
E.
you, God is one, and you said one what. So you made out that I said what after one. I just said God was one. Do we agree on God as being one?
I
Is
can
God
agree
one?
with, but there
So
are
why did you say
different
what after
versions
that?
of that word "one," right? Like,
Bro,
what
there's
if
no different versions of
what
one.
if one was
There's only
saying
one meaning to one,
W
bro.
O N instead of O N E, or
But I could say
you know,
I is one, bro.
okay,
I is
as
one.
in like the number, right? One. You know,
No, I is in the
I'm
letter
just
I.
trying to give you
It's
a
in the
little.
letter I
This
means
is
the same as one, bro. So you need
in
to use
Roman
the right
numerals.
syntax. No, bro. In syntax, bro. In the first spoken language of God.
I is
I is one. I is one, bro. Yeah? So anyway, what else would you like to know, bro?
Danal, Jamil. Any?
Anyone can ask me any questions. You're more than welcome.
Sorry, I was playing Fortnite. My buddies are talking. I didn't hear.
Fortnite. Okay. Let me ask you this:
Well,
are you familiar with like the AROPL, like that religion of peace and light, like movement that is like headquartered in UK, like in like a former orphanage somewhere. That's all. You know what I'm talking about? Like the they they say that they all follow this figure they call the Mahdi. He wears like the black beanie, and they all wear like this like the black clothing.
bro, you sound like you're talking about some cult, bro.
I mean, they've been called. People label them as a cult, but I know that this is something.
Listen, bro. I follow the truth, bro.
So what? The truth being, God is
The
one.
beginning, bro. Well, listen, if I said anything that is not the truth to you so far, and if I have,
appreciate
I'd
it.
like you to tell me.
Can I ask you, who is Jesus Christ to you?
Jesus is the Son of God, bro.
Elaborate.
Well, bro, you know when someone has a son, bro? Bro, are you a child of God, bro?
I am. I've been born of God.
So you're a son of God, yeah? So when you want me to elaborate, bro, does
So
your... Go on.
okay. So who is his father? Who is he the son of?
He's the son of the Creator, bro.
The Almighty? Like he had
The one, bro.
like
God, bro.
okay.
The God that you don't believe in, bro.
Okay, so then what about his not the predecessor, like what about his um comforter, who I call, like the Prophet Muhammad,
His
peace be
comforter,
upon him
bro.
both.
His mom. His mom.
What's that?
Who's God's mom?
Who is God's mom? Who is Jesus's
No, what
mom?
did you ask me, bro? I didn't say Jesus is God, bro. So if you are you referring
No,
to
you said
Jesus,
son
bro?
of God. You said Jesus is son of
The
God.
Jesus is the Son of God, yeah. So what did you just
Right.
ask me?
I asked you then, who is the Prophet Muhammad to you?
Prophet Muhammad, bro. He's just a prophet, bro. He's just the word of God, bro.
He's just
Listen, bro, listen, bro, listen, bro. He's not the true word of God because he wasn't at the beginning. So don't worry about him, bro.
well, I mean, I know
You shouldn't worry
clearly
about
that
something that
you
ain't the
don't.
truth. Listen,
I
bro,
mean,
let's stick to the truth.
and that
Yeah?
is
You don't have to, well, the truth is at the beginning, bro. We all know that. That's the laws of nature, bro.
right when God created the heavens and the earth, right? And the earth was
Well, listen, bro,
formless
you all know
and void.
God was at the beginning, so let's know what the truth is, yeah?
Yeah, I
Is
mean,
everyone on the same wavelength with me? Have I said anything that's incorrect to anyone yet? Because I don't know if anyone's disagreeing
are
with me.
we all on the same?
Well, listen, bro, do you agree with everything I say yet or not? Because if you disagree, just say.
No, it's just your
No, but listen, bro,
wording is
I've answered the
very.
questions. If you disagree with anything that I've said, I'd like you to prove to me what is factual information. Because I know what I'm saying, bro, and I know the truth and the facts of everything I'll say.
I disagree
So
because you say
if
that
you
it's the
want to try and
truth,
make
and
it.
the truth is at the
So,
beginning,
bro, listen, bro,
and
yeah,
that you
yeah.
follow the beginning, but we don't know what the beginning is. There is
Well, listen,
no
bro, if you
written
don't
record
know,
of the
what would you
beginning.
like to know, bro? Like I just said.
There is no written record of a beginning.
Well, when did I say there was?
But
When did
that's
I
what I'm
say
saying.
there
I
was? You're
disagree
making
because
out
you
like
say
I'm
that
making
you
out the
follow
written
the
records, the
truth,
beginning, and that's the
and the
truth. When
truth
did I
is
say
only
that was?
found at the beginning.
Listen, you're jumping to conclusions as well, bro. You've not once asked me what I know. You're just making presumptions, and you don't even know me. So let's stick to the right syntax and the meanings to the words that you're using, bro. Okay? So what would you like to know, bro?
How old are you, by the way, Mir? If I may ask.
38, bro.
38.
I'm
Okay, so
38, bro.
we're close to the same generation. Denal is much younger than us. So I'm
But
just
what would you
like,
like to know? What would you like to learn, bro?
what would
I'm
I
more
like?
than welcome to learn anything off anyone else as well.
I mean, like,
You
can I
guys are
ask you?
babies. You're babies.
You can ask me anything, bro.
Who raised you?
Who raised me, bro? My mom, bro.
Just your mom?
Yeah, my dad was deceased from the age of 9, bro.
Did you have fatherly like figures that came like
Yeah,
in your
I did
lifetime
till the age of 9, bro. But
till
then
the
after that, bro,
till the age of 9? You
yeah,
had what happened at 9, if I may ask?
my dad passed away, bro.
Oh, okay. So then after that, nobody else
Yeah,
filled those
my
shoes
mom looked
for
after me,
him.
bro. My mom was my fatherly figure to me, bro.
How was that growing up? Like, was
Bro,
that
it was, bro. Listen, I paid for my nan's house when I was 18,
you
so
paid
I didn't
for
just
your
do that,
mother's
bro.
house, like
No,
her
no, not my
like
nan's, bro. I paid for my not my mom's, my nan's.
what does that mean? Your nan's?
Like, my dad that passed away, yeah, she never brought her house. So my dad's mom never brought her house before my dad passed away. So when I turned
Oh.
18, I brought my nan's house, bro.
Oh wow. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
so you like went back all the way to like your grandparents and
And I
stuff
never
like
had a
that.
dad, bro. I never had a dad, bro.
You sound like my
So
father, who just like,
I just grafted, bro. I did what I had to do, any means necessary, bro.
and glory to God that you were given the strength to endure
I
those
had to be
difficult
given the
times,
strength, bro. No one
right?
else was going to give me the strength, bro. Listen, bro, I couldn't run back to my dad if I needed help, bro. So if I ran, bro, I'm just running away. I had to go and just turn around and go and face my fears, bro, from the age of 9. Do you understand me? Bro, I had to sit there, bro. I've got 3 younger brothers, bro. I had to sit there and have no Christmas presents, bro, and go and graft myself. So my mum could buy my little brother's
You're
Christmas presents.
the head of the household,
I'm the
right? Like,
oldest brother, bro. Oh,
yeah,
bro, I had to be the head of the house. I wasn't my mummy's, bro. But as a man, I had to
right,
take it on the chin. You understand me?
yeah. Like
So I didn't.
this is the life that my father was raised up in, that drove him to like come to America and be like the entrepreneur that he is, because he had that same origin where
He
he
had
didn't
to, bro,
have,
because if it didn't make money, it didn't make sense to him.
right. It's survival, right? Like
Yeah, survival, bro. Thank you.
right, and then it's even using those fruits to sow like all the
Bro,
you
it's
know
not
like
even survival, bro. Listen, do you know what? Like, I've lost a lot of people in my life from a young age. So, do you know when I see other people, bro? I know people now, yeah, that are like 30, 40, bro, that haven't even lost their mom, their dad, their nan. And, bro, they're lucky. They're lucky people, bro. If you're 40 and you've still got your nan there, you're a very lucky person, bro.
the nan.
If
Yeah, I mean, I still
listen,
have
bro,
both
listen,
of
bro.
my parents, so I consider
Yeah, bro.
myself very like
Yeah.
blessed still too. You know, like,
Bro, you've
but
probably got people your age that have still got their grandparents, and look how blessed they are.
but that's where those
Listen, bro,
grandparents are
do you know my
the
nan?
really
Do you know
young.
my nan, bro? My nan had to bury her. My nan had 10 children, yeah? And out of her 10
And your
children,
father was what
my
in
dad was
those
the
10?
youngest, bro. My
The
dad was the
youngest of the
youngest out of the
10,
10.
number
Yeah,
10.
and he died first.
Wow. But he was the first
My nan had to
male,
bury her baby, bro. My dad was 29 when he died, bro.
and you were 9 years
I
old.
was 9, bro.
And how old was your mother?
My mom, bro, she was 27, bro.
27. Okay.
My mom had known my dad since she was 14, bro. That's all she knew.
And then, like, all three of your siblings were already born. Like,
Yeah. No, bro,
can I?
my little brother
What?
was born.
What was it that like ended up taking him?
Bro, my dad was unalive tragically, bro. Someone else took my dad's life, bro. And it wasn't
Just
by accident. It wasn't by accident. I can't say for TikTok reasons, but it wasn't an accident, bro.
there was
You
something
understand me? So
coordinated
it was tragic.
behind it.
No, bro, it was took premeditatedly, bro. And it was actually, bro, like it was conspired for it to be took, bro. It wasn't something that was done by accident, bro.
So, but like, why him? Because
Because, bro, he was racially discriminated, bro. So
okay.
his life was took from him because of the color of his skin, bro.
Okay, so it was like that time or that kind of
But it was
society,
just that time, that place. That's
that
the generation
darkness,
it was.
right? Where
If you
they
knew who
just
my
see.
dad was, my dad was a very powerful person for the color of skin that he was. So there are a lot of people that thought my dad was my dad. I know my dad was a superior, but he wasn't in a superior country. I grew up in England. My dad's black. So there's a lot of white people in this country that think that he's not the superior. So they didn't like that. And because they knew how powerful he was, his life was took from him, unfortunately. And my mom is not the same colour as my dad. So my mum had to bring me up as a black child and being a white lady, which was
And
hard for her. Do you know what I did?
facing that kind of, like, I guess, resentment from her
Bro, we
own
know when my dad
tribe.
died, yeah? All my black side of my family, bro. My dad was the bad man of the family, yeah? When my dad died, bro, everyone got scared. So, bro, do you know me and my brother? We've grown up crazy. We don't give a fuck. We do what the fuck we want, bro. And, bro, we've done some crazy things in my life. And my nan's the only one that justified to my uncles. We've done crazy things to some certain people. And when we've done them things to people, they're going moaning back to my family. And when they go moaning back to my uncles, and my uncles come moaning at me, and then they moan to my nan, and my nan would say to them, listen, he's just crazy like his dad. And his dad died when he was 9, and you didn't show him how to be a proper, normal person. So if he has to be crazy like his dad, then that's the way he is, because you didn't show him how not to be crazy. So don't moan about the crazy stuff he does. Simple as that.
Kind of like the brother's keeper type thing. Like, you should have been
Yeah,
your brother's
yeah,
children's keeper
yeah,
type thing.
yeah.
Like,
Bro, listen, if you had your little brother's baby that died, bro, you'd look after your little brother's baby, bro.
yeah. as if it
You
was
wouldn't moan about
like
it.
my child
As
and
if
my
he was
nephew,
yours.
right? Like,
Bro, as if he was your child. He's not your nephew no longer, bro, because your brother can't be a dad to him. So you are his dad. You are the next in kind to show him how to be a man from what your brother was meant to do. None of my uncles showed me how to do that. And bro, what they didn't like is I brought my nan's house at 18 before they could even pay for their own mom's house and their grandchild did that without a dad. And listen, bro, I might have done that in the
what
wrong
was that
reasons.
moment like for you to see like
But
that
bro,
look on that
moment,
their face, like that actualization where just
bro, it
like my
wasn't even their
nephew.
face, bro. It was the best moment, bro. I know my dad in here, bro. It's the only moment I know that could make my dad proud.
What was it? Just like that energy?
It
Was it
boy
just
my
the
nan's
energy
house,
that you felt?
nice. No, bro, I know I did what my dad was supposed to do. What all my family, bro, you know my dad, when my dad had his life took, yeah, my granddad died 6 months after that, yeah? So my granddad had a mortgage with my nan then. So when my dad died, my granddad was supposed to pay the mortgage. When my granddad passed away, all my uncles were supposed to give my nan an offering. So they meant to give my nan £200 a month mortgage. Bro, they did that for 9 years, yeah? So by the time it come to 9 years, it was still like 120 grand left on the house. I just paid it all cash, bro.
At what age?
I was 18, bro.
18? Jamil is
Yeah.
like in the same situation too, where
Bro,
like
I paid the house 120 grand, and I brought £120,000 car, bro. So,
so
bro,
now do
listen,
your
do you know
uncles
when my
like
dad-
work for you now?
My uncles
Is
were
it-
gassed. They was jealous of me a bit, bro. I'm driving around in better cars than my uncles. I've just brought a car the same price as what I brought my nan's house for, bro. And bro, they know the way my dad died. They know the way my dad died, so they don't want me to do and make the money the way my dad died. They was trying to slag me off to my nan, saying he's bought this house with the wrong money. He's not made the right money to buy the house. And my nan had to tell them, listen, you've never showed him how to make the right money, so don't bother about worrying how he paid for the house. You lot have only paid for TVs in the house. He bought the house.
Right.
So don't worry about it.
The actions speak louder than these words, essentially, right?
It's
Just
just, bro, it's just graft.
like
Like
the
I said,
act
bro, I had to be a
your
grown man
initial
from the age of
priority
1, bro.
was to take care of your family,
My
right?
nan.
Not to become kingpin of England or anything. Like
No, bro, that's the true meaning to a gangster. Do anything for your family, any means necessary, bro.
to
That's the
certain
definition
degrees,
of a
right?
true
Is when
gangster.
what turns you into
The
like an
definition to a
alcohol.
true gangster is to do anything means necessary for their family, bro.
But is that gangster or is that a man? Like a true man is whatever means
Bro, listen,
necessary.
okay, what would you class as gangster, bro? Listen, bro, I could call you a gangster because you just knocked a gangster out. Now, bro, if you owed a gangster money, yeah, you're going to let him beat you up. Now, if a gangster run into your house where your mom is or your kid, you're going to mess them up, bro. Because you've got the heart to. If you're fighting for something that you've got the rights and the heart to do it, you're going to win. Half of these idiot gangsters are trying to knock out people that owe them £10, bro. They're jokers, bro.
Forget
understand me?
fighters.
Like, bro,
I'm
you know,
not like.
I
What
put in
about
the
like
bunnies,
the
bro.
Diddy? What about the P Diddy gangsters? Like it's just like that. That's a
Bro.
gangster.
A P. Diddy gangster, bro, is just, bro, that's just a narcissist, bro.
On a whole different level.
A P. Diddy gangster is the kind of guy that goes home, yeah, and starts knocking your mum about when he's drunk, bro.
And that's
He's not a gangster, bro.
the thing though, where he takes
Bro, you know what a
like
real gangster is, bro? Listen, bro, try and take someone's last breath, yeah, and see if you can sleep with it at night. And then see how much of a bad man you are. Because I bet you no one on this panel has done that. Go and watch someone take their last breath at night and know you've took that, bro, and see how bad you are, bro. See if you're a bad man, bro.
I would never wish that like position
Well, I'm
for
just,
myself.
listen, bro. I'm just trying to say there's things that I've seen, yeah.
I know,
and we
yeah,
can
yeah,
see
yeah.
we can put into aspects of who's a real guy and who's not. And bro, listen, like I said to you, till you're put in them positions where you have to do things like that, we'll see how much you, bro. I know, yeah, you're a humble guy, and like people say, it's the quiet ones you got to watch. You've been nothing but nice to me, bro. Yeah. So I know, bro, because you're that nice to me. You've got no tolerance how to being bad. So, bro, if I pushed you to be bad, you'd probably be badder than me. Do you understand me, bro? So listen, bro, and that's to your means of your rights. That's no joke, bro. You're a nice guy now, yeah. But if I did something to you, bro, that was going to harm you or your family, you could be worse than me, bro. Do you understand me, bro?
Oh yeah.
So it depends in what kind of logic and meaning you are, bro. And bro, I know, bro, you wish and hope not to be that guy, but if you was ever put in that predicament, I for sure know you've probably got the heart to be that guy and do anything means necessary to save your family, bro.
To protect. Forget save, protect, right? Like, so I appreciate that you can recognize that.
If you're saving someone, bro, if you're saving someone, you're as good as protecting them, bro.
Does that have to go out to the fucking truck to get like a part?
But it's like Bruce Lee said, you know, it's just like, I'm not saying I'm a saint, but you know, like, I have a temper, you know, like I have a very, very harsh temper that, you know, like.
Well, let me tell you this, yeah. You see your brother Jamil here, the rude boy, yeah? Listen, bro, Jamil, what I know is, yeah, if you lock me in the room with you, yeah, I know he's walking out, bro.
And you got to walk to chow every day. You know what I mean? So you got to go.
I know he's walking out, bro. It's probably not
I think
going to be you, bro.
he's gonna say he's always got guests like where he's at and stuff like that. Don't consider that
listen,
like
bro,
an act of
he's lucky he's in America, bro. Because if he was in the UK, I would have poked his eye out and bit his nose off.
You know, I mean, like that's the thing, though. You know, like for you, you know, like I recognize like you are just like somebody who wears their heart on their sleeve. You know, like this is where
I'm someone that studies the art of being humble, bro. I have to constantly calm myself down from little idiots that think they're bad, bro. Because if I wanted to, bro, if I wanted to release my inner fucking demons, bro, I could make someone feel some pain, bro.
with the intention to like for somebody like me to get my temper out of me, right? Like you could play that game, which you know, glory to God that you don't.
Okay, then, bro. Okay. Like,
Is
bro,
that am I tracking? Am I tracking correctly when I say that?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, bro. But listen, look, if you've got that much temper built, like I was the same as you to a certain degree, bro, and you start classing it as a form of self-harm, like you start looking at something to release your temper on, bro. And when you're not a bully, you don't want to start going around and releasing your temper on other people. You start doing things like what I did, bro, which is becoming a professional MMA fighter. And it's a form of self-harm because you want to go into the ring and let people punch you up rather than go out there and bully people, bro. And I had to have a sports psychologist to tell me, listen, you don't need to go there to get beaten. To go, so because bro, that's what I was doing. Like some people self-harm themselves, bro. They go and do that things to their arms and that. I was doing exactly the same. And to me, bro, I didn't realize it was a form of self-harm until my sports psychologist explained this to me.
That was like
and bro, I know you're doing the same,
like
bro.
The pain
bro,
aspect.
You know what you're doing? You're not finding a release for your pain, and because you're looking for a release, you're asking me the question for what you should do. Now, bro, any normal person would say, listen, go to the boxing gym, bro. Go and do a bit of sparring and go and do a bit of this and go and, bro. Look, you're probably the same as me, bro. If we chucked you, but you've probably got to constantly tell yourself not to do this and not to do that. And like, bro, listen, I've got plenty of practice in what I've seen and what I've done to certain people, bro. And luckily for the generation that I've lived in, bro, I've got away with a lot of stuff, bro. Look, if I told you some of the crimes that I've committed compared to the crimes that I've been charged with, bro, you'd think I was a bullshitter, bro.
If that's not why you believe in God, I don't know what is, right? It's like, I
don't have to believe in God because I know, bro. Do you believe in God then, bro?
I do. I know God. I beyond belief. I know God.
So tell me what you know then, bro.
I know that God is always watching, at least over me, and listening, and you know, trying to help me whenever
when he watches you, bro. When he watches you, what does his eye look like?
I'm sorry. When he watches me,
he said he was watching you. So for you to know someone is watching you, you must have to see their eyes.
Oh, I think about it on so many levels. Just like even the TikTok.
You know, bro.
What do I know?
I'm asking you what you think. I'm asking what you know, bro.
What do his eyes look like if he's watching?
No, I'm asking you what you know about God, and you're saying I think it's this and I think it's that. What do you know, bro? Proof, factual.
I mean, that's a lot to unpack. Like, just
it's not, bro. You've heard me tell you what I know my definition of God is already. So you should just repeat what I said.
I mean, I can't fully
Tell me
recall
one
what
factual
he said.
thing about God. Tell me one thing you know about God. Well, just one factual thing. And bro, the answer
God is
the
one.
question.
God is one. Like you said,
Yeah,
God is.
Thank you. So
one.
now we're getting there. We're getting there. A bit.
Okay, yeah. We can agree on that,
Right.
and build on that,
No, bro.
right?
I'll just
Thank
say
you for
the
reminding
answer,
me.
bro. I have to just give you about.
But you know, like that's where it's just like we can just agree there, or then we can
No,
have
but I
the
know.
people who push
No,
it
it's not
forward,
because
just
we
like,
agree.
but what
I
is
have
the
to just
one?
remind you, bro.
I appreciate that. You know, like,
Sometimes you forget, so I have to remind you, bro.
and that's
So I know you know. You just forgot how you know or how you know it.
or what I
can
should
tell by your vibe,
remember, right? Like that's what I appreciate.
Yeah, no,
just
yeah.
saying that remember.
No, I just
or in
reminded you. That's what I'm saying. I knew you knew. I just knew you forgot.
that. You were helping jog my memory around the
just giving you
block
a
to
reminder,
catch
bro.
up, right? Like you
No,
know,
no,
like
no,
so.
now
Thank
we've
you.
got there. Now you've told me something you know about God. What else do you know?
Beyond God is one. That God was
Well, you
in the
just told me
beginning.
God is one, bro.
God was
I
before.
told you God was one and reminded you God was one before you even remembered God was one, bro.
Okay, I have to.
And you
give
think you're a
mirror-
comedian? Is this a joke? Are you just fucking about with me or not?
No,
Do you actually pretend to be a comedian on purpose, or did you do it by accident?
no. I used to do stand-up comedy for 10 years.
Are you amateur comedian? Well, listen, bro. The only one I've heard laughing tonight is fucking you prick.
I know. Hey, I'm my own best audience.
Here we go again.
Yeah. But that was my form of
Carry on, bro. Now
self-deprecation.
you know what, bro? I'm gonna follow you. You're a good lad. It's been a good combo and that. But listen, you know the Jermaine and that. They was fucking trying to slag me off, and that boy don't know. So let them come up as well, bro. We've been boring now. And plus, bro, you've cock blocked me with that bird, bro. She said she was your fella at first, and now she was on to me,
My
telling
friend?
me how she's an immigrant. Remember how it all started? I was asking her the fucking difference between an immigrant and a refugee. She starts going crazy at me.
Immigrants and refugees. We're talking about River.
Yeah, she's meant
Yeah. Oh, she's back.
Yeah,
I don't know. Hey, I don't know what's going on between you two there. Maybe there's something in the.
But look, this is where I am, bro. Look, this is what I've got. If you want, you know, you're not from the UK, are you, bro?
No, but what is that? A Z? A Nissan? Like that?
No.
I was gonna ask you with that red card.
I've got Aston Martin. I've got a C63 here, bro.
Are Jaguars and Land Rovers like a lot cheaper,
natural
like
Jaguar
in the
drivers.
UK?
Yeah, Jaguar is Land Rover in the UK, bro. It's brought by, it's like Jaguar. It's like Aston Martin over here, basically.
But they're made in England, right? So it's just like
Yeah.
Ford. You know, like here in America, like Fords and Chevrolets,
bro,
like you know, like
basically,
they're not
bro,
like.
it's bro. Do you know, like a Hellcat? A Hellcat engine is a Mercedes engine.
Really?
Yeah.
Like the
Hellcat
Hellcat,
engine is a 6-litre engine that's got supercharged on it. So it's actually a Mercedes block, bro. So that comes out of a 6.3-litre Mercedes engine, bro.
the original Hellcat, like muscle car.
Well,
engine?
the Hellcat that they use now, bro, is it the red or whatever? It's a Mercedes Brabus engine, bro. It's a 6-litre block, bro.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
They brought the rights off Mercedes to use that for an LS1. Do you know what an LS1 is?
Yeah. Or is this like
you
after
got LS1,
Mercedes
LS3.
bought out Plymouth and Chrysler and all those
No,
companies?
listen, bro. Yeah, no, listen, bro. Right, listen, bro. Plymouth and that made it first, but Mercedes made that. So that engine that's in all them 6-litre engines is exactly the same engine that's in all the AMG Mercedes 6-litre.
Right. Because Mercedes is now the
So I don't know
owner
if it's an
of
LS1,
Chrysler.
LS3, or an LS what.
Right,
There's that
like-
many of them.
Yeah, I mean, like, do you think Mercedes? Like, here's the thing: where did you know Nissan is about to go bankrupt? Like, I think Honda is maybe gonna buy them out.
Buy it
Like,
out or buy the rights. How
mean,
can
like-
Nissan go bankrupt, bro? You know what they're doing? They've done that for they've done that
exactly.
on purpose,
Exactly.
bro.
It's a
They've
succession
done it for
in
tax
ownership.
reasons, bro.
No, I mean, I
They've
think
done it for
it's
tax
the
reasons.
management. It's just the son who inherited the company because his father passed away early, and his son just, I guess, whatever. That's what my father told me.
Listen,
But
bro,
the
listen,
fact-
look, listen, if you pass away and you leave everything to your son, if you do that legally, you've got to pay 40% tax, bro.
In England?
So listen, bro,
Who has
you've got to pay
tax?
40%
The
tax. If
inheritor?
you pass away, you've got to pay 40% tax to the person. So listen, it's happened to me already, bro. Like when I brought my nan's house, my nan had to give me her house before she died. If not, bro, I'd have had to pay 40% tax back towards that house, bro. So if they give him Nissan before he dies, then he doesn't have to pay any tax back on what he earns off his dad. So we'll become a sister company because he won't have to pay 40% tax on basically what his dad is worth.
Even if Nissan goes bankrupt,
Yeah.
he will get the inheritance.
No, they're not going bankrupt. They've just saved 40%'s worth of their fucking earnings, aren't they?
I don't know. I mean,
Due to taxes. Like if you inherited Nissan as a company off your dad, yeah, you would have to pay 40% back towards what your dad's worth. So if your dad's worth 2 billion,
to like every
yeah, to the government, bro.
every government, like
That's to any government, bro.
Japan has
Yeah,
this
bro,
rule,
bro.
you think?
Bro, I think Japan's got higher tax than us, bro. So it's even more than that. Depending on how much your government or how much your company's worth, the tax bracket is actually higher.
But there is a tax, a hefty tax.
There's a tax bracket, bro. So if your company's worth 2 million, it's got to be 50% you've got to pay back on tax. If it's worth 2 billion, it's got to be even higher. If it's worth 200,000, you're going to have to pay 20% back. Depending on how high it is depending on how.
It's passed on to the inheritor pre-decease. Like like you said, if your nan gave you the title or the mortgage, the deed to the house, and put it back in your name before she passed away, that saved you from that inheritance tax, right?
Yeah.
That you
That's
would
the right,
have
same as us, bro. That's what we have to do. So how much do you get inheritance tax, bro?
Do I? I don't even.
No, how much do they do it in America over just general?
That's the thing. I don't know. I started kind of looking into it. I know there's like things where if you don't set up trust funds, it's like kind of like faulty. Like, you know, they could be taken. But there's a lot of different laws that I don't even know about that I just pray my parents. Yeah, I mean, but that's just fascinating. But either way,
So listen,
like,
so you've got all this money and you do all this stuff, yeah, and you've not even looked into them laws. When your parents die, you're gonna be fucked, bro. You're gonna lose everything, bro.
this is where
Go sport your own, man.
I have the trust fund set up.
Listen, I can be your PA if you want, bro.
PA or like a like
I
financial
can be your
advisor.
PA when your parents die. Yeah. Yeah,
How
personal
about
advisor.
like a personal consultant?
A protection
you know,
agency? I can do that as well, bro.
Protection. You know, like
Yeah,
I mean,
Bobby, I can do you both for you. Bobby, I can be your Bruce Lee.
I would be your Bruce Lee, and you could be my Chris Rock
No,
or my.
you can pretend to sound like Bruce Lee to me, bro. So when I get people to ring up for you, I'll be like, listen, this is my Bobby Lee.
Bobby.
Listen, bro, you know what? I'm listen, bro. I'm going, yeah, but I'm gonna come up on your life again. I've had you just have me back. But nice to meet you, bro. I'll catch up with you again, yeah.
Say that one more time. You kind of
Tell
cut
the
out. there.
lads I said safe.
Say that one more time. I don't even. Jamil, are you there? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm here. You guys are cracking me the fuck up, really. I'm putting them in the mic.
How's Fortnite?
I'm putting it in the microwave now. My microwave took a shit, and I'm rigging up. I bought they wanted $400 for a nice microwave. I found one on Marketplace for $60 an hour away. My buddy went and grabbed it for me, and now I'm installing it. But it's like 6 inches too long, so I got to rig it up.
Is it overhead or is it? It's not a tabletop, obviously, right? Is it like a vent vent microwave
Overhead.
with the
Yeah,
vent?
it's optional. It's an optional vent. I'm not gonna hook it right up.
Samsung, LG, or like
GE.
GE?
Yeah.
Yeah, my father refuses to buy like Korean appliances, which I think is like ironic. He's just like they're just.
That's funny. Well, I would rather spend $60. It's like brand new. $60 than $400, right?
$400 on a microwave, bro? Like, come on, man.
That's what I'm saying, man. And that's with a discount at Best Buy, ABC Warehouse. You can get shit microwaves, but I don't want a shit microwave. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, like GE, like here at Lowe's, it's like 200 is what I paid for like the last one I had to replace for a tenant here. So yeah, 400. I look at those and I'm just like, what makes this like 400? And then you look at just all the buttons. It's like you don't need all that. What is all this cooking type thing? But you're doing like an install for somebody, or this is like for your place?
Yeah,
gotta
my
get-
place. My place.
The convection
But
oven, man.
I'm a contractor, bro. I can build anything, fix anything, do anything that way. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
So I'm putting let me see. I'm putting a 30-inch microwave in a 26-inch space. So I got to go 4 inches into my baseboard or my trim around my casing around my door, my kitchen. But it's just going downstairs, and it's no big deal. It's like flush with the casing.
Are you gonna have to like go into cabinetry, or is it like?
No. It's already, the cabinet's already got it, but it's only ready for like a 24-inch microwave.
Right. So how are you gonna get the extra 6 inches?
I just told you I'm going over the door casing, so I'm going to shim out the back. I got 3/4 inch, so I'll find a 1x product, put the 1x product behind it, fill the gap, and then just hang it from the top of the
And then you have your
cabinet,
range
and then
underneath.
mount it on the wall. No, I got a spot for that, but it's going to look like shit there. This will look better.
I need finer friends. Like,
I'll show you when I'm done.
you don't
I'll be done in a second.
Is that Anthony again? Anthony, is that you?
Yeah, that was. Yeah.
What up? Day 2. Yeah, sorry, cutting out yesterday. But yeah, I mean,
what it is.
it is what it is. You're right.
I just walked back and you cut out. I was just like hitting hello, and you were like, bye bye.
I realized it was pretty late. That's the thing. I've been like working on this rental property, and yeah, I don't know. Like we've been getting offers on like just like our tenants want to like buy these properties from us. It's kind of like this weird situation, but
Well, that's usually what tenants want to do: buy the property. Do they have the money to buy the property? Is the question.
right. That's the thing. Like I don't know. But we have tenants where they've like been with us for like 20 years. So I asked my dad, just like, are you gonna give any kind of like leeway in that 20-year like span if they make you an offer? He's like, no, they're gonna have to pay me market value. Like why?
I mean, that's counterproductive. Your dad didn't invest in that.
Exactly.
I mean, he probably will do it. He'll probably do a little bit, but nothing substantial. Why would you do that? What's the difference?
And this is where I'm just like,
Depends on-
because
depends on-
it's Jay. You've been with us for like
They were
20
there
years.
paying their rent. No.
But as a tenant, like, would you expect like the landlord to give you any kind of leeway if you were in that situation, like the tenant making an offer to like rent to own, essentially, like take on like the mortgage?
I mean, it depends. Have you ever been the leasee or the leaser, right? It's different. You pay on time. You don't cause no trouble. You do this year after year after year. I mean, I think your dad would feel obligated. But if someone caused you a headache and it's been like sucking the water out of a rock the whole time, it's a headache the whole time. You got to wait for the money the whole
Just every phone call is just like, my toilet's running, my light bulb's out. It's just like this guy. Right? Okay. So you factor in like the whole kind of relationship like experience, and then
your dad's the one that invested. They're the ones that rented, and that's just brass tacks, right?
what do you think about like the rent to own kind of business?
I've done it a couple times. It's great because usually the people don't pan out. If it's a couple, they break up, or people don't get sick of the property or the property. Because rent to buy, it just puts a portion of what you rent towards a down payment if you can make the payment in a certain allotted time. So,
But if something happens, then it's just like
guarantees you
a
a
regular
number.
rental lease, right? It's just like, yo, that's
Well,
all
it guarantees you a
rent.
number. That's the problem. I really don't see it beneficial to the homeowner. It's beneficial to the buyer because if the property goes down, they ain't gonna pay you what it's worth. But if the property goes up astronomically, if the contract's proper and they do fulfill it, you're asked in the, because property can go, triple, quadruple in spots for whatever reasons.
In a year, right? Like
In a day.
real estate can.
In a year.
I mean, that's
In a day.
like my
If all
father.
of a sudden some big corporation comes, buys up your whole neighborhood, and you're the last one standing, you're gonna get some money, right?
Or muscled out, like if you're gonna be like that person who like
Well,
grinds.
it depends on how well structured you are. You can be muscled out, definitely. Anybody can be muscled in things, but you're not muscling somebody that's privy to the law and cross their I's and dots their T's. So, and you see that when a lot of times when like big corporations build around houses or apartment complexes build around houses.
Right. Gentrifying developments and stuff like that, right? Like
Yeah, all that, right? Yeah.
and this is what was happening here in my state, Aurora, where Trump was like calling it the gang, the Venezuelan gang thing, but it was like me looking at this corporate like real estate like investment firm that was in New York, that was trying to gentrify this area in Colorado that's like prime for it. But because they have tenants that live in these apartment buildings who refuse to give up their property because this is like they're like like this is what they can pass on and they don't want to sell.
Yeah,
and so
they're refusing because they ain't bringing the right number.
right, so now
Right at that point,
these landlords, how do they get those people out? They just let whoever live there. They call them slumlords. And like they get forced out. And this is where I kind of looked at the dirty like plays in politics in that realm. So again, business is something that I'm not that cutthroat. But in that sense of just like
yeah, there's equitable means in being human, and then there's equitable means in staying to the black and white, and then there's equitable means in being a little bit lenient towards people. But that's all determined on the situation at hand, right? When they try to
Denal, are you still there, brother?
Yeah, I'm here.
Like, thanks for sticking around. Any reflections? Have we?
Yeah, so the problem is the people have been living there a long time and love their spot, right?
They freaking kept billing me.
Yeah, so now you're
That's where the problem occurs.
$1,400.
I think that like if those tenants had like the foresight to just think like, wow, we really love this place and I can see myself here for like 20 years, we should try to ask these landlords if we can work out like a rent to own rather than just paying 20 years of on-time rent payments steadily increasing, like these things where I'm just like, Jeff, like what? He's like, I know that like that's something, but it's just like, I love this house. We love this. And, like I kind of like told them just like, if it were mine, like I would definitely like make you like the offer to rent to own this thing. But, this is where I told him just like, I know my dad would be more like business on it. So just like, I was just like, don't take anything with, any kind of like full-hearted thing, but that's just where my heart was. And so I think my dad caught wind of that. And then he was just like testing me on where I stand. And he really like prodded me. I'm just like, I mean, like, do you think it's fair that I give like him anything off like what I know that house is worth today? Like it's just like it really made me just kind of get like this pit in my stomach where I was just like, we're like talking like money like in weight of somebody's like happiness and like well-being, and it just didn't feel right to me, if that makes sense, like, in a way. So this is where, I don't know, there is like a big part of me that worries about how I would manage, like,
What is the
uh,
value of a dollar?
to, like, me personally, or to
What is the value of a dollar?
not much. Like, at this point, like, the value of a dollar is a dollar. Like, now,
Is valueless because a dollar isn't worth the same to everybody. A dollar isn't worth the same everywhere. A dollar is just a representation of time.
I thought you were saying doll
We
hair,
use
Donal. No, I'm just kidding.
It's just a representation of time, and the thing is, not everybody's time is valued the same, even though all our time has equal value. Your time has infinite potential. You could do anything with it. Anybody could do anything with their time. But the whole capitalism system works on the fact that we suppress what people can do with their time because now they need to work so that way they can eat, so that way they can have a house, so that way they can feel safe, so that way they can have clean clothes, so that way they can have soap and other things.
Live to work,
We
to
make
live
all
to
these
work, to live to
things
work, right? It's just that repetition, right?
precisely so that way people have to trade in their time so that way they can live longer. Whereas if you have money, most of the time you're spending your money so that way you don't have to waste time. And a lot of the ways they do that is by hiring other people and suppressing them as much as possible so that way they can minimize the amount of costs and maximize the amount of profits. Because people tend to be the most expensive cost in any business.
I would, right, like, especially in this world of robots and stuff like that, right? Like, that's the big thing where it's just like, do you want human employees or like robots that can just do it? Like, that's like a real world thing. But it's interesting that you brought up just like it is all about time. Time is the most valuable currency to humanity, right? Like, and then this is where, do you see time being the, I guess, the currency, like, or the standard of currency, how time is spent as the value?
No, because it's not standardized. If it were standardized, then everybody's time would be treated as equal, but it's not. That's why one person can flip burgers at McDonald's and serve you your meal while you're sitting there on a phone, and yet you made $1 million today and they made 50.
Right. Not even that, right? Maybe the Uber driver and then the McDonald's, like, and then the one who is at home making just like all those stock investments feels they are stimulating the whole economy because they are contributing. At least this is what my father told me is the Republican kind of.
Definitely contributing to the economy and stimulating the economy, but the thing is with the economy, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And you're only at the table if you're in that top 1%, that top 5%, if you're one of the owners. There are owners, and then there are the owned. If you're working for somebody, you're owned. If there's nobody above you and you're making all the money, you're an owner.
Or the 1%
and if you're not at the table,
at this point,
you are
right? Like,
on the menu.
I mean, to say you're on the menu versus just like you're the staff.
You are on the menu
you're
because
the waiter.
You are on the menu because you are seen as a resource. You are not seen as a person. You are seen as a profitable margin.
So is menu the correct word to describe this? Like resources? Like when you look at a menu, you're not looking at resources. You're looking at...
When you're looking at a menu, you're looking at experiences and resources. What am I going to eat tonight? When you're looking at resources, you're looking at consumption. Businesses consume people and spit them out.
Okay, so
because it's
in
not
this...
about the people, it's about the person on top.
Okay, so in this, like, like metaphoric kind of like analogy here about just kind of capitalism and the 1% in there. We say the 1% are the ones who sit at the table, right? In this restaurant scenario.
Absolutely.
And everybody else who isn't sitting at the table, aka the 99%ers, are on the menu, right? In the context that the 1%ers sitting at these elite tables are looking at every member of humanity below like their like economic, I guess, like wealth class as just expendable or consumables in this sense for their own indulgences. Like, is that as dark as we
Yes.
want to go, or do we want to say that this is the fork in the road that these 1%ers probably each kind of find themselves in before they're just like, you know what? Let's go buy an island, or let's go buy a bunch of baby oil, or
You realize how much money $1 billion is?
I mean, like, there's like that statistic where like they say like
Yeah,
if you
1,000 millions.
It's 1,000 million precisely. You cannot live a lifetime making $1 million every year and get to $1 billion without, like, even if you don't spend a single freaking
That's the
dime the
thing.
entire time.
Like somebody did the math where they say like if you had $1 million back in that time, you could like spend $1,000 a day for like 60, 80, 100 years for that million. Like that's your budget. $1 billion is like $100,000. You know, like that's the exponential like, you know, like budget that these people, you know, so it's just like it's a real number, you know, like there's a comedian who does a joke like we find like a $20 bill and we're just like our lives change, you know, like our whole day changes. But like he talks about how Bill Gates like finds a 20 and it's like finding a nickel, you know. It's just like this guy just like, it's like, you know, like just like the different experience. But again, does that make sense? So you're
You
saying
can't make $1 billion without
no,
using
no.
other people.
But using them in a myriad of ways, though, right? You can use them in, you know, like
But most of the time, you're not using them ethically.
right. Statistics and you know all experience has evidently shown that man ends up corrupted and all about profits and pleasing, you know, public board members when their companies become public. That's the thing about the whole capitalistic mindset that has gone astray from it ever working out to help humanity, right? Is because it breeds the end goal being just like to sell your idea.
Helping humanity.
But
I do say it helps humanity because it forces people to work together, because now instead of getting angry at somebody just because they disagree with you, you have to work alongside them so that way you can make ends meet, so that way you can eat tonight, so that way you can pay rent at the end of the month, so that way you can pay your bills. You have to work with all these people that you may or may not normally associate with on these projects that do eventually help people. I mean, AI technology, for example, the moment that it reaches a point. Okay, look at blue collar jobs. Back in like the 60s and 50s and 40s, there were a lot of blue collar workers. There were more blue collar workers than white collar workers. But there's been a reverse because we've been automating everything. So now there are a lot less blue collar workers. There's like 20% blue collar workers and like 60 to 80% white collar workers.
But what are those blue collar jobs that we're talking about? Because it's not like we don't need
talking
more
about-
plumbers.
We're
We
talking
don't
about
need
construction.
electrician.
We're talking
Construction.
We're talking about those. We're talking about construction. We're talking about electricians. We're talking about plumbers. We're talking about mine workers. We're talking about farmers. There are a lot less because there's automation, and that automation has reduced the amount of people actually needed for these jobs.
In those specific fields, right? But that's the thing, like plumbing,
Whereas with
you know, like
every-
these once like blue collar dirty jobs are today's like, you know, like scolding iron things, where because of the lack of like technicians, like professionals in these things, they are the ones
Well,
who will get
take
paid.
factories. That old-fashioned factory image. It's normally an assembly line, and there's normally like hundreds to thousands of workers in the room.
Are we talking
right?
like iron, like steel, Carnegie time, or like
We're
Ford,
talking just
like in Hershey,
factories.
like assembly line factories?
I've worked in Maple Leaf Foods.
Okay, so in a food
For me,
manufacturing like warehouse.
there was about like 10 people in our room. There was like 10 people in each room, and there was like
Just manning
we were
machines.
raw side, so we were before things were cooked. Yeah, it was mostly machine work, and you
Right.
only need so many people to operate the machines.
To make sure the button
They only
gets
needed
pushed.
like six. Literally, they only needed like 5 to 6 laborers, and that was just for like the one line, really.
So now, why do you
Because the
think
other lines were automated.
those owners kept those employees when they could have just probably made
Because
more?
because they don't have a way to automate that position yet. The moment they realize how to automate that position, the machine is cheaper. You invest in it once, and then it's just upkeep. You just need one dude to come around and make sure it's oiled.
You said in like a room where there was like 5 people getting paid to automate or man these
because
machines.
our room,
It could have been done
our room
by
was
like 1 or
baloney.
2 people, right? So it's just like,
Oh, it could have been. It literally could have been done by less. But the reason that they
now
haven't automated it
if
yet
they came to
is
you,
just
Denal, because those people refused to like sacrifice their fellow employees' position by taking like a raise and being like, yeah, if you fire Denal and the other 2 guys,
person because I was float. So my job was literally go around between all the lines, operate the clippers. So basically, you have the emulsifiers, and the 2 people who work those, they just make sure that the meat comes through and it gets ground up properly into the proper paste, because we get the meat mixtures pre-made, right? But it's not completely emulsified yet, because we were doing bologna, salami, and then the room on our right side was hot dogs, and our room on our left side was deli meat. So they did like the thicker cuts. So they did like your country hams and stuff like that.
was it
we did like
separated by walls, or it was just like different
they were
stations in
separated by
a
walls.
open
They
factory?
were separated by walls, and they had their own machinery and their own equipment and their own lines.
I mean, like,
But
what was your
ours was
training?
food
Did you get
equipment.
like food training?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, yeah, I had to take food safety stuff, but
Okay.
also PPE stuff, like your classic WMS stuff as well.
did you
Um,
unionize? Do you guys have unions in
Yeah, we
in
were part of a union. We had a union. I was a member. Like, I wasn't like on the board or anything. I was just like, I was part
But
of
you
the union
paid
because
union dues, right? Like that's the thing. Like, what? Like, did you feel like those dues were
the union did not have my fucking back.
they what?
But the union didn't have my back. I mean,
Right. It was just like having it's
some
like paying
unions
for
are good, some
insurance and
unions
just getting the
aren't good.
check.
Yeah. But no, I was the float stuffer, so I was working all 3 lines. I was covering the clipping machines, and what that is basically the meat comes in through a form, and that's where the casing actually goes on it to give it its shape, and then it just basically it cuts it and basically just seals it so that way it doesn't burst or anything, and then it can go into cooking, and it keeps that shape for the processed meats, right? Because what we're dealing with is basically a mud. It's this very liquidy meat paste. For most of the products, not all the products, but like
Don't
the
ruin bologna for me,
vegetarian-
bro.
no. You don't even understand. I earned a respect for processed meats working here because they use premium cuts. And you're not.
This
looking at
isn't
fucking
this isn't like pink slime, that whole McDonald's thing, right? Like
No, it
you've
is
heard
a pink slime. It is a pink slime because they're pureeing it, right?
Oh, but
they're
pink
pureeing
slime
the
was like
premium
something
cuts.
completely like not like pure like quality cut meat. Like it was something completely synthesized to like be a filler.
No, these are really pure quality meats, and then
Right,
there are
right.
like some preservatives and spices that go in there, but nothing like super scary. And like, okay, there is one product that was scary, and we actually had to like change our entire line 1 operation when we got the product because we started experimenting with vegetable pepperoni. And this stuff
Vegetable
was like classed the same.
pepperoni. Like
This stuff was like plasticine. It was red plasticine in texture and color.
plasticine?
And it
What is
smelled
plasticine?
plasticine. So you know, like that
Plasticine.
molding clay.
Yeah. Okay. That smell?
It was literally no. It had the same texture and color.
Oh!
Yeah, and they put it into like see-through blue casing, so it literally came out of the line looking like turds. Because the blue and red, it just made like this. It literally made a poop brown.
And that's how
But
you know
I thought it was
that it's
because
good?
I thought it was like vegetable pepperoni, where they're saying it's vegetable proteins. It's not vegetable protein. It was cricket. They're using insect proteins and calling it vegetarian.
What? It's just like, have you seen the movie Snowpiercer? About like that train where they're all eating like protein bars that are made of like ground like roaches and crickets. It's
Well, I mean, like, it's good protein. Insect is good protein. I don't think I could do
right.
the whole...
But to call it vegetable pepperoni is a big stretch where you're looking at the ingredients as like mechanically separated crickets. Is that what it says? I thought Slim Jims were bad, but like it says crickets.
Like, it's cricket protein, it's soybean protein, and it's like, it is some like bean and vegetable fucking stuff in there. But it like...
just enough to be able to maintain the vegetable.
Our industrial equipment literally could not handle it because it was so thick. I could not imagine what it was doing to people's insides.
What was this company? Maple Leaf
Foods.
Maple Leaf Foods vegetable pepperoni.
Yeah, and this was one of the newer factories too, just because they went through like a whole listeria outbreak. So they basically like okay, yeah, we're gonna get rid of this whole factory. We're gonna do a whole rebuild, and they bought a new location. So the factory I was working in was only 7 years old at the time.
Wild. I remember like hearing like the story of like the I guess founders of Beyond Meat. You know, like that. Like fake meat company. They got like Beyond like chicken. You know, it's just the veggie like meat substitute called. It's that company. But he was like a employee of Tyson Farms. You know, like the big chicken like supplier in America. And there was like some story where this guy bit the nose off of one of the Tyson board members. Like, and I was just like, what is going on? And then like within like the same season, like the son of the Tyson, like, you know, the one who's going to be the heir of like the Tyson, you know, wealth, got arrested in a like random stranger's home, sleeping in their bed, like naked. Like he was just, you know, it was just the weirdest scenario. I was like, what is going on? And like this is like where this whole conspiracy of just like people who, I guess like you said, were at the table looking at the menu, and everything on the menu is for like their indulgence. Now the menu is kind of fighting back in a sense and putting them in these situations that is exposing just their behavior. You know, like this kid was just like, it was just weird. It's a weird.
That's a bit of a quote. It's not necessarily about capitalism, but it is in a sense.
What?
Which part? It was from the Mark Carney speech. If you're not at the table, you're on the menu. He was specifically talking about middle power countries like Canada, because I think a lot of Canadians used to think that Canada was one of the big powers, and we've acted like we were one of the big.
Come on, Denal. Nobody thought that. I'm just kidding.
We put up with a lot of. We put up with a lot of shit politically, so to speak, especially with the Trump administration. So I think it was a reaction to that, and with the whole claims about Greenland and the whole tariffs nonsense with that. So he was saying that as middle powers, we need to work together, because if we're not at the table as a middle power country, the big power countries are at the table. And if we're not at the table, we're on the menu, and we need to realize that, and we need to wake up to it, and we need to stop leaving the sign in the window and pretending everything's all right. Open shop, like nothing's wrong. We need to start acknowledging that something's wrong, and we need to do something about it. And I don't know.
That was
very powerful spirit.
That was the Trump pitch to Canadians in
No,
this whole
this was
Greenland?
no,
Like
this was Mark Carney responding to it. This was our prime minister responding to it at the World Economic Forum in Davos.
this,
It just
this,
happened a few
this,
days ago.
this, yeah, recently? Really?
Yeah.
So he's like on Trump's side about.
No, he's against Trump. He's trying to right now
Oh,
what he's doing, and he's
calling
doing it right.
Trump the one at the table, looking at like Canada
Yeah.
and
And
Greenland
he's
as
saying
the
that
menu
as
items.
Canada, we need to recognize that we aren't at the table. We're on the menu, and we need to unite with other countries that are also on the menu. We need to stop allying with the states and acting like the states has our best interest in mind, because it doesn't.
Especially with that's the scary part of being an American. I don't know if it's the same for you, Jamil, but it's like,
Yeah,
how
I am
are we
terrified, especially with what
looking?
happened in Venezuela
I mean,
and what's going on with Greenland. Because right now, what I'm saying is, we got Alaska on one side, we got the big states down to the south of us. If they take Greenland, we're surrounded. It's nothing but polar bears north. I don't want to get pushed further north. It's cold where I live.
we've got you surrounded at this point, right? Like, you got the North Pole, I guess you could go that way. But
I mean, like, no, that's like an actual thing. That's a concern. Canada's actually been training, doing military theoretics and defense tests just in case. Like, what if the States decides to infiltrate? What if the States decides to invade us?
training for U.S.
The
invasion,
military has been training, yeah.
right?
They've been
And
training defense plans.
that's the wrong impression. Like, as a president of the United States, I would like take that kind of
Well,
just
he's
like,
literally made comments about making Canada the 51st state, and now he did mess up. He made Venezuela the 51st state,
he doesn't
but
even
now he's going
know.
for a 52nd with Greenland.
Yeah, he's on something else where, again, he has been the spokesperson essentially now for this whole new movement that is behind that voice. Now I can see the different factions, right? Like, if Trump gets impeached, does that mean Vance becomes the president? Because I think that's like even scarier. So it's just like, I don't know what a solution is, but I definitely know that Trump's presence is either like intentionally just completely narcissistic, and there is nobody on his cabinet member who has like the integrity to tell him just like,
He is an owner. His entire mentality comes from the fact that he is an owner. He's not looking at things like, oh yeah, people are going to feel bad. No, he's looking at like, we can make profit if we do this.
right. He is looking at everything as dollar signs, right? Cha-ching. Even the whole Gaza, just like, we'll evacuate everybody, we'll essentially gentrify it and turn it into, world luxury resorts and bring everybody back who won't be able to afford it, but will essentially be labor for these
Literally turned
new things.
humanitarianism into pay to join.
Humanitarianism
He turned it
into
into a humanitarianism effort where we're trying to help people in Gaza, and he made it, if you want to be on the board that's helping people in Gaza, you got to pay this much or else get the hell out of here.
there's an entry fee. like, this isn't Red Cross. We have strict.
Did you know that there are high-tech wheelchairs? And there's somebody who, I forget who, I don't know their name, but they owned one of these wheelchairs, right? And they
Stephen
realized
Hawking?
that
What do you
they
mean
were-
high-tech
No,
wheelchair?
No. They were locked out of most of the functionality of the wheelchair by paywalls. And I think they made the news, I forget their name, but they made the news because they hacked that. And so they're a bit of a folk hero for people who are in that situation where they have these needs and they have these accessibility tools that are supposed to help them, but they're stuck with only the bare minimum because of all these frickin' paywalls. And all the capabilities are in the devices, but they can't use them because of these frickin' paywalls, because it's not about helping people, it's about using people's needs to make money.
Creating a demand that
That's
needs.
why I do not agree with the housing market at all, because rental costs are in the upwards of like thousands of freaking dollars. For a 2-bedroom apartment, a shitty 2-bedroom apartment, it's normally around $2,000
In Canada, your area.
in Ontario. Yeah. Meanwhile, property tax for a full house, for a full 3-bedroom house with a nice freaking backyard, is normally around like $300, $400, maybe $500. So if you're an
Property
owner,
tax.
you're using
There's
people's
property
needs.
tax, right? Property tax is just
Yeah,
like the.
well, that means
the-
you own it. You don't have it under mortgage. You own it, right?
Well, I mean,
So yeah, you have to pay.
you
for
might still be paying
water
the
in some
mortgage,
places,
but
you have to pay
once you have a
electricity.
mortgage, you have to worry about property taxes and just all these other, like insurance.
Yeah, but that price is way less than the $2,000 for a shitty 2-bedroom apartment.
Okay, so then what is it that is that firewall that is keeping renters in the rental market rather than just like
The firewall is literally the rental market right now. It's in a runaway snowball. It's been running down the mountain for a while because everybody's concerned about protecting investments. The numbers must go up. But nobody's protecting anybody who's on the bottom line. Right
Okay,
now
so-
in Canada, the
you get
basic
a
cost of
place,
living-
like not even a good place, like you said, a
the
3-bedroom
basic cost
for
of living is around $20,000 a year, and that's like bare minimum. One accident, one emergency, and you're now in abject poverty. Yet for welfare and disability, which are social supports, these are people who are not working, who do not have a job, who do not have another source of income. For welfare, it is $8,796 a year. That is how much money you get.
a year.
A year. For disability, it's around 1,500.
A year?
No, not 1,000. It's around 15,000
A year.
a year.
And this
And
is
you're expected
paid-
you're expected to make ends meet off of that. With the current housing climate, with the current housing costs, there's a reason homelessness is so high.
right. Like this
And
is
you want to know
where
the worst part? The moment you're homeless, you don't qualify for welfare anymore because you don't have an address. You don't qualify for disability anymore because you don't have an address. So now you're
here's
losing
where-
out on
This is where
You
the
make even less.
snowball starts really rolling and gaining its like inertia, right? Like when
No, the
even-
snowball gaining its inertia is I bought a house for $2,000 back in 1920s, right? And I expect it to gain value every single year. Yeah, it might lose a little bit value, but it better go up again. As long as it keeps going up, steadily keeps going up, then my investment is sound. The moment it stops going up, it's no longer a sound investment. And we got to protect those investments because it's about capitalism. It's about protecting businesses. It's about protecting people who can invest into politics, not about protecting the people, which is why the politics were formed in the first place.
Okay, so how do you think they protect those investments once those investments, like you said, have plateaued and are no longer?
Dude, I don't know the specific mechanisms for the market or how the market protects itself, but I know they're used, and I know they're used because there are politicians who were put in charge of the homelessness crisis, the homelessness issue, and they are quoted saying, yes, homelessness is a problem, but we really need to protect the housing investments. If your job is helping people get off the streets, you should never have a single thought in your brain about protecting investments.
I think that in just like that wording that you just said there, Janal, it's just like, it's, like for like an answer or solution to this homeless crisis worldwide, is the solution that landlords, property owners, and whatever just allow these people just to
You
live there.
literally said it yourself. If your father were selling the properties, he'd want to sell them at market value because he does not want to lose profit off of his investment. Because he invested money into those properties expecting to make a profit because that's what he was told. That is the issue. It is systemic. It is generational. It is literally the culture we live in. But it also has a huge solution, and that solution, as you mentioned, is the technological advances. With the advancement of automated technology, you're eventually going to get a point where everybody is either working in sales or they're starving and angry because they don't have the skill set to work in sales. Now, when I say working in sales, that's not the only job. There's also other fields like civil services. So you're either working for the government or you're working in sales. Because eventually we won't have farmers. Eventually we won't have miners. Eventually we won't have blue collar jobs because we will have automations doing them.
Right. And
People
then
still want to make money.
so then you see in this future, like the ones who are doing manual labor as the the bottom
Being pushed out, but the ones doing manual labor getting pushed out, that's an issue because now you're going to have a lot of people who don't have the skill sets.
I mean, like you said, it's going to be sales or, service, right? Like
Civil
public service,
service, yeah.
civil service,
So by that, I do mean like doctors, I mean like firefighters, I mean people in the army, I mean people who are working for bureaucratic jobs.
right,
Teachers.
service jobs, right? Like service jobs towards like society as opposed to just like sales and like accounting and just like the things that only benefit that employee in essentially like that's the thing where I would pick the service side, but again, then you deal with all the strings that come with the governmental corruption of it. So this is where when you say
Service side doesn't escape sales either, though,
you're right,
because the police have to sell their services. The firefighters have to sell their services. If they don't, then they don't get funded. And if they don't get funded, then they have to make cuts. Because it is business. Because they're surrounded
but that's
by
the thing.
sales.
That's the irony of it. Like, don't we want like a utopian society to have less officers or the need for less officers? So therefore, like that's the thing. Those institutions, like in essence, if they were working perfectly, that they would be decreasing in need, right? Like in essence, but that's not a
That's the
solid
issue, though. You
business
can't get rid
model,
of-
right?
you can't get rid of
To
them.
keep
That's
the
the issue,
economy
because you
going.
can't- You can't get a utopia in a capitalist society because in a capitalist society there are three ways to make money. Well, three categories of ways to make money. The first category is monopolization. You either monopolize a skill that's valuable, you monopolize an idea that's valuable, or you monopolize a product that's valuable, or you monopolize land that's valuable. You need to own something that is valuable that you can sell to others.
That's
But you need to
scalable,
own
right?
the government.
That is scalable in some level, right? And the bigger
The
the
other way to make money
scalability,
is to
the
have money. Because if you have money, you can invest money, get lucky, or invest it really, really, really smartly, which is very hard to do because the market is not a stable thing. And you can make money from your money.
but it's
The
that
third way is
first investment, right? Like that's like a make or break
Yeah.
type thing.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
But the third way is crime.
say it one more time. But
The third way is crime.
the third way, right? Like the back door of making that amount of
It's just any
wealth.
crime that involves making money. So we're not talking random crimes. We're talking calculated crimes. We're talking gang
Premeditated,
crimes. We're talking
right? Organized,
drug
like
dealing. We're
right,
talking
like
weapons and arms.
just
trades.
like
We're talking,
just like
we're
any
talking
kind
selling
of
people.
like corporation, right? Any capitalistic
Did
corporation.
you know? Did you know that the market for human body parts, both the legal market and the illegal market, are huge sources of revenue? Like
Yes.
ridiculous.
That's the thing. I don't know if you watched the show like Trafficked. Like it's like the like this investigative like journalist reporter who like goes in and like meets
Here's
these
the big
cartels and
Here's
like
the big
these
question. Because it is not the people who do not have money who are concerned about trying to make money who are buying these body parts. Who do you think is buying these body parts? Who do you think is buying these people? Who do you think is buying these weapons? Who do you think is buying all these drugs?
the ones that have the money to, right? And this is where
ones
that
that have the money.
episode of like organ trafficking, like that black market thing, where like they had this guy who was talking about like
is
I have
very
cancer,
liberal.
and like this was
It
just
is very
something
liberal.
I mean, but either
People
way,
with money will do just about anything to preserve or to expend the amount of time they have, to not have to waste time. And one of those things involves
to waste
organ
time or to,
transplants.
like you said,
Well, I mean, here's the thing,
extend
here's the thing.
time.
If you and me and I don't know who Jamil's situation, but if the three of us all were like heavy drinkers and we all needed a new liver, who do you think is going to get that liver first? Well, it's probably going to be the wealthiest among us because they can, make donations to the hospitals. They can make donations. They can get their name around. They can use money to literally push people around. Whereas my situation, I'm literally in that I'm getting $8,796 a year.
Okay.
I'm not getting a new liver. I'm not getting a new liver because I'm going to be labeled as an alcoholic because I don't have money, and I'm not considered worthy of that liver because I am a risk to that liver due to the addiction.
Okay, so then
But if you
here's
have
where
money, they
a
don't freaking
middleman
care.
comes into play, right? Then there could be one of us that is the one who's just like, you know what? I know a lot of people who do have good livers that I don't care about, and that's the split. Like, it's not binary. Like, this is the new quantum kind of computation stage. So when you say this thing, that's the thing where there's those of us who wouldn't even dream of that future because we don't even think that we make the pay grade of it, right? But then do you ever question just if you all of a sudden found yourself in that class, the 1%, what would you do when presented
I will
this?
literally never find myself in that class.
Well, I mean, we're talking a thought experiment here.
No, that's valid, but I would like to clarify, I am working on philosophy, and I've already decided that when I do finish writing my book, I plan to sell it at cost of printing. I'm not planning on making profit from it. However, I do, because I'm not an absolute idiot, I do plan to, if I can, I want to try and merchandise off it a little bit, have some stickers, pins, bobbleheads. Nothing too expensive, but
some kind of brand image from it, right? Something that is marketable, but not in a sellout way. But again, this is where you said you would only charge cost of printing, right? Essentially,
because I believe my philosophies can help people, because what happened in my situation was I've been through a lot of mental health shit.
A lot of what?
I grew up in the group homes. I've been through a lot of mental health stuff. So I grew up in the group homes, and I went through a bit of a full spiral this year. Ended up
this
not
year. You
leaving my
mean
house
you
for a
mean last
while,
year, 2025,
Yeah,
or
last
already
year, last
in
year.
2026?
2025.
Okay. So when you say spiral, you're talking just complete round and around, or did you kind of
round and
come
around?
full circle? Not full circle, spiral, a spiral.
Oh no, I spiraled full out to the point where I was questioning everything. I pretty much had a full identity crash out.
Okay, so that was spiraling for you, not a wave,
Yeah, that was spiraling.
Okay.
It was spiraling because it was like a vortex. It was slow, but it was inevitable.
Was there a catalyst that you can identify?
Absolutely. It was a really fucked up relationship. Well, not even a relationship, more of a situationship thing going on. So So I was part of a D&D group, right? It was a rather big group. We were really, really, really close friends. We'd only met each other a year prior to this. And we were planning this group trip, right? And we were all going to be together. We were all going to do a whole bunch of drugs. Nothing hardcore, just a lot of green, a lot of alcohol, and a lot of mushrooms.
Yeah.
Guys'
night out, right? Just D&D.
Yeah. But two of the members of the group that we were all kind of friends with, they were in a relationship, and they had been going through a really rough time, and they kind of made it aware to everybody that they were breaking up after this trip. This trip was it, and then they were done.
So it was a going away type, the Beatles are breaking up type thing, and this is our last hurrah
Yeah,
together.
something
Okay.
like that.
Okay.
And again, we were all very, very intoxicated, but she was flirting with me a lot. Like not even to the point where it was like, she might have been. Not, people were asking me like, "Are you okay?" Because she's flirting with you a lot.
Are you
Like,
okay? Because she's flirting with you a
yeah,
lot. Like,
because
well,
literally the first like full day there, I was sitting down, right, and she like sat next to me, and like we're all talking. Then immediately she's just like her hands on my fucking knee and shit, and she's touching my shoulder, and she's trying to lean against me, and I'm like, I'm pulling away from her because I don't necessarily like physical contact that much unless
oh, okay.
I
So you were
consent
making
to it
it.
first,
You were
right?
making it like that evident that this is like not like in your comfort zone. Just like even like
Yeah,
just like
but
she
then I
puts like
started
you're
like
just like hey like what's up type thing. Like
then
you
I
were.
started realizing that she was flirting with me, and then I started asking myself, well, like, fuck, am I even interested in this? Because like I do kind of like her as a friend. I never thought about her that way before,
Okay.
and like, but they're breaking up, so like, you know, and
So there's like these
I
firewalls
really,
essentially, right?
dude,
Like,
I was so high during that week that I wasn't just like, I was doing soul searching on this. Like I was talking to friends, I was talking to people who weren't there. I'm like, hey, like I don't know if this is a good idea, if I should even go for it, but like I think I might be interested, but I'm not sure. I'm still like I was doing deep soul searching because again, lots of mushrooms. Like I was doing about like 7 grams a freaking day at the minimum.
just steady, just constant, like riding it, like drinking that tea and all.
I
Yeah,
didn't get any like. Don't get me wrong, I didn't get any like visuals or nothing like that.
it's true. It's boomers, right? Like that's the thing
Yeah.
about.
Yeah.
But I get you. But
Actually,
did you like
me and my buddy
in this
on our last
experience,
trip, we
like you
kind of
were consulting this with the other members of the
yeah,
brotherhood there,
yeah,
outside of the one
yeah,
who was the ex? Just like, what do you think he's gonna do? And they're just
yeah,
like, dude,
straight,
he's
straight,
like,
straight.
he's okay,
And
okay.
you know what? They were for it, but they didn't want to they didn't want me to get hurt because
They care about you, right? And they
yeah. I also have a shitty
hurt
history with
physically,
relationships,
like they don't want you to
but
get beat up by the ex, and they don't want you to get like
no, they didn't want me to get like hurt
emotionally,
emotionally.
right? Like being a
Yeah,
rebound guy, right? Like
yeah.
they like type
But
thing. Sounds like
eventually
a tight good.
I ended up approaching her about it, just like, hey, like, I feel like you've been flirting with me. I was just curious, like, are you interested in me or something? Because that's what it's coming off as, and I just want to confirm that that's your actual intent here. And she's like, yeah, I'm into you, blah blah blah. Like this was on Snapchat and shit. We were messaging about it,
Okay,
and
so
then
this
I
was
tried to like,
after this week long experience.
no, this was like on the week long. This was near the end of it,
So you guys
and
like
then I tried to like approach
separated and started communicating on Snapchat, like while you were.
No, we were literally around each other in the group, but we didn't want to talk about it in front of other people, so we were just talking about it on Snapchat.
You Gen Zers, man. Just you guys are in the same group.
I'm a
And you're-
millennial. 1997. I'm a millennial, barely, but I'm there.
Is that 81?
That's a thing, Charlie. Like we'll literally so I'm pretty close to D here in age, and we do that. Like we'll literally sit right next to each other and text each other because we don't want other people to hear. Like that's a thing.
Or to know even that you might be.
I think it's more so the ability to have a private conversation while you're still in a group.
Literally.
But
that's
what
it
if you were put in a
But,
situation where like you're like privately communicating with somebody in the same room that nobody knows about, and then all of a sudden the people around you are talking about that person that you're communicating with without like knowing you were like do you ever find yourself in that situation?
Yeah,
If you're
it
the
gets
only
weird.
person in your room not on your phone, you know they're probably talking about you.
Yeah, and it gets weird like that where like you said, like you'll be like texting somebody and like there's 10 of you in a room and you're texting one of the people, and then like everybody else is having a conversation like about the person or whatever, and you get yourself into a weird situation. It hasn't happened to me often, but it has happened to me, and it's weird. It's very like parasocial in a way. You know what I mean?
Parasocial, as in just kind of like disability, kind of like a handicap on socializing.
more so on the same level. You know how that like take like a famous person that somebody watches through social media and they feel like that's their best friend. And so they have like a parasocial relationship with them even though they've never met them. It's like in a way it's kind of like that. Not obviously like not in the same manner, but it's the same kind of odd connection where
Okay.
it feels weird. You know what I mean?
Like like an entanglement in a sense, right? Like we are entangled with these other particles or star, like through social media or whatever. But what if those individuals, the famous person and the fan, are in the same room, right? And the fan continues that, like, I guess, like behavior of like that personal relationship that really doesn't exist to the other party. Does that make sense? So this is where like
Yeah.
that's like the leap going from, I guess, like the 99% to the 1%. Like you're gonna recognize it based on something, and this is where you become famous when all of a sudden everybody thinks that you're like their best friend or something like that. Like Dave Chappelle is one of these people where he always just wanted to be seen as everybody else, a normal person. Granted, yeah, Dave Chappelle, but just like not like monetized or like turned into some commodity where like with his show, all of a sudden his private like financial transactions were put out by like paparazzi and stuff like that. Dave Chappelle signs $50 million contract for 2 more seasons of Chappelle's Show, right? Like even
Yeah.
the
Well,
South
and
Park guys
I
got the same publicity, but they are still right. They got $1 billion offer, right? So like what made Dave Chappelle go the route Dave Chappelle went and the South Park guys go higher? Does that make sense? And Dave Chappelle said it in his Inside the Actor Studio interview that just like he realized that once people find out like how much money is going on behind the scenes is when they treat you as like Denal was saying, somebody sitting at the table looking at these stars as if they're on the menu. So it's like the hunter becomes the prey in this situation. Does that make sense, Denal? So that's where I see situations kind of coming in full circle. But again, like I don't know. I don't know where each one of us as human beings would want to even find ourselves in this kind of like spectrum
well
here.
I yeah, I was just gonna say like ADHD brain. I went off like thinking for a second when you were talking about that. That's one of the reasons I don't think I would want to be famous. I think I want to be known, like academically, maybe in that sense, the same way that like say Stephen Hawking was known. But I don't want to be famous because fame does that. Like fame brings the parasocial relationships. Fame brings, oh, this person just got given $100 million to do X, Y, or Z. Why are they worth that? Then somebody knows, oh, I've got $100 million. Like they're gonna ask things of me, like, because even like there's some famous people that talk about like how even their family completely fundamentally changes their attitude towards them when they understand that they're famous. And that's
Dave
like
Chappelle,
that's not
you
only
got third cousins calling like every minute, just like, hey, I'm a third cousin.
that's what I was thinking of, because Dave has some jokes about like stuff like that where it's like you said, like, oh, suddenly your third cousin that you've never talked to is calling you on the phone asking for money, and it's like
Right. It's just like
I don't think that's like healthy. Like I don't think that's good for like a human being. Like even like in their soul, I think that's like very bad for you.
like
to
the
like
the
really
reality shock, right? That must cast upon
Yeah, like
a human being who truly experiences that, like you said,
well, yeah, it's like it's like they're for me. I think about, and I think it's the same for Islam too, probably. But for me as a Christian, going from atheist to Christian, it was a shock in the sense of realizing there's like true evil in the world, like a deep seated evil from the devil, right? That because that's different than just there could be a serial murderer out there. That's one person that's they've gone crazy, so they decide to murder people. But then to realize that stuff like that is deeply seated in the actions of the devil, that's a shock. But then it's that same type of shock, but to a whole nother level when you realize, even my family can be evil towards me. You know what I mean? Like it's the same type of like shock where
or
I think
fan
that's
the
like
flames
a lot of
that kindles that kind of darkness and stuff like that, right?
yeah. I think I think about when we're talking about money. There's a quote. I don't remember if it's it's some stock guy, like a Warren Buffett type figure. I think it's accredited to, but the quote is that money does not change an individual. It only enhances what was there before. It only enhances their attitude that they already had as a person.
like
And I think that's
true nature, right? Like this is where
yeah,
there's
it
a
just
quote like money is
amplifies
the
what was
worst invention, but it is the most trusted test of human nature, is like a quote that I remember.
yeah, because like if you tomorrow won the lottery and you got $500 million, it's not going to change Charlie like down to your soul. Like it's not going to change you, but what it will do is amplify what you already were to like the
who I
biggest
think
extent.
Charlie can be now, right? With no limits,
Yeah.
it's just like
Yeah.
a billion. This is the thing where it's just like a billion. Like the first thing I would do is go to an ATM, print out a receipt, and just be like, "Oh my gosh, my balance!" I have to all of a sudden look at my receipts in
Uh-huh.
landscape. It's just like that's when
Yeah,
you've reached a new
I
plateau
think
of wealth.
I think it's really it might be really silly, but I think the first thing I would do if I won the lottery would be to go to the ATM and withdraw $5. That's it. But for the
and
first
pay
time
the transaction charge, $5 transaction charge. Pay it.
for the first time in my life though, I would print out the receipt just so that I could look at my account balance and just see that number on paper. Like that would be the first thing I would do. Because just seeing that would just seeing like $300 million minus $5, like I would just want to see it. You know what I mean?
Okay,
I would
so
just
let
wanna
me kind of
embellish
backtrack on this thought experiment. Like, what would your reaction be though? Like you said, this was overnight. Like you went to bed that night, with a couple bucks, and then you just happen to go to the ATM, and you're just hey, show me my account balance. It prints out the receipt, and you're just like, what is this? You see all these extra zeros. What would your
I would first have a panic attack because oh my gosh, I suddenly have all this money. And then second, the very next thing I would do would be to immediately start giving money into the causes in which I believe, which is very corny to say because most people think, oh, you're just lying. You would just spend that money on yourself. But genuinely, I would immediately start spending money into, especially I think for me personally, political things, to restore what I see as the original vision that we are supposed to exist in, at least for America. That would be the first thing I would do. Like for example, work on spending money to bring true
prosperity,
true objective morals back. That's my thing. It's not like left or right. Like not. I don't mean political in that sense. I mean like the whole cultural, like bring actual morals back to people. Because I personally think we've lost that in America. Anyways, I think there are other countries where they still have that, but that would be my thing. Is I would immediately start spending money to bring that back, and the message that like it's completely okay to, for example, believe in God. Because I think like America especially has gotten to a point where it's like taboo almost to believe in God in any way. I don't necessarily mean just the Christian way. I mean in general.
Right. Just
That idea.
I get you. Like the
Spoken to any religious Americans recently?
What is it, D?
Have you spoken to any religious Americans recently? Because they believe it's a crime to not believe in a God.
Oh, well,
They get right
here's
up
the
rooted
thing.
about
There's I'm a very unique Christian in that aspect, and so I very much like the Catholic Church teaches. It's very important, the idea of free will, that you have the option to choose anything that you want to on this earth. That is like given by God to you as a gift, and so I don't care like if you choose to be a Buddhist, a Taoist, whatever. I obviously I think that you're going to hell if you believe in those things, but I think you have the freedom to choose those things anyways, and that's your own choice. And I think it's your responsibility to do those things or not do them. And so I don't care what you decide to believe in as long as you believe in something. Like I'm more of the as long as you're
hold on.
a
Like
theist
in your
any
faith,
way,
though,
that's
in your
okay.
unique faith, you see that as like the coding, like just like look, you either are like Christian or if you're Buddhist or whatever, you know, that's cool, that's free will. But you're going to hell. Like, you know, like it's just that
Well,
immediate
I
like
would say
cause and effect
to-
or
to provide a more nuanced view, I would say that it's not. I have no knowledge. Like I'm not God, so I don't know if you're going to heaven or hell, regardless, right? And that's a big thing of the Catholic Church that doesn't exist in Protestantism is the idea that, like even I myself, when I speak about myself going to heaven, I always say if I go to heaven because I don't know with
it's not a
certainty if I
guarantee.
will go.
Right? It's all
And so like
God's will.
that is
right?
yeah,
Like,
and so that's present for everybody. Like for example, like a Buddhist, if they live the right way, which I know what guideline is set by the Bible, but I don't know exactly what living the right way means. But
based on
if
the
they
Bible
live the right way,
standards or based
Yeah.
on Buddhist like
well, based
traditions?
on what the Bible says about living the right way, like having the law written upon your heart and things like that, a Buddhist could still go to heaven. Like I don't know that they're automatically condemned to hell.
I mean,
I
do you
don't think that's the
believe
case.
1 John 4 that says anybody who knows love knows God because God is love, and anybody who abides in love abides in God because God is love, right? Like this is like
Yeah. Well, that's kind of like what I'm saying is like
Okay.
I think like if I go to heaven, I think I will be very surprised by the people that are there. Right? Like I think
just like
I know
Charlie.
it's kind of funny.
I
know it's kinda
didn't
funny,
think I
but
was-
it's like- But
I get
it's
that.
oh, why? Like, how is a Native American here? They never even heard about God. Like, how is like some Buddhist? Like, how is Buddha? Buddha might be in heaven. It's like how? Wait a second. Buddha's here? Like, how did you get here? I thought that you had to believe in Yahweh. Like, you know what I mean? And so
Right.
like it's one of those things where it's like you like no matter who it is, to say that you know exactly who has salvation and who doesn't is very arrogant and self-centered to think that you know the same knowledge that God knows. And so like we don't. So like there will be Muslims in heaven because they adore Yahweh, and there will be Buddhists because they adore, you know, the creation and what Yahweh made, and they follow what Yahweh wanted them to follow, even though they didn't know him. Like there will probably even be some person that said that they were an atheist, but in private they quietly prayed to themselves.
They're the biggest
once or
believer,
twice.
almost like a Jordan Peterson, who like gets asked all the time, just like, "Are you a Christian?" He like refuses to like answer that question. You know, like, but if you listen to him, you know
Jordan
that.
Jordan Peterson said when he sat down with he had a round table. It was hosted on Daily Wire. It was a several series and several episodes per series where they sat down and talked about the Bible, and in that
You're talking with like
whenever-
Dennis Prager and like just a lot of
Yes.
like theologians
Yeah.
talking about
And
like all these things,
and when
right?
when he sat down, he said one of the biggest reasons that he doesn't call himself a Christian is because the title itself is a calling so high that he doesn't want to put that on himself because he doesn't think that he could live up to it. So I think it's very possible that he is saved. I think it's absolutely possible because he lives a Christian life. I think it's very evident that he is a Christian. He just doesn't give himself the title because of what he said, that he's scared to not live up to the title of being a follower of Jesus.
So do you recognize that as like a demonstration of just like the humility from like an elder, like even from an elder of like that kind
Yeah,
of
I think
like,
I think it's an extreme humility. I think it's extreme humility.
right, especially in front of his peers, his academic peers, like Dennis Prager, you know, devout Jew, you know, like who you know, like, so I love that specific series. You know, I forgot what it's called, but I have like videos up on it where there was one video where it opens up just like you can be despicable and believe in the Torah, right? Like that's the thing. Like we have to all accept that believing in these scriptures doesn't negate human beings from being despicable. And that's where I would say is the point that you were describing, Coda, about just like the arrogance and just like, you know, like just like that ignorance where it's just like, oh, you think like you know what's gonna like is predestined, like that only God knows, like type thing. So again, like I really like resonate.
Well, yeah, it's like you're probably better at actually telling what verse and chapter it is, but there's the verse that speaks about how there will be men that come to the throne of the Lord, and he will say, "Depart from me, for I never knew you." And they say, "But did we not do X in your name? Did we not cast out demons in your name? Did we not do whatever in your name?" And then he still says, "Depart from me, for I never knew you." And that I honestly think about that a lot, because it's very evident in just that scripture alone that you can be a Christian and you can show up to church on Sunday and then not do anything else throughout the week that shows that you're Christian, and that is how you will be treated by God, because you are nothing. You're
an idol.
Nothing of the name.
It's like a graven image type thing. It's just like that's the thing where it's just like, what does it mean to put on that identity, right? Like that's the thing when people ask me, just like, Charlie, are you Muslim? Are you Christian? It's just like, what does that even mean? You know, like I don't like to typecast who I am just based on that. Like I have a lot of like empathy.
Well, I think that the title is just descriptive, right? It just tells, like, for example, like Paul in one of the letters that he writes to the churches, that's the first time we see the identity of a Christian. He uses the term Christian. And that is something that people at the time in Rome, in the Roman Empire, we're just using to describe these people that follow Christ as Christians. But like you said, what does that really mean? I
Today,
think there is
especially, right?
something so much deeper to that than just a title, because we took on what was essentially an insult against Christians, and we took it on as our identity in pride, right? Not in the sinful pride, but in pride of following Jesus. And
well, I mean, like,
I
are we
think that
calling
means
pride
something.
like the those who, like, you know, just consider Christian being like, oh yeah, I go to church every Sunday, and
No,
I
I
believe
don't mean that.
thing.
When I say Christian, I think about the man that marched 1,000 miles to protect the Holy Land and unalived protecting the Holy Land. I think of the martyrs. I don't think of like myself today or my neighbor who goes to church every Sunday. I don't think of them in that title. I think of the martyrs that gave their life for the church to exist. Those are the people that I see as true Christians.
So therefore, anybody today, like, calling themselves Christians is just kind of not
Unless
completely
they're fully
accurate.
willing, unless they're fully and actually willing to unalive, to lose their head in the name of Jesus, they're not truly a Christian. That's the way I see it. If they're not willing to be a martyr in the name of Christ, then they are not truly a follower of Christ, because that is what he calls for us.
Willing to be and actually becoming like one is two different, like, ends of, like, the coin flip, right? Like I'm just gonna say, you know, like, no, like, hate or anything like that. Like, Charlie Kirk is somebody who, like he like openly announced his faith in Jesus Christ, is all this stuff, and also his allegiance to President Trump, and just like his, like, thing with Turning Point, and like he even has like footage of, like, you know, like, presentations where he talks about how they can use Christianity and faith to rejuvenate the young Gen Z and, like, I guess younger millennial classes like you did, like, to vamp their, I guess, like, school spirit for America type thing, right? And when I heard that, this is where I was just like, this is the darkness posing as the light, calling good evil and evil good type thing, right? Like, it was the first time where I recognized this person who, yeah, like, he would say, like, I'm doing this, and, you know, like, whatever. And I'm just like, this guy has no fear, you know, like that he's going out in public.
I think the reason I say what I say is because, like, I won't, like, knock around it. I truly think in the next, I'll be generous, in the next 200 or 300 years, we are close to Revelation, you know, coming to fulfillment, right?
No,
And so,
come on, man. Revelations was written by a dude who was Christian, an actual martyr for the Christian people during a time where the Roman emperor was a tyrant, was literally tyrannizing the people, wanted everybody to worship him as a god. And that Roman emperor was literally locking up Christians because they believed in the monotheism, they believed in the one God, the Trinity, so they refused to worship the Roman emperor as a god, and for that they were literally being unalived and freaking locked up and oppressed by this emperor. And this dude was writing in a fucking the poetic verse of the fucking time period to these fellow Christians, we will outlive this fucking Roman emperor. He is the Antichrist. He is the opposite of Christ because he's claiming he's God. He is not our God. Our God is eternal. Our God is
well, I
as long as we keep faith, we will outlive him. That was the Antichrist. The Antichrist died. The Antichrist is gone. There is no revelations. There is no freaking God is
this
going to
view
rise us up all
is to ignore
none of that.
So hang on. hang on. So if you have that view of Revelation,
That
then
is the historically accurate.
then where is the army of the East? Where is the army of the East marching across the river that was dried up? You know, there's multiple things that are not only poetic but are actual physical events that must take place that have not taken place yet. I understand that view, and from a Christian perspective, there are even Christians that hold that view, and I think they're heretics. They are very misguided in their view of what Revelation is, and
Who
I
hold
think it's simply
the paradigm that Revelations has already happened, and the
yeah
second
yeah
coming
that
is
like the people that think like when the temple
And
got
I
destroyed in
know
70 AD,
Catholics
that's
who
when
think
Revelation
you're a
happened.
heretic.
that's when John in
I know Roman
Patmos.
Catholic theologians didn't think you were a heretic for being a Christian. Religion's messy, man. That's the thing with the Word of
Well, I
God.
mean, they
Nobody's
would
fucking
likely
ever
not
changed
use
it.
the term heretic. They would probably actually call me a cannibal, because I'm Catholic. So that would be more likely the insult there rather than a heretic. That term is not really used outside of Christianity.
And
But
there is what I like learned from like the Quran as just like the
Religions
whispers.
are messy. There is no one word of God. There's just 1,000 interpretations of it.
well, yeah, for Protestants, sure, there's 1,000 interpretations. For the Catholic Church, there's only one,
You
and
notice
I
the
don't get to make it
Abrahamic
up.
tradition has 3 freaking categories, of which there are thousands of seed religions of each. There's so many different types of versions of Judaism. There's so many different types of versions of Catholic Christian. There's so many different types
Well,
of
there's only
scientific
one.
Muslim.
There's only one true version of Catholic. I understand
Let me
you
guess,
might
it's
see
yours,
that
right?
there's a bunch of
Let
churches
me
that
guess, it's
or
yours,
whatever,
right?
but there's
What's a
only
Roman
one true.
Catholic?
Your version is the true version, right, Coda Clark?
Yeah,
Well,
of
course you
course, the
believe
Catholic
that. It's
Church
your
is the
fucking
truth.
version. That's the thing, though. You're in that version. You're looking at everything through that version. You refuse to respect the value of other versions. So in your
Well,
mind, that's
that's
the
not
only version
inherently
that's the
true.
truth version.
That's
That's
not
why you're
inherently
in
true.
that
I
version.
evaluated other versions, and they break down when you get into metaphysical arguments or you get into deep theological concepts. It breaks down to be illogical to be anything other than Catholic.
No, actually,
And so
it's
it's a
more
mere
logical to be atheist.
position of logic rather than to be within a
It's a
group
lot
and
more
see outwardly
logical
that
to
every
be
other group is wrong.
atheist, because with atheism, you're not making an assumption that there's anything invisible that has your back or is uplifting you, or has created you with some sort of design plan or goal or purpose. With atheism, you're using the pure logic of what you can see and what you can interact with.
Right. Yeah. You know the flaw about atheism inherently is the assumption that so even an atheist has to go back to the Big Bang and has to make the assumption that something came out of nothing, which inherently means that there has to be a mover according to the laws of physics outside of that thing to make it happen. And so they make science their
Are you
god.
familiar with Standard Model? There are so many theories for what could have caused the Big Bang. So many theories for what could have caused the universe. So many.
Well,
theories
the only probable theory that caused the Big Bang is the idea that on the quantum level, quantum gravity caused some weird shift within atoms that then caused the Big Bang to start. Which, if you know anything about quantum mechanics, does not make any sense. Like truly, I'll tell you, like from a purely scientific standard makes no sense that quantum gravity can just happen when quantum mechanics doesn't even exist yet.
If you knew anything about quantum field theory, you know that quantum gravity isn't a fucking thing.
Like
That's
this
why
is
they were
the
looking for the
Do
gravity
you
wand.
want to go look at the paper that just got published a few months ago by the Russians that is literally positing quantum gravity
We think that
as the start of the Big
single
Bang?
paper is posited as like immediately, oh, this is absolutely accurate. This is right. Everybody must accept this paper because somebody wrote about it. That's not how fucking science works, dude. It's argued, it's debated, it's peer reviewed, it's
I mean,
tested,
it's
published.
not. It's not simply
everybody.
just that a paper.
Okay, so like this is where like you brought up quantum gravity, Coda. Like this is a big buzzword for me, so I wanted to just kind of stop here because this is where
You just gave him a hard on.
right? Like you got my no. I mean, this is like something that I never even like considered to be like important in my daily existence until all of a sudden it was put in my orbit. Is the language I'll use. But again, Albert Einstein, this renowned person who changed the way science even like thought about like everything, right? Like with the string theory, quantum mechanics, all this thing. Like it's all from E equals MC squared, you know? And like that's the thing where for me, going through school, you know, like I knew math, but you know, E equals MC squared. I never really took any investment value or anything. I just accepted it as if it was electricity that turns on my light bulb when I turn on, you know, it just didn't matter. But then all of a sudden, like God led me to just like these letters written by Einstein that was like requested on his deathbed to be protected and guarded from the public until the inheritor of these letters like deemed it like appropriate for like the species to like accept what he's about to reveal in this letter. And like the thing that he writes in this letter is that E equals MC squared was his way of showing the scientific community in Germany that if we can all accept as humanity that the energy needed to heal the world and like every living being in it is love, right? We will have like achieved the ultimate answer. And this is like a Jew in Nazi Germany talking about this connection to God, where he's just like, God is love. Love is gravity because it attracts us to one another. And so when I heard that, just broad brushstroke from Einstein on what he saw gravity from a philosophical, metaphysical sense, it changed the whole way I saw E equals MC squared. It was amazing. Like all of a sudden, it was something that I could now interact with. And like I couldn't tell you what that felt like how amazing it was. But again, that led to now what? In 2017, 19, yeah, almost like a decade of just following this. And so when I talk about quantum gravity, this is where quantum mechanics is now coming to like an acknowledgement that like there is light and darkness, and we have to think about like what is C squared multiplied by mass, right? Like this is where Neil deGrasse Tyson like asks like, you know, like Brian Cox, just like what is the square root of 4? Coda, Denal, Jamil, I know I've asked you this before. So
The square root of 4 is 2.
Agreed. And
Is there an and there? I mean,
yeah, that's the thing. This is what we forget. If you take the square root of any like number, positive number, like it's got to be a real number, you're going to have like the positive and the negative, because you multiply a negative by a negative.
Yeah, 2
it becomes
and negative 2.
Right. So that is the square root. Square root of 9 is 3 and negative 3. Correct? Now, the veil that was placed in front of science like minds is that C squared is a constant, just like gravity is a constant, negative 9.8 meters per second squared. You know, it's just something that has been placed in the mind to not even question anymore. And this is where Einstein like had this amazing story to explain to a bunch of aristocrats who were asking him to like explain this theory of relativity, that he admittedly said even the scientific minds don't understand what the heck he's talking about. And so he told these like aristocrats, just like he had a blind friend who on a hot summer day in Germany, he asked this blind friend, I want some milk. And the blind friend was like, what is milk? He's like, milk is a white fluid, right? Tells a blind friend milk is a white fluid. The Einstein's just like, what is white? Einstein's just like, white is the color of the birds on a crane. What is a crane? A crane is a bird with a crooked neck. What is crooked? And this is where Einstein says he takes like the blind friend's arm and like pulls it straight and tells him, this is straight, this is crooked. And then the blind friend looks at Einstein and says, now I know what milk is. And then he just sits down in this like this ballroom of aristocrats. And then like scientific minds like ponder like, what was he trying to say? And like I interpret that as just like, this is what academia had become in Einstein's time in that part of the world, where all the people who were going to Cambridge and studying like Newton's laws and stuff like that, they weren't like learning and like necessarily innovating. They were being programmed to learn whatever was necessary to become that position. Does that make sense? So it kind of took away like the integrity and the passion of science is just kind of my own interpretation of it. But again, these letters like released, like it just changed everything. So it's just like, what is love energy? So this is where like when we talk about the God particle, the Higgs boson, and from that we have the strong and weak like nuclear forces, right? And then we have photons, light particles, and gluons, right? And even this language is so intertwined with like theology. So like when I hear atheist, like atheist and atheist are pretty much like two sides of the same coin. Does that make sense? Like you're either atheist or atheist, or you are just hopefully in the quantum middle, like the light of this whole thing, where I would say, like the prophets, especially, Jesus is the one who had to kind of be a superposition between Gentiles and Jews, right? And forget about like the Buddhists and all those people. It was only focused on Gentiles and Jews. And that was where scientifically, I don't know, like it just blew me away. So when I hear just TikTok conversations focused just on that microscopic interpretation of just like this like vast story that any human being can interpret their own unique way. And that's why I appreciate Coda like acknowledging that, even as a Catholic, like we should know that it's not a guarantee. And if we are asked, like, are we going to heaven? Hopefully, if God wills. But anybody who says, like, oh, you're going here, and like that is the person we need to watch out for, right? Right, Coda? But then again, to then.
He's not here. Coda left a while ago.
Oh, this is how I chase people away. But you get,
No, it's fine.
I felt your
like-
frustration.
I don't like people who interpret Revelations as the end times simply because of the fact that if you think the world is going to end and God's going to clean up all your problems, then you're going to chase that.
Now, when we say
And if you're
end,
chasing that,
are
you're
we
trying to
talking
bring
about
the end
like
of the world.
for good, or like end so that something
That's
new
what Revelations
begins?
is supposed to be. That's what that interpretation of Revelations is supposed to be. It's the end of world, no mortal life anymore. World becomes a hellscape, and people get brought up to the kingdom of heaven who are good enough. It's fucking toxic.
It is
Also,
very.
the idea that there's one true religion or one true interpretation is also extremely fucking toxic. And that means you're not willing
Arrogant
to listen
in
to
a sense,
anything
right?
except for your own interpretation.
It's on that same level of just like the arrogance that we were kind of addressing just in that other kind of behavior. Coda, welcome back here. But it's just, if we believe God exists and that we serve God the best that we can based on what we believe, shouldn't that be like the crux of how we as human beings go about our day, apply our faith into our walk. Does that make sense? Like, like people can tell me they believe in Jesus, but the crux of it is, do you walk with him? Like walk for him. Does that make sense, Coda? So it's just like, I believe that this time that we all, as all these generations, all these living generations that are coexisting at this pivotal moment. I don't want to put it in the context of just like an end of days type, like ending type thing, but like a happily, like the next chapter to what the kingdom of God on earth was meant to be when these things talked about in Revelation, which I can like admit, like have also aligned with past historical things. But to say that that's the end of it, that for me, I don't want to be just like that sure. So that's why I choose to say, like, I can interpret the revelations coming like into fruition in today's times, again, not in a fearful like, oh, the time's up, but just like, for the true believers to recognize that their belief and their like hope was not for nothing. Does that make sense, Denal? So it's just like when Coda says Revelations is kind of coming like into like fruition today, and you took that as the way that you took it, and you explained to me why, like it is, you just kind of find that response as just like triggering, or just something that you don't resonate with, is the language that I will. Does that mean that the best approach or the best resolution is just to say, you stay there, I'm over here type thing? Or is the answer to try to find that bridge between and at least hope for some peace or some kind of understanding that either justifies or clarifies our initial response reaction? Does that make sense? It's like, hey, Denal was really upset, Coda, when you were talking about Revelations, happening today. Now, do you know why? Did you hear why Denal just found that kind of abrasive?
Well, and I will say as well, right? So we know that one of the reasons that Christ was denied by the Pharisees is because they thought all of the Old Testament that spoke of the Messiah would all come true all at once. And we know as Christians that there are two comings. There is the first coming that we have seen already 2,000 years ago, and then there is the second coming in Revelation. In that is the moment in which the Messiah is a great warrior rather than a prince of peace. I think it's completely possible. The Catholic Church, I personally assent to the view of the Catholic Church, but the Catholic Church does not view it as what I'm about to say. But I think it's possible that Revelation happens in the same manner. That some things of Revelation are speaking of the times in which they exist, in which John is writing in, I believe, 65 to 70 AD. It's very possible some of the things that John is talking about in Revelation are happening right then and there when he's writing, but other parts are to come to pass. They are in the future. Now, maybe you could say, oh, it's going to come to pass, but it's already come to pass in 200 or 300 AD. Or you take the view that most Christians take, which is that Revelation, pieces of it may have already happened, but that most of it is to happen in the distant future and has not come to fulfillment yet.
Believe in free will and destiny, because you can't have freedom to choose and a destined fate.
Well, which
Well,
one do you believe
I
in?
mean, double predestination absolutely allows free will. So like it's very
Hold on, say that
evident
again?
that
Double
Yeah, but you gotta say
predestination.
that again.
Double
yeah. So
predestination
I
allows for
yeah.
free will.
So I'm not super I'm not super in depth studied on this view, but the Catholic Church has a view that double predestination is inherently possible, and
What is double
I do.
predestination? Like you're predestinated
So
to go
it's
somewhere
essentially
and then predestinated again to
it's
go there?
essentially the way that I understand it is
What?
it's the idea that you are in some manner you are predestined to find God and ascent to God. Now the double part of that is that due to free will, you are also simultaneously completely able to reject that ultimate destination, and so that you can completely turn away and not assent to believing in God. And so therefore you are double predestined. You're either you're predisposed to ultimately believe in God, but then you can ultimately reject that belief, and so therefore you must be double predestined. That's a terrible explanation, by the way. You should go and
Hey,
like truly
A for
you
effort.
should go and read the
Man,
church
you
fathers
realize
about
how
it,
deep
but
waters you're talking, right?
I mean, like it makes sense.
it's a
Aki.
terrible
Like,
explanation, but like
No, the
the church
explanation's
fathers speak about it
decent,
better.
but the explanation's decent, but you're in terribly deep waters, right? You understand that.
I mean, this is where I look at
Your
it as just like
explanation
if
is you have free will and unlimited capacity to make choice, but no matter what you choose, it was already destined.
No,
I mean,
no,
like
it's not
No,
Calvinism. It's
see,
not
Okay.
that's where you
Calvinism.
go
It's
wrong right
completely
there,
separate.
man.
No, okay, but
there
so-
is that and that again, but then no, yeah, no, fuck
You're
no.
destined to believe in God, but if you choose not to believe in God, it's because you were destined not to believe in God. So it doesn't matter what you choose.
No,
it was already
no,
destined.
God
okay.
doesn't
Yeah, no,
destine for
that's
you
not
to
even
believe
that's
in
not
that.
even what double predestination
That's
actually
dumb
means.
as fuck. Seriously, to even think that is
Wusa,
dumb as
Wusa,
fuck.
habibi. Wusa, habibi. Like it's Coda. Like if I was tracking correctly, it's like similar to kind of how I with predestination. I define predestination as like God has a like blueprint of like His divine plan for all eternity. Now with free will for humans, like in this like paradigm, I say just like you, we are all predestined to get to one same finish line. You call that like
Here's
find God in a sense, right? Which
here's
I
probably the better way to put it is that is that the blueprint for humanity is Adam before he falls. And so in some real way we are destined to strive towards being like Adam pre-fall, as close as we can get up until the reconciliation that is present within Revelation. And so you are destined to do that, but you can then act in a manner that is antithetical to assenting to become like Adam before the fall. And so maybe that's a better way to put it. Like I said, I'm not very like double
Yeah, that just sounds
predestination.
like all roads lead west.
So double predestination it's a minority view in the Catholic Church, and because of that, I'm not very well studied on it. I just know it exists. I don't agree with it. I think it fundamentally disagrees with free will.
If it's
But
not your view, how do you rectify destiny, prophesied destiny, with free will? How do we have a guaranteed destiny if we have free will?
well, who said you have a guaranteed destiny?
Well, that's what Revelations is. It's a guaranteed destiny if it's future prophecy.
No, it's a guarantee. It's a guaranteed endpoint. That's it. It doesn't say the steps. It doesn't say.
An endpoint is a
it-
destination.
It's not that there is a specific path in which you must follow. It is that there is a specific destination only. And so that destination is two different things. The destination is either heaven or hell. Those are the two destinations. And so therefore you can walk in any path that you would like, and it will end in either heaven or hell. So there is a binary choice at the end that you walk a path towards, but there is no true, like, there's no Calvinist view. Calvin's like beliefs are heresy. There is no God, when the moment that you were conceived, knew you were going to heaven or hell. That's not true.
What?
That
What did you say?
he absolutely made it so that you would be in heaven or hell. That's not the case.
I mean, that's
I mean, like, I thought Coda was saying just like the free will is just like how resistant the human being individual is getting to like these, I call them like checkpoints. You know, like in life we are meant to go.
I mean,
like,
the word free should let you know. Free.
Yeah. Listen, free will is simply the idea that you have the ability to exercise your own consciousness in whatever manner that you would like.
And what I'm saying
Now-
is free will negates the idea of prophecy. There cannot be revelations as a prophesied future event if there's free will, because there is no destination, there is no destiny while there's free will. There may be heaven and hell, but there's still free will. And free will allows
Free!
for choice, free path.
Free? Are you kidding me?
are you done installing that microwave? Habibi?
It's all free. It's free. Fuck it, free.
Freedom ain't free though, right? Like, you know, like
Well, here, so like free will does not negate what exists outside of the universe, right? So like just because you have free will to exercise what you want to within the universe does not mean that there will not be existential implications of your actions. Do you not understand that a child touches a hot stove and will get a burn? They have the free will to choose to touch the hot stove, but there is an implication in which they touch the stove and they get burnt.
okay, so this is where my father like explained it to me as a young child. It's like there are parents who tell their children, if you see fire, don't touch it because you'll get burned. And the children will listen to their parents, never touch fire.
And then there are
right?
people who eat fire and dance in fire and don't get burned.
We get down to that path. But at the time, he was explaining to me two types of children, right? Children who listen to their parents and children who learn why to listen to their parents. And then as I grew up, there was the third category that he was just like, then there's you, Charles, who you had parents who told you, don't touch this fire or you'll get burned, which was a reference not to like physical fire, but just like my relapse and just like all my, like, you know, like my spiritual maturing is what I'll kind of label it at this time. You know, like whatever it is, give me 1 second. I got this puzzle piece thing. Perfect time to ruin this. But I told my father the reason I am the reason I keep touching this metaphorical fire is because I'm trying to invent an oven mitt. Like I just said that and I was just like, you know, like I thought I had this profound revelation in a sense where like all of a sudden I saw a finish line. Now I had to ask myself just like, what is the oven mitt, right? And this is where that story of the tortoise and the hare finally made sense. You know, just like does that, you know, like I never understood.
Robin, we fucking Robin.
What? we no, I mean, you just gotta. Was that in reference to the tortoise in the hair? You know, like there are those who like. What was that? Habibi, what's going on over there? Anthony, are you watching?
I'm growling.
I mean, like, does this steer away from what the Quran talks about, Habibi? Like, just like Allah has a predestined
obscurities.
a lot of hypothetical, like scientific
obscurities. I ain't fucking with no obscurities.
Are they obscurities, really, or just like straws? I guess. Are we grasping? Are we grasping at straws at this point?
Just no need to hold Greta.
Greta? I don't know exactly. Danal, do you understand this language? I mean, like,
Absolutely not.
Like, what do you think about like Nostradamus, Danal?
Taekwondo Japanese.
Those are conflicting cultures, right there.
American teas.
Joe Biden, like this. I don't know where I'm going with that. I don't know.
Stop Joe Biden.
There's an American Dad episode where the thing, it's like this karate teacher, and the name of his like studio is Dojo Biden. Welcome to Dojo Biden. But I don't know. Like I said, do you see like heaven on earth, Danal? Like, or
I think I'm more aligned with Buddhists.
I'm rolling. I can't stop not laughing.
Okay, good.
I believe heaven is a mind state. I also believe that hell is a mind state. But I also believe that mind states are.
I don't want to be in neither one of the mind states.
You don't want to be in the paradise mind state?
I don't want a mind state.
Come on. Think about what you're saying. You don't want a mind state, so what do you want? A mind?
I want an Allah state. I want what Allah has for me, right? Mine, when I conceive, I can be delusional. My concept could be construed or manipulated.
Based on what?
So why would I want
the mindset, right? Like,
right? I don't want nothing mindset.
And this is where, like, your language contradicts itself because you said
all your cards. You're betting all your cards by believing in an afterlife, by believing in eternal reward. You're betting all your cards, all your chips in this life, in this reality, in this very physical, very tangible now, on something you may never get. What I'm doing is
No. What I'm saying is, if I love something or I hate something, that's specific to me, right? So if I love something I should hate and I hate something I should love, I'm fucking myself. And that's what I'm meaning by it. The right, straight to the point, right?
You only hate because of love and you only love because of hate.
The mindset that you have of these, that's the thing.
But my mindset might be wrong.
No, that's
if
the thing.
I trust God and I ask God to create my mindset, then that's the different story. But if I'm saying specifically to me, mine, what I set, I'm going to fail.
Has God ever talked to you?
I mean, yeah, every day I read the Quran, God talks to me.
Oh, so that's not reading the words of humans who talk to God.
No.
I mean, it's a wormhole to that connection, right? Again, I don't want
It's an oral tradition straight to the prophet. Sallallahu they would sell them without a broken chain. And it's historically and documented, proven all these things. So it's your due diligence to do the research, right? What I say or don't say that way. But truth comes from God, false comes from me, you, and the devil. And that's simple how it
It's
goes.
not God speaking directly through an oral tradition. God spoke to the prophet, and the prophet spoke to men, and then those men spoke to other men, and then those men spoke to other men. So
Exactly.
you're counting on the infallible humans and their words, and you're counting on them to tell you everything straight.
No, that's how time went on in generations. And all that worked in that measure until the final result came, the completion of the deen, the fulfillment of what God promised to humanity. The deen, the way they should live their life, the honor what they should bring to humanity was fulfilled and completed. Then that all stopped. The custodialship of man, the honor that God gave man to honor his words and his what?
Have you
His
ever tried to teach
commandments.
somebody how a car?
So the measure of commandments, the measure of doing throughout time, people transgress, people do things that are new and innovative, and then these things of good are lost, and then we have to relearn as a society, timing these people. All right, but what are we at? Where are we at? How are we at? We're in an age where we got so much power that's being manipulated. And actually what you knew was better than what they're teaching now.
That God can't talk to you through a book because the book was manipulated by the people in power. The people who cared about money, the people who cared about their bellies being full, the people who
Yeah, I agree with that all in every book except the
being
Quran.
carried around in little fucking chairs that have
Did
those
you hear me?
panels.
I agree with that 100% except the Quran. Because the Quran makes claims.
The Quran is just the same.
No, you haven't read it. How can you make that claim if you haven't read it?
How many wives?
You gotta read it
if you're
first.
in a position of fucking power.
It-
How
it-
much money do you get when you're in a position of power?
Have you read the Quran?
I don't need to look at the people in power and see
How
the
can you
corruption.
make a claim against anything if you haven't read it? Really? Come on.
Because
seriously.
I look at the people suffering.
No. What
I
you
look at the
perceive is
people-
irrelevant. What is taught is what's
I
relevant.
know there
What
are
I do
groups of
may or may
Muslims-
not be
I
what
know
is
there are
right.
Groups of Muslims who are great.
Doesn't
fucking
matter,
people who have nothing
groups,
but love in their heart.
thousands,
And
millions.
they do interpret the Quran.
It's
in
right
nothing but a
there
loving
for
way.
you to determine
But
and
there are
ponder and
also
reason
a
for
lot of
yourself.
organizations and groups of power that use it corruptly to basically better their life and better their
No,
circumstances.
that's all
and
lies.
take
That's
advantage
all lies.
of
That's
the
rhetoric
power system.
to the extreme on the propaganda scale.
Both sides exist. There's no religion that is free from corruption. Not a one.
correct. What Denal is saying
No,
is
That is
accurate,
not true.
but I believe Jamil is interpreting that as like placing
You're not
that
listening to what I'm
definition
saying.
amongst
Every
every-
religion is corrupt except what? The true submission to the creator of the heavens and the earth, the most high, Allah subhanahu wa
I'm saying
ta'ala.
every religion is corrupt
Right,
but
so
mine. That's the same thing.
Every religion other than that is corrupt. Yes, that's what I
That's
said.
literally what every
Everyone.
religious person
Some
ever
more,
says. Every
some
religion
less.
is corrupt,
The
but mine.
corruption first has to end with what? Not coming together first. We have to come together to get to a common denominator
because
before
you
we
see
can
everybody else is
separate.
corrupt.
Right or
But you-
wrong? I'm just saying on a
everybody but you is
fixing
corrupt,
scale,
so
on
how
a
can they
caring
ever
scale, on
come
a loving
together?
scale, we have to come together
Everybody
before we
but you
separate,
is
right?
corrupt, so how could they ever come
I'm
together?
avoiding this to get on an understanding. Do we have to come together in
This
negative
chapter
terms
is
or
We
why
have
positive?
to find
For
concepts
success.
that we can build upon, right? Like that is the key, right? In
You
this-
have to have a positive outlook on a situation, even if it's negative.
Chaplain Charlie, this is why I believe that any religious or religious opinion or ideal that believes that one true religion is right and all the others is wrong is inherently toxic and corrupt.
Yeah, I believe that you believing that is toxic and corrupt because it's so immeasurable for you to understand that we are in need of something, and there is something not in need of something.
Opinions, though.
Right? This is
The
where you're
moment you believe
disconnecting.
I know
Woosah,
it's
everybody.
the same way.
Disconnect there, you would have the understanding I have that there is something in need of nothing, and we are not that. We are in great need.
I had you
The
realize
need
how
puts
sad
us in
that
submission,
sounds.
like it or not, right?
If you had the understanding I
Am I
had,
saying
you realize
anything
how
you
sad
disagree
that
with here?
sounds. You don't believe in yourself. That's why you need a higher power.
We're not
If you believe in
there.
yourself,
We're
if
not
you
there.
believe in
I'm
humans,
merely broadcasting a formula to understand my thinking.
if you
Okay, so
believed in the
let's
power of
You don't
let's
want to understand my
analyze
thinking.
this
How can you
formula.
prejudge me? You can't even judge the Quran because you haven't read it. So you can't judge me because I've read most scriptures. Not all of them, but most of them. Parts of them. So, and
And just
I'll say all the Bible, all the Quran, you know, but there's other scriptures besides that. So the understanding of depth
I
is
judge you
there
the same
in
way
a
I
dumb
judge
way.
myself. If I
When
felt
we're
that I
talking
needed
about
somebody else to
importance,
rely on,
what's truly
if
important
I
to you?
felt that I did not have the capability to do something, I know I would feel pathetic. I would feel weak and I would feel helpless.
What
and I know
is
I would feel
truly
sad.
important to you, though? What's truly important to you as a person, as a man?
What's truly important to me is being able to survive long enough to help people in ways that I wasn't helped as a child.
I mean,
hoping
that's
to live my
admirable.
life the best I fucking can because I don't care about an afterlife. In my mind, my afterlife is this life over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Because statistically, that fucking makes sense.
Well,
so
do you
kind of
think
like
that's
the
limited?
kind of like a Hindu kind of
do you think
approach
that
of just like
concept is limited?
reincarnation.
No, it's not reincarnation because it's not me living it. It's just something that's going through the exact same patterns as
Do you
this
think
cause
it's
and
limited?
Okay.
My question is, do you think that's limited?
No, I believe it's infinite. I believe it's
Yeah,
eternal.
it's
I don't need to
infinitely
count.
limited. I agree. So the limitations that your concept is saying that I don't care about an afterlife. I don't believe in an afterlife. My afterlife is to relive this over and over and over again. I believe that's limited. It's limited to your perspective, right? And the fact that you're a human being and got a brilliant brain and that you can look
believe it's
outside
limited.
yourself
I
if you
believe you
choose
limit
to.
yourself
Hold
every
on.
single
If
day
you
for
choose
something
to,
you
then you
don't
can
know
look
will
at a
happen.
different perspective than
You're
that.
limiting yourself every
Now,
single day
why are you interrupting
based
me?
on this book. So that way you can
Why are you
get
Brother.
a
interrupting me?
grand reward after you
Why are you running?
I am
Run. Listen to what I'm about to say.
that way I
Your
have people
I'm good.
interaction, be able to take yourself
I'm
outside of
good. Thank you
yourself
for coming in.
to separate your biases and your understandings and look at it in a neutral kind of way, trying to not perceive nothing, feel nothing, just read the words without the heart, the mind, the soul, just blank text,
You don't need to
and
read all
then
the words. I've read snippets and
really
pieces and I
apply
already
to
know I don't
yourself
like
as a
the
person,
book.
right? We got to look at ourselves first. We got to better ourselves first, and then express the sincerity from there, right?
Right.
Isn't that a good measure of coming together? Love,
It is.
caring,
It is.
respect,
It is
time.
Habibi, and you know, like, and that is a key, like variable
So
into
now we're
building
talking about a book,
common
right?
ground.
We're talking about a book.
No.
What is a book, right? The Mashab, the book. What book? I'm talking about the Quran. So I hold that in high regards. And I hold that book in higher regards than everything in this world and everything in it, other than human beings.
Okay,
Right?
but then there is a difference
So
between
now,
holding it
I'm
to
saying
a
that's how I
higher
hold it.
regard
That's how I
versus just
hold it.
like
Look at what I'm
holding
saying.
it to the highest regard, and everything below
You
it
Now,
value a
is
book
do I always
more
do
than
I always
yourself.
walk that walk? No, I'm a failure in
You
things.
value a
Right?
book more
I
than
can be better
yourself.
in
I
things,
value other
but right
human
is
beings than
right and wrong
myself
is
more
wrong.
than anything
Wusa.
else.
Right? So
Wusa. Let's breathe, everybody. Just
right
take
is
a
right, wrong is wrong.
right
Like
is
it or
right,
not, my
wrong
feelings,
is
your
wrong.
feelings. I don't. We don't matter at that point, right? So, if you want to be right and know right, you talk to God directly, and you will
Dude,
with
you're not
sincerity.
having a
And
conversation with
nothing will
God when
be
you're reading the words of men.
a delusion for you to think about.
You're not
Now,
having a
if you
conversation with
need,
God when
hold
you're
on,
reading the
if you
words of
need
men.
proof, you need these things, then God's going to give it to you if you sincerely want it. No doubt about it.
I've been begging
There's
for
no
it
doubt
every day
about
of
it.
my
So,
life for
what
God
I
to
say
prove
good
his
or bad is
existence, for
irrelevant
God to
because
save
anything
me,
we
for
do
God
good
to
is for
help
God.
me.
the baddest
Guess what?
among
God
us.
never came through. God
But
didn't come through when I was
you
starving.
cannot
God didn't
make
come
a
through when I was
judgment
dying of
on the book.
dehydration. God
Any
didn't come
book,
through when I was abused.
every book,
God didn't come
unless
through when I
you've
was
read it.
homeless. God never
No
fucking came through.
hearsay, no jargon, no nothing.
Okay, sorry, I have to mute. I have to execute some powers here. But this is a prime example of just like, if there is like some omnipotent observer just watching this, like seeing two of like its creation just kind of talking over one another, trying to demonstrate which one is kind of, I guess, more optimal in survival. You know, like this is the thing where it's just like, can we just recognize the Wusa and just like, that's the thing. I don't care what book or what it is.
I feel like you neglected me there.
I didn't mean
And
to
then
neglect you,
You
Hubby.
threw me in a bucket. I didn't start over
I
talking
didn't.
him.
No, you guys are both just over talking one
And
another.
I don't know if you shoot a spitwad at me and then cry when I shoot you in the eye with the spitwad back. I don't know what to tell you.
Hey,
shouldn't have
you're,
shot a spitwad.
You're the
at
older guy. You know, like this is the Brotherhood of Humanity. Denal is our junior here, right? We got Unbeliever. Like I don't know if you've met Unbeliever, but I consider him one of my like wise elders that I've gotten to
Understand
meet.
respectfully with love and care. You should have a rounded understanding, at least a portion of the book to the middle, the beginning, the end, skim through it at least to get a value that really people are distorted in the way they define things. It's weird. People are freaking weird as frick, right?
Especially like the stereotype from all the Western propaganda
Don't
that
distort the
has
Bible, don't
like
distort the
people
Quran,
in the
don't distort the
mindset that
Torah.
Islam
Do your due
is
diligence
all.
to represent them properly. Understand context. It's not rocket science.
Dude, I do understand context. I'm not looking at the books. I'm looking at the systems.
I'm
I've
not
got a
talking to
friend
you.
over
I'm
in
talking
Egypt
in
whose father is a
general.
freaking
The fact
preacher
that
of the
you
fucking
felt
Quran.
that kind of
And he
way,
tells
maybe you
himself
should
not to
question that.
to
Our
Quran.
Because I
passion,
wasn't talking
our
to
passion
you.
levels
Honestly,
can kind
and
of.
wholeheartedly.
And this is where, again, delivery is so important today, you guys. Like, so it's just like when we are delivering our words and just kind of like this energy where it's like, ha, 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 like we have to know that that's going to only. What's that?
Some things are funny.
I know they're funny. Like, that's the thing about comedy. Tragedy plus time equals comedy, right? But again, in this world where we just meet one another for the very first time in like an instant moment and just start laughing at certain
So
things.
I want to know your green screen. What would the thing you say be to the world?
Everything that we've been talking about.
If I could say something that all 8 billion people on Earth could hear once, I would tell them, you're not right. Nobody is. Nobody knows the truth. Nobody has the one soul way. Nobody has the proper path, or the one pursuit, or the secret.
I'd say that's bad shit crazy. And the one thing I would say to the world of 8 billion, La ilaha illallah, Muhammadan Rasulullah. There's no God, deity worthy of worship except Allah. And Muhammad is the last slave and messenger of Allah. That's what I would say. Yeah.
Unbeliever, what about you? Do you have something?
I would say that we are who we were and what we want to become.
Beautiful. I would kind of, I would say I'm not here to meet your expectations just as you're not here to meet mine, and, let's just accept that and be able to work together.
And I also want to say, I just woke up and.
Good morning. Good morning.
Nice. That's a good one.
Yeah, he's over in Greece, so he's like in the future.
Yeah, I'm Greece, guys. It's 7 o'clock in the morning now. So
it's only midnight here.
Are you hit by like this cold front right now? Like, is it
like negative 10 Fahrenheit?
Negative 10? Did you stock up?
Yeah.
Are you worried? Are you worried about like
No, man. This is Michigan. People are crying like you got to be prepared. You got to know the cold, man. Alhamdulillah, I got a heater.
Well, alhamdulillah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know why, but it just seems to completely go by Colorado.
If the
which I
power
was just like,
goes out, I would be scared, but I can always leave and go somewhere else. But man, it's cold.
but can you? Where would you go if the power was completely like in Texas, where the power was completely
That's
gone
only
for
8
like
hours
2
to
weeks?
Tennessee, bro. Jump in your truck, drive 8 hours. You're in Tennessee. It ain't that cold.
Okay, so you just keep migrating like south, like type thing. But it's all that area. You got to come like west. Like that's the thing. This whole thing is going like all underneath Colorado and then just straight out that way. I was just like, wow, that's amazing. But again, I just pray that you have enough blankets and enough power and entertainment and Fortnite to keep
Come on.
you.
I've worked in 30 below, so
Man, I worked in Chicago. It was like minus 40 below. It was horrible.
Would you rather work in 30 below or 40 below? Like the
Cold.
I'd rather
Cold
work in
winter.
70 all year around.
170 on here just sweating. I don't know. I like the cool. What were you saying, unbeliever?
It's never that cold in Athens.
Right. Like
Never.
it doesn't snow, nothing like that. Like have you?
Oh, it snows once 15 years. Every 15 years, it may snow in a harsh winter. But
Was it like the world was ending? Just like what is going on?
Yeah. I remember once, I don't know, in 95, I remember big snow. I remember 10 years ago, it's rare.
Okay, so
But
it happened.
in the northern part in the mountains, it gets very cold, very snow.
What about like earthquakes, like volcanoes, like?
Full of earthquakes and volcano where
Just tell him Jamil did it.
Jamil shook the earth. No,
It's Jamil did it.
the great volcano of Santorini. It erupted 1300 BC, and it caused the loss of civilization there.
not
You look it up,
not the volcano of Pompeii, right? Or is that the same volcano?
No.
Santorini?
Look it up. The volcano of Santorini. It's a very famous island, which is the full island is a crater of this huge volcano that erupted in antiquity.
Is it still
It's
active?
it's. I don't know if it's quite active, but I think it's not.
Can you? What was that?
And volcanoes. Today they are not active. Tomorrow they may be active. I don't know.
Like in Hawaii, they go off all the time, and people just like. Are you crashing up? But that's the thing. Just like, is that something that you in Greece? Habibi, what's going on here? Like, talk to me. Like, it seems like something.
Something.
Let him
Jamil.
know, Ronaldo. Let him know, Ronaldo.
The soccer player? That what? Jamil is causing all the earthquakes and volcanoes? Is that what we
Hell
need to
no.
No, I mean,
does God? Excuse me, Charlie. Does
It's
God
a
control?
double hell no.
does God what?
Does God control volcanoes and earthquakes? And is He the cause or no?
If not him, Mother Earth, I guess. God's like, the unseen partner. Either way, like in my belief, I believe that, these natural disasters are part of God's plan.
Act of God. Insurances tell that's an act of God.
Right, like tornado or, like type thing. You
Tornado, I
file it
don't
under
pay
act
you,
of
it's an
God.
act of God. I can't pay you. God did it. Go ask from God.
I don't know, man. That's not good. No, doesn't sound logical. And then everything is an act of God.
That's the thing. A good lawyer would fight those insurance companies. Like, isn't everything technically an act of God? You know, just like when my client gets in a car accident, did God not? You know, it's just like that's the thing where it's all a scam, right? It's all something that has fed into the machine
Yeah.
that has driven
We'll find a
every
window.
human
We'll
being.
find a window to exploit, you know?
I mean, like,
Hell nah!
I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, Unbeliever, Janal, and Jamil, if you can actually just woosah a little bit, like, just think about this obscurity. Like, if there was, like, a natural, like, act of God, like a volcano that triggered some kind of natural disaster that displaced an entire country, region, like, to other, like, places, do you think that would be like a easy transition, or would it still be treated as the way we treat like immigration and stuff today, where it's just like, yo man, like, you know, like that's the thing where science, the next predicted supercontinent, right? You guys heard of Pangea, like the one landmass that broke up into what it is today, but then they say the next landmass is going to be Amasia, where like the Bering Strait between like like China, like Korea, and Alaska, all that is going to, the water level is going to recede, and that landmass is going to come back.
Finally, that's going to accomplish Trump's plan to acquire Greenland in Europe. Greenland will come and stick. And Trump's hands will be easy, you know, free.
He'll take credit for it. He's just like, this is exactly what. I still don't understand.
We haven't talked about this, Charlie.
Greenland?
About this Trump. Greenland, yes.
I'm ready to talk. What?
You had 30 military bases there. And Trump said, why to have bases there? Bring them back to make America great again. And he
Bring them to America!
To protect Greenland is what Trump is selling it as, right? Like, we need to protect Greenland from the approaching.
Right, wrong is wrong. We justify right from what? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Okay, so then what is the right and the wrong? You know, like, this is a big pivotal moment where it's just like, I'm surprised he doesn't want to call it America land. We're going to change Greenland to America land. You know, like, and then even, I believe Donal was talking about like how he was talking of making Canada the 51st state, which is like, you know, historically like incorrect in its sense. But like this kind of rhetoric that this leader, that our people.
Putin said, okay. I heard him today. Putin said, we sold Alaska to USA. Why not? They can sell, and he was talking about prices, about 250 million would be a good price, a billion would be a good price. I don't know.
Is Greenland going to be worth more than TikTok? You know, like that's the thing. What happened with the TikTok like buyout thing? You know, like Trump has put a lot of like wheels and deals like out on the table, where it's just like, is anybody keeping track of all these checks that he's writing? Again, you know, like
not aware.
Like, I worry, like, what is the European, I guess specifically for you, Unbeliever, like the Greek kind of overall like perception of America currently with our leader?
It's very strange because we have problem with Turkey, you know, our neighbors.
Greece has a problem with Turkey? Or America? Does America have
Greece from
the Ottoman.
Yeah, from the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire occupied us for 100 years. We liberated in 1800s, but there are issues, you know, there are disputes about the borders, about the sea. You
Not
know,
about like the bond that like the Turkish and the Greek people, you know, like they should be unified, not
well,
see each other.
the people are okay, but you know, the governments and the politics.
Pin us against one another, right? Like
Yeah.
that's the thing where I don't know,
And
like
in Greece, there's a big amount of Islamophobia because of that occupation of the Islamic occupation of Greece. In the other parts of Europe, you know, Western Europe, the Ottomans didn't occupy them. You know, they didn't get up to there. They got up to the Balkans.
what if Trump started just like throwing Greece? It's like next we're gonna take over Greece, and Greece will
Yeah,
be
yeah. He said something. He said that Turkey and Greece must negotiate and must find a solution and to settle down. You know, and Turkey is a bigger country. If something would happen, I don't know. The favors would be for Turkey. We also have good military, but
who do you think
I don't
America
know.
would side with? Greece, right? Like
That's the issue. That's the issue. We don't know. We are allies with
okay, so
USA,
that's the fight
but
within the
also Turkey. Turkey is also ally of the USA. But hear that now. Now, these days, these last 2 years, we made a strong strategic cooperation with Israel. Greece and Israel ministries, you know, defense ministry. And Turkey doesn't like that.
because essentially is Greece saying that they are against Palestine in this conflict, or they are just
Yeah, of course, we are taking
Hell, fuck yeah.
we are taking publicly the side of Israel in Greece, not me, politics. The politics are Israel, full Israel here. If
in
you say
the
something about Israel, they arrest you if you say something against Israel and for Palestine.
I just say this. Fuck the evil people of this world. They can eat it all.
like Pac-Man, right? Like Habibi, just maybe this is like a break time. I don't know. You know, it is what it is. But again, this is the kind of tribulation.
Sorry if I misspoke, but I don't want to stutter. Fuck the evil people. Fuck their fucking clutter.
that would make a good bumper sticker. The evil people and their clutter. Recycle.
We have a strong leftist parties, you know, political left, and they are for Palestine, and the Greek people are many for Palestine, you know.
So,
We are for
do
Palestine,
the Greek
but
people
government
see
are close-
peace
are close
possible
to the-
between Palestine and Israel, or it has to be one defeats the other? Does that make sense, unbeliever? Like,
Well, I hope there is a two-state solution.
a two-state solution that
My-
coexists,
Yeah.
and cooperates.
Are you kidding me? It's a parking lot.
What?
Two-state solution. That was out a long time ago, right? What? It's a parking lot. Why don't they have it yet? You ever think of that? You ever think of why everything's destroyed? They could just go in and take it, but they haven't. Why do you think that is?
War, like protocols and stuff like that, like the treaties of war, I guess, is what prevents just this. I
The
guess
treaties of war should prevent parking lots.
Parking lots are what make governments the most money. But in this
I'm
sense,
saying there's human beings under that rubble.
The conflict that I have observed between like asking Israelis, just like, do you foresee peace with like a two-state system? And they say no. Same thing, but like again, I find more on the Palestine side saying there is peace, but it's very it's very like interesting just the way that it plays out politically. But again, when I hear on TikTok or even nations saying they have picked a side, in this sense, what does it mean to stand with Israel? Are we saying just like they were defending themselves, or are we saying that we support their right to exist as a independent? Like it's a very just like saying I'm a Republican, like means a lot of different things. So again, my voice, I gotta get something to drink. But Jamil, like you're right. Like it's just the evil whispers of just like politicians where I don't know, Putin is somebody where I see him as just like waiting for America to be the one to offer a peace negotiation that the world can like rally together against. Climate change, I guess, was an attempt at it, but before World War II, even America.
USA should do that. USA should do that. It's the superpower, It must. It's the leader of NATO. If the NATO is, if NATO collapses, then things get really. You don't know what happens.
But that's the thing with NATO. The opponent for NATO is essentially like, Russia, China, North Korea.
There's no NATO. China can beat everybody.
Beat everybody? I said like that's one way to forecast like a future where like eliminating NATO will allow superpowers like Russia and China to overdo Western influence, right? Essentially, like in that part of the world. But over here, we'll be fine. That's why I believe Trump focusing on like this Venezuela thing and then China.
What's happening? Israel invaded. Putin invaded. Trump invaded Venezuela. Now China, I think, will invade Taiwan in next days, months. And I don't know which.
I mean, that's the thing. During Biden's term, China made the ultimatum, just like, if you send any of your politicians to Taiwan during this time, we declared like this is a thing. And they even sent Buttigieg, and I was like, are we really like poking the bear? And luckily, China didn't take that as like yeah, they want war.
Yeah,
right.
Happily, China is calm. I don't see movements of China.
But I mean, Putin made it evidently clear that this invasion of Ukraine is because of Ukraine's, I guess, like petition to join NATO, right?
Yeah.
And therefore,
and also it's a kind of a civil war there. They are Orthodox. Russians. They are both Slavs. They are brothers there. Ukraine and Russians are historically bonded. They go back to the Vikings era. Kiev was the first capital of Russia, if you want to. That's they're one.
Right.
The first capital of Russia.
It was a first like United States, only the United USSR, right? Like it was all these countries that were like unified in this thing. Granted, whatever that unification like means was, that was the ideal. Just like in America, I can't imagine all 50 states all of a sudden just thinking like they're independent from America and acting as their own nation. I even hear talks from like people in the South, just like in our Civil War, North and South. You know, like that's the thing. Like after that battle, it opened up the nation into one, but now we're all kind of divided again. But then the fall of the USSR, my father told me, was all about military strategy, where like Ukraine was like a base for nuclear American military against any threat in that part of the world. Does that make sense? So he was like trying to tell me that's why America needs to protect Ukraine. But then, you know, I was just like, okay, well, I don't know. This whole thing just doesn't.
Because they have their naval base, the biggest naval base there. Right?
Like
what's it called?
Strategically, in a war mentality where superpowers are competing against one another, right?
They're out to the Black Sea. It's their their entry to the Black Sea. They need this. Russia needs this. If they lose this, it's over for them. If they lose Ukraine, the Sea of Ukraine.
What I have a tough time, like just grasping, just like my life experience around today, is how any American leader still talks about those countries as like an enemy, right? Like we have to keep fighting this ideology, right? Not eliminate it, but just fight it, right? That's the game where it's just like that's not even a fruitful game anymore. If we can come together and, like I said, have a president who's just like, yo, Russia, look, whatever's in the past, I get it. It didn't work out for you, you know, like economically, whatever. But for the greater good of humanity, we need to come together as humanity and work against other threats, like an act of God, a comet, celestial, event, or possible, I don't know, like alien invasion, if we want to put that on the table. But even Ronald Reagan, said to like I don't know if it was the UN or something, but he asked just like, I wonder if it would take an alien invasion to unite humanity to work together for one cause, and I'm kind of paraphrasing that, but even the talk of aliens, people are already cited on that. It's like, well, that's the government.
That sounds like a sire. But you are right about cooperation of nations.
It's just when President Biden made his interview on 60 Minutes, just I'm not going to sit down with Putin trying to negotiate anything. I wanted to throw up, and even hearing Zelensky pleading for the president to be the negotiator, the mediator, and Biden just no, that's my enemy. That personal war was why I kind of just looked at Biden in a whole different way.
And
But then again,
supposedly it should be the other way, the liberals, because Democrats, Biden was a Democrat. He's more, open.
he was he was part of one of these swamps, the deep swamp of politics.
We know he's a Republican, right? He's more nationalist. He's more tough.
Republican? Trump is just straight up businessman. Whatever a businessman wants to call himself to become a more wealthy businessman. That's what Trump is, right? Trump is on his own thing where he specifically, that's the thing. Zelensky talked about Ukraine being built as if it was a business, like a corporation, and that's what their leadership needs, like a CEO. But then America is beyond that, and I believe America's leadership needs kind of the opposite, a leader that is a unifier in policies and all this stuff, right? Not the same businessman, when Donald Trump like said, I will clean out the deep swamp because I know all the like loopholes that they use because I use them too. Right? It's like, okay, what kind of admittance is that? You know? Like, it was a sad moment for like my American like moment where I was like, I can't believe I want to like vote. But again,
Harry, how about, are there ICE agents in your state, in your city? Where do you live? I see this thing with the ICE agents and
I mean,
immigration.
not as prevalent as it's being shown in Minnesota, Minneapolis. Like that's where like this whole thing is
That's it mainly in Minnesota, Minneapolis. happening.
right now. Yeah, and like it's
Why?
just this whole thing.
Why only there? Why specifically there?
So this is where, you know, Harris when she was running for the Democratic, nomination.
Yeah, Kamala Harris. Yeah.
Her VP was Tim Walz. Okay. He is the governor of this state right now. Okay. So this is kind of like a reflection on his leadership right now. Like this whole ICE thing is already like a divisive, like action going on in America. But, you know, it is what it is, you know, like, and that's where as citizens, I have to ask myself with that incident in Minnesota that happened with that citizen who was unalived by an ICE agent, because what? The ICE agent felt his life was threatened when, you know, like if you look at like the incident, you know, it's like, I don't know. It seems fishy. But again,
It's not very clear. It's not very clear. Like some videos, like she hit him with a car.
Right, but
in others not.
That's the thing. Like if we put that justification, just like that is a federal government agent doing a national like act of security, right? And therefore, if anybody threatens their duty, let alone their lives, they have the right and obligation to address that threat by eliminating it, right? Like
we
just
don't
like
know in certain circumstance, we don't know what truly happened because from the videos we don't know.
Exactly. It's borderline like police beating African Americans because they thought that they could get away with it, right? Like that kind of thing. So again, it's history repeating itself. But this is like a George Floyd moment.
I want to ask you, Charlie. These agents are very well trained personnel, military, FBI, CIA. What are they? Police? What are they trained?
This is where personally, like brother, I want to believe that they are like picked from these agencies, like these credible agencies, and not what South Park says. It's just like any citizen who's just like, you got to make your nut, right? I don't know if you saw the episode, but it's just like anybody who wants to sign up to go after immigrants, here's your chance and you'll get a salary, right? Like, I hope it's not that. But again,
hope too.
Like the way that they portray themselves, they're all like in masks, right? Like a lot of them. So this is where that uniform opens up that role for a lot of imposters.
You know, you see masked soldiers around you, you are getting stressed. You know, it's not democratic to see military in the street.
It's just not. You know, like for me, if I was walking down the street and I just saw like somebody who was like in a vest and just looked like tactical wearing this thing.
Special forces.
I mean, they don't even have to be special forces. They could just be my neighbor who's into like Fortnite or something like that, but has like the second like amendment right ready to go. Like that's the thing, like that American Christian nationalism kind of movement that is coming out where it's just like, yeah, this is why I have my arms to protect my country from, you know, or
we don't need special forces. We are special forces.
against the special forces, right? Like it's it's a very interesting conundrum that Americans are finding themselves in. But again, the leadership in Minneapolis is what has shocked me because the governor, mayor has not told the people, just look, we want to stand up for our neighbors and stuff like this, but to fight this power, no matter how hard we've tried to fight Donald Trump, he's going to send in National Guards. He's going to send the U.S. military to fight against Minnesotans. So, like, for the sake of their, like, elected people, the people that they serve as statesmen, right, in American politics, they should worry about the greater good for that rather than focusing on Donald Trump's presence being the threat. That's how I see it, where they just look at Donald Trump being the whole problem. And if Donald Trump just didn't send ICE agents in there, all this would get worked out on its own. Like, that's what I have to ask.
I am getting the picture now. Thank you, Charlie. It helped me to understand.
Hey, take that, like, just from my personal perspective. Don't take that as, like, like fake news or just like the facts. But, like, that's
your interpretation.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, like, that's, I just try to look at things in real time and try to step out of the emotion. Trust me, I had a lot of emotion just seeing that. Just like this ICE agent said that a couple months before that incident happened, he was actually run over by a vehicle.
Is there a trial? Is there a trial for him? What happened?
Trump has pardoned him completely and has said he will pardon every ICE agent.
Fuck you, pussies, for Ronaldo.
Ronaldo, we beat Ronaldo.
The soccer player? Are we talking about the soccer player?
Greece, Portugal, 2004. Greece, Portugal, 2004. We beat 2 times Ronaldo. And we
the soccer player, right? The football player? I know Pele. Pele was like...
Ronaldo was crying. We lost from Greece. We lost the cup.
What about Messier? Who is Messier?
Messi is the messiah of football.
What team did he play for?
What? He's Argentinian. He played for Barcelona for many years. He even came in the last years. He came to the US in Miami.
But what's his nationality? Argentinian?
Argentinian, yes.
And Ronaldo is Portugal? Portuguese. Yeah. Who is the Greek phenom?
Ronaldo.
Ronaldo.
The Greek freak.
The Greek freak. What's his name? Ronaldus?
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Damn, Ronaldo's a Greek freak.
I don't know. I mean, do you watch American football at all?
I didn't know Ronaldo was a Greek freak. That's nasty, Ronaldo.
What are you talking about? I don't even know what you're...
No, I am watching the NBA from American sports. NBA.
Basketball. Who's your favorite NBA team?
I like Celtics, Boston Celtics, because
Why?
they are green.
Because they have
green and
What about Milwaukee?
Yeah,
what about?
Well, I also like Milwaukee because Giannis. But my team before Giannis was Boston. I don't know, because they also have the 3-leaf sign.
You can go freeze your ass off if you want to, man. I don't like freezing my ass off.
Is it cold there? I don't know.
Boston?
I've never been to the...
Yeah, Boston is like New England, so it's just like New York and like they're they get like snow. I don't know if you've ever seen like Patriots games, but it's all like snow like situations and stuff like that. It's not like Miami, it's just constant.
Miami!
Arizona.
Miami! Fuck yeah, Miami!
I liked hockey. I liked hockey in the past.
See that?
To
That's
watch,
a,
it was
I can't
ice
follow
hockey.
it. It's too fast for me. Like even when they try to do it on TV where they like made the puck like highlighted so you could like even that like I was just like man, this game is just way too quick. But like the physicality, I went to a hockey game and just watching people just get slammed into that clear glass and you're just like it's so different from football. Like football is like something different, but like watching hockey like in real life compared to like basketball, like those like
I
different
like
experiences.
the Olympic Games, and I like watching the match between USA and USSR and Canada. They were
In what sport?
legendary.
In all?
In
Basketball?
ice hockey,
Oh, hockey.
ice hockey. Yeah. That was the thing.
So you watched that movie, Miracle? Like the ragtag team that America put together to beat USS, or was it Canada? Whatever hockey Super Bowl.
No, I think I haven't. I haven't watched it.
Oh yeah, I haven't watched it.
Me-
I know it's an old movie.
Or maybe I watched it as a kid and I forgot it. I don't know.
I watched Mighty Ducks. Ducks.
Now you are saying about film. Have you watched the film from the Greek director called Yorgos Lanthimos? The film Poor Things.
Called what? Poor Things?
Poor Things, yes.
With Emma Stone and Mark Ruffalo.
Yeah.
I haven't
William Dafoe.
finished it all the way. It was like I don't know. Like I started watching it. I got to like the middle. I think I got to the middle.
Did you like it? You like it? No?
I mean, it got so many rave reviews, right? And that's where I don't know, maybe like the hype. But again, I'm like very like respectful of those actors and stuff like that. But the storyline, I don't know. It was maybe too kind of Tim Burton dark for me, where I was just like, "What is this?"
This director is very controversial, This film got 4 Oscar awards, just to let you know.
Right. Best screenplay, best director, best actor, like all those categories, right?
No. It got for costumes, for the atmosphere, for the sets,
Oh, really? Okay.
for the costume,
Really?
for the
I
scenery.
mean,
Yeah,
was it anything special? Like they were dressed like in like
it
old-
was very strange. And the scenario, you say that, for example, it's about the creation of God. This woman was Eve. If you think about it,
Hold
it's the
on.
creation
That's the kind of
Yeah.
lens that you see that
Yeah.
like reflecting on.
This
Like,
doctor is God.
hold on. If I
doctor is
like
God.
not any spoiler alerts, Emma Stone plays like a daughter who I guess was like thrown off like a bridge by her mother at like birth, but then like rebuilt by that doctor.
Yeah, it's not a spoiler because it's the first scene. Emma Stone was a baby inside her mother's womb, and her mother jumped off a bridge to commit suicide.
And then he
suicide.
saved the baby in the womb, right?
He saved yes, he found the woman, and the woman was dead. The woman was dead, and the brain of the baby was alive. No. Wait.
The body?
The
Did he
body
do
of
like
the
a?
woman
Did he
was
do
okay,
a? Did he
and
do a
the
brain
of
swap?
the baby was okay. Yeah, and he took the brain of the baby and put it in the mother.
Wait, no, wouldn't it have to be the mother's brain into the baby so that
The
the
mother's
baby.
brain was damaged. Mother's brain was damaged, but the baby's brain survived,
Right,
and
and
he took
then
the baby brain
and
and
raised
put it in
the girl. Like that's the thing. She acted like a child. It's like it's
Yeah,
just like
yeah. She was a baby, but she was growing fast. She was growing fast, and then she had to leave. She wanted to leave the house, and Godfrey, God was William Dafoe, his name, gave her free will. Do what you want. It's a very good, very good.
maybe I gotta
Movie.
finish it. I mean, it was no La La
You
Land.
must- It has some erotic scenes, and you must.
That's the thing. I stopped watching when she just started kind of exploring, and I was like, dude, I don't know. This is like
Yeah,
weird.
yeah.
It took a weird turn where it's just like Emma.
You
Like
can fast forward it.
Fast forward. I mean, look. If anything, I'm gonna be like, all right, this is, I guess, where the rave reviews. But this was like the first time I ever saw her do this kind of role. Like after this, have you seen that movie Kinds of Kindness? I don't know if that's like the same director, but like this, like Emma Stone has been in some like interesting roles with like William Dafoe, like like these actors who kind of like keep working together.
I
But-
like this director. He's very
What was his work before
Lanthimos.
this?
The
Nothing?
Lobster, the Lobster. It's another film of his.
The Lobster,
Um,
like as in like the
Yeah.
seafood.
yeah.
And what was
the
that about?
other is the Dogtooth. The Dogtooth is very the most dark. The first ever I saw from him was the Dogtooth. 50% of the people in the cinemas, they
Left.
quit
They
it.
couldn't even just like half of audiences walked out of the theaters
I'm disgusted. I am disgusted.
because it
I'm
was
going
just
out.
like almost like that movie. Gosh, what is it? Where people's like mouths are sewn to like anuses. Like, what is that movie? Caterpillar or
On your mama, bitch.
Not that, but close. You mean flamingos? Something? Pink flamingos? That movie.
What would you say is like the Greek cinema
You got me
Like-
killing everybody in this motherfucker.
style? like, is it dark?
I like this book.
Dark storytelling and dark productions, or is it like all kinds of comedy?
Nothing. It's shit.
Is there
Nothing.
comedy?
We don't have-
Is there a strong like comedy?
The best things we produce is the ancient tragedies and the comedies. From then, nothing. And Lanthimos is also. But we don't have
a
filming.
lot of the American movies, though, right? Like, so it's not like you're.
Yeah, we watch American. I never watch Greek films, only American.
So, who is your favorite American director? We got the Tarantinos, the Guy Ritchie, even though he's British.
Yeah, I like all of them. Spielberg. I like Spielberg.
Do you know Darren
I like-
Aronofsky? Is that a Greek? or is
Of
that
course. Now I know all these names. I can't say you which film, but I surely watched films of many. Especially in the past, I was watching very much. Now with this religion stuff and philosophy, I kind of stopped watching. I watch only South Park.
And Family Guy. South Park, Family Guy, and hockey.
Borat. You like Borat?
Borat?
Borat.
The two movies?
Yeah, have you watched
I mean,
that?
like, that's the thing. That second one, I think we were talking about it. That second one, as far as just like a artistic movie production that exposed the deep corruption within American politics, specifically Rudy Giuliani, like New York mayor,
Ah, yeah, we
poster
talked
boy.
about it. We talked about it.
Right, like, you know, like that was the thing where Sacha Baron Cohen, I don't know if that was
Genius.
his intent to have that finish, or he had that finish and he was just like, I can't go any further past that, right? Like that was the end.
That
Like, you know,
scene,
like
do you remember that scene when where he dresses as supposedly as a Jew and puts on a big nose and hat and big nails curved and goes into the synagogue. Goes into a synagogue.
and didn't get
And there are
like
two
knocked
old
out.
ladies. There are two old ladies inside, and they are sitting in the synagogue talking. And he comes in and he asks questions about he says, I'm a Jew, look at me.
And that's the thing.
And they were
Like this was like all candid, right? Like these like two women didn't know
not
this was
actors,
like a
yeah.
movie, right? Like they were just like, what is this demon? Just hey, you know, like
No, and they had come here. No, don't be afraid.
don't be afraid. Yeah, America, right? They go back. They're just like, America is crazy. But that's the thing where that's an artistic, like
I have
like
a great
leap of
respect.
faith
And for
to where, you know, like imagine, you know, like being the
Ali
one
G,
after that scene. Ali G, that's the thing. Sacha Baron Cohen, like, is so dynamic in the way that he can play like an Ali G, Borat, and even like the race car driver in Talladega Nights. And you're just like, who is this guy? But then he plays like real, like serious roles. Like there's
he's British or American or British American Jew.
I think I think he's British, and he's married to Isla Fisher. I don't know if you know who she is.
I saw her in some pictures. I don't know who is she. What is she an actor or actress?
She's in the movie Wedding Crashers. Do you remember Wedding Crashers? With like Vince Vaughn
yeah.
and Owen Wilson, where they just like they're just two like
Yeah,
guys who just go to different people's weddings and pretend they're like family and just like eat all the food and just like sleep with the women and stuff like that. Like it was this whole thing where I was like, is this what people do? Like, you know, like is this a thing? You know, like when I watched that movie, I was just like, there's no way this is for real, you know? But again, she was like one of the girls. She was the girl that was attracted to Vince Vaughn, like the crazy, like dominant one. It was just like, oh my god, like, and he's just like, I gotta get away from this girl, man.
Ben Stiller's partner. That's the movie.
Ben Stiller's
Stiller
wife
and,
is Marsha Brady, like the actress who played Marsha Brady,
yeah.
who is beautiful. You know, like, and that's the thing. He does a movie,
Like
Dodgeball,
you
where
love-
his wife
you
is
love
just
it.
like making out with like his best friend. I can't imagine being in that world where like your wives are kissing like your best friends in movies and getting paid millions of dollars.
Other series which I find very good is The Office, the American Office.
As opposed to the British original. When I watched the
the
British
British
one, I
one.
was just like, oh man, dude, ours like dominates this one. You know, like
The American is very much better. American actors.
in in the way
Very
that
funny.
we make our office like environment seem just even more ridiculous, where you know it's just like
Yeah.
an outside world is like, if this is how American business is running, I don't know how they're a superpower at all. You know? I think
They are fantastic characters. Everybody, is a character. Very funny.
Dwight, you know, like The Office, even like The Big Bang Theory. It took me a long time to really kind of like get into the Big Bang trend. What do you think
The
of
Big Bang, yeah.
Korean
That's very.
cinema? like
I
on the
haven't
rise?
watched it. I haven't watched it because when I watch a film, when I can't understand the language, I can't. I must read read,
Subtitle.
read.
Okay.
And
So
that
yeah, like, me too. Like movies subtitled.
I don't.
Like I don't get
can't watch a film
the full
in German.
message, right? Like
I can't watch a film in German, or in Austrian language, or in French language.
subtitled, right? But we have new technology where they have like audio dubbing, which if you have Netflix, a lot of the Korean like films and series have like that option.
I should watch some Korean because it's very popular. I watched the Squid Game. I think it's Korean. Yes.
Yes, yeah, and that's like a specific like maybe that Greek director that you were talking about that did Poor Things. Like this is the director who
I like
is
it.
like
I like
the superstar of Korean cinema, right? And it was like this big thing where he's got a lot of hype. And Squid Game 2 was a thing, and then he came out with the movie Mickey, like 47 or something.
I
with,
also
like,
watched. No, I haven't watched that.
I haven't seen it either. It's got like Robert Patterson.
Is it the Three Body Problem? Is it Korean?
No, I think that is like maybe an American kind of writer or creator.
Because, or maybe Chinese. It was maybe Chinese. I don't know.
As in
Because
like the creator?
Yeah. The original creator was Chinese, I believe, but I may be wrong.
From China? I think maybe like a Chinese American type thing. Like that's
I'm not
Three Body
sure.
Problem. Like, did you like? Is there going to be another series? There's got to be another series coming out like after the end of. But like, I don't know. Like,
I also Parasite movie. Do you remember this movie, The Parasite?
That was the big one. That was like Korea cinema's like holy grail. Like everybody watched Parasite and they were just like, wow, this storytelling. Even though it was a subtitled movie, like Americans for some reason loved it. And I still don't. I haven't watched it. I've been told kind of like the plot line, but I'm just like interesting. Then Squid Game. This is the interesting thing and kind of like the comic of my life. When I first found out about. What's that?
It took off there.
No, like this is the
very
thing.
popular.
Squid Game. I like first heard about this like at a family lunch with me, my parents, and my aunt and my uncle, her husband, and they were talking about Squid Game and how scary it is. And I was like, what is this? And they're like, it's a game show where people who have debt compete against each other and like risk their lives for money. And I was like, how dark of times has Korea got to when this is like a real show? And that's the thing, my language barrier, because I don't understand
Ronaldo
Korean fully. So I thought they were talking about like a real game show. Essentially, it's like, what? Ronaldo? Yeah, essentially, I was just like, this is really happening. And then my mom was like, it's a show, but like I was like, oh, thank God it's a show. And the fear is that this show could become real life, right? And that was like, okay, so I finally got it. But again, when I believe that
there's a big film industry in Korea, so
it's getting bigger and bigger now.
It's a big film.
But
And,
the
it's
entertainment
very popular
industry in Korea is different from, I think, any other nation. Like, that's the thing. If you are a South Korean, like a native-born South Korean, and you have hopes or talents of becoming a actor or a singer or performer, it's not like in America or maybe other country where like, yo, if you got the talent, you can become
free Ronaldo.
You have to go through that boot camp. You have to be selected.
Free Ronaldo.
That doesn't. Ronaldo wouldn't even survive in Korea if he played. Like Ronaldo was lucky he was born Portuguese. But like that's the thing. Like Korean, like stars don't just happen overnight. They are like groomed and like trained to become this from a very young age. And that's where kind of like how Korea society, South Korean after the Korean War result.
Industrialized, you mean, eh? It's industrialized, like.
More than
Like it's a
industrialized, but this was the Western kind of influence that Korea kind of adapted in its own way. Because, like Asians are not about leaving things to chance. They need direct, like, like that thing. We love gambling for a reason.
I like the Asian, this approach they have. They're different people. They're more patient. They're more.
But the fascinating thing, though, Unbeliever, that I
More
look
calm.
at is just like in a area of like the known world, like biblical times and stuff like that, where they don't even talk about what's going on in China and like all the dynasties that were like established. Like a people that all look the same still divide amongst themselves, right? So this is again where it's just like even Dave, like I think Chris Rock or Dave Chappelle said it's like, who hates Asian people the most? Other Asian people. It's like that was so, and my mom would tell me, you can tell by their eyes, our eyes. And I was like, Mom, that was like the most racist thing.
Do you believe that is true?
What?
You gotta groom them from
Have you-
2 years old.
Hey man, those K-pop demons hunters, like that demon hunter thing is a whole, like their tourism.
Man, I'm
strategy.
with that demon hunter. I watched the whole series 50 times.
I just watched their like K-pop like girl bands, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, like it's
I
just
don't know about that.
Charlie,
But
what are
the
the
anime Demon Slayer, that thing is solid.
on Netflix, the Demon Hunter kids show.
Yeah, no, Demon Slayer, not Hunter x Hunter.
Are you into like Labubu's? Is that what they're called?
I don't know about no Labubu's.
Have you seen that South Park episode, Unbeliever? The Labubu?
I think I missed that one.
It's the new season where all the girls are.
I think
Yeah,
I
I missed
watched
that
one.
completely.
I,
I haven't watched South Park lately. It's hilarious, but
Yeah, you're missing. They got a $1 billion deal from Paramount. Like the South Park creators are on a whole
for
different
Boo
level.
Boo, they got $1 billion for Boo Boo.
No. To create the new seasons of South Park on the Paramount platform. Like that was they went from
Holy
Comedy
shit.
Central. They were paid
Not allowed to
$50
game on
million
that.
by Comedy Central, just like Dave Chappelle was paid for. They had to do 5 or 10 seasons for $50 million. Dave Chappelle only had to do 2, right? But again, like South Park fulfilled that contract, and their next offer was from Paramount for $1 billion for 1 season.
Yeah, that's out of control.
No, right? And this is where the new season is just going after Trump and like MAGA, just being like, yeah, we know Trump's going to sue us. That's why we accepted this $1 billion thing. Like if Trump wants 400 million, we'll pay it. But like that's like the artistic kind of like
Oh, they're
opposition.
cousins. It's like, come on, cousin, come get a quarter of this or a half of this.
What do you mean, cousins?
Well, I mean, if they know I can get this and give it to him and they get this much, that's kissing cousins. I think.
I mean, it's don't hate the player, hate the game type thing, right? Like where, again, like Paramount also own like ABC.
So you're agreeing with kissing cousins then?
Kissing cousins. I mean, as an Asian, my biggest worry was that I would fall in love with like a third cousin that I didn't even know about. Like that's why I was always like dating outside of
Third
my
cousin's not really a cousin, bro.
a third cousin. You keep wanting to believe.
I mean, they are
Cousins,
cousins.
a
so
cousin's
you
a
know what I'm
cousin, man. A cousin is a cousin. But what were we talking about? Either way, like it's just these kinds of like epic deals, and now even Warner Brothers is up for sale. Netflix was gonna buy them
I
out
mean, that
within.
sounds mentally to the without the RE and the tard in it. Making that action, right? $1 billion for one season. That seems absurd in its entirety.
That's definitely worth the extra $50, man. Let's go back to it.
The extra $50. I don't even have Paramount, but that's the thing. They air it on Comedy Central, but it's only streamed on Paramount. So this whole
I know, but $1 billion
streaming
is 1,000 millions, bro. They gave him 1,000 millions for one episode, one season. He has to be the best to get that.
Dude, like I said, they are on a whole different level of just what artists, like creators, can achieve. Like those guys are from my hometown. Like, like to know that they started this whole success from a college project that they really didn't take seriously, where like it was like a US history, like college 101 class where the final was like some kind of like presentation of like whatever they were talking about. And all they did was like the title of the presentation was the American history told by a Japanese guy. Like that was the name of this like cartoon that they just put together as a joke, and obviously failed, but they submitted this work into this independent film festival that they saw this and they were just like, this is hilarious. Like, yeah.
Lee, what is the religion in South Korea?
Christianity, and like this is the thing where Seventh-day evangelism, like there was this like figure,
Really?
Moon, Pastor Moon, who was this very famous, like pivotal, like figure in like my parents' like generation, where he
What
kind of
religion?
started this whole belief. It's
What is
Seventh
that?
Day.
What is that?
It's a branch
Seventh-day
off of like
Adventist?
Christianity, where
Jehovah Witnesses, are these related to Jehovah Witness?
the way that I've been like exposed to it, because my aunt is like really into this and she lives in California. It's like a cult in a sense where like they have to kind of just like abandon their parents and just like do everything for the church, and like like it's very cultish, but it all stemmed from this one Pastor Moon. Like he's a famous guy, and it was only after his like death that he kind of his reputation just kind of declining. But they believe that like Christians celebrate the Sabbath on Sunday, like Judaism celebrates their Sabbath on Friday, right? So Seventh days say Saturday is the Sabbath. That's like the difference here, right?
Okay.
So like, but the big difference is that they preach that Christians who follow this Seventh Day movement should honor and worship parents, like filial piety, like the like obligation to family and like parents specifically is huge in Asian culture, South Korea specifically. So they really dove off on this, where it's just like your parents are gods and they are the parents of this religion, therefore they are the mother and father, and they're like, so they became like the cult leader type thing. But they didn't like, it wasn't like a Waco, Texas type like violent like thing. It was just like this brainwashed kind of movement that I don't know, my father looks at it as just like, that is just ignorance at that thing.
Aren't there any Buddhists or Taoists? There are, eh?
Yeah,
Or
I mean,
Islam.
like that Islam is the thing where I've only been there once in 2000.
Do you know Korean? Do you know to speak Korean?
Only I stopped speak Korean was my first language because that's the language that my mother knew and spoke to me and like raising me until I was enrolled in American public schools and I
I
had
see.
to learn English. And so this is where my father like told me like in a drunken kind of like spit like just like learn how to speak English like
Oh,
Americans
speak Korean.
speak
Oh,
English,
speak
right?
Korean.
That's the thing. Like essentially, like he was telling me that I'm an American, right? And I am just like any other white, black, any other American who in his like experience living out the American dream is constantly the one that gets stepped on, right? He was getting it from every race as just like the
Sure.
foreigner
I
who is
understand. Yes.
the enemy to America, black and white, coming from Vietnam era, right? Where like Asians were just looked at as just like Charlie. And the fact that he named me Charles is another thing. Where I'm just like, damn. But again, like my father's like life is completely the opposite of my experience. And that's the thing where when he looks at me like at 44 years old, never married, no children, really no prospects of anything, and I'm okay with that life if that's the way it ends up being. And that terrifies my mother and father. Like, I'm just like, I don't
Said
understand why.
before, in your culture, in the South Korean culture, you are bonded with the parents, right? You are bonded. You live with. You take them in your home. You live together. You don't put them in
Not
old.
yet. Yeah, I mean, like the it's not
I mean, I
our
want to
ways
say.
to go
I
do
want to say.
like nursing homes and stuff like that, right? Like that's the thing that
I want to say that also in Greece here is that culture is very prominent. You know, that's what we do with our old
that family
with our parents.
takes care of
Yeah,
family, right? There is no
yeah.
like banishment or just like disowning, kind of like I would say like in the Western American kind of like ideology,
Yeah,
it's just like once you're 18, we're done, right? Like that, I'm
go
like
off the home. The kitchen is closed. You
the
know?
kitchen is it's just like it's just no
The
longer
kitchen
free
is
meals.
never
It's just
closed,
no longer
man.
free. Ronaldo.
Ronaldo, my friend.
No, we never close the kitchen, my friend.
In the Western Europe countries, you know, civilization, that's the normal. You are 18, you got to leave your home, you got to pay rent, you got to, you know, be a man of your own.
But
You
okay,
must be.
speaking though,
Yeah, I own
unbeliever.
my own home, so I don't have to pay rent. I just have to pay the taxes. But
Right.
that's, you know,
But that's the thing. I'm in
alhamdulillah.
the opposite with you, Jamil, because I'm the one who lives under my father and mother's like rule. Essentially, like my life
You
teeters.
got it like that, Silver Spoon. Come on.
Hey, that's the thing. Like trust me. I heard somebody say it's just like I feel like I have a better chance of learning how to breathe out my butt than try to like just do what my father did in today's time, especially at this point in my life. My father's just like, what would happen if you just had to start from nothing like I did? And I was just like, Dad, I wouldn't survive. Like you raised me too like fragile for that thing. So if that was even like a possibility in your mind, you shouldn't have done that. So like again, I kind of throw that back at my father because the fact that he judges my life's kind of like meaning and let alone purpose being on procreation was kind of like hurtful, like it was kind of like heartbreaking to me where I was just like, Dad, so like if I'm understanding him correctly, it's just like if I never get married, don't have biological children, you would never be able to fully say that I have led like a successful life like my brother who has now had a child.
You have brother. You have a brother, Charlie?
I do. So this is where when my parents is like, aren't you worried about like after me and mom die, like you're just gonna be alone? I'm like, isn't that why you gave me a little brother? You know, I kind of threw that back at them, and my father was like, yeah. And how's that working out right now for you guys? And that's what also like, I was like, Dad, you're right. Do you not take any kind of accountability or responsibility in bridging this? And he doesn't. And that's what is kind of like, is that a South American or South Korean tradition that he is stuck in, or is this his own success putting him on this like pedestal that he has kind of like, you know, like deservingly done this, but like he believes that, you know, I don't know, like he tells us just like everything I do is for your mother.
Right. I know what you're saying, because in Greece also the parents are strongly opinionated. You know, they have, they think they know everything. You know, and they give many advices.
Okay, but if the children of those parents
They were very poor,
are
and
divided,
they had very tough, you know, lives, and how they were raised. The times were different. That's it, also in Greek, you know, in Greek.
it's a human experience that I believe all cultures like share. But I would ask you, unbeliever, just like what would like the like, you know, typical, you know, the average Greek like family today do in this situation if their children, older brother and his younger brother, splitting against each other, like estranged from one another?
You are in distance.
I mean, that's the thing where my brother, you know, like he's married. So this is the thing where, like the Bible says, you know, like a man doesn't leave the mother and father unless to become one flesh with like his wife, right? Like, you know, like that thing. So my brother told my parents his priorities are no longer mom and dad. It is his wife and his son, which is totally understandable, right? Like,
of course,
we can't argue with that. But he then also, and this is nothing against my brother, I'm just trying to share this candidly because this is where I'm at.
We don't,
Right? You know, like just for any kind of advice, you know, so if you guys have anything to share, please just share it with me because this is what breaks my heart. I'm the older brother, and I was always raised to be my brother's keeper. So I don't have that excuse like Cain to be like, yo, you didn't raise me to raise him, right? No, everything that I do was part of him. So like that was like my obligation on top of that Asian obligation, was like, and then I gotta take care of my parents, right? So I had all this like weight that I look back at it now was nothing compared to what my father dealt with, where my grandfather didn't take care of his family, and my father was the first son who then was born behind 7 sisters who he then had you know, like his situation was completely different. He struggled, all these things, right? But like fetal piety, right? Family comes first. And when family is fighting, family has to.
You are not hostile with your brother. Nothing happened. You have not. There's not been any dispute. I don't know.
I mean, the dispute is that when I was in college, right, and just like finding myself, right, like I was doing a lot of questionable things that at that time he thought was cool, right? Like in this thing, like my brother wanted to play football. I wanted to play football too, but my parents were so protective of me. They're like, you're going to get hurt. We're going to put you in piano. Like they just made me do things that I didn't want to do. And therefore, everything that I did was, I didn't care to ask my parents whether they approve of it or not. That's what my father told me when I brought it up to him at college time when I was like in Las Vegas about to go to court facing 3 felonies for the first time. You know, like my life did a complete 180 in college. And I was just like, as a young adolescent, pointing a finger at my dad, just like, you never let me do what I wanted to do. You always let Wayne do everything he wanted to do. He wanted to play football. You gave him everything. I wanted to play football first, and you like all these things. And my dad told me just like, son, did I tell you I want you to do comedy? And I was like, I didn't even ask you. He's like, exactly. Did I tell you I wanted you to go rollerblading with your friends? I was like, and that's where he told me, just like he realized his oldest son, if he wants to do something, he's going to do it regardless, right? So there's no, like, whatever my dad tells me doesn't matter. I'm going to do what I want to do. Wayne, however, is something different. Wayne was something where, like
Wayne's your brother, eh?
Wayne's my younger brother, right? And so, like,
how younger? How
3
much
years.
younger?
3 years. I was born in November 81. He's March 84. So very, very close in that sense, right? But complete, like he is like very tall, like skinny, like very handsome guy, where I was like this little acne pimple face, just like nerd type thing, like, so he didn't even want to be known as my brother, like type thing, until I was like in college and doing like these activities that he all of a sudden thought was like cool, like selling marijuana and like doing all the partying all the time. Like when he found out, like,
You were a savage. You were a savage, Charlie, eh?
I was a what?
You were a savage.
I was a not savage, rebel. I was
Rebel.
I was sewing.
Yeah,
well, like
I started. Me too. We are all rebels then.
Yeah.
I'm also a first son,
Are you okay? No siblings?
I have a sister. 5 years younger than me. She's also married.
And
I
did
know
you?
the situation.
Okay, so like this is the thing where when she just first told you, just like, hey brother, he proposed, I'm engaged, like he's about to be your brother-in-law. Did like or did you already sense it? Just like this guy's like the one. Like, does that make sense? Like when my brother first like started talking about like his wife today, I was like,
I didn't like him.
You didn't like him?
He chose. No. But he at the
proved
end,
himself?
because he proved I was wrong. But I didn't like him because they had the difference in the age,
How
She
much?
was very young.
Was he like closer to your age or even older than you? 13 years older? So 8 years older.
Yeah,
You said
13
she's
years.
5 years younger than you, so 8 years older than
He
you.
was 13 years. My sister was 19 and he was 32.
And you were
And they got,
24?
yeah.
Wow, okay. Wow. So okay. So how did they
I didn't
But isn't that
like
kind
them,
of like isn't that more kind of like a traditional like accepted
No, it's modern age. In the old ages, it's normal, 18, 19 to get married. But
No, I'm
in
talking
the
about
modern,
that big of an age gap, like a decade age gap. 13 years, like that's like when
I
you
don't
do the
know.
math, it's just like when I was 18,
Was-
she was 5. It's just like
he was her boss. He was her boss in the work where she worked.
okay, so that as an older brother would be kind of fishy, just like, dude, one of those kind of- right?
And that was all. And I, as bigger brothers, we are overprotective, and especially for the
I imagine
sister.
over a sister, a lot different than when my brother was introducing me. Like he's like, "Yo,
I didn't approve.
you did it."
Then
I mean,
he
like,
proved to me-
because how did he win you over?
I didn't say something. No, I didn't say no. You are not going to take her.
I
It's
know,
your right.
but this is where you kind of put him on the chopping block, right? Like you really looked at him as just like, yo, man, like if you're,
What are you doing here?
I'm gonna like put you through tests to make sure you are
Right.
going to be
Right.
a protector, a caregiver to my blood sister, right? That kind of bond where it's not like just like that's my sister and my wife and my kind of like thing where
But they are a good family now. They have two daughters. One is studying in the university now, second year, social studies, sociologist, anthropologist. You know,
and you don't have any children? Did you ever get married?
No, I'm not. I'm single. I'm single.
Still okay. So we serve God, right?
The others,
The firstborn is to the offering to God is what like they say. But again, like, did you get a lot of judgment or kind of like what I'm experiencing from like your parents?
No, my parents are cool. But my mother used to say up to some years, you know, before she was saying, well,
Like, let me ask you this, unbeliever. Like, what is your
stop here.
your age range here? What's like the youngest you?
Listen. When my mother was telling me, go fight.
Listen.
When my mother, sorry. When my mother was telling, go find a woman to get married, I was saying to her, I found a woman to get married, but she's crack addict. She takes, she takes heroin. But I love her. I want to marry her. No, don't get married.
You present it like that. Like, that's the thing. My mother told me like a similar thing where she was like, all we want for you is to find somebody who makes you happy, who loves you, and just like that you can like build a family. That's all we want for you, Charles. And I told them just like, that's great, Mom. But what if I told you that person was black? And like nothing against my mom, but her initial like reaction was just, you know, and that's where I was just like, exactly, Mom. You say that you want like these things, which is all great, but in your mind, you have a specific picture of how you hope that would look out. And that's where my younger brother like started kind of like attacking me, just like, are you saying mom and dad are racist? And I'm like, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying, you know, like, and I'm like, this is where like my brother, again, like when I was like in that college time going through my backsliding.
The issue is that Wayne didn't stand by you, he stand by the parents.
I mean, just as we were raised to, like, that's the thing. The children have to stand by the parents. Like, that's the thing where it's just like, what about when like, that's the thing where it's just like, Dad, what if parents pit brothers against each other for entertainment? You know, not that that's what my father's doing, but it's just like, when does like the Korean traditional parent say like, this is not how my children should like love one another type thing? Almost like Abraham, almost like Isaac with, you know, like Jacob and Esau
You
type
are
thing.
my brother.
Well, I mean, just like, you know, even the prodigal son, where my brother was the one where, you know, he was just like, just give me, like he like asked for his inheritance. He went off on his own and got himself into a lot of trouble where when he was put in like jail, like he got arrested for like DUI, my parents asked me, what do I think we should do? And I advised them to let him just sober up and like we'll just bail him out like in some time, but he needs to like detox. And my brother from that moment felt, and this is how I perceive it, you know, like my understanding is the moment that he felt I betrayed him when I was in that situation in college. I guess he was the one who told my dad just like, no, you got to go to Las Vegas. And, you know, like, I was just like, maybe he did or maybe he didn't. But I today just kind of hold that as just like where the split between my brother and me and our parents happened, because it was a huge split. That's when he met his like now wife, right? Which he met at a gentleman's club. he was just like, Charles, man, you like, have you ever met like these girls like who just like love Asian guys? And I'm just like, yeah, Wayne, they have the yellow fever. You've never met a girl like that, like, you know, like it's a thing. And he was just like so excited to like share that experience, and like he was just telling me just like this girl was like in this magazine, and like I looked it up and just like trying to show me these pictures, and I was just like, Wayne, I can already tell this girl means something to you, so I don't think it might be appropriate, you know. So like to this day, like I'm like grateful, like I was just like I don't need to, you know, like. But again, knowing that about my sister-in-law, like, you know, like it was kind of like the test where I was just like, I don't know, like this girl really has to prove herself for me to kind of sign off and be like to my parents, like, yo, Rachel is the one for Wayne, you know, even though, you know, like, so.
Does Wayne and Rachel live in the same city with you and your
in the
parents?
same state,
Or
yeah. In a couple towns further, they moved like towns away, you know, like, so they've distanced themselves away from my parents because my father is notorious for just calling one of us at any time of day. Like it could be like 1:30 with some kind of emergency that we need to get over there right away, as if he's having a heart attack, and then we get over there and he's just like, how do I put an attachment on an email? And we're just like, are you serious, Dad? So as the oldest son, that's my duty. He bought me a house that is 5 minutes away from their house because they know that they don't want me to live with them. I was just like, why don't you save yourself some money and just let me live in the... And they were just like, no, we don't want to live with you. Like, we're not ready for that. You know, like, and I was like...
You don't live together, huh? You don't live together with your parents?
No.
You rent?
I mean, my parents are the land, like they bought me the house that I live in. I live in this ranch home.
Okay.
So
Okay.
my fetal piety is paid and compensated through my lifestyle. I don't have to worry about rent. I don't have to worry about utilities.
You're a prince.
I am in that sense, right? Like, and again, not to make myself, but that's like the thing where I tell myself, like, I look at these princes, like, you know, and how they are groomed and how they portray themselves. And I started, you know, like, I wasn't born into this like kingdom. My father became the king and made me the prince, like type thing. So without my father, this kingdom is nothing.
Good.
Does that make sense?
Good.
But it's not like a Trump. Maybe it is kind of like, you know, it's not like the monarchy in England type thing. You know, like Prince William isn't gonna lose. You know, like that's the thing.
Like in ancient Greece.
Is it a monarchy or like a? Is there like a? What is
For
the
example, Odysseus was a king. You know, every father, if you had land, if you have slaves, if you have animals, you know, you are a king of your. You have a
like a king of the hill type thing. But I'm talking like currently, what is the political, like, are you like a democratic free state? Like completely, right? No, like, you know, prime minister or like, you know, like.
We have a prime minister, the president of democracy, but the president of democracy is supposed to be the highest rank, but it's only for decorative purposes. It's all about.
And they are elected. They are elected leader, right? Like they aren't like the Kim family in North Korea, right? Like that kind of like princeship. Like, you know, like I could easily be a Kim Jong Il if I wasn't like corrected by my father. You know, like if I was raised just like you are going to be the prince and king of an entire people, right? Like that's the thing about the current leader of North Korea. Just like he's the youngest leader of a country, you know, like even before like all the Greeks, even maybe not like King Tut, but you know, like just
he's an emperor.
And that like that's where I kind of look at like the grand experiment between communism and Western democratic capitalism. Which one outdoes? And you see like the vast difference between the the development of South Korea versus North Korea. But then again, North Korea we don't truly know because it's so secluded. But we only have like our tales from Dennis Rodman out of all people, you know. But there's like a thing where Kim Jong, like I don't know what the current leader, his best friend is some Swiss like guy who like he went to school with like in Europe, and he was like this Swiss guy who visits him in North Korea like frequently, you know, like and just like talks about just like he never imagined that this kid back in like college was going to be the leader of a nation, you know, and he just like thinks about, you know, he's very like mindful of just like how he talks about this person because, you know, he should be.
Never,
But
never can think of this guy Swiss. This
that,
guy.
that-
But I
you've heard of like Dennis Rodman's kind of like friendship with like him, right? Like, you know, like Dennis Rodman was like the first American ambassador invited.
I had forgotten it, but when you mentioned it, it came back to my mind. Yes, you are right. Something was going on with Rodman.
The Rodman that was all pierced up, like all like dyed hair.
What? The least expected guy to have friendship with from the whole NBA.
Imagine the
was a-
terror
was a
that
beast.
like
He was a-
American national security institutions must have felt when it's just like, this is our this is our spy. Just like, oh my gosh, how do we turn Dennis Rodman into like James Bond? But again, when Rodman came back and
I
said,
think
just like,
he was a spy.
I mean, that's the thing with that movie. Did you ever watch that movie, The Interview? Like, it was like that comedy about like North Korea. It was the one where North Korea somehow like stole the movie from Hollywood and leaked it early so that the company
Must
that
watch.
produced the movie didn't make any like money from it. But again, I don't even know how true. Like again, like it was just this weird. It was like that movie Fury with Brad Pitt about World War II and like the tank operators. Like that was the same thing that happened because North Korea took that and leaked it out.
Is it true? I mean, I think it's true that he changed the clock, the time measuring, to half an hour to not him. What a calendar! I think they use some other
Lunar?
kind of calendar. No. I think he made a specific calendar that he only
That's
only
off by
they
like
use.
30 minutes. It's just like our calendar is 30 minutes either ahead or behind whatever the rest of the world. Well, I've never heard that before. That's like this is the thing about that thing in the interview where it was about like a American TV personality who like is like his biggest fan is like the leader of North Korea and like he gets an invite just like he gets an exclusive interview with the leader of North Korea, the first thing ever. And everybody in like the Western American like media is just like, that guy? Just like he's the worst journalist. And so like it's James Franco and like Seth Rogen, you know, like the super bad and you know, like the anti like punk culture like of Hollywood. But again, like
That's
it
what I
played
like in America. They are good
it played
satire.
on
They
a
have
real
good satire.
yeah, the satire was kind of like the Dennis Rodman thing, right? Only it was not a basketball player. It was like a Jerry Springer type thing, right? Just like, oh,
You
but
know,
when he,
satire is a Greek word. Do you want to speak about Greek words? To tell you Greek words that you use and you don't know that they are Greek.
Which one? Which
For
one was it?
example, satire. Satire,
Satire?
is a Greek.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
satira. Satira.
So is
In
Greek
ancient
older
Greek,
than Latin, or is Latin Greek?
of course, ancient Greek is older than Latin, and Latin was made by Greeks.
Okay, so
Was
Latin is
invented.
a branch off of ancient Greek.
No, not exactly. Not exactly. Listen, first of all, when Latins started writing Latin,
Who were considered
they
Latins
used
in this time?
they are the Etruscans. That's what they
Etruscans.
call the
The Etruscans. From where?
Etruscans. They were living in the north of Italy now, what is called Italy, and
Okay.
there, when they were living there at around 1000 BC,
BC.
yeah,
Yeah.
the Greeks from Chalkida, from Evia Island, sent ships and colonized there, made cities in Italy. They made Sicily, they made Naples, Naples, Sicily. They made the so-called Magna Graecia. They made many
This
cities
is
in Italy.
the beginning of the empire, right? Their vast Roman empire that spread
That's
all
the
over.
Greek. That's the Greek. The Hellenes. That's
Hellenes. Okay,
that's
okay.
before. And the Etruscans borrowed the alphabet of the Greeks and borrowed the alphabet and made their own language.
Oh, it's kind
The
of like
Latin.
the Semitic languages, like Arabic and I guess
No,
Hebrew.
the Latin we use now. It's these letters.
That is
This letter.
rooted
Latin alphabet.
in the ancient Greek alphabet, like alpha, beta.
Yes. It has a root.
I mean,
And
like that.
for example, apostrophe. You know what's an apostrophe?
Like an apostrophe.
What? Yeah. What's a parenthesis, for example?
Parentheses is the brackets, right? Like
You know, all these are
all
ancient
math,
Greek words.
all these math, like terms
And you
comes
know,
from
yes,
those great
For example,
minds.
every word that ends in is sort of a parenthesis. You know, osmosis. I don't know. Every Genesis. You know, Genesis is a Greek word.
Like that's the like a key like
Exodus,
indicator of like
Exodus.
a Greek
Exodus is
root.
a Greek word. Yeah. Exodus.
Jesus, right? Like Zeus.
No, Jesus is not. Christos is a Greek word.
Christos. Okay.
Jesus.
I thought
Isos,
it's
right?
Latin. I thought it's
Like
derived from Latin, though.
Jesus or Isos or Christos.
I think derived
Yeah,
from
Christos
the
is derived from Latin. And the verb meaning male and female.
Christos,
no,
meaning
Christos means to the anointed, to anoint, to get the
Yeah, but
grace.
the verb is male and female.
The verb to anoint. I don't know. No.
as in just like
Christos.
there is no gender attached with it, right? Like it's
No,
like
it's
if
gender specific, male, female.
it's
It's
gender
not no
specific.
gender. Yeah,
Okay.
it's male.
Okay.
female.
Gender. Okay, specific. Yeah, that's a correct wording of it. Welcome back to the conversation. We're done with Ronaldo. I don't know what that.
No, I'm saying I looked this up the other day. It's weird that you're talking about it. I searched it thoroughly, from the Greek to the Latin. than the context and the formats, what it was used during the time and how it was used during the time.
But then how did ancient Greek like kind of cooperate with like ancient Egyptian, and even ancient like Hebrew to
Yeah,
like
you gotta realize the elite spoke Greek. Everybody else didn't
spoke
that, right? They spoke Latin, Greek, a dialect between, or the elites did. But the merchants were bilingual. They spoke the Aramaic and then the mother tongue of the Greek or the Latin, or depending on the what Western culture you were in at that point.
interesting. Like unbeliever, like when did like because it was like Greece who like introduced trade with the Eastern world, right? Like Egypt never did any kind of like trading with ancient China except through like Greek merchants. Is that accurate or is that inaccurate? Or
If we go back in the Minoan times, you know who were the Minoans? They are very old. They are 3000 BC. They begin.
okay, so older than the Jewish, or almost as old as but like
Jewish.
Hinduism and Buddhism go back almost 5,000 to 3,000 BC, right? So it's like
Yeah, they go even more back. But there are some people that are depicted in the Egyptian pyramids, and they are the Minoans. You know, from back where in the pyramids they have Minoans depicted from Crete. That's in Greece, and they had merchants with ancient Egypt even back then. From 3000 BC, Greece and Egypt have contact.
right, they knew about each other. They were
Yeah.
working either against or with one another, right? They were aware, excuse me, of one another's existence. But again, Egypt had no idea about China. Like, does that like register? Like that's the thing. But Greece and Rome,
Yeah, but you got to remember now you have to look at the Chinese dichotomy and the way they're social and economical and
right?
the
They are the
constructs
ones
where
who
they weren't
kept
good with
themselves
people. 'Cause
hidden.
they were dynasties. They had lines. They weren't good with leaving the line, right? It wasn't easy to get into any of those dynasties or to do commerce or do trade or interact or learn things. It was all hidden. People didn't give their. You know
That's
what I'm
why that's
saying?
saying just like ancient Chinese secret. That's what that comes from. It's like they kept themselves hidden.
Yeah, that's
but then I
right.
asked myself, like, why did they trust the Greek Roman like empire versus like the
Because no
like
matter how
advanced
staunch
Egyptian?
things are, it wears down and either wavers or crumbles. But it becomes weak over time because the stauncher you are, the harder you try to repel, the weaker you become over time.
The harder you try to repel, the weaker you become over time. So the more resistance, the weaker the.
From the outside, right? In reality, we're meant to cohabitate, to learn from each other, to honor each other, right? So when somebody becomes hard and staunch in their secular arena or land or the governance, right? This becomes a futile existence because you cannot keep that repel from all sides out, right? Eventually it crumbles. We see in dynasties, we see in great kingdoms and great everything. We see what causes it to crumble.
The distribution of just like power,
I
essentially,
mean,
right?
look at the Romans were the mightiest of all at that time. What they crumbled within the Congress and the Senate and the inner fighting between what was going on, and then it allowed everything that they held needed pressure to keep up. It started to fall, right? Thus, the Council of Nicaea, thus the action of being broke, having to bring money back to the dynasty, having to, grab power where he lost power. These kind of things, right?
I mean, there's always like a
The
redistribution.
dollar bill. It's really the gold and the silver back then, but it's still the dollar bill.
But before gold and silver, it was like spices and silk, right? Like
There was no such thing before gold and silver. This is what the standard God made from the beginning of time, gold and silver. Spices is a commodity. Everything other than gold and silver is a commodity. May it be edible, may it be perishable, may it be solid, right? And then it's a demand on whatever they perceive a demand is.
you're right, but I'm also saying just like these like commodities are what all that gold and silver.
and what?
I mean, I've heard stories they used to trade in foreskin. I mean, how shitty would that be? Shuffling people's foreskin around. Come on, you know what I'm saying?
I got a 15-year aged piece of. It's just like like just how do you even value something like that? It's just like what am I looking at here again? But like again, that kind of.
I mean, the Egyptians flexed hard as they could. They made gold everything for their elite. It was solid gold everything. It's still to this it's still to this day. If you got solid gold everything, you got the world by the balls at that point monetarily, right?
But it was like that's the thing when like Spaniard conquistadors came to the New World in like the like ancient like Aztec and Mayan like civilizations where they like had gold as if it was just like anything, like it wasn't valued like the
what I'm saying.
Europeans.
Those were the real flexors, man. That's where the monetary was immense. May it be early, may it be late, may it be $1 to get a bunch, may it be nothing to get a bunch, just trading in that. That's what I'm saying. It's always been the same that way.
But it's not just trading at that point. It is like conquering and pillaging at this point, taking advantage of a
trade. Everything's trade until you go outside the norm of honorable, reasonable, right? If you're conquering and pillaging, you have left honorable and you have left reasonable to go to your desires, right? You shouldn't conquer nobody. You shouldn't want to take from somebody that isn't rightfully given. These are the values that we forget, right?
Right, whether we will do anything for the monetary result to any cost.
I wouldn't say we, but we see in history that happens. We see today
Right.
that happens.
I'm using we in the proverbial sense of just like humanity, right? It's just like, look,
I get you. I'm just saying a pretense of, right?
Right, and that's the thing where it's just like we should today be able to look back and learn from those repeating patterns, right? So this.
Well, I mean, if you ever had a nice thing, it becomes old. You ever had a new thing, it becomes old. Even the nicest of things that I've strived for, like a really nice pool stick when I was playing pool, or a really nice car when I was cruising cars, or something like that. After a while, even if you keep it nice, it becomes old, right? It becomes less valuable in your eyes.
Especially if there's always a newer version coming out,
yeah,
right?
but it might not be less valuable to somebody else, right? So it's a perception, right? So it's the balance. And hey, I don't want everything, but I like nice things. Let's make sure we try to make as many people as we can get to get nice things. And then if it's not nice things, at least, let's get everybody the things they need, right?
But this is where art is a great example. Unbeliever, your country, your nation is also part of the creation of the most invaluable artworks in the modern kind of just that's the thing. This is where art, the Mona Lisa and all these things, what makes them worth like hundreds of millions of dollars to like, like a certain like buyer, but then in the same like auction, a banana from like a bodega in New York, duct taped to a plain white wall, is also sold and valued at the same thing. This is where it's just like, this is a statement, maybe from God or something else, but like I look at this as just like, what is this telling me about our current situation, right? Like, and like my father is a very big, avid art collector, Van Gogh, Monet, and all these things.
God.
But
Those are
which one?
tried and true. That's
The
tried and
purpose of
true.
art.
But
The
what
purpose
makes
of
them right? But like, is that always going to be a guarantee, or will there be a time where like a generation is gonna just like not care about that anymore, and they'll be like,
There's
"That's
certain
worthless."
part of art that's tried and true, and there's certain part of art you catch on the upswing. The clicky, the high volume, well respected artist that is everybody's humming about. That stuff's gonna be worth more than the guy that no one knows about. So it's about a click, it's about a shine, it's about new day art versus what is it? Contemporary art versus ancient art, and all these other kind of things, man. It's all
I
a
mean,
supply and demand, product and supply and demand, man.
it's
Monet is
not.
unaliving the game. If you have a Monet, you in good condition, you are unaliving the game. That's how much money it's worth, right? How much value it's worth. It's valued to the hilt. So it's what I'm saying.
To who
And the
though,
other
right?
things is on
Who
the
is a
rise, man.
original
Some guy made
Monet
a digital print of
valued?
something, got like 30 million for his digital print he made on some kind of platform, right? So some people are batshit crazy too.
It's just people in general. How we again just like start value, like like we're trying to get off like this gold standard and kind of like testing out digital currency, Bitcoin and stuff like that, and like we see just kind like I believe Bitcoin was like a kind of like a catalyst just to create this new younger generation of like one percenters to see if they
Before you
go
go to
away
the
from.
Bitcoin, Charlie, before you go to the Bitcoin, I want to say that art, the point of art is to move us, to make us to cause feelings or thoughts,
Beautiful, right?
and
A picture says 1,000 words, like type thing, right? Like,
and yeah, and it should be understood by anyone. I mean, the educated one and the not educated one. If you see a painting, it must move you.
okay, so
Even if
like
you know the
to
history
the
of art,
layman, like
who
the
is that
layman human
painter?
being, it's just like when you show them the Mona Lisa, what do you tell that person who like doesn't even know
Well, he's
Leonardo da
gonna
Vinci?
find something.
What do you
He
think they'll
may
find?
not.
Just like, who is this? Is this a man? Like today, looking at the Mona Lisa, do you think that they would look at it with the same like awe and just like wonder as like the like original like viewers of Da Vinci's
Well,
like even with like the Last Supper that Da Vinci painted in Ancient Aliens, like
I
that show where they were just like, there is a
I will
picture
put it.
of a
I will put it in a
spaceship
different way.
in the
I will
sky,
put
and I
it.
was just like,
Art is not only painting. For example, a song.
songs,
Even if you don't know
hieroglyphs,
classical music, if
sculptures,
you
buildings, like these are all like I consider art from
sure, sure.
civilizations of like past, like
Yes.
essentially it's
Well,
art and knowledge.
I was trying to say that if a song is good, you don't have to be a classical musician to appreciate if a song is good. It will move you. You
You just
know,
hear that beat, and it's just
you
like
will.
Billie Jean, Michael Jackson is just like, I don't know what this is, man, but my hips are moving. Just like dun 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 dun.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? But I
Kind,
feel you. Music is what I call the language of the soul, like the human soul. Like, like Mozart, even like Beethoven, a deaf man creating like some of the most like like brilliant like pieces of musical like
Yeah. Well,
symphony.
at the end, he got deaf. He wasn't born deaf.
Oh, really? Okay, that changes the whole. I was just like, that changes
Yeah.
like the whole thing about Beethoven. I'm like, okay, now he's not that special to
No,
me
at
anymore.
the end,
Dun,
at
dun,
the
dun,
end he got
dun.
deaf.
Nothing.
But he composed some pieces while being deaf. You know.
Through just
So,
like the mathematical, like I guess musical, what algorithm or language, right? Like that's the thing about music and mathematics that was like the key discovery, where it's just like
that
the
that was
right
Pythagoras. 500
Pythagoras
BC, Greek. Pythagoras, the Pythagoreans. They thought the numbers are God.
are
For example, 1 is the monad. You know, 2 is multiplication and division.
okay, and then
3 is the
three is
triad. The
okay.
triad. The triangle, the holy triangle, you know, the Pythagorean theorem.
Yeah. I
Uh,
mean, like a
the-
right triangle with like A, B, and then a C hypotenuse, right? Like A squared, B squared.
and they were mystics. They were mystics. They thought all this was the language of God, you know. And you know, it's very interesting too. For if you wanted to be a Pythagorean, they had a school. He had a school. If you wanted to be one, 5 years, you only hear, you don't speak.
Just
Imagine
learning
this.
like that. That was like what, like
You don't speak.
education,
You are not allowed to speak.
right?
You are not allowed to speak as a
The
student.
professor talks, and all the students just sit there, right? Like that
You
was the conduct in
yeah.
like ancient Greek times, right? That's like why so many of these like
not everywhere. Not everywhere. In the Pythagoreans.
oh, okay, not
Only in
like
the Pythagoreans.
what about like in the realm of like Aristotle and Socrates followers? Like, was it not the same like expectation
No,
amongst
no,
their
no.
pupils?
Every philosopher had his rules.
Okay, so
For example,
Pythagoras
the
was
average-
that strict, just that big of an a-hole, just like when I'm
Yeah.
speaking, y'all just zip it.
No, for the first 5 years. Then
For
after
five
the first 5 years, you can
5
ask
years
something if you want.
squared plus 10 years squared equals the C that you'll be able to speak, right? Type thing.
Shut up.
But then, what would
And
the future for one of those successful students of Pythagoras become in society? The next Pythagoras?
he would become then he could teach others. He would gain the knowledge. But what happened to them? You know, they discovered the irrational numbers, imperfect numbers, and they that's their philosophy broke. You know.
Imperfect numbers, as in just like negative, like numbers, like the imaginary, like type. Is that what we're talking about? Just like that's the thing. Like zero wasn't invented until I believe like Indian like people introduced. I believe they're the ones who credited
I don't know. For
with the
example,
concept.
pi. For example, the number pi, which goes forever. Number pi.
3.14, right? Like okay, so the radius of a circle, like that ratio.
That
This
broke their philosophy. It
that
shouldn't
broke
exist.
that broke philosophy, right? Like just something that just never ends, just continues repeating
What is that? Yeah.
forever and ever, right? And that broke
Could not explain
philosophy.
their philosophy. Could not explain. Yes, that. I
Or-
don't know exactly.
I would say that broke kind of like math, and it relied on philosophy to kind of bridge this gap, where it's just like, you know, the name that can be named is not the eternal name, and the pie that can end is not the eternal pie. You know?
They found gold there, you know, and I will look it up.
But it's like, who was the first civilization to say, okay, this metal, this gold, at this weight is worth
The Greeks.
this amount,
The Greeks.
which can buy you these things. Is the Greeks? They're the ones who
Yeah.
introduced currency,
Coins. Yes.
coins. Okay, so is that to say that they introduced gold in the form of coins to human like history, or they just took gold and turned it into coins that were then monetized in certain
They
ways?
had mines. They had mines. They were extracting gold and silver, and at the spot, at the mines, they were coins created. It was split into coins. Very ancient. I will ask ChatGPT to tell me exactly when.
So then what is the explanation on where they got that concept from? To say like this is what will drive everyone and everything forever, essentially at this point. Just like to take this metal, which, you know, like, yeah, you have to mine it and all this stuff. Like, it's not like sand or, you know, like out of all the things, how did humanity, if ancient Greeks were the...
They still don't know how to replicate gold or silver, man. Come on.
Well, I mean, like, this is like the Philosopher's Stone pursuit type thing, right? Like alchemy and stuff like that.
They can
But
replicate diamonds. Diamonds are worthless. They can replicate a lot of things. Copper,
even diamonds,
silver,
okay.
gold.
You say diamonds are worthless, but we know that they aren't worthless.
No,
Right?
I'm
Like,
saying the gist of things because they can replicate them.
right, like once they are like able to be like manufactured or fabricated or like, you know, just like artificially like recreated through...
Like a synthetic diamond, diamonds would be way more valuable. The fact that they make synthetic diamonds causes the whole diamond industry to shudder. Right.
Synthetic
Now, they kept
diamonds,
the
as in
rap
like
on it. They kept the
zirconium.
rap on it because real, but those synthetic ones, they're rowdy as it gets. They you know, early on they had to put a dye in them because they were tricking everybody.
Now, when you're saying synthetic diamonds, though, Aki, like you're talking about like we're not talking about like fake diamonds like
Man-made.
zirconium,
Man,
not like
no,
the
no,
Walmart,
real diamond.
where they just
All
take
the qualities
carbon
of the diamond,
and just
but
like pressurize
synthetically
it as it would
man-made, right?
and made it, and like
Yeah,
this is where
pressure, heat, under immense force and heat, right?
right. It's a diamond, but it was made by man, not by nature's processes, right? Like that's the thing where this is an afterlife like choice that people can make. Like you can be like cremated, and science can take your ashes and compress it into a synthetic diamond that your like
Absolutely.
ancestors can wear as just like here's my grandma, my
Yeah,
grandpa, my
absolutely.
brother, my mother. You know, I can only imagine that future, right? So that is something where you're saying that
Carbon,
through
heat,
the
and pressure.
diamond
That's all it takes.
market on its head, right? But again, I would say no. The diamond market
And
has
some
been
tungsten. So they create a tungsten chamber and they put the carbon in the chamber, immense heat and pressure.
But that's the thing. Are diamonds a rare resource? No, right? Like there are plenty of diamonds to supply humanity's demand, but the controllers of the diamond industry have possession of all the supply that they, and this is my own kind of, I guess, conspiracy kind of like thing, is that they control the value. It's not like necessarily gold. Like that's the thing, you know, like, so does that make sense? Like
I mean,
it's
I'm
a
not going to go into
fixed,
those
it's a
politics. Yeah,
fixed,
there's a few that control them much. But regardless of that, the fact that the
like the only thing
synthetic
diamonds are
form
good
of
for
this
is like
diamond was
tools,
available,
right?
revolutionized everything in construction.
Right.
Right, we can
Diamond
have more
tip blades,
diamond cutting
all that stuff,
material.
right? is
right?
valuable.
Not just circular. You know, we see it in saws. We see it on every type of cutting tool. We see carbon on cutting tools. You know, so it's industry plus demand plus aesthetics, because the diamond bling bling is all aesthetics, right? So you know,
And where did that come from? Who was the jinn that introduced that?
well, regardless, or genius, right? You could go that way too, to make the you know, adornments worth so much, right? It's all relative to the society, I guess.
Genius.
Evidences. We have evidences of mining for gold and silver from 3000 BC in Greece.
In Greece, and,
sure.
even in America, the gold rush, right? This is where everybody came to America hearing that there was gold to be found, and everybody was like, there was plenty of gold for everybody to come. But then once, like, all the gold became scarce, Chinese and Americans really went against each other, right? Like, this is where the Chinese Exclusion Act was a thing, where like Asians were banned from America because
Is it scarce or is it monopolized? Right.
It was, I mean, like, it was plentiful, but then once it became scarcer, those who were coming from foreign lands to profit off of the same natural resources that should be, like, for the people who are natural to there, which is, again, its own conundrum. But again, like, that's the mentality that I would say led to the Chinese Exclusion Act of like 1847, where they just said, like, we don't want these Orientals in San Francisco, in California, mining for gold or doing whatever else they're doing, right? Like, they're like, you know, opium things, like, you know, like Chinese, like, kind of Western, I guess, influence in early history is kind of like a shaky one, depending on how you want to look at it. But again, either way, like, that was a thing. And then it didn't happen again until Pearl Harbor, where they started saying anybody Japanese or Asian, we need to round them up and put them not in a concentration camp, but like an internment camp.
Yeah,
to
that's
make sure.
sad, man. To see how sick history can become, how sick people can become, and that's
Just
sad.
war. How sad, like, war can turn humanity.
I mean, it's
so
all about
tribal.
propaganda. It was created from a worry that a certain people would turn on a certain people, and it's all propaganda, if you ask me.
The history of the coins. It was the Lydians. It was a tribe, Greek tribe in Anatolia, today Turkey, and they made the first
Vidolians, the Vidolians,
Lydians.
Libyans,
with a D.
Lydians, like Lydia, Lydians.
And their king was Croesus. Yeah,
who is like
that's
how much before Caesar?
The last Lydian king, he became synonymous with wealth, rich as Croesus. Is not poetic exaggeration, it's a historical branding. Croesus was also the first ruler known to mint pure gold and pure silver coins, abandoning electrum. Before him, they used electrum, a material.
Electricity? It sounds like, did they abandon?
Natural gold, silver. It's a natural gold and silver alloy.
Okay, an alloy. Okay, so not pure, like gold or silver. It's like
it was stamped with royal symbols of this king Croesus, often a lion. And when the other Greeks saw this, they immediately adopted this idea. He was the most rich because this place he ruled, he had a lot of gold there.
But he was the one who began stamping like a signia.
150 BC.
What year?
BCE.
1500?
650.
615. Okay, so
BCE, yes.
like 5th century like BCE, right? So when was Caesar? Was he AD?
Yes, Caesar was after.
That was all AD. This is where my
Caesar
ignorance
is
kinda...
it's 600 years after that.
Okay.
After Christ.
And then Herod is BC, right? Pontius Pilate would
Herod,
be...
yes, is the beginning. Yes, Herod is the beginning
Okay.
of.
And then what about like Homer and all those?
Homer is before coins. Homer is before coins. Homer is 1,800, for example. Oh no.
Okay.
800.
So what drove that society like Greece? If they didn't have like coins or like they had money, right? Or like was it all just like if you're born Greek, you are either like a soldier?
That's the Mycenaean period you are referring to.
McMahon?
The Mycenaean. Mycenaean.
Okay.
Exactly.
Where
the Mycenaean.
What is it about this period?
That starts around 1,300 BCE.
1300 BC. Okay. So still.
Yeah, and it lasts about 1,000 years to the classical ancient Greece. The Mycenaeans become classical Greece.
So who was the like empire during ancient Egyptian like peak, like with I guess during, no before I guess like in the time of I guess like in Exodus, like that pharaoh, whoever that pharaoh was, like who was his Roman Greek counterpart or mirror is like the war, like
if we when do we place the Exodus?
I would say it would have to be the birth of, I guess, Judaism, which is attributed to what, like 3000 BC? Around the same time as Buddhism. Not as old as Hinduism, but about as old as Buddhism's.
Well, listen.
It's the double ism.
The isms. The introduction of, in the beginning, were Hebrews and Hindus, right?
I think
in the beginning was Arabs.
Well, that would kind of fall under the Hebrew at this. Again,
the oldest we can place the Abraham and Moses are around 1,800 BCE.
Okay.
It's according to the Jewish, historians and academians.
And this is when what, like the 5 books of Moses were recorded, or this is when the 5 books of Moses were happening in real time, 1300 BC. Does that question make sense?
That's
the contention.
when they were happening.
That's the debate.
That's when they were happening, the events.
Okay.
Time.
Okay. So in real time.
Yes.
Okay. And then
at that time in Greece, it was there wasn't even the Mycenaeans didn't exist. The Minoans existed. The Minoans were very different. They were a civilization like of ancient Egypt. Matriarch. They were.
But all of these civilizations all came from Sumerians, right? Like that is still the oldest human.
There are some theories that maybe Greek DNA is
Sumerian?
out of. No, it's indigenous to.
Ancient,
I knew
like
you were gonna say that before
alien?
you said it.
alien, like
No alien, indigenous.
indigenous
Indigenous.
To the Cycladic.
the
They found a Greek DNA in Neanderthal from 1 million years before.
what would constitute as Greek
Crazy.
DNA? Like the Caucasian, like what would, like that's the thing where I was taught that like human classification
But
is placed in
I'm rolling over here.
Ronaldo, right? Ronaldo. Like it's just phenotypes. Okay, you say phenotypes, but you've heard the term
they say,
like God.
they say Crete is continuously inhabited by people for millions of years, even Neanderthals. They have found traces, It's continuous. It goes very back.
It's Abraham's bosom.
I mean, I think it goes further back than that, right? Like you.
I mean, we all come from Adam, alayhi salam, right? So,
but even
as simple
that,
as that.
even is it that simple though? We all come from Adam.
100% that simple.
But then we break down that story. There are those who came from Adam through Cain, and then those who came from Adam through Seth. Right?
I don't care about none of that. We all came from Adam. Break it down however you want.
Right.
The measure of importance is your humanity today, tomorrow, the next day, learning from your mistakes and moving forward to better yourself, not only for yourself, for your family, your loved ones, and your community, right?
Right. Neighbors, your village, and all that stuff, right? It's I don't want to say a pyramid scheme, but there
absolutely.
is a priority, like planned out, like for humanity already through all these things, I think is what you're saying here. But
I mean, I know a lot of people from Greece, man. They're wonderful people. They own restaurants. They're business owners. They do a lot of hard work. They're very dedicated. And I know a lot of Albanians that do the same thing, and Arabs that do the same thing, and Chaldeans that do the same thing, and Asian people that do the same thing. So it's a culture of
it's a
the
human
people that want,
it's a human
the people
experience,
that want,
right?
and they move and they work and they do. They all seem to run those same lines, right? Alhamdulillah.
Like just follow those traditions or those.
No, I'm saying hard work. Architecture, land, history, hard working, perseverance. Right? You gotta have.
But can we
these
say the
ingrained
same
in
thing
you.
about our fellow like American
Yeah,
generations
some
who
absolutely some, not the majority.
some, right?
Obviously, not
That's
the
the key
majority.
word.
Yeah, there's
Some.
right.
It's no longer the majority.
But you got to
It's-
remember that America is a melting pot. We have Greek Americans, we have Arab Americans, we have Asian Americans, we have Indian American Indians, right? We have so many different types of Americans. We're all American, but you know what I'm saying? The history that we can learn from each other. That's why we have such good industry, is because we have so diverse of
minds,
culture
right?
and minds to cohabitate. And when these people cohabitate together, they learn from each other and they move mountains, right? When we become staunch and
Yeah, just like in Genesis, just like, well, when we can speak one language, there's no limit to like what we can accomplish, which is why we got scattered and like whatever reason.
Don't
But-
mention that.
But again,
Forget about it. Forget
about it, right? The Italian thing. But again, this melting pot didn't happen right away. There was a lot of this tribalism, like Italians, Irish,
no, it's
Asians.
still like that. It's what do they call it?
Tribalism.
Segregation. It's not forced. It's almost made segregation or whatever. whatever they use, like
It's
on
not
purpose. It's purposely segregated.
purposely intentional
Yeah, because
segregation.
they don't want too many people becoming too pliable with too many other people that are pliable, because it becomes a strong structure. You start to get good business. You start to get camaraderie. You start to get brotherhood. You start to get trust. You build things of valor and
And we
richness.
don't want that. We don't want that. Therefore,
I'd say the powers of control don't want that.
so
Well,
unification,
not for everybody. They want a minimal amount of that, I'll say.
or at least be the ones pulling the strings on those.
Hey, if we all got a goose that lays the golden egg, how much is golden eggs going to be worth? Not too much, right? So it's always supply and demand. Right? You got to remember that.
Fabergé, like these
I mean,
Fabergé.
isn't it a bit natural for foreign people when they go to a foreign country to gather, to socialize with their own?
Yeah, absolutely. It has to be, right? Because they have to maintain and create and build and prosper, right? Yeah, it's natural. I agree with that.
But I believe
Yeah.
that right now, the problem with all this ICE stuff going on in America is because I guess the assessment is that
Yeah, we're
America
not
has
talking
allowed
about illegal
these.
activity.
No,
Bro.
no,
We're
no.
not
Forget
talking
the
about
illegal thing.
activity.
It's the issue of just like the immigrated like citizens do not try to embrace the American traditions, but rather focus on like
It's not all
preserving
immigrants.
their
It's not all.
culture's
It's not all
values.
immigrants.
I know I'm not saying all, but like again, this is like the very narrow-minded, dare I say, like MAGA kind of perspective, where it's just like this is the threat that I guess they feel from.
Well, if you're in a new land with knowing hardly anybody, you're going to gravitate to the people that you can coexist with, that understand and learn together and understand the languages and cultures and things. That's just natural too. Right?
Okay,
But
but
the portion of breaking through into what do they call that? The American way, or how we in America should do it. It should be done fruitfully, right? Not forcefully or not. The problem is we have too many shady characters in high-ranking officials.
exactly corrupt, like gin, right? The ones who have been tempted
Whatever
and
you want to call it at that point.
I mean, I that's what I appreciate about the
I mean,
Quran.
first of
It's
all, you
just
gotta.
like
What's the first thing you gotta instill in a people, right? Proper
morals.
morals, but we can't say the government is properly moral, so we have to instill that within ourselves. But we also have to live under the law of the land. In our democracy, we have different, so-called different rights. It seems like it's under the waiver now. I don't want to, the premise at least is we have rights. So, how just are they? How is it equal for Asians and whites and blacks and non
Muslims in this case, like that's the
right?
thing. Like 9/11 is what kind of reset this whole kind of like American
Yeah, well,
experiment of
it
just
wasn't
like
just 9/11. It was a combination of things prior to, afterwards.
right.
It's a perpetual motion. I mean, one week we're told eggs are great for us. The next week we say, hey, eggs cause high cholesterol. Next thing you know, it's a egg beater jamboree where no one eats the yolk anymore, but they eat the whites, right? So now,
then it's free range and all. It's just like, geez, what happened? Like, just
so it's you know what I'm saying? It's information, it's knowledge, it's reality, it's probable, reasonable, or delusional, right?
I would agree. It would.
How many times have they changed the food pyramid or the four food groups now since I've been alive? It's like the fourth time they've changed the way you should eat.
Please.
And
My food
you can
pyramid
see
was
the way.
Wendy's, Burger King, Taco Bell. Forget like meats, proteins, and all this stuff. Like again, these are things that I believe like
Simple.
cultures.
Eat up balanced diets of everything, right?
Balance. I mean, dude, like Asians, Koreans, man, like they eat like hearty meal. You know, like that's the thing. Like a breakfast, like at my
Well,
parents'
it's
house.
not what you eat; it's how you burn it. You
It's
gotta
how you
remember
what?
that. So, how you burn it.
How you
So if you're
burn.
eating rich, fatty foods, you got to have more high octane. If you're eating lighter, you don't need to really have that high octane. If you're going to be lazy, it's different than if you're going to be hardworking. So if you balance between good rest and good work, then you're in the middle, and that's great. You'll
Okay,
prosper.
so
But if you're
unbeliever.
if you're
What
hardcore
is
one way or the other, it's going to tilt too hard, right?
if you get too like comfortable with just like one kind of routine, I guess is the
Well, what I've noticed is when I've tilted the good too hard, it's the swing when I go bad is super bad, right? So,
the fall is dramatic.
right, I don't eat no sugar for months and months and months. Then I go on a sugar binge. So,
This is the thing where like I am just like shocked. I have not.
you don't go so
developed
hard on the
tattoos that-
sugar against. You don't go out so hard on the sugar for. So, you try to balance that. Not so much
See,
sugar,
I
not no.
go hard on that sugar though. Like like I drink. I've been like taking the same Burger King cup to my local Burger King and getting at least on average 5 or 6 like large refills that I drink daily for the past, I would say, like year and a half.
You go to Burger King with the same cup 5 or 6 times a day to get a refill on the Burger King coffee.
Not the coffee.
Is that what you
the
just
soda? The soda. You seen like that Coca-Cola freestyle machine where it's just like one
That seems like you're excessive, right? That's not balanced and equitable.
That's what I'm trying to say. That like but when I'm like leaning off of that, like you said, I can like just like kind of I would say like I don't know if that's a sugar crash or just like I can feel the downward effects of just like
Why do you
trying
use
to
the same cup? You just feel good about yourself using the same cup?
Yeah, I have no problem with it. I may get looks, but hey.
No, I'm not saying you have a problem with it. I'm saying the reason behind it is like it makes you feel good that you're not wasting a cup actually every time, like 5 cups a day or whatever cup. It's like a saving process to you. It's like an honor effect, right?
I mean,
I agree. I agree with it.
I could like kind of justify it in
waste that many cups.
the green.
I'm down with it. I'm just saying.
Look, it has
what kind
nothing
of
to do
cup
with
is
my
it?
carbon
Is it a
footprint at
paper
all.
cup? Is it a styrofoam cup?
It's the plastic cup that you always see me drinking. This Burger King cup.
Yeah, so the plastic one, right? Yeah.
Right. I rinse
I
it
used
out.
to save those, man. I had piles and piles of those, and they just became overbearing.
That's the college like frat boys like dishes. It's just like everything's like plastic cups and stuff like that. But again, the amount of money that I save just on just like doing this, because like if I had to pay for one of these every time I got it, like I'd be spending a lot of money. But then again, I would tell myself just like if I had to pay for it, I would limit it.
Just a constant pay to refill.
Say that one more time. Do I go get the refill?
You're addicted.
I am.
Just a constant pay to refill. You don't pay for it.
No. Not at all.
You you're a hustler, baby.
I only
You're
had
like, I'm
one
wearing
manager.
this out till this cup
One
wears
manager calls me
out.
out and just like, look, sir, cups
That
are
is
for
hilarious,
one-time visits. Like, and I was like, oh, okay. And then I just kind of felt out the staff, and I found the managers who would like just let me do it. And then the one.
I already know the hustle. You don't have to explain it. I wore that out already when I was 16, 17.
But this is the thing. In California,
kept wearing it out.
they have now put a passcode on the machine to where you have to put in a passcode to even get water.
Because guys like you have been overdue. You've told too many people about the hustle, and they've been doing the same
tell
thing.
nobody in California. I just pray that doesn't happen over here in Colorado, right? California is
All
something.
good things come to an end, bro.
Well, I'm gonna milk this as long as I
Man,
can.
you should have milked McDonald's cola, man. That's way better than Burger King cola.
McDonald's adapted. They took away all of their like refill things where you have to get it by an employee. Like that's how they took control of it. When they had that dollar any size like
Man, I've
special.
installed so many of those machines. Over there they do it. Over here they still have those machines.
Okay, so you don't have like the full kiosk like McDonald's yet, or have you gone to one of those McDonald's
I
where
haven't
it's
been
just
to
like
McDonald's in a couple years lately, but
really like
I just
I
go to the
went.
drive-through, so I can't say for sure. But I mean, in 2020, I built a couple McDonald's. 21 refurbished it. They call it the Python. There's a big thing goes through the ceiling grid, and it rolls right down into that machine, and it controls all the syrup. It's disgusting. That's why I stopped.
The Python. It's called
If
the
you've
Python.
seen how nasty Fountain Pop is, you'd be just, oh man, what am I doing to myself?
Don't tell me how the sausage is made, bro. Like I don't care. I'm just saying. My dream at this point in my life is to have one of those machines in my house.
The little orifice, the little round thing that you can twist, that twists off, right? You just twist it off real quick and look at it and see if it's been cleaned or not.
The filter, like
No,
the
no, the
orifice?
receive, the end part that goes in the machine.
the cap. You're talking about the
Yeah,
cap.
yeah. It
As a
just
server,
twists
you have to twist it off and put it in like hot
You're
water.
supposed to clean it every so often. You know how,
Just that part,
you know how
right?
many times
Not the
you know how many times I've seen that almost plugged?
because of lack of maintenance or pre.
I mean, it's getting used every day. How bad is it going to really be? But still, it should be clean.
I mean, I feel the same way about like beer taps. I think that is the most disgusting.
Charlie,
Yeah.
do your parents eat the American way? Do your parents eat the American way, or they cook the traditional Korean?
My
cuisine?
father is very westernized. He loves like American dishes. He loves like all types of like cultures, food. My mother prefers just eating the traditional Korean dishes that she was raised and taught to cook and stuff like that. And my father always tells me, just like, son, like,
you know, we are
you know-
famous for the food.
Okay, so I was going to
Greece,
ask
we
you,
are
unbeliever,
famous.
what is a traditional Greek breakfast like?
Breakfast. It's coffee and a pie, for example, cheese pie or a sweet pie.
So some kind
There's a
of
sweet milk.
sugar,
That's
kind of like boost, right? Like kind of like Americans eat like sugary cereals, right?
I don't know.
Yeah,
if
the
it's,
people-
I don't know if it's from Greece, lemon rice soup, but man, always the Greek restaurants have the best lemon rice soup.
Lemon,
Yeah, we have
rice,
this soup with chicken,
soup.
lemon rice and chicken. And
Lemon
chicken.
rice
Yeah,
and chicken.
Sometimes it's chicken too. Chicken, lemon rice, either or. But yeah, I think chicken's the majority. But either or work great.
But is Greek rice sticky rice, or is it like that long, kind of like hard, like Uncle Ben's kind
Well,
of, you know,
the
like
traditional is sticky, but
sticky, kind of like
There are-
sushi rice, right? Like that kind of sticky rice, right? Like you get what I'm like talking, like, you know, like rice is very,
yes.
very, very particular amongst like Asian people. Like we're very specific about
we don't have rice is not the main choice.
staple.
here, but
So what is
we
the
use-
the main
They got
staple?
sausages and lamb
Sausages?
chops. Their lamb chops are delicious too.
Like
we
euros
have
and
potatoes. Potatoes are very common, like with meat you eat potatoes, for example, for side, or bread or salad.
And don't you guys have the phyllo dough cheese, phyllo dough spinach pies,
Right.
phyllo dough cheese, phyllo dough meat? Oh man, that stuff's good too.
Greek
You can
yogurt,
make this
right?
pie
What about yogurt?
with everything. Greek yogurt is also very used. You can eat yogurt. I don't like it. I don't eat yogurt.
What is the prime protein? Chicken, lamb, cow,
They
pork,
eat
pork. Pork is the main protein substance
Yeah,
in
that's
Greek.
where I go sideways. That's where I go sideways right there. I was so mad, man. My grandpa used to take me to a restaurant. They used to serve kebab, and I thought it was always beef, but it was pork. But it was the Greeks made it that like you couldn't tell, and I cried when I found out it was pork. I was like 12.
They also use lamb. They use lamb and chicken, all meats. You can ask for what meat you want, and you will find in a Greek restaurant.
That's the thing. When I had like a gyro and I had like lamb, I was just like, oh, okay, this is what lamb. And then when I had like deer, you know, like
All
I was like,
gyros
ugh, you know, like that gamey taste. But that's not like the lamb.
We use olive oil, always olive oil, Greek olive oil. We are
That
famous
whole
for.
bread and olive oil as like the you know, like that. I love that. Just taking like just fresh
Because,
bread and just
you
like
know,
dipping it in olive oil and like what pepper and
the
whatever.
olive oil is
Yeah, see, I'm a big
sacred.
Zlatar fan. I eat a lot
The
of
olive
Zlatar.
tree is sacred in ancient Greece, you know?
As
The
sacred
olive
as
tree.
wine? Is Greek wine like as, or is that just like a French thing? And
Not
like,
that sacred, but wine was also sacred. They had Dionysus in Greek, the god of wine.
And who is the god of olive oil? Popeye?
The god of olive was Athena.
Athena.
Athena, because the myth
The
goes
goddess
that
of war? Like,
Athena,
isn't Athena the goddess of war? Or no?
of strategy in war, of goddess of war strategy, not of war, because of war was Ares.
Okay, yeah, right. Mars, right?
Yeah.
And
But
so
it was a
Athena.
battle. Athena was of strategy in battle.
Interesting.
Of wisdom.
So Athena is like the
And
Churchill, where
and
Mars
Poseidon
is like
were-
the Hitler. It's like
Yeah, Mars is, Mars is the warrior.
interesting. And then Venus is love.
Athena,
No, Venus.
and
Venus.
Poseidon were
Venus.
Venus is of beauty, and Mars was having affairs with her, with Venus. Ares.
So this is like the pairing in Greek ideology, in ancient like the pairing between like Athena and was it Mars or was it Venus?
Listen, I wanted to say Athena and Poseidon, the god of the waters.
Wasn't that
were
like father
fighting.
daughter, like, or was that like a husband king?
No. Athena was Zeus'
One of the
daughter,
Olympians?
and Poseidon was brother of Zeus.
Oh, okay. So Poseidon was a god
Her
like
uncle.
Zeus, who
Poseidon
had
was her uncle.
her uncle, right, who had his own Olympians, right, his own children, who competed against Zeus's like children, like the Olympians were what they were called, right?
When there's a myth when ancient Athens wanted to give a name to their city, and Athena and Poseidon came up, and it would be either Athens or Poseidonia, the town would be called either, and they had to choose between the two gods, and Athena presented as a present to the people there an olive tree, and
olive tree?
Poseidon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Presented what?
Poseidon shook his,
Trident?
hit the ground. Yeah, yes, his trident, and water emerged.
And
Like,
water,
you know.
salt water, like ocean. It's like I prefer
Yeah,
the
and the Athenians, the people chose Athena.
because of
That's how-
the olive oil,
The olive,
pitch.
yes. It's very,
So then, does that mean that they kind of turned against Poseidon, and then therefore, like, This is where all the
Yeah, Poseidon.
Iliad comes
Yeah,
from, like
Poseidon.
Poseidon just causing all this trouble for like seafarers and stuff like that. Interesting. I mean,
There is some connection. There is some connection.
I'm just talking about like
always angry.
I'm talking about like the whole like paradigm of just like Zeus, the father of just like all the they're not even demigods, right? Like they're the children of Zeus, the Olympians, right? Like who are gods.
Even Zeus isn't
And then Zeus
the
like
first.
eats them or something like that. Like right, like it's a
No, Kronos.
Kronos,
That's
the
before
god of
Zeus.
time, the god of time. But there's another
Primo.
Kronos, right? Like Kronos and Kronos. One is time.
No, it's only one Kronos.
There is only one. Okay, I'm getting my information from a
The
new
father of
cartoon.
Zeus. The father of Zeus
Is Kronos. Okay, and the father of Poseidon is Kronos, right? Like they are from the same.
No. Yes.
So then, who is the mother, or is it like just a Adam type
Rhea.
story where it's just
The
like they don't
mother
have a?
They have a mother. The mother is called Rhea, which means flow. Rhea means flow, and her husband was Kronos, time. So it begins.
So flow of
when
time.
time began to flow. Yes.
Okay. Then all the children, or then okay, so then Zeus was the god of thunder, while Poseidon was the god of the seas.
Of the sea, and Hades, the third brother, was the god of the underworld.
Underworld. Okay, so they each had their specific
Yes.
role that was
Yes.
all dictated by flow and time, Rhea and Kronos, right? That ended up pitting the brothers
Before
against
that,
one another.
Before that, there was fights. They born titans. They fought each other. Until Zeus becomes the first. Because
First what?
Zeus has a ruling over his other two brothers.
He's the oldest, right? Like, or is he not the
Yeah.
oldest? Were they all like? Are
I
they
don't know.
triplets? Were they all born at the same time? Like,
He has a rule over them. I don't know exactly how in the mythology, but he's higher than them. He's the king of Olympus. Because
are you familiar
there
with
is-
like ancient Egyptian, kind of like with like Set and whoever their underworld kind of deity is? The one with like the
Not
head of, like,
quite. Not quite.
but it's
Not
very
quite.
parallel in the sense where the brothers kind of go against each other because the king, like almost even like Thor and Odin and Loki. Is that Greek myth? No, that's Viking
That's
mythology?
Norse, yes.
Norse mythology, right?
Yes.
Like, but it all seems to have like the same plot. Does that make
They influence each other. These stories, these myths are circulating in every civilization, I think. We observe that. And
Okay, so then would you say personally, unbeliever, that they are happening independently, naturally, like amongst these different civilizations, or are civilizations essentially copying
No, for example,
a predecessor?
No. For example, the Greeks learned a lot from the Egyptians. They adopted a lot from the culture. The Egyptians learned from the Sumerians. So the Sumerians learned from the Babylonians. The Jews learned from the Babylonians. So I don't know. Every culture here comes in contact with other cultures. And
Some
the
way,
stories are mixed.
some time, right? That's
Where
the
are
thing.
the
When
Babylonians? What's the DNA of the Babylonians?
I don't know. I say, I think who are the first? The Sumerians, the Assyrians? Who are the first?
I don't know. I'm asking.
I mean,
know
you were
the
saying
Canaanites
earlier,
were-
unbeliever, Greeks
Canaanites
have
were
a.
all over the Jerusalem area. So what's Babylonia was Iraq, right? What
Babylon.
timeline was that? What time was Babylon? Yeah, it's the Babylonians.
With like ziggurats and stuff like that, right? Where they were the builders of like these massive.
Well, that's when Allah tested the people with magic during the Babylonian time.
Being the civilization that built the ziggurats, or like the Tower of Babel.
Can't say about that, son. All I know is that there and that again.
I mean, like
them
ancient,
Babylonians was tested with that
like
magic.
Middle Eastern, like civilizations, like ziggurats were like the pyramid of like their culture.
Ziggurat. That might be my next account. It's the Ziggurats. Ziggurat.
Ziggurat, kind of like juggernaut with like the hard T at the end, like ziggurat.
It's a ziggurat, like a juggernaut.
It's like that Adam Sandler movie. You don't mess with the Zohan.
Yeah, don't mess with the Zohan.
But I mean, what was the three languages of the Rosetta Stone? Greek, Egyptian, and Hebrew? No. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like the
No, it wasn't Hebrew. I think it was
Latin? No, it wasn't Latin.
Aramaic, maybe.
Was it?
What were the three?
Like languages that were
on the Rosetta Stone. Might be Sanskrit.
That would make it Sanskrit, Egyptian, and Greek. Greek.
I don't think.
They were in hieroglyphic, in Demotic, which was the common everyday Egyptian script, and the third language was ancient Greek.
So what were the languages? There's the third language, ancient Greek.
Conan Greek. What was the other two? Egyptian hieroglyphs and
hieroglyphic, common Egyptian and ancient Greek.
What was common Egyptian?
It was the Demotic, the common everyday Egyptian scripts used for administration, legal documents, and daily life.
Like the symbols, or did they have some other kind of like long form, like worded, like just like like in South Korea.
Important clarification. Hieroglyphic and Demotic are not different languages. They are two scripts of the same Egyptian language at different registers. Greek is the only foreign language on the stone. Why this matter? Scholars already knew ancient Greek by comparing the Greek text with the Egyptian script.
Right. That's how they were able to decipher what this Egyptian language was trying to say, right? Like that was right, through the Rosetta Stone, because they already knew ancient Greek language. Like that language was preserved throughout time, where all of a sudden like the Egyptian language just got lost throughout time. Like that, like what happened to the Egyptians, where it's just like, like they just
about Babylon. Babylon was a small city created, let me find, 2,300 up to 2000 BCE.
So
At first,
1,000,
Babylon was
almost a millennia before what we said the Abrahamic language or the Abrahamic faith started in 1300 BCE, right? So this is 2300 BCE.
This 23 to 20, up to 20, around, At first, Babylon was a minor city in Mesopotamia, nothing special yet. Old Babylonian period from 19 to 16 BCE. Babylon becomes important under Hammurabi.
Hammurabi?
This is when Babylon, Hammurabi. This is when Babylon turns into a major power, famous for the cult of Hammurabi. This is the Babylon most people mean when they think early Babylon. Decline and survival. After 600 BC, 16 BCE, 100 BCE, Babylon loses political dominance, but it never disappears. It remains a major religious, cultural, and intellectual center. Babylonian astronomy, mathematics, and scribal schools continue for centuries. Neo-Babylonian Empire, the comeback, 626, 539 BCE. Babylon rises again under kings like Nabopolassar,
Nebuchadnezzar. Okay, Nebuchadnezzar, who is talked about in the Bible.
This
right?
is the Babylon. This is the Babylon of the Hanging Gardens.
The
legend of the
one of the 7 wonders of the world, right? The Hanging Gardens of Babylon, where it's just like
the Babylonian exile of the Jews, and the massive walls and temples. Fall of Babylon, 539 BCE, conquered by Cyrus the Great of Persia. The city is taken peacefully, not destroyed. After this, Babylon continues as a city under Persian, then Greek, then Roman rule, but gradually declines.
So
Big
Greek
picture,
and
Babylon
Roman, like rule came after all this Babylon. Like so this is like in the 500 BC time.
Greeks just conquered it, and Romans later.
And Persians, weren't the Persians like?
Persians before, yes, Persians were the first.
Those Persians. The South Park. That 300 South Park episode.
Yeah, well, that's why Alexander the Great then became who wanted to stop the Persians and started his empire.
Alexander, right? Like he was the first, like emperor, right? Like that. I guess spawned like the Genghis Khans, the Caesars, right? Like this, or I don't know, like that idea of just like a monarchy type thing, like one man to take that stand and be like, I should have the power and decision making things, and I will fight to get that. You know, like how does one introduce that?
Alexander took the whole world. Okay, the known world, where he
Right,
couldn't
but
go.
how did he get the support to even accomplish that, right? Like, imagine, like, today, unbeliever, like, us convincing our closest friends to support us in conquering. And he got just like, look, unbeliever, I know you only know me from TikTok, but, you know, if you believe in me and you fight tooth and nail behind me, we will conquer and we will be the leaders. If you just give me your loyalty, you know, like what it would take for a whole population of people just to follow that one kind of figure. It could be anybody, like in history, you know, like this one person who is the voice that speaks to an entire population, right? And that's the thing.
There is a story. There is an interesting story about Alexander and Diogenes, if you know who Diogenes was. Diogenes of Sinope. Because Alexander once said that if I wasn't Alexander, I would like to be the Diogenes of Sinope.
And what does that mean? That the Diogenes of Sinope? I've never heard that.
This guy, Diogenes, was a cynic philosopher who was
a thinker. He was a philosopher as opposed to like a soldier, kind of.
Yes, he was a philosopher, but he was very specific, very strange. He lived on
like a Pythagoras, like that kind of strange, like strict.
No, even Alexander came to him. Alexander the Great went to visit him, and they They meet, and Alexander says to Diogenes, "What do you want from me? I can give you everything." Oh. And he
To
said,
a young Alexander who hasn't come to power yet,
no,
or
Alexander is a king and wants
at this
to meet
point, and he
Diogenes.
goes and this is
He goes to
the introduction that he gets from this person who he says, like, if he wasn't who he is, he would want to be this guy, and this guy's just like, what do you want from me? I can give you anything that you want, is what you're
No.
telling me, right? Like,
No. Alexander the Great once
power.
went to Diogenes, and Alexander was the great king, the ruler of everything, and went to Diogenes and said to Diogenes, "I hear you're a very wise man. What do you want? I am the king. I can give you everything."
Oh,
What
okay,
do you want?
okay. So he made that offer to what's his name?
To Diogenes.
Diogenes. Okay, and what does
Diogenes.
Diogenes ask for? He asked for nothing,
And-
or
He asked for, "Could you please move away from the sun because you are blocking my sun?" That's
yo, man, tan lines, bro. I'm not just 4 feet to the left, like that. That was,
yes. I want you to move.
and that like impressed
That's what he said.
Alexander.
That's what he said to Alexander.
Like, thank goodness Alexander took it as just kind of like tongue in cheek, as opposed to just like, did you really just tell me, the king, to move out of?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, more fearless. He was more fearless than Alexander. Imagine that.
much older too, or this is kind of like a King Solomon figure kind of thing being approached, and just kind of having some kind of clever.
Instances of Diogenes.
So then that's his claim to fame in history, is just because he told
Many
Alexander the Great to get out of his like tanning like bed like type thing, or being a wise man.
Diogenes. Listen, Diogenes lived in a large ceramic jar, not a. Okay.
Large ceramic jar, like a genie in a bottle type situation, like it's a
Yes, but big.
but big,
No
kind of
pro-
like
no
kind of
property.
like Snoopy's
Property.
doghouse, right? Like it looks like a doghouse on the outside, but
No
you go in
property.
there. Okay, so it's like a different
No property.
dimension.
No privacy, no excuses. Message: if you need little, you are free. The lamp. He walked around Athens in broad daylight with a lamp, saying, "I'm looking for a honest man."
In his
This was-
town of Psyopis, or whatever it was,
Yeah.
he would walk around with a lamp
He was masturbating
looking for an
in public.
honest man.
He was masturbating in public when criticized Diogenes.
Hold on.
Diogenes
You told
said-
me he was walking around the town publicly with a lamp looking for an honest man, but now you're saying he was doing it like pleasure. It's just like,
Yeah.
like looking for
When-
somebody to be like,
when
yo, man,
criticized-
Dionysus, what are you doing? Like, he's looking for that person? Or like, what does he be he's looking for? An
When-
honest man? Just
when
like,
people
hey,
criticize-
I'm looking for an honest man. Are you an honest man? I'm getting a wrong impression of this person. Unbeliever, you gotta get me back on track on who this figure is. Forgive me.
When criticized about masturbating in public, Diogenes said, "If only rubbing my belly could cure hunger as easily."
If only rubbing my belly could what?
Belly. Could cure hunger as easily.
Could cure hunger as easily?
Yes. Yeah. If only rubbing my belly could cure hunger as easily. Point. Society is hypocritical about natural acts.
That is a revolutionary approach.
Listen. Invited into a luxurious house Diogenes spat on the host's face and said, "It was the filthiest place I could find."
Like, just the kind of sounds like an early Trump. Just like, is he just trying to like test the wrong person? But essentially, he was making a critique on his society, is what you're telling me, if I'm tracking correctly, right? In a kind of bold, like,
Listen, he begged money from statues. When asked why, he said, "I'm practicing being refused."
Repeat that one more time. So he begged money from statues.
He begged money from statues. When asked why, he said, "I'm practicing being refused." This is the Stoic training, before Stoicism. He was before
so
the
this is
Stoics.
the
He was very
precursor
old,
of Stoicism. Okay, so I'm familiar with Stoics
Yes.
and that kind of like mindset and that kind of
Right.
philosophy. Okay, so this is a precursor to that. Okay, so it's just like this out-of-box person who's doing the oddest things, but when asked why, he has like a profound explanation that kind of really makes a real honest critique on the state of, I guess, humanity, or essentially like his peoples, essentially, right? Like, just he's saying,
He did not write philosophy, he performed philosophy, you know?
right? Okay, so like going back to the belly thing, right? Like, if only rubbing my belly would cure hunger as easily as, like, you know, like pleasuring myself in public. Like, it's just like, that's a big leap. That's a big leap for me. It's just like, yo, man, there's plenty of other places in the body that you could try to, you know, not to make that. Okay, I'm with you. You know, diagnose. But again, are we saying that like, you said that this was like a critique on just like natural human, I guess, like thing is shame, rather than just like a critique on just like, yo, man, I'm starving. If you gave me food, I wouldn't be jerking off in public, right? That wasn't that statement. He was saying, why is this like human behavior?
Listen this. He mocked sacrifices, prayers, and temples. When people prayed for wealth, he laughed. He saw gods as projection of human vanity.
And who were
This
they
is why
praying
later-
for this blessing from? Like one of the Greek gods, right? The pantheon, right? Like praying to who?
Yeah,
like,
people were praying for wealth. He laughed at their faces.
while he's like begging statues for money because he wants to like learn to get rejected, right? It's just like he went. This is like this is good training for online dating. I feel like for me, it's just like just prepare to get rejected, Charles. And then the question is, do you want to pay to get rejected or do it for free? You know.
Eating in the marketplace was considered shameful. He was doing it deliberately. If it's not shameful to eat, it's not shameful to eat anywhere. That's what was his point, you know. And at the end, he was exiled from Sinope, like all Greek characters.
Even after the Alexander the Great encounter, like after that, he ended up being exiled and kind of his reputation.
He was exiled for allegedly debasing currency. I don't know what
debasing or
debasing currency. That's what it says here.
And maybe that's like
captured by pirates. Captured by pirates.
Like
sold as a slave. He was sold as a slave, and when asked what he could do as a slave, he said, "I can rule men." And he became tutor to a wealthy household instead.
Just like that, huh? Just that was the answer. It's like in that movie with Will Smith, The Pursuit of Happiness, where it's just like, if you were like me and you were like interviewing somebody who came to a job interview dressed like you, and he's like he just got out of jail. I don't know if you know the movie, but like he was this homeless guy who was trying to become like a stock like investor from the streets, learning this business from the ground up, and like this big moment is like a moment of weakness for him, and like his like interviewer is just like, what would you say if you were me to yourself? And he's like, yeah, if you got the job. And his answer was just like, he must have had some really nice pants. And they all just started like laughing. And that was like the icebreaker where it made them look at him in a higher, it's almost like you were talking about with your brother-in-law. Just like it's a test that somehow this answer exceeded any kind of answer that they were maybe expecting. Kind of like with Alexander the Great. This is like, yo, man, out of all the things, this is like next person, and that next person's like, I want 1 million coins, and that he's like, here you go. Dionysus is just like, shoot, I really should kind of abandon this stoic mindset and just like take care of me first, and then all this stuff. But again, you said he got exiled, sold into slavery, and then somehow, with the grace of his silver tongue, I guess, saved him and brought him back to a status of reverence and
exile was very common. Every year in Greek city-states, there would be a voting who you wanted to rule out, to get exiled.
To
The
completely
worst
kick
person-
out? Not just like, look,
Yes.
let's not have him like be in politics anymore. It's just like, get out of
Get
my
out.
town. Like a restraining order. This is the first introduction of
vote.
restraining orders, right?
Yes, that was common. In Athens every year. In Athens.
With the expectation they go where and do what there.
Whatever they want. Whatever they want. They go
Okay,
to
so then
another city.
when they come back
Leave Athens.
as somebody more powerful or something, then do the Greek people just like, maybe we should rethink this like exiling like vote that we've been doing? And
Well,
does that
many
make sense?
Greeks many Greeks even went with the Persians. They aligned with the Persians, or they aligned with the Spartans. Every city is another country. Imagine it like that. They are all Greeks, but they have their own politics, their own interests, their own governments, their own palaces, armies.
It's just
followers.
kind of like a lip service, right? It's just kind of like the Spartan, like 300. It's just like, yeah, they, I guess, are part of the empire, but they are Spartans and they rule themselves and govern themselves, right?
They are separated, autonomous.
Independent, free,
Kingdom.
free.
They're kingdom.
Right?
City-states.
City states, right? Like free states. Like this is the first concept of just like free citizens amongst like an conquering empire, right? They have Persians. They got
In Greece,
like,
imagine there are around 150 cities like this. In ancient Greek,
just like with the same
Yes.
kind of pride and
The same language,
patriotism.
same language, same gods,
But with the intention of like trying to conquer the others, or
they're
just to
antagonizing. They're
just
antagonizing
to
each other.
be like their like we were saying, just like their themselves,
For
right,
example,
in this
Athens.
melting pot.
For example, Athens created the alliance of Delos. If you wanted to be an alliance, an ally of Athens, you could be. They had a council.
For like countries or for like citizens or both? Like
City-state. For
city
city-states.
state.
For
So
other
the city
city-states.
state would have to agree or disagree to be part of this alliance or not.
Yes.
That would dictate whether the citizens of those free states are allies to the empire or not, right? Like it wasn't just like one vote, like one voice type thing where it's just like, yo, man, I'm gonna go with them and be an ally, even though my city state says they are not, right? Like it wasn't like that. It was based on the whole census of the city state, based on I guess their system of leadership and governance, right? Whether it was a king,
Every
right?
city state has a king.
Who
They were
was
not all democrats. Only Athens had democracy. The others had kings.
okay? So then, what was the elected democratic leader called, other than like a king? Like there was the
It wasn't in Athens when it was democracy. There wasn't a king.
so this is where like it
In
was
Athens,
senators or whatever that
yeah,
council was
it
called,
was
like the
it
council,
was,
or like essentially
it was
like right?
direct. It was direct democracy. For example, they would be how do you say a draw, and maybe they choose you by luck. They choose Charlie, and you be
Just like yesterday, unbeliever, I was like brushing a donkey, and now I'm the leader of our city state. Just like I don't know how this happened, but like praise Dionysus.
You don't become the leader. You take a political role in somewhere. You become the librarian. I don't know the
Custodian,
manager.
the janitor, right, or whatever role. It's either going
Yes, for
to
1
be
year. Maybe you don't get that because there are many people in your life you don't get drawn. But
for
you
like
may
one
be.
of these leadership kind of positions, right? Like these aren't just same things like commoners kind of.
This change. The next year you resign from this position and another takes this position
Okay.
of judge, for example.
like
But you
in
have
the
to-
concept it's like I
have
didn't get
to be-
exiled, I resigned. Like it's one thing to get
That's why
exiled,
you have to be
voted out, and
educated.
completely kicked
Be
out.
educated. You had to be an Athenian. You had to be educated. You had to be a
Like
citizen. Have these rights.
right, like you had to be extraordinary, like rather than being ordinary, to stand out like for these
Because they
positions.
had, for example, the slaves couldn't be.
But that's the
couldn't
thing.
vote, couldn't be.
Wouldn't soldiers and military leaders of these militaries of ancient civilization, ancient Greece and stuff like that, those are probably the most prospective choices, or even the capable ones
That's
to
it's called tyrant, but it's
tyrant.
not
Exactly, tyrant or whatever it is. That would have
tyranny,
to,
but it's not a modern meaning.
as opposed to
They
being
were
a
some
philosopher. Who has a better chance of becoming elected the leader of this city state? A philosopher, free thinker, or a political war hero figure, type thing. Honest question.
Well, and democracy in Athens wasn't constant. It wasn't continuous. It lasted 200 years, but it had breaks. Some tyrants, the so-called tyrants, which are people who have economic or political or military strength, individuals, noble people.
who are all under the command of said king or emperor or tyrant, dictator.
They can be they themselves can be originated kings, originate from royal bloodlines, the old,
Then who dictates
families
these
in
bloodlines?
ancient Greece.
Right?
Well, I don't know how they are.
Is that the
people
lottery?
of the past.
It's just please tell me I have some of that Hercules like DNA. Like Hercules wasn't.
No,
okay.
they make it up. They make it up. They not. But if you had wealth and you had
Okay,
power,
like
you
let me
can
ask you
say,
this: like Alexander, before he became Alexander the Great, who was he
Alexander
as
had,
Alexander
first of all,
okay, like Alexander the
first of all, they had his father was
okay.
very important. Alexander Philip, King Philip.
King
He
Philip. Okay, so his father
yes,
was already king, so he was prince.
he was
Essentially.
already king.
Okay, so he was already
Yeah,
being trained,
and
like raised to fill this
he
position.
comes. He comes in history right after the Greek, when the Athenians and Spartans are exhausted with the wars between them, and the new kingdom, Greek tribe, arises, the Macedons. They come from the north, and then they come from the south.
Who are
From the north.
opposing King Philip, his father's rule?
No, he's the King Philip. He's the King Philip. The Macedons are North Greeks, and
Right. Who have their own
while
king, right? Not King
yeah,
Philip.
their own king Philip.
Right,
Yeah,
right,
Philip.
right.
Philip
So
is the king.
this is a threat to young Alexander and his father, the kings.
No.
Like,
Philip is Alexander's father. He's
right.
not,
That's what I'm saying.
Alexander
Right.
is not born yet.
Not born
Alexander
yet.
is not
Okay.
born.
Oh, he's not even in the
Not
picture yet.
born.
Okay. Okay. So there is no
Philip,
heir yet in
Macedon.
this picture. Okay. So this is what King Philip
Yes, and
was experiencing.
Macedon gains very much power and expands and comes to the borders with southern Greece, with Athens.
Okay.
It takes all the between land. It comes to Athens and wants to conquer Athens too, and Sparta and everything. And King Philip offers treaties. Come with us and we'll not hurt you.
Was King
Okay,
Philip's
well,
reign like not about like conquering? Like he was just happy with the land
he
that
wanted to
he
conquer
was.
the whole world.
He
He
had
wanted
that.
to go
He
to
had that
Persia.
ambition too. Okay, so he was
Yes,
beat
he
to
wanted.
the line by this
Yeah,
Macedonian
and
like empire.
at some point he died. I don't know. He died, and or they killed him. King Philip and his son Alexander took his place. Very young, 18 years old.
18. I mean, is that very young? I mean,
Yeah,
King
he
Tut was
became.
like 13, right? Or like even like 8 or something like that. But yeah,
And
18, just like fresh teenager, right? Just like cut. So
but he had all the education. For example, he had Aristotle as a personal tutor. Alexander. He had Aristotle, the guy Aristotle, as a personal. His father, King Philip, paid for Aristotle to teach Alexander.
then who was his mentor for battle, for like war and stuff like that? It wasn't Aristotle who taught him how to yield like an army and fight on a battlefield, right? Like which
They
Alexander.
didn't want Alexander fought himself in the front.
Right, like
That
this is where like kings actually
was not
like
expected.
were at the front leading the charge, not like behind like an office, just like you send
Well,
those people.
no, that wasn't expected back then.
Oh, it wasn't.
For
Okay,
example,
okay.
the Persian king would stand in a mountain 100 kilometers
Kind
away.
of like in the
But
movie 300. It's just like he's got like his slaves like carrying him on like this thing.
yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah.
just, like it's just like, dude, why are we fighting for this guy? Just like that's where I like just ask myself like the hoplite phalanx like strategy, right? Like that whole row of like fighters where it's just like I would ask myself just like if I was in that thing, I would definitely be put in the very like back. I would expect because or maybe the infantry where it's just like I get taken out first. But either way, if I was in the back row and I just found myself with you, unbeliever, just like getting closer and closer to the front of the line. Wouldn't we just like find ourselves just like, yo, man, I think this is a losing battle.
Alexander had found a way. The Macedonian phalanx was a new type of phalanx. They had big shields, and like the Romans, you see the Romans where they make a compact thing, like a tank, you know. But they had huge spears, 5-meter spears.
Macedonians, or
you know, from all sides. Yeah, with the Macedonians of the army
so
of Alexander.
this was like their technology in weaponry, kind of like trying to.
Yes, and they won everything. Nobody could stop this. They fought in formations and flankings, you know, and things.
That
And nobody
changed
could
kind
do
of
it.
like warfare from then on. Like this is where like it
Yes.
introduced
From the
kind of
point- from-
Athena being the strategist, I guess, of this kind of thing. Is that when this kind of gets in?
Well, Alexander then thought he was a god, you know. He went to Egypt, became pharaoh.
I mean, you don't call yourself the Great because you think you're just some like ordinary, you know,
And from a
diagnosis
point-
of synopsis. I'm Alexander
There
the
was no
Great.
fights. From a point when he beat Persians, there were no minor fights. You know, they were surrendering. People say, "Well, okay, we're not fighting. You are king. You are Iskandar. You are our king. We love
We
you. You
accept
are
your
our god.
we accept your
Yes,
reign.
don't hurt us."
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Now, who was
wasn't
his
destroyed.
successor? Did he have a child, an heir, or did somebody?
He died very young. He died very young.
How long
He
was
died,
his reign?
33 years.
23. He died at
33.
23, so 5 years
At
of
33.
at 33. Okay, so you said he got power at 18.
Jesus.
33 was when his legacy comes to the end. So 15 years
Yes.
of rule.
His empire was divided to three of his generals.
After-
the Seulevki.
After his
Yes, after he died.
from
Yes.
his will, or this is how it was just kind of settled. Like we three
Yes,
generals
this is how it
will just divide
Nobody expected.
our leader's
Yes,
kingdom amongst ourselves, and we will each rule. And then
Yes.
that's where like the separation kind of comes in, and then you get like the I guess like Herald, like
Bactrian.
where does like Pontius
Bactrian.
Pilate, Herald, and all these people like come in? They're just like because this is the time of
They are a bit.
Caesar,
They are
right?
some
Like,
centuries. Yeah, they are 2 centuries after that. The Romans. Then the Romans rose and took over.
right. This is
all
where
these-
they've already been in power for centuries at this time, right? And this is where this story kind of comes in to like the narrative type thing, at least from my perspective, just an open, broad kind of historical timeline of these things. Like, right? Like, and I don't know. And again, like that's the thing about like Asian like origin stories about just like the Yellow Emperor. It just like the things, it's just like just so yin and yang, you know, just like kind of opposite, but it is unique to these civilizations where I don't know, like I had when I don't know if you remember when like the first time you ever saw and used an app, you know, like the very first app you used. Do you even remember what the very first app you ever used was, Unbeliever? Like on a iPhone, because that was the only tech.
Listen. I remember in the year 1980,
1980.
1987, that I was 9 years old, 10 years old. We had computer, we had PC, you know. we had desktops, which were the floppy drives,
Okay.
5 1.25.
But no internet connection yet,
No
right? Or
internet.
did you guys
My
already
first-
have that? Because I know that like the web,
No.
the internet was
My first connection with the internet was when I
2000?
went to
90s?
an internet cafe. I guess it was 2005. I believe I didn't pay attention to the internet. You know, I had other interests. You know,
I don't know. When that whole
And I
Napster
went
thing,
to
just like just downloading free music, like I was
went
really
to an internet cafe. I went to an internet cafe. I had never been, and
they already had internet cafes where they provide computers for people
had
to like
chats.
log in
They
on
had
like
They had chat rooms. You were go in there and my milk chat, if you remember that. That's
like
what
the chat room experience, like here in Colorado, where our internet connection was so slow, where it's just like the key thing was just ASL, age, sex, location, right? Just like, and then just like it was just so slow compared to today's
Charlie,
time.
just imagine what would happen if there was no internet.
If there was,
Imagine what if internet collapsed
if
today.
it okay, see that those are two different
Suddenly.
hypotheticals. If it collapsed, that's one thing. If it never existed at all, that's another
If it
hypothetical.
collapses now and we can't use internet anymore.
Okay, so like a polar like shift where North Pole is now South Pole. and
Yeah, I don't
all
know.
our technology
I don't know.
makes the internet unusable, satellites unusable. We're back to primitive survival, right? Like technology.
That's why I downloaded Wikipedia in the computer, you know?
But we can't even. I'm like, okay, so we still have computers, but
No,
not
not the full-
computers
the-
for
but-
internet.
Yes, but we can still use computers. Even if we don't have internet, I think so.
But
And
what
I
are we
downloaded
using computers for
one
then? Just
version-
to record and preserve the information or
Yes.
knowledge?
Yes, there. For example, I downloaded all the you need for survival stuff, you know, and
From Wikipedia, okay,
Basic.
right? So this is like primitive social media. Instead of like Facebook, we have your whole computer, like hard drive, right? It's just like, you know, it's just like, let's figure out who Unbeliever is. Let's just unpack this. Like, going through floppy drives and stuff like that, where it's completely opposite with social media, where we willingly and like almost just like almost addictively share all these things like on a public thing, almost like Nice is kind of going out just like, yo man, why are you shaming?
I'm not
Okay.
as comfortable as you sharing because I see you put your face and you don't have any issues with that, you know, to share your
Thank
identity.
you. I mean, I could also say like, what if I told you just like I rely on the comfort that everybody thinks I look like some other Asian person, so that is my. But no, thank you. You know, like that's the thing. It's just like I don't know why more people don't just initially. That's the thing though. Like I've kind of like observed that when I do get to like meet new people in like another person's TikTok live and they see me on camera, get to know me, they feel comfortable and open up their camera. And you know, like it's a big thing. And that for me personally, and it's nothing against you, Unbeliever, but like that is a kind of like a not a test, but a sign of just like kinship or
Yeah, I get what you mean. I get what you mean, and
Yeah,
don't be
yeah.
offended. I feel I'm very shy. You know, I'm very introvert. You know.
Hey, I believe that you're just like this amazing person and you just don't want to take away from my light and therefore you're doing me a favor.
I also don't want to show my face because I
Are
also
you
don't
like
want to show my
you're like
face.
Fabio, and therefore like you're the face that launched 1,000 ships the web. No, brother.
Yeah, they're not
I,
ready for me. I'm my duty.
I can only
I don't
that's
know.
the thing though. That's kind of like the mystery for me is just like in my mind. If you ask me just like, what do you think I look like, Charlie? I would just kind of be like, So don't use this against me.
Well,
I've already given you this maneuver.
listen. I was in a Greek chat and they opened the cameras, you know?
See, that's
And
the thing. I've actually kind of like saw you on other chats, and that's the thing where other people's lives that I've seen you on are strictly like amongst other Greeks, right? They're speaking Greek, and therefore, like, I tried to say, like, I think one time I tried commenting something, but I don't know if anybody noticed, but that's the thing where I don't know
if
how
you
I could kind of
you
like
see me
infiltrate
in
like
English,
that live.
we
Would
all
I be
know
able
English.
to?
We all,
Okay, so
yes, yes.
if I came on and you were even to vouch for me, like everybody would like make the kind of like sacrifice to just speak English to kind of
Well,
accommodate
of course.
like me as
Yes,
a
yes.
guest. Like that's beautiful.
No
Okay, so
problem.
now I shouldn't feel kind of that kind of barrier if I'm like
No,
feeling it
no.
again. Okay, good. Okay,
But
I'll go.
what did it say? They opened they didn't ask for me to open, okay? They opened for themselves. And they destroyed my idea I had from them. It destroyed
Just like, man, yeah, my cognitive in a
the voice
in a
didn't match.
like in an upsetting way, or just kind of like wow, that was
Yes, in
not.
an upsetting way.
Like just,
I
I thought you were a
one guy
lot
was
hotter. Like,
no. I thought he was a lot younger. That he had a very big, a young man's, tone and young man will, and he was an old man.
just like. So what do you think was the
I
disconnect?
started
But you're just
thinking
like
all the kids. I said
he
to
was
him,
young
maybe
in
I
spirit.
spotted him. Yeah, yes, he was so lively, so
Okay, so his
stoned.
energy, his like presence was youthful. Where I had
Yeah.
the opposite experience where one guy I was just like, this guy sounds so like I even like admitted just like you like to me sounded like my father's like age with like dentures, just like somebody who sounds like they have like and I felt bad just kind of like expressing this truth, but again, like I really didn't care like what I was like trying to like protect his feelings or anything. I had to say what I said. But again, when I saw his face and he was like my age, but still I was just like, man, I don't know if it's like being Asian or just like not married and no kids, but he doesn't have kids, like, so this is where all these variables came into play, and I was just like, I don't know what it is, man, but you have a lot more miles, I guess, on your spirit that makes him just seem so upsetting in this realm of TikTok, where just like, just the way he approaches guests and like other
new
human
here
beings.
in TikTok,
You are, right? Like, so this is the thing, like, what constitutes as new? Like less than a year? Or new to just
not
doing lives?
one month and a half.
Of using
2
TikTok?
months I'm in TikTok.
Using TikTok
Yes.
completely, right?
Yes.
And in those 2 months,
Yes.
how long did it take you to start doing these lives? That's the thing. Like, it took me a while to like get into doing.
It took me 1 month
1 month. Okay, so like,
to figure out.
and you are also like
And I
a
want to
user
reach
of YouTube.
1,000. I want to. Yes, but also YouTube. I started using it as like content creating. I create some videos
Okay, so which one
about.
did you use first? YouTube, TikTok, or were they
started
simultaneous?
using- YouTube around 8 months ago.
8 months ago. Jeez, where have you
Yeah.
been this whole time, brother?
Oh, well, I was watching,
Living.
stuff in YouTube, but I wasn't creating anything in a channel.
How would you
No, I
personally,
have the
in your own words, describe your YouTube content? Like,
philosophy, religion, atheism,
okay,
science.
same with your TikTok. Your TikTok
Yes,
person.
I have
Okay,
the
so
same.
those are in agreement as one, right? Like, as on YouTube, so on TikTok, right? Like in a biblical sense, right? Like there is no like
Yes.
on YouTube, I'm the real me.
No
On TikTok, I'm like the
deviation.
big a-hole me that like where I can like
No.
that's the thing where
Right.
you get what I'm saying though, right? Unbeliever, like, and that's where
Right.
I find it just scientifically and philosophically very profound on what is it that drives the human spirit to view these tools in such ways that could be tailored like in an infinite amount of like combinations. But you get what I'm saying? Like on TikTok,
Yes.
I've made a choice that I couldn't like do on YouTube. I started off with YouTube with the same kind of like ambition of just like I want to make content about like, communication and social studies and all these things. But like I saw that the people who were like really influencing, this was before like that term influencer like really took off. The ones that like were doing lives and that kind of like interaction had like these requisites met. Like they not even 1,000 followers, like 10,000 plus. Like the metrics was ridiculous. Where like I felt like I'm trying to do good on here, but like this is I can't compete. I'm not gonna catch up in this race. And so I like just like pray, just like I would like I would want some way where I could do live interactions that I see other people doing on like YouTube who I like deem wrong, completely wrong is what I said. That was like my mission statement. And then like through time, I got led to TikTok, and TikTok was more open about it. They gave the power for anybody to start doing
Yeah,
live.
TikTok is better than YouTube.
It's
Yes.
maybe I don't want to say better or worse, but it was unique that it gave society this new feature that was only what I would say reserved for an elite group of people who like by whatever means they got to that point got that privilege because they reached that point. And like it just took away the integrity. So TikTok again was like for me like a blessing in disguise to my prayer
Yeah, it's
where
a good
then
concept.
I mean like it was one of those things though, like be careful what you wish for, right? So this is where personally when I saw like okay, I had this opportunity to go live, but then like I told you, it took me like almost a year to even get comfortable just like
If I go live, I will not show my face either in the live.
have you ever yet in your entire digital footprint ever revealed like your face and real image, even just like a quick like
Well,
like
with some people in the internet, because I was going to
like you
some
don't even have like
chats.
Facebook or anything like that, like something that
Even
is
in my Facebook, I don't show in my Facebook. Don't show my face.
at all. Okay, so you are very
Yeah.
like cloaked in that sense.
Incognito.
You're really playing on the mysterious,
Because I speak about sensitive matters. I speak about atheism.
how by creating
And
like memes or like reposting
no,
stuff that Wikipedia like is saying, or even other?
I
I guess.
create short videos. I create short videos about religion, and this can be viewed in Greece as offensive because here are very religious, very theocratic, very fanatic. There are not all.
Out of the box,
There
right?
are some
Just
people, but even if you put Jesus in a motorbike, for example,
and he was an evil Knievel, just like.
no, for example, Jesus is coming back. Jesus, the second coming.
Okay. On a
Jesus
motorbike?
coming back. He's on a motorbike.
On a Harley? Leading the Hells Angels?
No. He does a wheelie. He performs a wheelie.
Okay. That's his entrance, just like.
Someone, I didn't create this picture. I saw it. I didn't create that. But
Okay.
some other guy, and he got very negative, view. And
Hold
he
on, you
was
said
not saying-
he got very negative views, like meaning he took your kind of like repost of his creation
No,
negatively, or
I mean-
he was receiving negative comments and all that
I
stuff
may-
from
I may-
his original post
may-
of.
I may have misspoken because remember my English is.
No, I know, it's not that you misspoke. I'm just making sure I'm not getting lost in the translation. So please don't take any offense
Yeah.
to it. Right? I'm very
Well,
literal on
yeah,
this sense.
if you make any picture showing
that.
Jesus
As just some kind of just like
anything else, like
free spirited kind of like modern
example,
like
if you cannot do that. It's sacred. Some people get offended and they get angry, and they come under your house or at the gallery where you saw that picture, or
and take kind of like wrath in their own power,
yeah,
right?
they
But
wrath,
it's right. So that you have that
protest. They
kind
protest.
of protest, right? But it's not like something where they're gonna get you exiled necessarily, right? Like you don't have to fear that. You might just fear just like getting TP'd or your house egged, or even just like just bothered by these like protesters, whatever, right? But
religious fundamentalists, they are Christian fundamentalists.
Revolutionaries, like the out of box.
I don't want them in my door, to.
Would you consider yourself a more kind of like, I guess, censored diagnosis of our modern time for Greece? Just like you're not like in public like doing this, but you're making the same kind of statement in a sense, like artistically, like if that makes any sense.
Well, I don't make offensive. I try not to make offensive be offensive at the religions, because
intentionally, right? Like that's not your intent.
Yes, intentionally, it's not my intention. Yes,
right.
But some positions I take may
interpret it that
may
way, right?
trigger
Like
some.
that's the thing. A picture can say 1,000 words. So like Leonardo da Vinci painting the Mona Lisa, is it? Like
as far for the pictures, I try to use the original pictures that Christians do. For example, if I want to speak about Apostle Paul, I use a picture of Apostle Paul. An icon, iconography, a real. I don't try to mock. I try to present good pictures.
So you're saying when you find a group using the Apostle Paul in a mockery, you kind of counter that by creating an image. You don't agree with that group's kind of mockery, right? So therefore you are using a different image of like their kind of like iconography of whatever they're using of the Apostle Paul that they're mocking in a way that portrays artistically the opposite interpretation, right? Like if you're gonna use this in mockery, I'm gonna create something that like triggers the mind to think like, no, this isn't in mockery.
For
This is
example,
in
when I speak about Apostle Paul, I speak historically about. I do historic critique for Apostle Paul, and I put the original picture that the church has about Apostle Paul. You know, I don't.
Are there original pictures of the
Yes,
apostle?
in the Orthodox tradition, they're not.
But are they accurate, or
Original,
is this like the Leonardo da Vinci
No, they're not
Jesus
accurate.
like
They're
image,
not
like you know,
accurate.
like
They're not accurate. They are based on some traditions. They follow some traditions and rules. You know
okay.
how
I mean,
to make
I get you.
their
I
own
get you.
process.
Yeah, you know this whole.
But listen, there are some other atheists who take, for example, when they speak about Jesus, they put a picture that's not politically correct, let's say, for example.
Forget
they
politically
put
correct.
Jesus.
It's definitely offensive, right? They know.
Yes, they put
If anything,
Jesus
it's going
with
to
a
be offensive. There's no questioning. It's just like maybe some people will say it's just like they know the majority of people are going to be offended by this, and that's the draw, right? That's the society we live in, where like
Yeah,
offensive
for example, but
is
listen, I think
the
there
bait.
should, I think, Charlie, there should be not a limit, like a middle point where, for example, you cannot put Jesus with a skirt on the cross, you know, or with makeup.
Okay.
You see,
Not in the context like what if it
but
was Jesus in
but you can
Ireland
put him
and
in
he's
a
wearing a
bike.
kilt? You know,
You
like
can
you
put
would.
him, yeah, but you can put him in a satire, you know, like comedy satire, in a bike in the second coming, because you can say the first he came with a donkey. If he came in this era, he would not come in a donkey. He would use a car. I don't know. You know,
Okay.
he would use
Right,
a
right.
bike.
So you're rationalizing it as just like this is just like the
Yeah, it's not.
like
I don't believe it's
modernization
that
of
offensive.
like the times, right? Not like saying like he is speaking for a whole new like community, the LGBTQ is I'm assuming who kind of you're referring to, where they're kind of appropriating the image of Jesus as just
Right,
like
right,
this
right.
kind of, you know, like androgynous kind of person type thing. You know,
Right,
like whatever it
right.
is, right? But you're saying there should be some kind of like point of just like
Boundary.
no like don't even try to go
But
there.
also to not stop my freedom of expression. For example, to show Jesus on a bike.
And
You
that's
know.
where that's kind of the compromise where it's just like who's to say that
Yeah.
your version is, you know, yes, satirically and therefore also like modern period correct, if anything, as opposed to the other side that you will argue is just like complete kind of misappropriation, misrepresentation to
Yes,
fit,
I
I
don't
guess,
know. I
a
don't know.
narrative. It's like what keeps that side
How
from
do we
pointing the
determine
same
that?
like exactly. So it's a catch-22 thing where is the compromise? So if you allow yours to be satire, then we have to also allow that to be
For example, let's go to a more simple example. You know, I like watching these videos on TikTok where it's the Americans auditors of the First Amendment, which they test the First Amendment right and go at police and they call the police and they record. Have you seen these types of videos?
You mean everybody who's just like they see somebody like being a victim of a crime and all they're doing is just like recording it on TikTok, just like, are you guys seeing this? And everybody's in the comments just like, shouldn't you be helping them? You know, it's like, why aren't you helping them? Like, what's going
No,
on? You know,
no. It's there are usually two people with big cameras or one with camera and one with a phone, and they go outside public buildings or even inside public buildings, and they
to show
start recording on camera.
the authoritative misuse of, like, I guess,
Yeah,
the power,
and
right?
the
But that's the
owner,
thing.
for example,
Is it genuine, or is it being like driven to be that, right? Like, imagine just some random
we are
TikToker running into a
we
police
are
station just being like, "You guys are all racist," and I'm recording this, like, and like it just starts being seen by a candid world at the point where we don't even care about how this began. We just interpret it from where we came in the narrative. Just the same thing with George Floyd. Same thing with this thing going on in Minneapolis, right? The divide is just like, do you side with the government, or do you side with the protesting citizen side? And if you side with the protesting citizen, then you're one of those progressive left-wing Democratic left who Donald Trump and his conservative Christian nationalist right, who support like the ICE agent in this scenario and going forward, already make that distinguished. Like, that's the slippery slope that I see. I don't understand why more Americans aren't awake to this strategy happen. You know, like, it's not the first time this is happening, right? Like, it's
when is the next election in America?
when is the next election?
Yes.
2028 is the next presidential election.
28, huh?
Unless Trump decides he's gonna stay in power forever because he's doing such a good job. It's just like this guy, you know, and the irony where he was like on our media stations, just like stating how like he is in support of women's rights in like sports, especially like college sports, and like he says, just like, I will stand up for women to not have their trophies taken away by a man. And I'm just like, weren't you the one who just took the Nobel Peace Prize from a woman? You're like, the hypocrisy of this man's statements and the people who just blindly follow him and his leadership because he said some talking point that resonates with their own personal agenda. Riley Gaines, that like Olympic swimmer who is like the leading voice, like the Charlie Kirk of women.
I believe he gets this popularity, Trump, I mean, because of the fact that the other side, you know, has adopted some very strange ideas, you know, very extreme. These things.
What do we mean when we say that? The other side. Like, how easy is it for that other side just to be like, I'm on your side now, I support Trump. That's how easy it is, right? So to say like that other side, I think is just like, we have to be very specific.
Because it's the political system. It's only two parties. And, that's why I say that.
Exactly. Okay, so this is where this is like that tribalism thing between us and them, right? Like when you hear an American president, Donald Trump specifically, using pronouns like just we are first, they are like this, right? Like who is they when you hear that, right?
There is a word for that, but I can't. There is a word for that. For the political, I don't recall it.
The political
that has only two words.
Tribalism, essentially, right? The political divide.
Either red or blue.
Red or blue,
yes.
Left or right. That was it, right? Like Republican, Democrat, which essentially in America was a statement of just like, if you were calling yourself a Republican at that time when it was started, was just saying you are against slavery. That was the statement. It wasn't saying just like it wasn't like that was the protest statement, like that, calling yourself a Republican in this American democratic system where even Democrats weren't even, it was like the Whigs and like all these parties that didn't last here. But then the divide came between Democrats and Republicans, and the symbols for those are what? A donkey and the elephant, right? Like Jesus came on a donkey, right? So I think about that, just like, what if I made a meme of Jesus riding that Harley with a big Joe Biden? I'm a Democrat sticker, right? That's a political kind of satirical statement, right? I'm not trying to be offensive, but artistically, I'm making a statement of what I perceive.
Yes, and the expression of okay for the common people, but you can't for an artist. If he's an artist, you cannot tell him what to draw. I don't know. It's a drawing.
I mean,
what do you think?
look, this is where the artistic integrity comes into play, where it's just like the artist can choose to either just be like, look, if I don't do this, then my life is in danger, or just like, if I don't do this, I won't get paid type thing, right? As opposed to somebody who's just like, look, art is art. Kind of like Banksy. You know who Banksy is? Like the graffiti artist. Like this guy is just like unknown, right? Except to a certain few who choose to keep his identity like unknown, right? Like this is the big thing in the art world. Like he has changed art like on its head, that I look at just kind of my father's passion as just kind of getting outdated. I pray that it doesn't, but again, just like my generation, especially the artists amongst my generation, our generation, I don't think like creates art with the intent of like becoming a dead artist whose works are valued like 100 times more than we were ever able to sell them for, like when we were alive. Like that's the artistic dilemma, where it's just like we know that we are worth more when we're gone than when we're alive. Does that make sense? Like especially as painters and like even like
I'm not very. I don't. It's art. Painting is not my field. I don't know about much
expression. Okay, so
But,
that's not your
aren't
medium,
there-
but like digital
But
illustration.
aren't there any modern painters who are considered to be good painters and are alive? I think there are. I don't know.
Okay, so this is where, like, that's the thing. They're alive right now, and like their paintings are worth, I guess, like some money. But that's the thing. The moment they are gone, the value of their pieces exponentially skyrockets
Because it's illogical. Because this painter cannot produce any more paintings. That's
exactly right. So now the supply has been shut down, right? So
Yes.
there isn't going to be new pieces. So that's where the value is justified. But again, like, like to what point, right? Like the Mona Lisa, like there are stories of like families in America whose parents pass
Well,
away
listen.
and they just have to
These
go
are,
through
in fact,
all their parents' like
example-
possessions.
No,
And they
no.
find
For
the
example,
Salvador,
the- Hey, Charlie, they become of infinite value. How to say it? They become invaluable. How do you say it?
invaluable,
How
right?
do you
That's
say
what the word invaluable. Like when I heard invaluable, I thought that meant like worthless, but invaluable means like priceless, right? Like that's the thing where I was like my
becomes
ignorance, right. Like, but you get like my ignorance. Like I thought
For
like
example, how much is the statue of Athena Nike? How much do you sell? Do It's worthless. No, the opposite. You know, it's you can't
Worthless
say
or priceless?
it's
Two
priceless.
different
It's
things.
priceless.
Priceless.
You
Right,
know?
right, right. Invaluable. As opposed to just like worthless. It's just like, yo, man, that's like
For
a
example,
Samsung refrigerator. No, just something.
for a ancient Egyptian, you know, thing for statue. How much does this cost? It costs.
Okay, so like that's the thing. Like in the black market of just like ancient Egyptian artifacts, like that's the thing where that was what kind of destabilized that like that culture, I guess. Maybe I'm just kind of making a new theory here because like people would rob these tombs and then just sell it to whoever for whatever, and then not even knowing what it was, and and then when it was discovered at what that's when like new like customs and like all these institutions were created to govern that market, right? To prevent that. But even in like that instance where I believe it was like Iran or something, where like the people were revolting against, I guess, like the government, and they just started destroying all the like artifacts in their museums, like priceless, like statues.
Well,
and
this happens throughout history and
right,
throughout
right.
civilization. Other civilization ruin the other civilization statues and
Or
antiquities
pillaging,
and
right? Like just like
yeah.
you raid like a country, then you take all their artwork, you take all their things, and you hoard it for yourself, right? And create your own museum or something like that. And then in
Or
time,
even melt it. They would melt the gold and they would take it as gold.
okay, so that is like a new concept, right? To take something and then create it into something else that's unrecognizable from where it came from, right? That's different from just like, like that thing about like the Amber Room. Have you ever heard of that? Like where Russia,
No.
it's like king, like they're like I don't know, they're the kingdom or whatever. Like they had this thing called the Amber Room. It was made completely out of amber, like tree sap, and then like the Nazi like regime like heard of this, and they were set to like take this room, like that was their conquest, right? And so like these curators, their tactic to trick the coming like axis of evil like was to put up wallpaper to cover up all the amber, and it like worked. Like the Nazis came in looking for this specific room, and they couldn't find it.
Yeah.
They were just like, it should be here, but this is clearly not it. But then somebody like was just like wise enough just to be like, what is this? And just like saw the paper peeling and just peeled away, and it's like, yo, these guys, and then I was just like, oh, like, and that's how it was confiscated. And they dismantled the entire room, transferred it to Germany, and then somewhere after the war ended, it got lost. Nobody knows what happened to like these rooms. Like they think like maybe it was taken by like one of the Nazi
Do you know?
leaders.
Do you know what the Greeks did with the Second World War? The history of Greece. Do you want me to tell you in a flash?
What they did
We were to the first. It was the Italians who attacked us.
Right. I mean, it was
The
Italy,
Italian ambassador.
Germany, and Japan, right? Who were all against the entire world, right? That the like you would think like Russia was part of that, but it wasn't, right? It was
And
like
in 1940, the Italian ambassador went to the Greek president's house and said, surrender, we're coming. Italia is coming.
just like that. Just like, hey, thanks for welcoming me here. Surrender now. And
Yes.
right?
Our prime minister, wasn't prime minister, it was kind of dictator back then, but Metaxas, that's what his name was. He said no.
Wait, what was his name? Metaxas?
Metaxas. Yes.
Really? Okay. One of my favorite YouTube creators is Eric Metaxas. So I wonder if that's kind of like a
He has a famous surname.
yeah, I mean more famous than I knew before. Okay, but continue. Okay, so what was Metaxas's reaction to this?
He said
to
no,
the demand of
and,
surrender.
He said no. Ohi. He said ohi.
Just like that? Just like no.
And
let's have dinner. Or was that just
no.
like okay? So this is where
No, he said no.
Greece
And
enters the conflict on the side of
and
Poland.
Italians attack from the north, from the Albanian front. They attacked the Greek territory.
Without
And Greece,
German assistance at all? Like Germany's
Without
doing their
German.
own thing
Without
in
German.
Poland.
Without
Italy
German.
is working on
Without
the
German.
southern part, right? Okay, so this is how they worked in unison
Yes.
to take over all of
Yes.
Europe. One was going north, the other was going south. Okay. Mussolini, right,
Italy had
right.
Mussolini.
Okay.
And he invades Greece, and the Greek army defeated him. He opposed him. The Greek army won against Italy, the war. And
In
even
1940?
conquered Albania full. They conquered in 1940. It was the first victory of the Allies in the war, the Greek victory against Italy. And we
Without
pushed them back.
without any
We reached
assistance
them
from
back.
England or anything like that? Like you guys did it on your own, kind of
Well,
like
I don't know.
Ukraine?
They
Kind
may
of like
provide
defending?
They may provide some weapons. They may provide some weapons, but it was the Greek people who went barefooted in the mountains in the cold winters.
Not
You
like
know, it
Poland,
was the
just letting them
soldiers.
just come through. And those French, just
Yeah,
just come
they
right
wanted
there.
to come
Just come
through the
right in,
mountains.
guys. If it's not you, it's gonna be. No, I'm just kidding. I love all those, but
And
that kind
we
of
butchered.
reputation.
We
You gave them
butchered the Italians.
Go back to your boot country, right?
Yes, and
Das Boot.
we
Yeah.
even conquered Albania, because before that the Italians conquered Albania. It's between Greece and Italy. It's another country, you know.
Can I ask you this
And
honest
we
question?
conquered Albania. And listen. And
Wait,
there is
wait.
a story.
So
that
in reaction, Greece conquered Albania after Italy. Mussolini tried to invade and conquer Greece. Greece defeated them, and in turn conquered Albania. Where's Albania? Like these are where like those.
conquered Albania. Yeah, it's in the borders because the Albanians were allies to the Italians.
Axis to the Axis powers, right?
Yes. And we conquered that land and we reached to Italia. You know,
And you switched them back to
our army
the
was
Allies, or they just got taken out of the picture as anything because of the
No,
Greek.
the Albanians still exist. They still exist.
I know they still exist, but I'm
Nothing-
talking in this war, like strategy of how it played out, right? Like, because in this time, America stayed out of
No,
it,
we
right? They're
occupied
just
it.
like we don't want anything to do with that, right? Like that was where, like
Yeah.
FDR, like
And
Franklin
listen.
Roosevelt.
That Italian attack, some people say that Hitler didn't approve it. Mussolini did it on his own. You know, and Hitler was very angry. Hitler was very angry. He lost.
That's where all that
Imagine,
that's
eh?
where all that energy comes from in those videos that we see. Just like Mussolini, win against my thing. I will tariff Italian again. Just like I'm sure he felt the same way about Japan's choice to go after Pearl Harbor. Like I tried.
Had to send army here to Greece, to fight, to occupy Greece. It wasn't his plan, but then he had to send army, and that.
So then,
stalled
when
his
he
flow
did that, so even with that, you guys defeated those powers too,
We
right?
defeated the Italians, and then Hitler
And
came, the Nazi, the real Nazi.
All right.
And
So you got the double dip, right?
resisted. No, we resisted. We resisted to Hitler about I don't know how many days.
40
Many days.
Oh, okay. The same
Yeah.
year? Because World War II ends
we
in like
defeated one
1940.
ally, we defeated the Italians, and then the Hitler came with more power, and we all our power, all our military
To
was
cover up
to the Albanians.
Mussolini's like mistake,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Which he didn't approve of anyway. It's just
Yeah.
like, yo, but I have to do
And
something about this because if
But we didn't have any more army because all our army was in the other front with Italia fighting. You know,
with
they
on the
couldn't
side
reach the-
on the side of England and I guess like who? Like
yes.
France and
we had a line of defense in the Macedonian, which we fought very hard against the Nazis there, but they finally, we broke. We lost from the Nazis, and they reached Athens. And there was a big fight later on with Crete. If you search up the Battle of Crete, it was the most. They wanted Crete. The Nazis wanted Crete badly. It was very strategic position if you look them
for
up.
war strategic purposes, not because of like the vast
everything,
like
for everything.
rich or like the history that is in Greece, right? Like
No, strategic for strategic purposes.
oh yeah, right. For like
Because
military
it's
control
like,
type thing.
Like aircraft carrier of the Mediterranean Sea. It's between Africa, between the Middle East. It's you have.
Right.
It's like
And
a base.
that's where like this whole thing with like Greenland now, it's the same thing. It's just like these leaders
Now,
looking at the world as just like
we have a huge. In Crete, there is a huge American military base in Crete, in Souda. Huge, one of the most big in Europe.
now is that wanted or is it just kind of accepted at this point or do you wish that
No, it's
there wasn't like
American.
this presence anymore?
American. You can't do this. And now America has built even a greater base in Alexandroupoli, in northern Greece, in Thrace. Alexandroupoli. Huge there.
Okay, so do the native like indigenous Greek like citizens view this presence as protection, as just kind of like the aftermath of
It's
just conflict?
Yeah, it's
or
because we are a small country and we have to have a big ally. We cannot be protected alone.
okay, the big brother thing, right? Like in this battle of superpowers, we need a big brother, aka NATO, aka like Western.
Because if you don't have that, Turkey will make a movement. Will like it always does.
They will name Greece chicken. If no, I'm just kidding. Turkey invades Greece
For
and
example,
names it chicken.
Turkey. Turkey. Do you know that Turkey possesses half of Cyprus?
Half of Cyprus.
Independent. It's independent. It wasn't Greek, and Turkey invaded. It took the half part.
Is Turkey
That's
where
Turkish.
Constantinople, Istanbul? One's Constantinople. One's Constantinople.
Yes.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. Like these.
Huge power. Huge power. It has 80 million people and strong military.
Was Greece affected by the Mongol invasion at all? Did that have any?
By Tamerlan reached up to Thessaloniki. He came to Thessaloniki.
Who? What?
Tamerlanos, we say. Tamerlan. Not
For
Genghis Khan,
for
but the
Khan,
other.
for Mongol, for Genghis Khan.
No, but I will look it up. How it's
You know who Genghis Khan is, right? Like the Asian, like Alexander the
He's-
Great.
They are related, I think.
He's like the ancient ancestor, like like pretty much every Asian like person can probably trace their DNA to this patriarch father. Like he's like the thing. Like he just had all these children like outside of his like heirs. But like that's how political leaders work. Like like you want to procreate their lineage, right? I guess it makes sense, but again, if you just kind of have the same father, you lose track of just like cousins and third cousins and even like generational cousins. But again, like it's just fascinating where I don't know, like they also say scientifically every human being can trace their matriarchal like DNA ancestor to that Lucy
Yeah, that's the mitochondrial Eve. That's the mitochondrial Eve theory you are saying.
theory. It's a mitochondrial theory. The Lucy
Mitochondrial
kinda-
Eve. No, Lucy, I think it's a different thing. It's about the skeletons and
It's just like I mean you know the movie Lucy, right, with Scarlett Johansson that kind of touches on just like a lot of things, but it kind of goes back to just like the primitive kind of like ancestor between modern Homo sapien and just like like that kind of evolutionary kind of like
Yeah, but-
theory is connected
But
to
what you are
Lucy, who I guess would be Eve in this sense. Like that would be the
there is
Eve.
a different. There is a theory which called the mitochondrial Eve that refers to a single bloodline that we found in the mitochondrial DNA, but that refers only to the Homo sapiens.
For all human beings,
For all Homo sapiens. For
Okay.
all Homo sapiens.
mitochondrial theory,
We have-
which okay,
Yes.
that traces it back to like a
That
human
traces
being
back to
or
a-
like a primitive ancestor like Lucy, like a
One
like an
woman,
ape.
one woman, but she's not the only woman who was. She was one amongst other women, but the other bloodlines are lost.
All shared the same kind, as if they were like blood family. They just had the same.
There were other bloodlines,
Okay.
but they are lost. Bloodline that did not continue because if you don't make sons or daughters, you don't pass on this mitochondrial DNA. So this line is lost, and we all now have this mitochondrial DNA of the same bloodline of this woman, which is around 3,000.
It's got to be later than that, right?
300,000 years.
BC, right? Like
Yeah.
like ancient. Where the other theory is just like it was aliens.
the
It
beginning
was
of the
either
Homo
this or
sapiens.
aliens, right? Whichever one you choose to believe, it's just all But
No,
that's
aliens. No. Aliens didn't come.
you dismiss that
We know that.
completely. Like the ancient alien theory is like when they presented the evidence of just like Leonardo and even all the Renaissance like paintings of like these like religious like scenes all shared this same depiction of some kind of craft in the sky where I was just like, how did I, no, but it was just Eric von Daniken who like saw this, but like that was the thing where I was like, is this like a myth or something where like as like like search engines kind of developed, like I was just like, is this something like a Mandela effect where like somebody maybe put it there, or is it kind of like the theory where we didn't know to recognize it, and therefore we like didn't see it. Kind of like how they say when the first like European like pilgrims came to America, the indigenous like tribes like didn't even recognize what was coming. Like they didn't even know what this ship was because they didn't have ships. Like they were just like, what is that?
Or these clothes, they were wearing different clothes and armors and stuff.
Even that would be a whole different trip. But just to be like, like the theory is just like, I don't know if you've ever seen like the Marvel movie Eternals. I don't know if you've ever seen that one, but like, it was the same kind of thing where,
for example, like the Native Americans, where they didn't see a mirror or
okay, yeah, like they didn't know like reflections or like, but again, the first like introduction for these peoples, right, was the ship that all these like new people came upon, right? And that's where like theories are saying just like they didn't take it as a threat or anything like known because they never seen it before until it was too late, until it landed on their shores and they realized like these beings who were just like much lighter and like dressed, like it was a complete culture shock. Same thing for probably maybe not as much for like the pilgrims, like who came on the Mayflower, because Christopher Columbus already kind of took care of that, right? For him, like he realized like here's this people who like look at us as just like with open arms. They have all this gold. Let's take their gold, right? Like that's in a nutshell the American kind of trauma that kind of has, I would say personally, in my theory, perpetuated the systemic, I guess, like hurt from like the slavery of our history. Does that make sense? Like it didn't start in America, like it just came to America. But again, like it ended in America.
Okay, you can't. What happened. We can't blame the
right.
Who they're not
That's
alive.
the thing. Exactly. Like so, when I hear today generations focused on that past history and critiquing modern society based on those like ancestors, like times, I think is unfair.
Because there are you admitted that fact what Columbus did, and there are some people who don't want to even don't accept that.
I mean, but even for me, as an American, a native-born American, right? American isn't a race; it's an ideology, right? Like anybody, I believe, can be American. There's Americans, like American versus a American, like a happy can-do person versus a happy like you can't do this type is how I kind of use that word.
The original Americans, I believe, are Irish and English, and the first settlers were from England, right?
Yeah, right. Like they were the religiously persecuted English like peoples who were fleeing that religious persecution to a new land where they could practice their faith however they wish, which was like, I guess, like the Quaker kind of like, it wasn't Protestant, maybe Protestant type thing, like it wasn't necessarily all Jesus, like it was a different time. I don't want to say something that.
So many denominations in Christianity. The more I learn, the more I am getting confused.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, though. Like at that time, the only kind of like faith in England was the king's religion, right? Like King James, it was his religion, or nobody. Like that was the rule that I would say the Pilgrims were fleeing England to the New World from, like having to obey this king, the King's Bible, which was generated by like the king's influence through like money and gold over like the popes of the Catholic Church to change this Bible to allow what King James and King Henry to what get divorced so that they could try to produce a male heir with another woman who, you know, like that was just the selfishness and just like the corruption that I would say is just a critique stated in the Bible philosophically. Just like God in the beginning, God creates the heavens and the earth. And the earth is already this, right? It's formless, it's void, it's dark, right? Like it's already got all these things. But, you know, like when I read this kind of like in a scientific, philosophical lens and kind of step away from the theological kind of influence of it, I look at it as like a blueprint of how the next kind of world builds upon. Does that make sense? Just like the new world, like it's built upon just like, yo, here's the heavens now, right? Like here's a new world where like, you know, or it could be whatever, but it was like this open, like uncharted, unknown, maybe even like secret, like kept secret, right? Like that's the thing. I know that a lot of the educated like minds during Christopher Columbus's time knew the earth wasn't flat and that you wouldn't fall off the edge of the earth if you just went out that way, right? Like this was
That's what I
something.
wanted to say. That even in antiquity, even in ancient Greece, there are stories of flying things, you know, and artifacts and strange events and phenomena that could be viewed as alien.
Say speaking like even of like space invasions, right? Like Greek with the whole pantheon of Zeus, like sending down like thunder. Like wouldn't that, like if the people of that time like witnessed something that resembles that, like that would have to be describing some kind of alien
Even stories of robots in Greek.
robots
Imagine this.
from who? Okay, like
Robots defending cities and throwing
right.
stuff.
What is the name of that robot? Like the giant robot that would throw flames like at shit? Talos? Okay, right. Who was invented by what inventor?
Archimedes? I don't know. It's a myth.
Was it Archimedes? Right. But it's attributed to like maybe it is Archimedes, right? In the Indiana Jones, like he's the main character, just like Indiana Jones, just like Archimedes, you know? It's just like what? You know, I was just like, oh my gosh, this is just like
He was an inventor, a mathematician, you know.
he was the Leonardo da Vinci before Leonardo da Vinci, right? Archimedes,
Yeah.
you know, like,
He-
but
they say he had huge, like mirror things, and he would like magnifying glass thing, you know, and he would burn ships with this.
using like concentrated
Right.
light, right, through like lenses, like telescopes and like stuff like that, right?
He
Like
was in the city of Syracuse, and when the Carthaginians, I think, the people
just
who
any invader who came by sea had this like belief that Archimedes or whoever created this defense mechanism that was this giant autonomous defender that, you know, like would throw a ball. But you're saying, like, I guess scientifically it was really just like mirrors and like lenses that concentrated.
No, that's a different story.
Oh,
Different
okay.
invention of Different.
Okay.
And the whole point about Archimedes is when Syracuse fell, finally, the enemies came to Archimedes, and Archimedes was so occupied, he was drawing some circles in the ground, calculating, calculating stuff. When
Did he have some profound
city has
answer like
fallen.
Dionysus? Just like, what are these
The
circles?
city
This is
has
like,
fallen. You know? No, and they captured him. They captured him, and he says, "Don't bother my circles. Don't erase my circles. I'm coming back."
this is my masterpiece. Right? Like, just interesting. And then that was the end of Archimedes. He was imprisoned and
No, I think he worked for the enemy then.
for the captors, right? Like, just kind of like how Dionysus, like he was rewarded for his contribution, I guess, to the conquering. So again, that's just, I guess.
That's the end.
What about, like, okay, so like, what do you think about flat earthers today? Like,
I think it was possible, but then no. If you
what do you mean it was possible? Maybe we need to clarify what I mean by flat earthers. Like, today, there are people on TikTok who are debating that the Earth is flat and that we've never been to outer space. There is no outer space. The whole concept of the world being a globe is a lie, and that is the trick of, like, I'm taking it kind of like to an extreme.
Listen. According to ancient sources, especially Plutarch and Livy, when Roman soldiers stormed Syracuse, Archimedes was absorbed in a mathematical problem, drawing geometric figures in the sand. A Roman soldier ordered him to come along. Archimedes replied something like, "Do not disturb my circles." The soldier, impatient or angry, killed him on the spot.
That's not the ending I wanted to hear. And then Archimedes fell into that drawing of the circles and ruined his. Like, I hope it wasn't like that. But interesting. That is the legend of Archimedes.
The Roman general Marcellus had reportedly ordered that Archimedes be spared.
And so the soldier disobeyed the command because he took offense to, like, this guy who was just like, just don't mess with that.
Marcellus was said to be deeply upset, and Archimedes was given a honorable burial. His tomb, according to Cicero, bore a carving of a sphere and a cylinder.
the same drawing was cast on his epitaph, right? But was the soldier punished?
We don't know. We don't know. I don't know.
Do you wish that soldier was punished or not punished? Like, this is the thing about.
I don't wish. I don't know.
Like, I don't know if you've caught on to, like, this trend of, like, movie like storytelling where there isn't a objective ending, where it like ends with any kind of open interpretation. Like I watched the movie Civil War about kind of like a dystopian kind of what America could become, where like we're trying to. Have you seen that movie, Civil War? Like, it's about like.
It's not clear what happens.
It's just they storm the White House and like take out the president, and that's the end of the movie. I'm just like, that's it. Then what? Is it the Purge, or like when it just left it like that? I was just like, is this just leaving like the door open for a sequel, or is it leaving it to the perceiver, just like a painting, like just watching the visuals, and then like what do you interpret the message being? It could try to deduce what the director is saying, or you could interpret it your own way. But that's, I would say, like the advancement of just like cinema and movie making that has taken imagery to a whole nother level of that understanding of a picture says, 1,000 words, but the right picture can say like certain words, just like Banksy is very unique in that way. He makes like political statements with his art in a very comical, satirical way, like the rats who were just like protesting, just like these things, but
Familiar with his work, but I know his. Yes, I know the concept he uses.
his style,
It's
like,
yes.
like that's the thing. It's not no Monet. It's almost like a Picasso, but even Picasso, like this is a whole different style of art where now
For example,
his
I don't understand Picasso. I don't like Picasso. I don't understand him.
impressionism,
I don't know.
the style of
Yeah,
impressionism.
this style one knows there, the eye here, the eye left, the that's
Right. It's just like this is worth
I
like
don't get it.
$400 million. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Right? As opposed to Van Gogh, who paints like Starry Night, who I don't know if you've heard, like scientists, quantum scientists say like Van Gogh is painting like a time lapse of the movement of the stars in the sky.
You know
all
who
at
I like?
once.
I like Salvador Dali.
Dali, okay, the mustache guy, right? His what is that?
Crazy.
Surrealism, like the melting clocks and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to what about Jackson Pollock? Just like the splattered face, where I'm just like, I could have done this. Just
yeah, that's how they call it.
rage art is what I would call it. It's just like that's the thing. If you're rich
No.
enough and you got enough like
No,
room,
no,
you could just like suspend yourself in the air with buckets of paint, just like or roll around naked is like the new trend too. Just like body, like you just cover yourself with paint and just roll around on a canvas and just like $1 million type thing. It's just like, what is art these days?
Get me two of these paintings, if they are only $2 million.
What is it? What? I like it. It's just
Give me
like
give me two paintings. I'll buy them for $2 million.
That's the thing. I'm the artist that like my pieces, like I gave out for free, and I tell people just like, you better hold on to this because when I'm gone, like that's like the arrogance I came on. They're just like, yeah, whatever, man. Like, but again, there was one piece, an original, that I kind of regret just like giving away.
I found the word abstract art.
I mean, like that,
Abstract.
as opposed to realism, like what a lot of like that's abstract is a very broad brushstroke too. So, what is your preferred style? Not impressionism. You like surrealism? Like what about like
Only Dali.
only Dali?
Yes, I.
Do
Well,
you have like
there are
Dali
some.
pieces that?
I had a book that was full of Dali's biography and all his works, from a very luxurious book, very good book, with full size, very big book.
Like the
Illustrated.
like curation of like Dali, like coffee table book is what I had like seen. Like I was just like, geez, how much was this thing? He's like, dude, that was like a $300 book. Be careful with that. And I was like, you're just leaving this out with like my soda, like right here. Just like, come on, man. If this is an investment, protect it. But like it's that kind of thing where, like, what is your favorite Dali piece?
The one with the elephants and the long necks with the elephants, if you know this.
Not off the top of my head. So
The
like not
legs.
specifically like the melting clocks
They are
and all that kind of
some-
stuff.
They are elephants in the distance, which have legs of giraffes, if you know. And each elephant is carrying a symbol.
That's a Dali piece?
The,
I'd have to look that
yeah,
up.
that's a
Elephants, Dali, elephant. Okay.
There are many with elephants with Dali. There.
So what was
One,
the what would you say is the artistic message he was
I don't know. It's
sending?
this.
Or is there even one with Dali? You know, like just like Picasso, it's like, yo,
Dali, I
man,
don't know.
what am I supposed to like say that this is how you see me? My face is all like scrambled like this, Picasso.
Have you seen these pictures? He uses details which are non-related. You know, but
Okay,
if you
okay.
look
This
it
painting,
from
okay, yeah, this painting I do know. Okay, like this elephant with the giraffe. Jeez, that's just like creepy. With the
creepy.
I mean, that's like, I don't know. Not maybe creepy is not the word, but just like very abstract. You know, like
The other with the elephants and the cross, I think it's elephants. This elephant, and they want to step to a man who's holding a cross under them. Yeah, also, I like this.
I didn't know he had like this whole series of elephants. Weird, like amazing. Dali. elephant.
Everything is a symbol, you know. Everything. He spent hours explaining his paintings while he was, you know.
While twisting that long mustache.
Yeah. He would gather people and explain them for hours what everything in the painting meant specifically. Because when he paints, for example, ants, you know, ants crawling in the ground, that means something, you know. His fear towards women, you know.
Okay, so there is
Something
a
like that.
direct symbolic
language.
correlation that saw like Dali like said, this is what I'm trying to say. Anybody who says otherwise is all speculation. You heard it straight from the
Explain.
elephant's mouth, right? Like when I paint ants, it's dealing with my issues with like women, you know, like type thing, right? When you see melting clocks, it's another like
Yes.
known message, right? But then all these different versions of like the same elephant with
We
the
must
long
see
legs
how
in different scenes.
how he drew Jesus. The
I haven't
Google
found that one yet.
Dali
I haven't found that one yet with the
drew Jesus many types. See how he drew ancient Greek things. Also, he was very versatile. He was genius. He used optical illusions. He's
surrealist.
one
He
of the
created surrealism, right? It was a whole new genre, just like Picasso did with Impressionism. Only this was like
for example, he painted, you know, one tree, one cave. You know, you were thinking you were seeing nature, but it's a face of an old lady. If you look at more carefully,
hold up.
you know?
If this is a Dali piece with Jesus on the cross looking down at like the thing, I've been using a Dali image that I didn't even know was a Dali image because I have this same thing where on the bottom it's me looking up at him. Let me find that one. So
Well, he's very interesting and has many variations. It's never the same with Dali because all have have a specific style. You don't recognize Dali as you did. You know, you didn't know it was Dali. And he has about ancient Greece too. Very good series with optical illusions and stuff.
optical illusions. But hold on one second. Can you hear me still? Testing, testing. No, can't hear me. Can you hear me? I mean, I can't. The one time I'm looking for the image, but yeah, I mean, like, yeah, you just put a new wrinkle in my brain where I feel kind of humbled. I was this big of a Dolly fan. That's the thing. Like, who is the guy who does like those staircases, like the infinite staircase where it's just like everything's going up and around? Like, who is that? Ansel Adams? Is that who that was? Like a photographer? Even like Andy Warhol, you know, like I don't know why my background images aren't coming up. But yeah, I mean technical difficulties over here. Just yeah, I mean again, you know, like the value
problems, eh?
if I had an image, this is where you'd see ants. I'm trying to put a different background up, but it's not like letting me.
Oh, it's cool. It's cool. It's okay. I
Yeah,
like
well,
green.
the green screen, like yeah, right. I have this one. What is the real purpose of TikTok, right? And then, but
Real purpose.
have you ever heard the saying
It's for
the
China to control us. It's for China to.
don't tell me you really believe that, right? Like that's just satire, right? Like this
Of
is
course.
this is true thing. I mean, like again, like can you imagine a world without TikTok?
Well, I can't because I am only 2 months in
Trust me.
TikTok.
You can't. Like you try. I challenge you, just to imagine. You know, like because
Yeah.
2 months. That's like that's pretty deep, bro. Like if you haven't gotten away in the first like 3 days, you're hooked. Like that thing. You know, like that's the scary part of it. Like even like you said, we see people who are just like consumed with like documenting, like they are recorders of these events, right? Whether it's to expose, I guess, political injustices in America, as you say, like you enjoy, right? The people who go into these institutions and expose the
Well,
corruption as
no,
deemed fit.
when I in the lives, in the TikTok lives, usually these topics that I encounter, I don't want to speak about. For example, there are more politics. You know, they speak about politics in many rooms. I don't want to speak about politics. They speak
Because it's
about
so personal and so kind of like important from like your like perspective as opposed to like how it's being discussed,
no,
or
because here in
because
Greece
politics is a
is a here our politics are very bad. You know, we have corruption.
where you tell me where politics are very good anywhere in the world, and we'll maybe, you know, like I don't know if
Well,
you've ever
some
seen South
countries
Korean like politicians. They literally fight one another, like fist fighting, like every day in Congress. It's like, did you really say that? It's like run at each other. I was like, oh my god.
Greece, some 10 years, 15 years ago, was the headlines for the crisis, world crisis. You know, we had a big crisis economic. We lost a lot of our privileges this generation from the last generations. And
From
the future
what?
generation,
What was the
from
the pandemic?
no, the pandemic. Before that, Greece they misrepresented mispresented their financial situation in the
Greece?
European authority.
Like the entire country of Greece, like try to
Politicians.
cheat, like the
Yes, they
European
tried to
IRS.
cheat.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay, so they got like
by
flagged, like put in the penalty box, as in hockey terms. It's just like you are in.
no. The Greek governments were borrowing money from like every country, you know, and they had to make a
Payment.
payments, yes, and investments, and they took the money for investments, and they didn't do these investments. They put it in their pockets, you know.
Right, like they embezzled that money, right? These political like leaders who were elected by the people to like budget these funds got corrupt
Yes.
and put it in their pockets and bought islands and like
Now Europe wants it back. You know? Europe wants it back, and we don't have to pay them, so they start taking our property. No, we take our
right
railroads.
freedoms. Okay, so that was the recompense, the punishment because you guys
Economic.
defaulted essentially.
Yes, we will borrow you more money. We will save the banks. You know that.
So
But
the
you're
people,
now under-
the people were punished because of the leaders who just took advantage
for
of their.
If you had, you were in pension, you know, you're 60 years old, I don't know, 65 years old, you were getting 1,500 euros for retirement salary.
Okay.
Yes. Per month. Now it becomes 1,000. They cut 30%, you know.
It's getting
of everything.
it's getting lower while inflation is just getting higher, right? It's just
Yeah.
like, look, $1,300 back then was like $1 million, but today $1,300 is like $5 right now. So it's like, what's going on here, right? Like,
Have to cut your spendings, you know, salaries, recession, we had the crisis.
okay, so then
So Greece
the-
to exit. That was a referendum.
so
Greece
you're
wanted
saying
to-
the punishment was that the people had to forfeit property and these assets to compensate, I guess, like that debt or the misuse of European aid, right? Like that was, I guess, how.
For example, listen, simple example. The electricity in Greece. It was the railroad. For example, the railroad. It was public. It was of the government.
Free,
but it
right?
didn't work good. No, it wasn't free. But it was the Greeks who controlled it. You know, now they say we sell this. It's not. It doesn't belong to the Greek
people
nation.
government.
It belongs to a private Italian company. They will run it. You know, they bought it because
and built it and all that stuff, right? Like they brought that money into Greece by investing in building this thing, right? So it's like we owe these private
no,
investors.
they just bought it. They didn't make it. They just bought it. It
Okay,
was
just
there.
funded it, right? They're just the bank for these luxuries now.
Yeah,
that
just
I
a-
guess.
No,
Like you guys now have like
imagine-
modern like bullet trains, maybe not bullet trains, but you know like
No, we have the old Italian trains. What the Italians used 20 years ago, we have them today because the rail,
as the
Italian
modern public transportation still like you still haven't upgrade. I thought like Europe was all interconnected through like this railroad.
Trains are a huge here. If you 2 years ago there was a huge accident between two trains collided. 57 people died. Two trains on the same track.
Because the
And-
operators were at fault, or because
Because the government
didn't
should
maintain.
have made Well, listen. The government, the politicians took money from Europe, took money from the European Union as loans, and they had to make the railroad to modernize it, to make it modern. Okay, and they didn't perform what the modernization of the railroad, but
It was pretty much just
they
like a cosmetic like job. It's just like, look, let's just
well, it
paint
wasn't.
these
Well,
like that. Like there was no
they
just
should
like
have
modern.
they should
It's
have
just like
they should have monitors, to watch trains to prevent them from colliding. There is a system, railroad system, modern
alerting
with
systems,
computers,
right? All automated,
alerting.
right?
Yes,
Like there is no human
right,
error
right.
to be even
And they
possible.
they they took the money and they didn't buy this stuff, and it was operated manually by
Not by a human,
conductors.
right? Who just like fell asleep, just like just
Yeah,
like
and
nothing ever
one
happens.
guy fell asleep, and 70 people died, young children.
Yeah, I mean,
And
like
it was
imagine just the guilt that that person has to be carrying.
and it has
If he has
more.
any,
The scene, they try to cover up the scene, because it's a full
and kind
going
of
trial.
pardon him, like because if they don't pardon him, then they're at fault as well. Kind of like this whole ICE thing in Minneapolis,
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
like Trump and like his party are all backing the ICE agents in this case.
Well, there are some more stuff but that's speculations because there was a huge blow when the huge explosion when the two trains collided. Was a huge explosion, and they say that the half of the people died of this fire that happened. And why was this fire? This fire was not supposed to happen. It's unnatural, and they say it was due to they were transporting fuel illegally.
on
They
a
were,
public like
yeah.
okay, so it really just like opened up a can of worms for just like this.
And the government, what they did, when this kind of disaster happens, you secure the place. Nobody can enter to see. Only the people with the specialized people who know
The tape goes around. It's like quarantine, just like yo.
Yes, you cannot step. To come the scientists, the doctors, the
Forensics and all that stuff, right?
forensics. Right, I don't know the term. Yes,
Especially from
and
other countries and nations who
they
are
did
trying to
nothing.
figure out why
You
this
know what they
happened.
You know what they did? The authorities. They said we must immediately repair the tracks, and they removed everything at the same time. The wagons, the trains, everything was removed. Even the dead people with the dead
The
people.
evidence, right? It was all cleaned up essentially,
Yes,
right?
there were hands found kilometers around. They did nothing to secure nothing, and they vanished all the elements that would potentially,
Expose why this really
expose
happened.
them.
Right? But they still got caught for transporting fuel illegally, right? Like they didn't get away with it. Like
Well, that's on trial. That's on trial to be trial yet. There is a trial.
still okay. So
It's still going. It's still going here in Greece. It will go for years. It will go for years.
so then what is
It's political.
the punishment that these individuals are facing when convicted guilty of all of this? Like is it death or just life sentences?
No. Well, listen. Some conductors, I believe, one conductor is in prison. This man who
For what? Negligence
was
or
working. Yes, negligence. Yes.
okay, but that's something completely different from the level of just like his bosses who are transporting
Yes.
illegal
Yes.
fuel.
Yes, this is a different thing, you know, and
Right,
cover
this is-
up.
This is
You
like
can cover up even
like
is even,
organized crime, you know, like in America. Like
for
with
example,
mafias.
for example, the parents of some children who were killed in the accident
victims, right,
want
the victims.
want to make
A memorial.
want to
Foundation.
want to dig up the bodies of the dead children to run examinations because they didn't let them.
To do autopsies
You
and
know?
stuff like that? Like,
Autopsies and stuff, yes, and the government doesn't let it. Doesn't let them, you know?
I mean, but in all honesty,
Strange.
though, like, brother, like, if the government did allow that and those families got those autopsies done and found out the truth, does that make the tragedy any more or less than what it is at this sense, right? Like, it's just, again, just like a waste of time trying to figure out who's guilty rather than just like, look, whatever happens, if you're not going to come forward and take accountability, that's on you. But this cannot happen again. And
for example, to show you the magnitude of this and the effect it has on the Greek community today, one parent, one woman of these victims, one mother of a victim, now she has a political party. She's a leader of the political party, which is said to be she will get.
Are they more
she will
like right wing, left wing, or?
We didn't know because we didn't know. She's new. But now, lately, we come to see that she's more of a right wing.
What would
But
you say
she
your
has
current,
more-
or what would you say that party was who were responsible for that train cover up? Like
Right wing.
Right wing?
Right wing.
Okay, so she is like
Yes.
a sect off of
She's like-
them, but more kind of
Maybe.
realist,
Yes.
like in a sense where she's looking for accountability, not just like
Yes.
blind
Yes.
rule type thing. Okay, so it's kind of like the MAGA and ultra MAGA kind of separation here. You know, it's just like, yo, man, like, what's going, you know, that kind of thing. There's kind of like this split, but again, it's kind of the same recipe, just with like different ingredients, I guess is how I would put it in just like these
That's
political
what's
terms.
different. For example, in Greece, we have around 30, 40 different political parties. Yeah.
So
And
you guys
each
are,
party can
you're not a bipartisan democracy. You are a like,
well, we have right parties, left parties, center parties, and extreme left parties and extreme right parties.
okay. Like, and like, I guess like this would be the equivalent of like independent, like candidates, like green candidates, blue candidates, red candidates, you know, like even like that new party,
Kind of. Yes.
the Asian guy who tried to start his own party. What was it? Gosh, the something where he was trying to unite the two, but I was just like, dude, for an Asian man, this is your best idea. We could do better than this, you know. God, what was it called?
Charlie-
The Forward
I got
Party.
to go.
You gotta go.
Charlie, I got to go.
Oh dang,
It's
I
been
didn't
a
even
pleasure.
realize. You too, bro. Hey, brother, always a pleasure. Like reaching out. Enjoy the rest of your day. I didn't realize it was this early. Time flew by.
Take care. Take care, my friend.
Be well, brother.
Take care.
Remain blessed.
Be
Till
well.
next time.